Chapter 4352 The Power of a Relic Weapon. Ultimately, Vase issued a verdict that fell in line with Katiz's demands. This decision might end up backfiring on the Larkinson clan, but that was a risk that he accepted. Just as Katiz had said, it was all about trust. When Vase thought about how much his expert pilots had grown and how earnestly they fought on behalf of his clan, he felt they earned the right to make decisions on how their mechs should be configured. That didn't mean that mech designers were forbidden from providing their own input, but the overall wishes of the expert pilots should be respected first. After talking to Katiz and Dulo, it became clear that there may be a possibility for the Riot to follow a more varied development strategy than the First Sword. This was because they judged that Venerable Orphan should be a lot more open to equipping her expert mech with additional weapon systems. Now that they completed their discussion on the Riot and the First Sword, the journeyman proceeded to go over the other expert mechs. There was not much to say about the Amaranto as it performed up to expectations and no further. Though it was disappointing that Venerable Stark could not put her incredible firepower to better use during the Battle of Pima Prime, she had little opportunity to do more when the Star of Liberation constantly forced the Amaranto to duck its head. The discussion regarding the Minerva and the Blade Chaser Mark II became a little more interesting. I think the Ingvar siblings acquitted themselves well. Gloriana spoke. Commander Casella and Venerable Imon are not the best at duels, but they succeeded in fending off the famous Tensars. Vase hadn't paid that much attention to this particular bout because a lot more interesting duels took place. The most notable one was the confrontation between the Mars and the Neo Amadeus. Nevertheless, he still recognized that the Minerva and the Blade Chaser Mark II did okay considering that the Arma Tensar and the Fila Tensar exerted a huge amount of pressure with their iconic Slipstream rifles. Vase remained silent and let the others talk while he observed the footage of the fight. The Minerva had caught the attention of the Sundered Fallenax early on due to Commander Casella Ingvar's characteristic ability to boost the performance of thousands of friendly mechs. In order to prevent the commandeered mechs from tearing apart their opponents on the battlefield, the Minerva quickly came under siege by numerous dangerous opponents. The Tensars were the most prominent among them. The two powerful expert rifleman mechs mostly stuck to medium range and tried their best to wear down the Minerva by firing a continuous barrage of combination laser positron beams. The Minerva was not a tough mech by nature, and its resonance shield quickly drained under the powerful precision strikes launched by the Tensars. This forced Commander Casella to stop commandeering her fellow Larkinsons and concentrate all of the power she could lend to her brother instead. The Blade Chaser Mark II became a lot more powerful from this boost, but that didn't necessarily solve the crisis because Venerable Imon's expert mech still needed to close in on his opponents. Though the Blade Chaser Mark II was fast, the Arma Tensar and the Fila Tensar were faster. The two Sundered Phalanx expert mechs continually maintained their distance while constantly firing their rifles at their pursuer. If this went on, the dual-wielding swordsman mech would eventually get shot to pieces by all of the powerful energy beams. The situation changed when Venerable Imon eventually recalled that the clan gifted his expert mech with a brand new weapon. From the moment the Blade Chaser Mark II put away one of its swords and unholstered the Grey Lotus, the situation changed. Though Venerable Imon did not specialize in marksmanship, his ability to wield firearms was still good due to his strength as an expert pilot. When the Blade Chaser Mark II started firing its new pistol at the Arma Tensar, the latter's resonance shield suffered a surprising amount of damage. Imon and everyone else who paid attention to this fight reacted with surprise as they saw how an expert swordsman mech was able to inflict just as much if not more damage than a dedicated expert rifleman mech. Subsequent shots proved that the initial hit was not a fluke. The Grey Lotus was much smaller than the Slipstream rifles wielded by the Tensars, but continually showed its incredible might in the hand of an expert mech that was never designed to fight at range in the first place. "What is that gun?" Cormont Hempkamp asked. "I am still new to the clan and its unique technologies, but I am certain that I have never seen this sort of energy weapon before. How has it allowed Venerable Imon to successfully constrain the Tensars until the Sundered Phalanx initiated a general retreat?" Vase smirked with pride. "There are several reasons why the Grey Lotus has proven to be so effective under those circumstances. First, the Grey Lotus is a new type of luminaire crystal weapon of mine that is designed to deal death-based damage. You can think of it as a smaller and more controlled version of the death energy battle formations that have made the Penitent Sisters and the Glory Seekers so feared. Though it is best employed against mundane targets, death energy can be highly damaging towards true resonance for reasons that I can't explain in a short amount of time. Several journeymen became a lot more interested in the Grey Lotus when they learned that it was a brand new luminaire crystal weapon. Second, while I did not explicitly design the Grey Lotus with true resonance in mind, Venerable Aimon can still resonate with it to an extent because it is a living weapon that I have crafted by myself. Aimon's distinctive traits have empowered the death beam and granted it with additional properties that have made it more explosive. Third, Commander Casella applied her single empowerment resonating ability to the Blade Chaser Mark II. Vase continued, this means that the pistol already gained another boost in power due to addition of the Minerva's true resonance. This is probably the deciding factor why the Grey Lotus was able to pack enough of a punch to pressure the Tensars. As far as experiments went, the Grey Lotus already became a success. Venerable Aimon had also been able to test out the new weapon based on the Death Lotus on more mundane targets such as mechs, bunkers and other fortifications. It turned out that the gray beams fired by this new relic weapon did not deal a lot of material damage. An ordinary laser beam could easily inflict more damage onto an armor plate or a solid structure. However, that wasn't important. Similar to transphasic energy weapons, a part of the energy beam phased through solid obstacles without encountering any hindrances and proceeded to directly snuff out the spiritualities of any people in its way. The result of that was that the Grey Lotus could essentially kill mech pilots directly in their cockpits without needing to break it open first. The handy pistol achieved even more ridiculous results when the Blade Chaser Mark II fired at enemy starships and fortifications. Meters of thick protective layers failed to block the most damaging component of the gray beams, thereby causing all of the vulnerable Fredaman personnel to become brain-dead in an instant. Numerous mech designers became increasingly more attracted by the power and capabilities of this new weapon. Gloriana became particularly optimistic about its value proposition. I never thought you would be able to channel Helena's power in this practical manner so soon, Vase. Can you produce more of them or whatever new luminaire crystal that is responsible for making it so deadly? Vase shook his head in regret. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. The Grey Lotus is one of a kind, and I don't foresee the possibility of equipping other mechs and people with comparable weapons. The reason why I can't make more is because I was about to make its attack phase crystal with the help of a rare material. Unless I can get more of it, there is no way to make more weapons like this mech pistol. He only obtained Black Demon Steel by coincidence. Vase had already looked up whether he could find a source of this special alloy, but he failed to find a single mention of it on the galactic net. That is disappointing news. Juliet sighed. My fellow penitent sisters would have loved it if their Valkyrie Redeemer Mark IIs were able to wield luminaire crystal rifles that could produce the same effects. There was nothing much to talk about after that. The Grey Lotus was powerful, but it largely remained a curiosity unless Vase found a way to invent comparable weapons that could be mass-produced. The discussion went back on track. Ultimately, nobody thought there was anything wrong with the Minerva and the Blade Chaser Mark II. They just got targeted by a powerful enemy duo and managed to keep themselves intact. The topic shifted towards a number of other expert mechs such as the Promethea and the Seamen, both of which showed excellence under certain circumstances. When the Everchanger finally came up, numerous journeymen brought up its powerful mounted wargear. The City Breaker was powerful in some ways, but disappointing in other ways. Miles Tovar carefully said, it is large and is mounted with numerous powerful cannons. However, I think it lasted shorter than it should. A mech of this size should have been able to hit harder, withstand more damage and last longer. Gloriana did not entirely agree with this assessment. You can't blame this mounted wargear loadout for that, Mr. Tovar. This sort of mountable equipment is inherently more inefficient than a cohesive mech that is just as large and heavy. The Everchanger was never designed for siege warfare, so it is still an impressive technical accomplishment for it to be able to imitate an artillery mech with all of this gear. I think Miles makes a good point. Vase said, the City Breaker only barely did its job, but that was mostly because the Sundered Phalanx feared its firepower so much that they concentrated a lot of fire on the combination. The inability for Venerable Joshua to cover everything with a resonance shield meant that it was impossible for him to match a true expert artillery mech. It was easy to point out the various shortcomings of the City Breaker, but it was a lot harder to suggest improvements. The only way to increase its performance was to upgrade it with more expensive and powerful parts, which was not really a groundbreaking solution. Compared to the City Breaker, the Titan V project sparked a lot more interest and controversy. Let me begin by stating the obvious to you. Gloriana began as she directly addressed her husband. You went too far with the Titan V project. Vase already expected to hear an admonishment with regards to the meat suit, so he did not take his wife's remarks too hard. In what way, exactly? Gloriana looked disapproving. There are too many to count. I know you poured an unreasonable amount of funding and biological resources to its ongoing development project. The city breaker is practically a bargain compared to the excessive amount of attention that you have devoted to the Titan V project. You can't deny that the meat suit added a lot of power to the Everchanger. Considering that its performance effectively matched that of a high-tier expert mech while it remained effective, I do not consider it a waste to work on it for so long. The Titan V project is a living monstrosity that we can barely control. Have you seen how violent it is? It was able to devour and crush the Point Break on its own. I have never seen a living mech go on the attack like this. What prevents it from turning against our own? All I see is a disaster in the making. Gloriana hated mechs and products that couldn't be controlled. It didn't matter to her whether the Titan V project was the most powerful mounted wargear loadout by far. Its monstrous appearance and behavior introduced a lot of hidden dangers to the Larkinson clan. Chapter 4353 Elm in charge, is this what you guys think as well? Vase asked the other mech designers in the conference room. I think your wife has a good point. Kedis immediately replied, a weapon can only protect us when it is under our control. If there is any possibility that this can no longer be maintained, we should seriously think about whether it is wise to continue to play with fire. We have all kinds of tech at our disposal. Is there a pressing need why we should resort to something as dangerous as this self-aware biological construct? Dulo asked. The Titan V project reminds me of the horror stories of the biotech industry that I have read in the past. Merrill O'Brien spoke up. Many bio-researchers and biomech designers have attempted to develop more powerful weapons by creating organisms that are highly autonomous and able to regulate their own systems. So many of these cases produced deadly accidents that the biotech industry ultimately had to impose stricter rules and standards on itself. The Larkinson Biotech Institute is clearly in violation of those rules and standards by the fact that they have continued to work on the Titan V project without taking any measures to limit its uncontrollable nature. Vase didn't take those nitpicking moral and ethical standards too seriously. The Mech Trade Association was the only industry organization he respected, and that was mainly because the mechers were able to enforce its own rules with the help of lots of warships and first-class multipurpose mechs. As for any other biotech industry associations, why should the Larkinsons care about their silly regulations? He didn't even care if those disapproving organizations tried to ban or ruin the Larkinson Biotech Institute's commercial ventures. The Larkinson clan derived the vast majority of its income from the Living Mech Corporation. Its biotechnology arm was more of a breeding place for experiments related to his design philosophy. In other words, he was its biggest customer. Aside from that, he believed that the LBI would eventually be able to develop so many groundbreaking innovations that enough customers would come regardless of any rules violations. In any case, the Larkinson Biotech Institute did not operate in the Life Research Association or any other state. It operated under the auspices of the Larkinson clan, which Vase always viewed as a sovereign state. If he said that the Titan V project was legal, then no one except the Big Two could tell him otherwise. I understand that many of you have doubts and concerns about the safety of the Titan V project. Vase spoke after most of the journeymen voiced their opinions. Given how energetic the meat suit behaved during the last battle, you are all justified in questioning whether it is wise for us to continue its existing development. Gloriana snorted and crossed her arms. I know that tone of yours, Vase. Let me make a guess. Your next words will reveal that you intend to completely disregard our warnings and concerns so that you can continue to play with your latest toy. Am I right? Pretty much, Vase admitted with a shrug. Nothing you guys say to me will stop me from continuing to support the development of the Titan V project. It is an incredibly interesting living weapon that is providing a wealth of new and original empirical data to me. I am able to learn much about my core specialty from studying its behavior and performance when it is put into action. Though the Titan V project does not represent the ideal that I am striving for in my work, its existence will help me design better living mechs that are less dangerous to their own pilots. Does that satisfy your concerns? The dubious looks on the faces of the other journeymen showed that Vase had not been convincing enough, but that was okay. Vase was in charge of the Larkinson clan, so he could do what he wanted, more or less. Not even the MTA had come to tell him to stop working on the Titan V project, despite the fact that its autonomous nature went against the powerful organization's own principles. He figured that the Mechers were just as eager to collect novel research data as him. There just weren't any bioconstructs comparable to the meat suit in human space, and that was what Vase counted upon to implicitly bribe the MTA. Though his wife tried to convince him to stop going overboard with the Titan V project, Vase continued to stick to his guns. All right, that's enough. Vase swept his hand. This meeting has gone long enough. Let's move on to addressing the last expert mech before we return to our own work. What do you think about what has happened to the Shield of Samar? Silence descended in the conference room again as Vase finally brought up the only expert mech that suffered a total defeat in the last battle. Sarah Voikin had to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel up first. She had become the latest project leader of the Shield of Samar's development project by virtue of her competence in defensive systems. Venerable Janzi and the Shield of Samar performed admirably given the strength of their opposition. She began. Our expert Space Knight only succumbed against the Scorpion Commando under exceptional circumstances and only after resisting many other attacks. The Shield of Samar may have failed in preserving frame, but it had succeeded in stalling a dangerous high-tier expert mech that was just as powerful as the Shockshell if not more. That was a rather positive way to describe the Shield of Samar's performance in the last battle, but nobody objected to it. The journeyman knew enough about mechs to know that it had overperformed in the last battle. Kedis shook her head in regret. We didn't have the right mechs to help the Shield of Samar defend against the Scorpion Commando. The Promethea was not a good match despite its ability to inflict damage on the enemy expert Space Knight. An offensive melee mech such as the First Sword would have reduced the burden on Venerable Janzi. I'm not so sure about that. Vase disagreed. The First Sword would have just gotten hit by the Scorpion tail each time it moved in to launch an attack. The Scorpion Commando is just too deadly against any mech that enters its range. Its Scorpion tail makes it so that it is even more effective at attacking enemies from behind than the front. At least the Promethea was able to damage the enemy expert mech while maintaining its distance. You admire the Scorpion Commando, don't you, Vase? Gloriana asked. That's why you want to redesign and rebuild the Shield of Samar into a more mobile and offensive Space Knight. Vase hadn't shared his plans on what he intended to do with Venerable Janzi's future expert mech with everyone, so the others became interested in the details. He smiled. You're right again. I do admire its design and configuration a lot. It is a close-range powerhouse that scores well in many areas aside from utility and ranged firepower. Although I don't intend to reinvent the Shield of Samar into a close copy of the Scorpion Commando, I do think that our old work can at least shift in this direction. Do you intend to add a scorpion tail-like appendage to the Shield of Samar while you are at it, Vase? Hehe, I'm not that shameless, Gloriana. I am confident that we can implement our own distinctive measures that can give the next version of the Shield of Samar a powerful attack method that fit the mech and its pilot. Vase began to elaborate a bit on his vision for the Shield of Samar, though he did not go into too much detail about the more esoteric aspects of the Dullahan project. It was enough to make everyone aware that he was working on a special project to make Venerable Janzi useful again. The clan sorely needed her defensive capabilities. Did Janzi agree with your new vision? She did. Vase smiled. I'm not stupid, you know. I gained her buy-in shortly after I came up with the idea to make sure that I am not presenting her with a mech that she will come to hate. My goal is to satisfy her needs, and that is what I will be focusing on when I am working on the Dullahan project. What about me? Sarah Voikin frowned. I thought I was supposed to be in charge of the Shield of Samar. Even though Vase had the greatest say in the design department, it was rude of him to make decisions on this matter by himself without bothering to consult the person who should actually be handling this work. Vase already prepared an answer. What Janzi is asking from us is more than an attempt to bring back the physical form of her old expert mech. He said, she wants to regain her Shield of Samar in both body and spirit. Are you able to fulfill her wishes on the latter, Sarah? The female mech designer reluctantly shook her head. I can't. That is your area of expertise. That is why I intend to take charge of the Dullahan project. It is absolutely crucial for me to be in control over the overall process. This is the only way I can ensure that Venerable Janzi will be able to receive a new expert space mech that can literally and figuratively be considered as the spiritual successor of the Shield of Samar. I see. Don't worry, Sarah. You will still be able to make a lot of design choices in this project. In fact, since the Battle of Pima Prime has almost completely wiped the slate clean, you can start designing the Shield of Samar's physical configuration from scratch. You no longer have to abide by old design choices that previously limited your options. The new expert mech will fit your vision of an expert space knight much closer than if you continued to build upon the previous version of the Shield of Samar. The woman's expression lifted a bit after hearing that. Vase indeed made an excellent point. It might not be as good as having the final word on the project, but Sarah was still the main authority when it came to designing the majority of the physical elements of the new expert mech. I look forward to cooperating with you on this project, then. You can start by looking into a powerful transphasic armor system that we can implement in the Dullahan project. We are no longer going to rely on unending alloy as the main source of physical defense for Janzi's new machine. While we can't adopt something as extravagantly powerful and expensive as the Abbasi's armor, our new expert mech should at least be able to stand out in terms of defense. That should never be changed. Vase and Sarah talked a bit more about what the next expert space knight should look like. Gloriana occasionally chimed in as her input would also play an important role in defining the new Shield of Samar. The meeting soon came to an end. Though Vase and the others still had to discuss the Dullahan project in greater detail, they could do that another time. Every mech designer stood up and said goodbye before they went back to their own workplaces. Only Kedis remained behind. I heard that the Cross clan gifted you the plasma sword that once belonged to the Neo Amadeus. Vase grinned. That's right. The Crossers had no desire to keep it to themselves, so they offered it up to our clan. I graciously accepted the gift, most particularly because it is the most insane attempt to replicate my living products that I have ever seen up until this point. Can you take me where you have it stored? I want to study its design in person. Plasma swords are still new to me. I prefer to work with solid blades myself, but I need to understand how other sword types work in order to prepare my mechs to fight against them in the future. I don't want the swords of my mechs to snap in half because I failed to prepare them to resist the thermal damage produced by these high-tech weapons. That is indeed important. Come with me. You can study the plasma sword as much as you want as long as you don't break it. I still want to leave the weapon intact. I might have a use for it in the future. Chapter 4354 New School. So how are you doing as of late, Kedis? I am doing well enough. I settled down a lot in Davut. Kedis calmly replied as she strode alongside Vase as they walked down the corridor. I never imagined that I would start a family with a man like Joshua when I was younger, especially not in a place as far away as the Red Ocean. Everything has been a dream to me in the last 5 years. In hindsight, I truly needed this for myself. While I haven't been able to improve my swordsmanship as much, I had a lot of time to stabilize my foundation and teach other sword maidens. Aside from that, I also fixed my biggest shortcomings in my mech design career. My knowledge base is no longer as shallow and my design experience is finally catching up to yours. Vase smiled. It sounds like you have made good use of the time we stayed in Davut. It's the same for me. While I haven't been able to come up with too many paradigm-breaking inventions, I'm a lot better equipped to design mechs at my current level. Kedis turned her head towards him. Her lips slowly curled into a grin. It's not enough anymore, isn't it? The calm and peaceful life we had before sounds like paradise to so many people. Even the people around us think that there is nothing wrong with staying in Davut forever. It's different for us. We are people who are born for the wild. The more things remain quiet, the more we become restless. Those of us who live for the thrill can never become satisfied with the status quo. Even our families can't hold us back. I can't hide it from you, Kedis. At certain times, I thought about cutting our recuperation period short. Davut is a great place to start a family, but it's not that conducive to accelerating my progress. It's no wonder that so many apprentices, journeymen and seniors need decades to make substantial progress. They have all become stuck in their own little comfort zones that are many light years away from the conflicts where their products get embroiled in life and death struggles. It becomes frustrating to talk to those soft mech designers who have never spilled blood or witnessed death up close. Perhaps other people might consider Vase and Kedis to be mentally ill or damaged in their heads for harboring this mindset, but neither of them thought that there was anything wrong. Not even having kids could tame their restless hearts. Their desire to protect their children and raise them in a safe and comfortable environment could not beat their ambition to grasp greater opportunities. Nothing as exciting and rewarding as the Purgatory campaign had occurred during the time they resided in the middle of a booming and increasingly more prosperous port system. Attaining more market share and earning the respect of their colleagues in the local mech industry was nice, but both Vase and Kedis had always understood that their true worth lay in the power of their mech designs. Seeing their progress slowed down year after year due to lack of inspiration and pressure was intolerable to them. Becoming a father or a mother did not change the fact that both of them had evolved into transcendent humans whose lives became intertwined with mechs. Their urge to design better and more useful mechs was grafted into their spirits. It was an addiction that they could never cure because it had become the center of their lives. Though both of them were fine so far, as long as their design work stagnated for too long, they would undoubtedly become lesser beings. Their passion and love for mech design literally kept them alive in their truest sense. Both of them shared an understanding glance. Operation Saturday Market had successfully stoked the flames in their hearts. It only took a single major battle for Vase and Kedis to get fired up again. The resuscitation of their passion along with the immense amount of gains they harvested from the previous battle fully vindicated the decision to move away from a peaceful environment like Davut. Are you working on any big plans now that you've gained a lot of insights from the last battle? I do have a number of ambitious projects on the agenda, but I am not certain they are viable yet. I still need to flesh out my ideas and find out whether they are worth my time before I go through with any of them. I don't intend to stay still, though. Kedis replied. Can you share the most interesting idea that you are entertaining at the moment? The powerful swordmaster and journeyman paused for a moment. She had built up plenty of interesting proposals over the years, but it was not easy for her to determine which one would excite Vase the most. I've been making preparations to found a new swordsmanship school in the Red Ocean. She finally decided to share. Vase directed a confused look at her. Aren't you already in charge of the Annihilator Sword School? The Annihilator Sword style is strong, but it has never fit my own personal brand of swordsmanship. Kedis replied while shaking her head. Don't get me wrong, it is highly destructive and I am certain that I can advance it further if I spend more time on deepening its sword techniques. I just don't think I am the right person to do so. I plan to resign as the head of the Annihilator Sword School so that there is nothing holding me back from starting my own sword school. It won't be limited to our clan either. I plan to set up branches in Davut and more places so that many more people can learn how to fight without relying on mechs and guns. This sounded a lot more serious to Vase than founding an online tutoring class. Sword schools were serious businesses and organizations if they were set up according to the traditions of the Heavensward Association. From what Vase knew about them, sword schools were the equivalent of clans and families in the swordsmanship-obsessed state. Every member's status and decision-making power was based on their mastery of swordsmanship rather than their bloodlines, which turned sword schools into surprisingly effective meritocratic organizations. Talents were much less likely to get buried as long as they had hope of advancing to swordmaster and beyond. Of course, the flaws of valuing an individual's swordsmanship ability above any other qualifiers came with its own set of flaws. Scientists, engineers, mech designers and other intellectuals simply didn't gain the respect they deserved. This was also what made Kedis so special in this highly martial community. She was both a powerful swordsmaster and a clever journeyman mech designer. She was a completely unprecedented existence that had a higher chance of accomplishing even more impossible feats in the future. Vase already guessed that this new sword school of hers might be of great significance to her future growth. I can understand it if you want to start a formal sword school so that you can teach our sword maidens and heavenswarders how to cut through solid metal, but why go further than that, Kedis? Is there any special reason why you want to set up branches throughout the Red Ocean? It's a complicated story. I can handle complicated stories. Well, to keep it short, I have always been thinking about passing on my responsibilities as the director of the Annihilator Sword School back to Fred Wilinski. He has worked almost his entire life to catch up to his late brother, but never managed to become a swordmaster due to his lower talent and lack of help. This is why I have tutored him in the past few years. I've taught him and guided his efforts in deepening his mastery of the Annihilator sword style at least once every week. Oh, has your efforts yielded any fruit? Vase curiously asked. In his impression, interim director Fred Wilinski was an old man who had already exhausted all of his potential and busied himself with administrative affairs. He served as a competent manager who could exert a semblance of control over the rowdy Heavenswarders in the clan. It took more time than I initially thought, but Fred has finally come close enough that he is able to figure out how to complete the final steps himself. Kedis swelled with pride. At this point, any further teachings from me are counterproductive. He needs to step out of my system and be able to stand firm on his own. He won't be able to transform his willpower if he keeps looking up to me and his late brother. Certain people could easily break through this barrier while other people found it a lot more difficult to stop relying on others. Fred Walensky's problem sounded similar to that of Legion Commander Town Melon. Both of them were too accustomed to relying on the help of others. Vase politely smiled. Well, I wish him good luck. So what will happen when he finally overcomes this hurdle? I will place the mantle of the Annihilator Sword School back to its rightful owner where it belongs in the first place. After that, I will work together with the Heavensward Association to formally found my own sword school and register it at all of the appropriate institutions. Once that is done, I will work closely with the Heavenswarders to train new sword initiates that can serve as instructors before sending them off to the new planetary branches. Those were big moves, but Vase grew skeptical whether those schools had any appeal. You're not operating in the Heavensward Association here, Kedis. The culture is completely different in the Red Ocean. In fact, there is no unified culture here because everyone comes from many different places of the old galaxy, but I'm pretty sure that not a lot of people are interested in traditional swordsmanship. I don't expect our branch schools to become instant hits. It is enough for them to attract those with discerning tastes and wish to learn deeper swordsmanship than the ones that are taught in mech academies. Don't forget that every serious sword style can display a lot of power in mech combat. This is why I initially planned to market my new school to mech cadets and mech pilots who specialize in swordsman mechs. Once they catch on to how my sword style can truly help them increase their ability to cut through tough and resilient mechs, I think that will be the point where my sword school will truly become a popular institution in the Red Ocean. Vase finally understood what Kedis was going for to an extent. The motivations that drove her to start this new initiative were similar to the ones that prompted Vase to start the First Star Mech Academy and get into the educational sector. There were many advantages to teaching future mech pilots. Kedis could not only market her distinctive commercial swordsman mechs to her own students, but she could also spread her influence in this frontier-wide subcommunity and slowly grow into one of its leaders. Of course, Kedis wasn't the only one who benefited from this development. It sounds like the Heavensward Association is doing a lot to help you realize all of these plans. Vase spoke. That's correct, his former student frankly admitted. We agreed to work together in order to advance our common cause of spreading traditional swordsmanship to the masses. You might not know this, but the Heavensward Association attaches a great degree of importance to reverse the decline of traditional swordsmanship. The Red Ocean is still a fresh environment and everything is still in flux. It is much easier to revitalize traditional swordsmanship in the new frontier than back in a stuffy place like the old galaxy. If that's the case, then why aren't the Heavenswarders doing this already? They have plenty of swordmasters. They have already done that, but the new sword schools they have founded in the Red Ocean have failed to attract enough interest. This is why the Heavensward Saint himself is so eager to cooperate with me. I am a part of the mech community and my products are already being used by many mech pilots. That will help a lot in making my new sword school popular. I see, so you're playing the role of a celebrity spokesperson, am I right? Kedis smirked at him. Don't compare me to those useless influencers who can't do anything but act cute in front of a recording device. I can cut through solid armor with my Bloodsinger. My martial strength is enough to earn the respect of my target audience. Chapter 4355 Ruined Weapon. As Vase listened to Kedis explain a portion of her plans and ambitions, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction and regret in his heart. He felt satisfied because the young mech designer that he used to tutor in the past had fully grown her own wings and started to start her own initiatives. He felt regret because Kedis was undoubtedly beginning to expand beyond the Larkinson clan. The new sword school with its upcoming planetary branches were an extension of her own power base. If necessary, Kedis could even cut off her relations to the Larkinson clan and rely on her own organization to develop independently from Vase and the Larkinsons. Of course, the chances that Kedis would seek to divorce herself from the Larkinsons was too small. The Sword Maidens had fully integrated into the clan and Kedis owed too much to Vase to turn her back on her benefactor. She wasn't the sort of person who engaged in treachery. She was also married to Joshua and still needed to raise a couple of children. There was no way she would want to leave before Kyrian and Myra grew up and started to settle into their own careers. What about afterwards? Vase might be willing to let Kedis go if she requested it one day. The Larkinson clan had grown to a point where it didn't need the help of Kedis, the Sword Maidens and the Heavenswarders to grow stronger and more prosperous. Therefore, if there truly came a time where a split was mutually beneficial, then he had no objections to allowing Kedis to develop herself and her organization on her own terms. Kedis and her people would still have strong ties to Vase and the Larkinson clan. The stronger she became, the more help she could offer to the Larkinsons. This was similar to how masters raised their disciples. The students eventually needed to find their own footing in the mech industry, but even if they no longer worked directly for their old teachers, they still formed a close-knit relationship that essentially amounted to a permanent alliance. Older masters were extremely formidable and possessed a lot of clout for this reason. They taught so many talented disciples and students that eventually went on to become successful in their own endeavors that the collective power of them all was incredibly strong. Of course, it was way too soon for Vase to be able to rely on his own network. Aside from Kedis, he only had a pair of true-blood relatives who were still stuck at the apprentice stage. They were hardly in a position to provide him with any meaningful support. "We're here," he spoke as they arrived in front of a secure checkpoint. Vase and Kedis calmly passed the security checks before they could finally enter the guarded compartment. The crew had dumped a lot of salvage and plunder from Pima Prime in this hall. The seemingly random bits of mech wrecks, cargo containers and debris caused the place to look like a junkyard, though it was at least a well-organized one as the clansmen neatly sorted all of the objects. This specific compartment happened to store a lot of the more valuable battle loot. Fragments and remains from notable enemy expert mechs such as the quad knife, the point break, the shock shell and so on were laying haphazardly on the deck as if they were worthless. They were not. Each of them could provide valuable lessons, insights and inspiration to the Larkinson mech designers. Vase intended to study each of the remains at a later date. Once everyone was done with studying the wrecks, he would probably recycle them so that the clan could at least squeeze a bit of valuable materials out of them. There was no reason to keep them whole unless he wanted to turn them into trophies, but none of them were impressive enough to earn this status. The plasma sword was a different story. If nothing else, turning the weapon of a defeated ace mech into a trophy would definitely impress a lot of people. Vase sighed in regret. "I wish our clan managed to defeat the Neo Amadeus through our own merits. This way, we would have no shame in turning this plasma sword into a trophy and a mark of pride for our clansmen. You don't need to feel sorry about missing out this time. I am convinced we will become strong enough to earn an ace mech trophy ourselves one day." Kedis reassured him, "We can let Patriarch Reginald Cross hog all of the glory for the time being." Though the Larkinsons played an indispensable role in making the Mars possible and giving Reginald the breakthrough opportunity he yearned for, it would be too presumptuous for the Larkinsons to claim a significant amount of credit for the defeat of the Neo Amadeus. Vase wasn't shameless enough to steal the Cross clan's thunder. He agreed with Kedis that the time of the Larkinson clan would come soon enough. He just needed to wait until the Larkinson expert pilots progressed far enough to reach a new stage in their evolution. The two mech designers turned their attention to the massive weapon that was resting upright on a large weapon rack. Vase had already spent enough time to familiarize himself with the plasma sword during his last visit to the Cross clan, so nothing about the weapon was new to him. Once his awe towards anything related to ace mechs had worn off, he realized that this piece of gear wasn't worth obsessing over. Kedis reacted a lot stronger than him towards the giant weapon. This was the first time she could get close to the plasma sword. Her expression displayed a mixture of awe, respect and interest as her eyes scanned across the blade and studied all of the technological elements that were visible on the surface. "Do you have any scanning data?" she asked. "Here you go," he replied and transferred the files to her comm. The female journeyman did not rush her examination but calmly observed the high-tech weapon at different heights and angles. She also studied the scanning data and other information that the Larkinsons had collected about the weapon. It was only after she had fully studied the exterior of the plasma sword that she began to use her powerful senses to examine the intangible properties of the sword. As a swordmaster, her ability to connect to swords was impressive and could not be replicated through technological means. Kedis was even more special among other swordmasters due to the fact that her extraordinary attainments in this field was based on her companion spirit. This granted her a convenient way to familiarize herself with the heart of the plasma sword. She reached out her hand. A floating scabbard hovered in her grasp. Once it came close enough, Kedis respectfully unsheathed her bloodsinger. "Sharpie, there's a new sword for you to explore." Sharp, sharp, sharp. A miniature spiritual version of Kedis quickly jumped out of the bloodsinger and looked up at the plasma sword with a look of anticipation. Vase looked dubious when he compared the scale between Sharpie and the plasma sword. The disparity in size was too big. "Are you sure that Sharpie can handle such a huge sword?" "Don't worry, Vase. If Sharpie can inhabit the decapitator that I have made for the first sword, then she can definitely do the same for this weapon. The plasma sword is different from the swords you are familiar with. Saint Jeremiah Gage has baptized it with his willpower for an extended amount of time. The weapon is also alive, in a sense. I don't think it will appreciate the intrusion of an enemy of the Gage dynasty. Though Kedis did not believe the plasma sword could pose a serious threat to Sharpie, she nonetheless agreed that it didn't hurt to be cautious. Sharpie will only come in touch with the surface of the plasma sword for the time being. The little companion spirit slowly approached the exterior of the dormant blade and slowly sank into the metal surface. A sense of excitement spread from the giant weapon as Vase had the illusion that Sharpie was waking up the plasma sword. However, only a dozen or so seconds passed before the plasma sword released a painful shockwave that repelled Sharpie and caused Vase and Kedis to take a few steps back. What was that? Vase grew confused even as he raised his guard. Meanwhile, Sharpie returned to her progenitor while looking hurt and offended. Sharp, sharp, sharp. Kedis frowned before allowing Sharpie to dive back into her bloodsinger. What's wrong? This sword is ruined, she stated. Ruined? In my eyes, this plasma sword could have become great. She elaborated. Almost everything about its design and construction is great in my professional judgment. Whoever developed the weapon understood the essence of swords and tried to make this technological marvel as true to the nature of swords as possible. Though the inclusion of plasma technology has forced the designer to make a lot of deviations, a sword is still a sword no matter whether its edge can burn or cut through solid matter. Vase nodded in understanding, and all of that became ruined when Master Huron integrated that weird expert pilot head inside the body of the weapon, am I correct? Kedis actually snarled this time. The mere mention of this added feature was enough to boil her blood. The man responsible for this late addition may be an impressive mech designer, but he has no love for swords. His approach to make the plasma sword is a travesty compared to ours. Whereas we are able to draw out the life that is inherent in our weapons, Master Huron desecrated the plasma sword by inserting it with a foreign life. The expert pilot who is still kept alive in this blade even now doesn't even function as a design spirit. The intruder has directly corrupted the weapon and denied it any opportunity to spawn a life that truly represents the weapon. Even Vase became disgusted when he heard her description. Master Huron's methods were not only crude, but also violated the intrinsic rights of the product itself. I also formed some of those thoughts when I was able to study the plasma sword up close myself. He admitted, this attempt to imitate my living products is too exploitative. Any weapon that requires an expert pilot to volunteer for this punishing duty is a product that is too harmful to exist. Perhaps Master Huron managed to get away with creating a set of 3 living swords for the Neo Amadeus, but there is no way a method like this could ever be implemented in mass production models. Kedis was glad that Vase also harbored disgust towards the plasma sword, but a part of her grew suspicious at him. Did he truly disapprove of the weapon? Given what we know about this sword, are you thinking about converting it for our use? No matter what, it is definitely a powerful weapon that can give its wielders a massive boost in attack power. Vase immediately shook his head. I would never do so. First, this plasma sword is locked with security features that prevent us from controlling it. Second, the living consciousness within the weapon is extremely hostile towards our clan. Third, the plasma sword was developed with an ace mech in mind, which means its energy consumption is a lot more horrible than you can imagine. None of our mechs can keep it active for more than 2 or so minutes. In practice, this interval is even shorter as our expert mechs have to use up their energy for many other purposes such as moving around. Though Vase listed several strong reasons why the Larkinson clan shouldn't wield this weapon in battle, Kedis did not buy his message. I'm not so sure the plasma sword is as difficult to make use of as you say. You can address your first and third points by tinkering with the weapon. You can overcome the second problem by manipulating the living consciousness or assigning the blade to my husband. If Joshua is charming enough to tame a hostile creation like the Titan V project, I don't think it is impossible for him to win over this exceedingly strange sword. That was actually an interesting idea. Vase spontaneously came up with a potential new design project based on his former student's words. Chapter 4356 Easy Weapon. When Vase shared his latest design concept to Kedis, the female swordmaster did not become as excited as he hoped. Instead, her expression became more doubtful and dubious towards the ideas that he had just raised. You don't think it's a good idea? It's a stupid idea, Kedis ruthlessly replied. No offense Vase, but Joshua absolutely doesn't need a mounted wargear loadout that turns his Everchanger into a super version of a swordsman mech. Why don't you think it's a good idea? Because it goes against the essence of what swordsman mechs should be. You've designed numerous swordsman mechs before. You should know that chasing after raw power is hardly sufficient to design a good melee mech. What you have just proposed is a scaled-up power mech. I have no doubt that it is able to strike with enough power to break through a lot of defenses, but its agility, range of motion and control will suffer so badly that it can no longer exert the full power of swordsmanship anymore. Everything will become far too clunky for Joshua to be able to display any significant skill or finesse. Vase glanced up at the plasma sword. With a weapon as powerful as this, I don't think it is essential for Joshua to control his mech with that much finesse. The active blade of an ace mech grade weapon should already be strong enough to power through every obstacle. Besides, if you are so concerned about this issue, we can design a mounted wargear loadout that tries to preserve the agility of the base mech as much as possible. The swordmaster still didn't look convinced. Give it up, Vase. I am not going to allow my husband to entrust his life to a clunky mess and a weapon that uses the head of a hostile expert pilot to give it life. Both ideas are antithetical to the sort of swords and swordsman mechs that I want to create. They are as bad as Patriarch Reginald killing off his living mech. Vase understood that there was no way for him to persuade Kedis to go along with his idea after she brought up this example. Perhaps his suggestion went too far. Even if he did not cooperate with Kedis, it still wouldn't have been wise for him to go through with his idea. He lowered his head in defeat. Fine, I'll give up on it. What else can we do with the plasma sword, then? We haven't earned the right to turn it into a trophy, and it would be too wasteful for us to leave it in storage or break it down so that we can recycle its materials. I still want to find a way to make use of its incredible power. I have a feeling that we might need it against the opponents we will be facing in the future. Kedis did not rush to reply to Vase. She remained silent for half a minute before she settled on her proposal. I don't disagree with you, Vase. I am not entirely opposed to the idea of making use of it. My suggestion is to rehabilitate this weapon. Vase raised his eyebrow after hearing this. Rehabilitate the weapon. That's correct, Kedis confirmed as she stared up at the weapon again. This plasma sword used to be a proper weapon for swordsman mech before Master Huron came along and ruined it with his upgrade. Since he can change the original design of this impressive sword, there is no reason why I can't change it back to its original form or close to it. I don't intend to do so, though. I think it is better if I alter it so that it is more practical. I can tune down the power of the weapon so that it doesn't burn through as much energy. This was an intriguing idea, and one that Kedis could take care of by herself. It might be difficult for her to design a plasma sword of this standard from scratch, but it was a lot easier to modify an existing one. She didn't need to know how everything worked. She just needed to be aware of the repercussions of every change she introduced to the existing weapon. What are your intentions? Vase asked. Do you have a specific mech in mind for this plasma sword, and how will you change it to suit its new purpose? That's a difficult question to answer. She replied. A weapon as powerful as this should traditionally be paired with the strongest swordsman mech pilot in our clan. I know that Venerable Dice should be able to wield it and make good use of its high-tech properties. However, the weapon doesn't fit her at all. I know she will reject the option of using it even if the plasma sword is capable of inflicting more damage than her decapitator. This was rather understandable to Vase. He was not ignorant of how an expert pilot and sword maiden like Venerable Dice developed a relationship and a dependence on their own weapons. The decapitator was a masterwork mech sword that Kedis had lovingly developed for Venerable Dice. It was a weapon that was precisely designed and configured for the sword maiden expert pilot's fighting style and had already been used for quite a few years. There was not that much value to adding the plasma sword in the mix. Dice not only had to start building up a relationship with the new weapon from scratch, but would also never be able to wield it to its fullest potential since it was originally developed for St. Jeremiah Gage. Okay, I can understand this sentiment, Kedis. Who do you want to give it to, then? We don't have a lot of sword wielders among our expert pilots. The only other alternatives are Venerable Joshua and Venerable Imon. I know, both of them are adequate choices since neither of them are true swordsmen according to my standards. Since they aren't that passionate about swordsmanship, it is okay to make use of this flawed weapon. They don't have that much swordsmanship to begin with that could get ruined by making use of the plasma sword. That sounded rather harsh, but Vase could understand her logic. It was rather ironic that a weapon originally designed to be wielded by a powerful ace pilot would ultimately fall into the hands of a much weaker expert pilot who did not appreciate swords to the same extent. "So who do you pick?" Vase asked. "My husband." Kedis no longer withheld her answer. "I've tried to make Joshua more enthusiastic about taking swordsmanship more seriously, but his progress is glacial. No matter how many times I instructed him and sparred against him, he just doesn't get it. I've realized that my attempts to turn him into a qualified swordsman is futile. Since that is the case, there is little to no harm in giving him custody of the plasma sword after I have reformed it. Besides, I think it would be good for this weapon to spend time with Joshua. His warm and gentle nature can heal the weapon's invisible scars." Vase was impressed with her arguments. She did not pick Joshua just because she wanted to favor her husband or anything. He truly became convinced that the plasma sword would offer the greatest value if it became a part of the Everchanger's standard loadout. "What about the Heartsword? You designed the weapon for Venerable Joshua and he has already utilized it for more than half a decade. Won't it get hurt if Venerable Joshua begins to spend time with the new plasma sword?" "It will be fine, I think. My Heartsword shouldn't be that weak or brittle. Joshua can choose which sword he wants to equip his Everchanger with before he deploys into battle. The plasma sword is highly effective against specific enemies but consumes a lot of energy, so it is best in short-lasting engagements against strong opponents. The Heartsword is decent and reliable in most situations, and the Everchanger can remain in the field for a longer period of time." In other words, Kedis wanted to expand the Everchanger's arsenal instead of replacing one weapon for another. This was indeed a good approach for Joshua and the Everchanger. It was why the Neo Amadeus originally came equipped with 3 unique swords with different properties. Having the right tool for the job at hand could make it a lot easier to overcome a powerful enemy. The two went into further detail as they discussed the specific changes that should be made. The secret chamber that is keeping the decapitated head of the Fredaman expert pilot alive must go. Kedis immediately determined. It is a disgusting invention that continually stains this weapon the longer it exists. A part of Vase found it to be a shame to rid the plasma sword of this unique feature. No matter what he thought about Master Huron's crazy attempt to imitate a living product, the existence of this unconventional feature presented Vase with the option to collect a lot of interesting data. However, Kutiz's feelings about this topic were so strong that Vase didn't think he could get away with trying to retain this feature. "If you decide to pull out the head, try and preserve it as best as possible," he told her. "You should inform Director Rania about your plans and ask for her help in keeping the head alive." Kedis narrowed her eyes. "What do you intend to do with it once it is out of the plasma sword?" "I'm not sure yet, but I'm not about to let a valuable ingredient go to waste. You do know that the expert pilot, who is presumably from the Gage dynasty, is still alive, right? Doesn't the MTA prohibit experimentation on demigods?" Vase couldn't help but chuckle. He waved his arm towards the plasma sword. "What do you call this, then? Besides, the Gagers treated their expert pilot as experimental material first. I don't intend to do anything different. From the moment the head ceased to be treated as a person, it has become an object. The individual is already dead as far as I'm concerned. If the Mechers somehow disagree with my stance, they are free to come and take it away." In truth, he needed to determine how much of the expert pilot was left alive, but he seriously doubted that much was left. According to the inferences that he had made, the expert pilots who went on to donate their heads were already declining beforehand. The two mech designers moved on from this topic and talked about the other changes that should be made. The power of this ace mech level weapon was too much for an expert mech like the Everchanger. It was already certain that the power level had to be reduced in order to prevent it from burning too much energy at once. "How much do you want to reduce its power?" Vase curiously asked. "If you take too much away, there is hardly any reason to make use of the weapon anymore. Its damage potential must be significantly higher than the Heartsword to justify its use, but then you will have to worry about too much energy consumption. I will have to determine this when I obtain a better understanding on how this weapon works." Kedis replied. "I am in favor of trying my best to preserve its power. I absolutely agree that it needs to retain its power to pose enough of a threat against powerful enemies. This is also closer to how it is meant to be used. According to my analysis of the Neo Amadeus, the plasma sword was originally meant to be used as the ultimate solution to a damaged opponent. Its purpose is to quickly melt through whatever armor that is left and kill an ace pilot or other key target before the opposition has any time to retreat." "That makes sense. Chapter 4357 Attention and care. No serious incidents took place as Task Force Fury and the Golden Skull Alliance successfully departed from the Friday Coalition's sphere of influence. Just as the intelligence indicated, none of the coalition partners mustered up any forces to pursue the powerful attackers that had devastated Pima Prime. The surprise attack and the resulting devastation still provoked a lot of arguments, accusations, recriminations and grief among many people. The rivalry between the Fredaimon and the Hexers became stoked once again. The latter might have lost the Komodo War, but their overall strength in the Red Ocean was not weak. The Larkinson clan hardly took notice of the rising tension between the two archenemies. As the fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance finally split away from the ships of the Hex army, everything slowly appeared to go back to normal. The clansmen were already beginning to move beyond the previous operation and started to prepare for the Trailblazer expedition that should have started months ago according to the original schedule. The biggest priorities of the Larkinsons were to digest the huge amount of plunder and other gains from Operation Saturday Market while doing their best to recover their strength in the short term. Many different people and institutions in the clan were already doing their part to make up for the losses. The diligent Ovenbird became preoccupied with conducting emergency repairs on the broken combat carriers, most of which had to be towed by the capital ships in order to keep up with the fleet. The Larkinson Navy along with other relevant departments were contacting a slew of shipbrokers, ship wholesalers and shipbuilding companies to acquire as many carrier vessels as possible. The Larkinson clan's vastly improved reputation and recognition helped to open a lot of doors. The chances that the Larkinsons could obtain even more combat carriers than they originally started with became a lot higher due to their impressive performance in the previous battle. The repair work on damaged mechs and the production of replacement units proceeded without any issue. The clan excelled at working with mechs, so something had to go seriously wrong if it couldn't even replenish its mech casualties. The main fleet already stocked enough parts and materials to quickly produce enough mechs in-house. The Hammerworks manufacturing complex situated inside the Cat Nest had also been tasked with producing a lot of mechs, ship parts and other goods to facilitate the clan's restoration effort. Even the Larkinson clan's external partners such as Melman Advanced Systems had agreed to produce high-quality replacement parts to repair the Larkinson expert mechs that had incurred serious damage. It wasn't just the mechs and starships that were being fixed or replaced. The clan also put a lot of effort into meeting the needs of its own people. The soldiers and their families organized funerals and memorial services for the dead. Our journey through human space and beyond is a struggle. General Verl solemnly spoke as he stood in front of a row of coffins. Our clan never had it easy since it came into being. Each of us have joined it with the hope and expectation of reaching the top of human society, but society does not want us to rise above our station. The uniformed servicemen all stood still as their thoughts about their fallen comrades began to make way for thoughts about their future trajectory. Whether they are pirates, Fredaimon, Garleaners, Vulcanites or aliens, anyone might emerge one day and stand in our way. The only way for us to break this blockade is to fight the enemies that wish to drag us down. Many times we have succeeded, and many times we have paid the price for our defiance. This time is no different. We have bled, we have suffered, we have persevered. Let us honor those who made the ultimate sacrifice by remembering them. Each of them are heroes for contributing to the survival and prosperity of the rest of us. Remember their names. Remember, the mourning period was intense but short. As far as the clan was concerned, the living deserved a lot more attention than the dead. Funerals had become somewhat of a semi-regular routine to many clansmen, so the overall mood soon lightened up after the most immediate scars of the battle had begun to fade. The survivors also required a lot of attention. Those who sustained injuries in the previous battle all received the care they needed from the Larkinson Biotech Institute. People who received significant mental trauma began to step on the road of recovery. The Larkinson clan had inherited the belief of the old family that showering traumatized individuals with love and attention was the best way to make everything right. While this wasn't completely true, there were dedicated departments in the clan that closely monitored and controlled the interactions of potential problem cases. Janzi naturally fell under their gaze. It was extremely unhealthy for her to spend over half of her waking hours inside a secure storage compartment while pressing her body against the remnant head of the Shield of Samar. The Larkinsons pretty much dragged her listless body away from this dreary place and forced her to spend time with her husband Adenau and her son Mercer. She also had to attend therapy sessions in order to make sure she received professional help and guidance. "I love you, Mommy." A cute little boy sat on Janzi's lap and hugged his mother. I love you too, Mercer. A brittle smile appeared on Janzi's face as the overflowing love from her baby boy caused her to set aside her depressing thoughts. As the expeditionary fleet steadily left the Megare Middle Zone and returned to the Krakatoa Middle Zone, many other ships and fleets always made sure to keep their distance from the dangerous alliance. Different from last time, the Golden Skull Alliance were no longer considered to be one among many pioneering groups. The Larkinsons, glory seekers and especially the Crossers had shown that they could threaten entire colonies and potentially cause the downfall of entire colonial states. The colorful history of the Golden Skull Alliance only added to its intimidation factor. Its inexplicable involvement with the Vulcan Empire was particularly concerning as the once famous Dwarven state collapsed shortly afterwards. The Larkinsons gained a lot of confidence from these reactions. Their self-esteem and belief in their own strength and values rose significantly in the past few weeks. All of the mech pilots that had participated in the battle also experienced a lot of growth. So many of them had been rookies a month ago, but now that they had gone through a baptism of fire, they finally received the recognition they craved from the seasoned veterans of the Larkinson army. Venerable Imon, Lainey Larkinson stood up and saluted the new arrival. I didn't expect you to pay a visit to me. Please forgive the mess. The pilot-ready room was anything but a mess, but Lainey had become flustered as one of the heroes of the Larkinson clan stepped inside while she was completely unprepared. Venerable Imon casually waved her hand. Relax. This isn't a formal meeting or anything. I was in the neighborhood, so I just decided to stop by and find out how you are doing. You learned a lot from me, and I still recognize many echoes of my skills in your previous battle performance. That makes you my apprentice or student, I suppose. Anyway, what did you think of your first battle? It was exciting, Lainey honestly said. A few of the rookies among the avatars have lost their nerve due to the Battle of Pima Prime, but I'm not one of them. I only felt as if my time had finally come. I spent so much time growing up among the Larkinsons and hearing about different battles that I yearned to fight myself. From the moment I began to challenge different Fredaemon mechs, my blood pumped faster. I even had to hold back at times in order to prevent myself from getting too far ahead. Venerable Imon nodded in understanding. That is similar to how I felt during my first battles. We have trained for this for much of our lives. From our teenage years onwards, both of us spent many days training our skills and learning everything we needed to know about mechs and tactics to become useful on the battlefield. Now that you are finally able to fulfill your purpose, you probably look forward to the next battle, right? Lainey smiled. I guess so. I know it isn't entirely right for me to wish that our clan can get into a fight. People have died in the previous battle. Though I sympathize for those losses, that hasn't stopped me from looking forward to the next engagement. Am I a bad person for feeling this way? The expert pilot did not look surprised after he heard her admission. You are doing nothing wrong as far as I am concerned. We are both mech pilots and soldiers. Our main purpose is to fight and protect our people when needed. As long as your thoughts don't hinder you from doing so, then it is okay to look forward to battle. In my opinion, we need people who are eager to prove themselves like you in our ranks. If our Larkinson army has lost its drive, then our clan's future will come into doubt. The Red Ocean was rife with danger and turmoil. There was no way the Larkinson clan could make it as an independent power if it didn't possess the force and the willingness to use it to defeat its adversaries. The two mech pilots continued to talk for a while. Lainey asked numerous questions about how she should handle specific situations in battle, and Venerable Imon obliged by giving her answers or at least a few hints so she could figure out her own fighting style. Lainey also shared her thoughts about the battle and her place in the clan. No matter what silly matter she brought up, Imon spoke with utmost consideration for her well-being. Thank you for clarifying all of this to me, she said at the end of their fruitful session. I don't feel like I deserve all of this personal attention from an expert pilot like yourself. I'm already doing okay and there are many more mech pilots who could use your help. I know, but you are different, Lainey. Aside from the reasons that I mentioned at the start, I'm guiding you because I think you have potential to fight at my side one day. Huh, aren't you being too premature, Imon? No one can ever predict a breakthrough. You're normally right, but when I look at you, I see the makings of a great Larkinson mech pilot. Imon unabashedly said, I'm not even afraid of revealing my expectations to you for fear of ruining your mentality because I know you are strong enough to overcome such trivial matters. You bear a part of my power, so you should have also gained a portion of my potential. I am honored, sir. I will do my best to live up to your expectations. The girl solemnly spoke. Imon patted her shoulder in a friendly manner. Don't be in a hurry. You have only gone through a single real battle. You still have much to learn or experience before you know who you truly are on the battlefield. Make sure you survive the dangerous battles to come, but don't go too far and turn into a turtle. Fear never helps. The only way for you to surpass your limits is if you overcome hesitation and display true courage and valor on the battlefield. Only those who are willing to put your life on the line for your cause have the qualification to become larger than life. The young woman grew more eager to prove herself once again. Her fighting spirit rose as Imon's belief in her combat ability fueled her confidence. Chapter 4358. Starting from scratch. As the expeditionary fleet continued to advance towards Davut, the mech designers of the Larkinson clan engaged in plenty of work. The assistant mech designers who normally worked in the design labs had all been sent to the production halls and workshop to gain a lot of much-needed practical experience. The apprentice mech designers were the primary people responsible for drafting and executing the individual repair plans for each damaged mech. The journeyman mech designers mostly spent their time on repairing the damaged expert mechs as best as possible. Mechs such as the Dark Zephyr, the Riot, the First Sword, the Everchanger and the Promethea all spent a lot of time in the workshops. The Larkinson journeymen not only focused on restoring their battle effectiveness, but also improving it whenever possible. They had all studied the footage and data from the previous battle and came up with many small suggestions that could slightly make the expert mechs handle similar situations smoother next time. Though people such as Gloriana also developed more ambitious upgrades, all of this had to wait for later. Vase himself spent a moderate amount of time in the workshops as well. Though his contributions weren't impressive, his close contact with the expert mechs allowed them to assess their physical and spiritual states in great detail. He was especially interested in observing how much the living mechs had grown. The Battle of Pima Prime had sparked a lot of growth for both the expert pilots and their expert mechs. For example, the Dark Zephyr gained a more aggressive character while the Riot and the First Sword became more tightly integrated with Keelangso. To Vase, these were all signs that the living mechs learned from their previous experiences. They were actively evolving in directions that should allow them to perform better if used in the same ways as last time. Aside from studying his existing expert mechs, Vase also spent a lot of time on preparing for the Dullahan project. Though he was still obliged to spend time on numerous other design projects, the significance of this new expert mech design project was much greater to him as far as he was concerned. Vase diligently worked alongside Gloriana and Sarah Voikin to lay the groundwork for this crucial design project. They looked for new and powerful technologies to add to the reborn expert mech. They contacted Professor Benedict in order to borrow his expertise on expert mechs and energy transmission systems. They consulted with numerous development companies such as Melman Advanced Systems to help the Larkinsons develop custom transphasic parts and systems needed to ensure that the Dullahan project could keep up with the rapid advances in the mech industry. Vase even had a talk with Gloriana about how they became increasingly more dependent on external help. Why are we still forced to approach companies like Melman Advanced Systems and Morden Tech to obtain decent transphasic products? She confronted him while he had just settled down in the design lab. Because we don't have the expertise to design all of this stuff ourselves. He replied to her, many of us have studied phase water technology for multiple years, but all that allows us to do is serve as interns in these high-tech development companies. It will probably take at least a decade before any of us can reluctantly catch up to the lead developers of these powerful institutions, but by then the phase water experts have already made even greater progress. In short, our clan simply isn't strong in this area. It is not a mistake to turn to outsiders for help. Gloriana crossed her arms. It's been years since we started doing this, but we have come no closer to including this competence into our clan. Why haven't we bought out Melman Advanced Systems as of yet? We have lots of money and phase water at our disposal. Years ago, our clan was only able to enter into a trade agreement that allowed our clan to gain 7.75% ownership of Melman. Today, the LMC is not only earning record sums of profit, but our recent victory in Pima Prime has also tripled our reputation and prestige. Don't you think it is time we finish what we started and become the majority owner of Melman? It's not that simple, honey. Vase let out a tired breath. I've been wanting to take over Melman as well. But Professor Nahi Almar isn't stupid. She's an independent entrepreneur just like us and never wants to work under a boss. She cleverly tied multiple different large organizations and power blocks into her company by trading minority stakes to them as well. Melman has therefore become something akin to a semi-public institution that exists to serve the leading powers of Davut. Do you think that the rival shareholders will agree to let one of their own call all of the shots? The Larkinson clan initially managed to enter this exclusive club due to its willingness to offer a lot of phase water. Though the situation in the Krakatoa Middle Zone changed significantly in the years that followed, the Larkinson clan was always able to hang on to that 7.75% stake without issue. However, expanding it any further was out of the question. None of the shareholders of the successful and productive development company was stupid enough to trade short-term financial gain for a long-term loss in access to cutting-edge research and technological development. How do you propose to fix our situation, then? His wife pressed. Don't tell me we have no solution in the works. I don't want to end up in a situation where I have to approach you and ask the same question 30 years later. I swear I will divorce you and force our children to disown you if you still haven't done anything to remedy this problem. Vase quickly raised his palm. Don't be so hasty, Gloriana. We are working on it. The thing is that it will still take a lot of time for our plans to bear fruit. Tell me your supposed plan. Our clan has tried to approach an offer to buy out high-tech development companies for years. None of our attempts have succeeded, and it is foreseeable that nothing will change in the coming years and decades. This is why a few people including me came together and decided that it is better to start our own R&D institution from scratch. By building our own version of Melman Advanced Systems or Morden Tech, we can put our people in charge from the beginning while ensuring that we maintain absolute control over it. We don't have to argue with powerful owners and arrogant researchers who aren't inclined to give us the best possible service. His wife looked thoughtful after this. I like what you have just said. The only problem is that I have seen no sign of this company as of yet. Where is our new development company? Vase raised his palm and projected a document that detailed an ambitious new proposal. It doesn't exist yet. The reason for that is because we are still in the build-up stage. An important component to the plan is that we raise our own phase water specialists. With the help of the advanced textbooks and other knowledge on phase water and the technologies that can be derived from this substance, we have been able to set up advanced courses at our universities. Hundreds of clever young men and women have already overcome the initial hurdles and are on track to become our go-to people concerning our phase water needs. Gloriana did not look impressed. This will take forever. You know how difficult it is to master phase water technology. The two of us are already struggling with it. How can these students do any better? It will likely take 20, 40 or even 60 years before they become somewhat competent. I know that. I never intend for these kids to do more than performing assisting work. The key to activating our future Larkinson Advanced Research and Development Institute is to lure over senior researchers and developers that can lead its major projects. This is currently the most difficult part of the plan, but as long as our reputation and prestige continues to rise, I am confident enough that we will eventually gain the people that we need. Though the plan still sounded dubious to Gloriana, it at least had a higher chance of working out than the futile effort to take over a major development company outright. If it is people that we need, I can call up my contacts in the Hex Federation and stop. No Hexers. We need people who are fully prepared to commit to our clan. Too many Hexers can't let go of their loyalties to their own people and state. I have no problem with treating them as our allies, but it is a bit of a stretch to call them Larkinsons. His wife was already aware of this problem, so she did not persist any further. The Larkinson clan did not attract that much people despite its rising popularity because of one key reason. The clan demanded permanent loyalty and commitment from all of its recruits. Once they got in, they could forget about getting out unless they received an exception to the rules. The Larkinsons were quite upfront about this, but this was exactly the reason why they were struggling to recruit enough senior personnel. Those who accumulated a lot of knowledge, experience and awards were able to join a lot of companies. Few organizations were willing to turn away high-level specialists. Given that the Larkinson clan offered rich benefits but even stricter demands, it did not surprise Vase that not a single senior phase water expert had come. Just give it time, he told her. We expect that we will be able to recruit our first senior phase water expert in 5 to 10 years. The amount of people who possess the right skills is constantly growing with each passing month and year. Supply will eventually catch up to demand. Though his wife did not know whether this 5 to 10 year time frame was enough to allow this new R&D institute to take off, at least Vase was being proactive about this issue. I hope your plans work out, Vase. She eventually told him. If you still haven't been able to solve this problem all this time, then I will solve it in your stead regardless of your dislike of receiving help from hexers. Perhaps Vase should direct a little more time on this issue to keep his wife at bay. He did not want her to mess up this elaborate arrangement. Let's get back to planning our Dullahan project. There are still a lot of areas that we need to define. The married couple went back to fleshing out the draft design for the ambitious design project. Sourcing the advanced tech needed to develop a transphasic expert space knight was only one of many challenges. They also had to make sure that it functioned like an expert mech, which meant they needed the help of a senior or master in order to enable it to resonate with Venerable Janzi. Fortunately, Master Benedict was willing to cooperate in this project. Your project sounds to me. I am curious to see whether you can succeed in creating a true successor to the Shield of Samar. The older man answered over the comm. By the way, I heard you pulled out the head of the expert pilot that was integrated in the plasma sword. Do you have an existing use for it yet? If not, I can use it to implement the original version of an energy bridge into your new design. Vase slowly shook his head as he thought over this proposal. That won't be necessary, Master. Venerable Janzi would be horrified if she is piloting a mech that has literally integrated a human skull. The regular index system should be enough to give the Dullahan project an adequate boost. The former skull architect smirked. Are you sure about that? My index system may be the reason why I have succeeded in realizing my design philosophy, but at its heart it is nothing more than a pale imitation of what I initially accomplished with the Mars. The skull of an expert pilot is several times more effective than the artificial substitute that I have formulated out of many different exotics. Are you truly willing to forego a 100 to 200% increase in effectiveness because you are squeamish about a single skull? Wait, did you say 200% increase in effectiveness? Chapter 4359 Cut to size. Thank you for the offer, Master Benedict, but it isn't necessary for you to build an energy bridge out of the skull of an expert pilot. Vase eventually told the man over the comm. Venerable Janzi won't be able to fully embrace an expert mech that is partially made out of human remains. The head designer of the Cross clan looked disappointed. That is your prerogative. It is your mech and your skull, after all. Are you open to using it in another project, or does your clan have a more general objection to my special design solution? Vase briefly thought about the expert mech design projects that were about to go into the pipeline and found a suitable choice. One of our black cats has managed to advance to the rank of expert pilot in the last battle. Our clan intends to design an expert stealth mech in order to take full advantage of Venerable Zimro Belson's back ops background. Master Benedict looked intrigued again. Good choice. Stealth systems are troublesome due to their high energy consumption. It takes a great amount of power to hide a mech from most forms of detection. This problem is magnified when it comes to expert mechs because they also have to hide from the powerful intuition and other unique detection methods of expert pilots. The technical challenges to designing an effective expert stealth mech are so great that I am surprised that you are even thinking about starting this design project. Normally, the older man was right, but Vase just happened to gain a lot of knowledge related to stealth and cloaking technology recently. Combined with the fact that it wasn't necessary for him to develop a stealth system from the ground up, Vase was confident that his current competences should already be sufficient to design an expert stealth mech. We can take care of it, Vase told the master. We will be in touch with you. We still need to do a lot of prep work for all of our upcoming expert mech design projects. Understood. My assistance is always available, but you should take into account that I will likely employ different experimental variations of my index system and other design solutions in order to collect more varied data. The index system was so high-end and expensive that Master Benedict could only justify its use in high-ranking mechs. Every expert mech design project was a precious opportunity for him to develop his latest and most impressive innovation further. This was also why he easily agreed to help the Larkinsons design their next expert mechs. With that taken care of, the Larkinson journeymen involved in the Dullahan project continued to flesh out the draft design. The work wasn't that exciting, to be honest. It involved a lot of reading, a lot of talking to different people, and a lot of difficult puzzles. They also had to check in with Venerable Janzi from time to time in order to ensure that she still agreed with the direction of the Dullahan project. Vase had to be quite diplomatic at times in order to convince her to back the more radical design choices. Though Vase wanted to progress the Dullahan project faster, he knew that such an important and significant endeavor couldn't be rushed. The more thorough he and his fellow journeymen prepared for the project, the smoother it would proceed after its formal start. Compared to the relative calm of the Dullahan project, Kedis was having a lot more fun tinkering with the plasma sword. The high-tech weapon contained many different marvels of human technology. As it was the first true melee plasma weapon that the Swordmaster came in touch with, she eagerly studied its design and its many technological solutions in case she needed to design her own plasma weapon one day. When Vase entered the workshop where Kedis was doing her work, she happily hummed as she carefully replaced one set of circuitry for another set in an attempt to reduce the power of the weapon. "Have you made a lot of progress, Kedis?" "I did," she said as she continued to go about her work. "I removed that skull and everything that was supporting it a few days ago. I've tried my best to keep the ensemble intact so that the guy is still alive, but I would prefer it if you can take that horror show away as soon as possible. While I have seen my fair share of disgusting sights, this one is truly awful. I still can't understand why a mech designer from a proper state like the Friday Coalition can bring himself to engage in human experimentation of this nature." Vase nonchalantly shrugged. "The mech industry isn't as clean and proper as we all wish. Normally, it's the biotech industry that is known for engaging in a lot of illegal and dangerous experimentation, but in my personal experience the mech industry isn't that far behind. Whenever there is a temptation to break the rules, someone will most certainly cross the line for one reason or another. It's human nature. We all have the desire to progress faster, push greater limits and bet on a big payoff that might not even exist." His former student briefly paused her work in order to give him a deep glance. "I'm sure you know all about this temptation." "I do," Vase plainly admitted. There was no need for him to hide his true nature in front of one of his most trusted comrades. "What makes me different is that most of my bets pay off, if not always in the way I intended. Much of my research and design work is based on bold conjectures and radical ideas. There is no getting around the fact that I need to rely on my judgment in order to ensure that I am continuing to progress my design philosophy. The Dullahan project is a good example of that. If I don't force myself to be more proactive, Gloriana will most definitely surpass me and advance to senior first. And that is a bad development in your eyes. It will be doomsday for me, my pride and my status in the clan." Kedis chuckled after she heard this. "Of course you would say that. Could you explain to me again why you decided to marry Gloriana?" He coughed. "Anyway, I'm interested in your plan for the plasma sword. What kind of weapon are you turning it into? I have the impression that you intend to do more to it than removing its controversial element and reducing its power level." "That's correct. I've uploaded a version of this weapon to the MSTS and asked my man to wield the simulated version in various battle scenarios. I've made detailed observations on how Joshua and the Everchanger has handled the sword and concluded that it needs to be shortened in order to work." "Oh," Kedis waved at the length of the giant blade. "The plasma sword was originally designed to be the primary armament of an ace mech. The Neo Amadeus is a dedicated melee mech that possesses much greater physical might than the Everchanger. Saint Jeremiah Gage is also an impressive swordmaster who can truly harness the potential of many different blades. This plasma sword may be on the larger side, but Jeremiah can wield it as smooth and easy as if it was a combat knife. Joshua on the other hand, he's not good enough to maintain control over such a long weapon. Is that what you are trying to say? It will be difficult for him to master the weapon if its mass and dimensions remain the same." Kedis admitted. "The Everchanger is slightly smaller and possesses a lot less physical strength than the Neo Amadeus. Even though you might think that a weapon that relies on the power of plasma to cut through obstacles shouldn't be heavy, the truth is quite different. It needs to be even denser and tougher than normal in order to protect its more delicate internal components." Vase wanted to scratch his head. "Okay, I can understand the need to downsize the sword. Do you need any help with this or can you complete this modification yourself?" "I can take care of it. There aren't a lot of electronic components on the upper half of the blade. Most of the tech is concentrated towards the hilt. It should only take a few days for me to cut the appropriate length. After that, it won't take much longer for me to complete my initial work. While I prefer to overhaul this powerful weapon more extensively, I want to respect the intentions of the original designer as closely as possible." "That is a noble sentiment. How powerful will the weapon be after you have made all of the changes?" "In Joshua's hands, I expect it to be able to exceed the Heartsword by at least 3 or 4 times. Kedis claimed. "Of course, that only applies as long as the plasma sword is fed with power and isn't being used against an enemy that is resistant against energy damage." That was better than Vase expected. The Everchanger could already deal a decent amount of damage with its current mech sword. Once it had access to the altered plasma sword, the expert hero Mech should be able to become a considerably stronger combat asset. It might even be able to overtake the likes of the Dark Zephyr and the Amaranto in terms of kill count. His only regret was that Kedis clearly did not intend to allow the plasma sword to be wielded by any mounted wargear loadout, but it wasn't as if the Titan V project urgently needed its power. The meat suit was already dangerous enough in its current configuration. So what do you think of the use of plasma swords in general? Are you open to equipping a part of your swordsman mechs with this weapon type in the future? Kedis pressed her lips. I don't know. I am genuinely conflicted. Let's say that I am more open to the idea than before. Personally, I still prefer to design swordsman mechs that are armed with good old-fashioned metal blades, but if I want to master swordsman mechs to the fullest, I need to be more open-minded towards alternatives. I don't think I will work with plasma swords anytime soon, though. They are way out of the typical design budget of a standard mech. Vase nodded. He understood the cost of such a weapon just as well. The increased lethality of the current plasma sword compared to the Everchanger's current melee weapon was a good example of why the difference in cost was so massive. Performance always had a price. What about your next design projects? He asked. I'm sure the previous battle must have inspired you a lot. I certainly gained a lot of new ideas. Do you have any promising new ideas that you want to turn into reality? Kedis smiled. I do. I did get a lot of inspiration from the last battle. Seeing the swordsman mech of our clan as well as the sundered phalanx in action has made me more aware of all of their strengths and limitations. I'm actually interested in designing a swordsman mech that employs an energy weapon of sorts. You mean a plasma sword or similar? Not exactly. Kedis shook her head. I have my eyes on a mech that wields a sword that is less advanced but can still produce a similar effect. There are lots of different technologies available to us. I am convinced that there is suitable tech out there that can allow me to design a more practical version of a swordsman mech that is armed with an energy weapon. I believe such a mech will definitely have a place in our clan. Keep me informed. I'm interested to learn what sort of weapon you choose to pair your new mech design with. Just make sure it is powerful enough that destructive potential can be raised in the future. Chapter 4360 Scarlet Ember. Papa Tilda. Auralia ran up to Vase, who subsequently lifted up his playful little girl. Who's a good girl? Who has been a good girl today? Me. His first daughter giggled and insisted. The proud father showered his daughter with kisses and continued to cuddle with her for a while. Work eventually took priority though, so he reluctantly put her down and sent her off to the other kids who were playing with animated beast dolls. Whoosh! Roar! My dragon is the strongest! Marvane exclaimed as he lifted up a cute and squishy cartoon dragon. The toy flapped its wings and released harmless vapor from its maw in a failed attempt to look ferocious. Nah, my phase whale is stronger. Kyrian Larkinson insisted. Joshua and Katiz's son threw up a baby blue whale toy in the air. The chubby and adorable phase whale proceeded to fly and flip around before ending back in its owner's hands. The girls were having a good time as well. They brought their own animated plushies and proceeded to hold a tea party for them at a little table. Myra Larkinson, Kyrian's younger sister, hosted the tea party and commanded her astral beast toy to grab the pot with its massive mouth and pour a bit of tea in everyone's tiny cup. This is for you, this is for you and this is for you, hi. Meanwhile, Lucky was lying on the deck while groaning in pain. Weeks had gone by as the gem cat still hadn't been able to digest everything he had eaten during his trip to the surface of Pima Prime V. Meow, Meoo, Meoowww. Though his pain had toned down to an extent, the cat's internals still needed to work overtime to process a huge amount of raw and refined materials. Meow Tilda, Clixie laid by Lucky's side and kept watch over him while swishing her slender tail. The Rubarthan sentinel cat occasionally leaned forward to lick Lucky's face, but otherwise did nothing at all to help the mechanical cat cope with his ordeal. The surroundings briefly lit up as Goldie suddenly materialized above Lucky. The ancestral spirit curiously sniffed and poked her father, only to find out once again that she could do nothing to soften the pain. Nya, meow. Goldie soon became preoccupied with other matters as Clixie exerted her small but growing spirituality before pouncing on her daughter. Soon, the two cats began to play and wrestle against each other while completely disregarding the suffering compatriot. Vase swept his glance across the entire compartment. The entire observation center seemingly turned into a daycare center today. Kedis originally wanted to conduct an initial test of the reformed plasma sword. She had worked long hours to undo certain additions, reduce the length of the blade, rework a lot of complicated electrical components and modify the shape of the grip to better accommodate the hands of the Everchanger. However, she hadn't been spending enough time with her kids as of late, so she decided to bring them along so that she could keep a closer eye on them. Vase happened to bring his own kids along, which gave them an opportunity to play with each other. "Are you excited today?" Vase asked the woman who was fiddling with a control panel. "I am," Kedis replied with a smile. "I made sure to preserve as much of the power of the Scarlet Ember while toning down its excessive energy consumption. I am certain that I have struck a good balance with the weapon. This test should make it clear that the Everchanger doesn't have to resort to an oversized mounted wargear loadout in order to slay other expert mechs." The Swordmaster had registered a new name for the plasma sword, thereby marking it as a weapon of the Larkinson clan as opposed to the Gage dynasty. It took a few more minutes for the focal point of this testing session to emerge in space. The Everchanger piloted by Venerable Joshua easily flew into space while wielding its rifle as well as its new high-tech sword in its hands. While the Larkinsons had no intentions of testing the Vitulus rifle today, the Everchanger still held it in one of its hands to see how well the expert mech was able to handle its weapon under realistic conditions. Kedis had paid great attention to trying to match the mass, dimensions and balance of the plasma sword as closely to the Heartsword as she could. Though she didn't always succeed in her aim, she had done just enough for Joshua to quickly adjust to the characteristics of his new weapon. Currently, the plasma sword was in its deactivated state, which meant that it currently looked like a dull metal rod. The weapon hardly exuded any threat in its inactive state. That soon changed as Venerable Joshua activated the sword. The Everchanger soon experienced an additional power draw as a dangerous red plasma edge appeared along the length of the metal rod. The Scarlet Ember was finally ready for business. "How is your mech doing, Joshua?" Kedis asked her husband over the communication channel. "The Everchanger is doing fine so far. It can handle the load. It's not much different from firing my Luminaire crystal rifle." "That is good to hear. Please keep in mind that the Scarlet Ember might demand more out of your expert mech over the course of this testing session." "I know, Kedis. Let's start by putting you and your mech up against a series of practice targets." Dozens of target dummies appeared into space. Most practice targets were made out of salvaged remains of mechs, and this time was no different. The Larkinsons had specifically used up a lot of debris from the previous battle to create target dummies that featured comparable defensive properties to actual mechs. Of course, the mixed material composition of the dummies also caused them to look like trash. No one bothered to homogenize their exteriors or apply a coating to their surfaces because they were all destined to perish anyway. Venerable Joshua first tried to resonate with the Scarlet Ember, and found that it was a bit difficult for him to establish a good connection with the reformed plasma sword. "I can't resonate that well with my new weapon yet," he told the observing mech designers. "It's like having switched from a close partner to a complete stranger. What is worse is that the Scarlet Ember still feels like it originally belonged to another pilot. A part of it is still rejecting my presence." Vase did not look surprised after hearing this remark. The Scarlet Ember used to be one of the three primary weapons of the Neo Amadeus. It has spent months if not years in the company of an ace pilot. Saint Jeremiah Gage has baptized it with his incredible willpower for an unknown amount of time. While his influence on the weapon has definitely improved all of its properties and most notably its hardness, it has also made the weapon more exclusionary towards other high-ranking mech pilots. "I can definitely feel that from this weapon," Joshua said. "I'm trying my best to get along with it, but it's like I'm trying to befriend a Fredaimon whose fellow soldiers have just slaughtered. It is actively resisting my efforts to resonate with it. The only reason why I am able to produce a result at all is because I'm stronger, but the longer I do this, the sooner I'll exhaust my willpower." Vase and Kedis shared a brief glance. They already accounted for this possibility. They also knew that it would have been worse if the plasma sword was still in its original form. The presence of the head of the expert pilot alone would have produced an intense backlash if Joshua forcefully resonated with the twisted, living weapon. This was also why Kedis insisted on removing this troublesome element from the start. It was a necessary condition to allow an enemy of the Gage dynasty to make use of the plasma sword. "I'm sure you can find a way to get along with your new sword." Vase spoke without concern. "For now, we just want to record the baseline data of the Scarlet Ember. It doesn't matter too much if you can't channel a lot of true resonance into the weapon. Its technological capabilities more than make up for this temporary shortcoming. I think you are vastly overestimating my ability to get along with others." This sword hates my guts. The Everchanger quickly approached the nearest dummies and slashed at it with the plasma sword. Nothing much seemed to have happened, but that was what made the power of the weapon so incredible. The Scarlet Ember managed to burn and melt through all of the solid metal without too much hindrance in a single swing. The Everchanger didn't even have to exert that much mechanical power to run the blade through the practice dummy. Excellent. Let's repeat that a few more times, Joshua. Make sure to employ different sword attacks at each target dummy. The Everchanger proceeded to demolish a dozen more dummies with ease. Each of them were made out of broken pieces of armor plating and other parts taken from hardy mechs like the Modal Firmament or the Favored Sons. While the first sword should have been able to cut through regular mechs with similar ease, the Everchanger would have struggled to sustain this pace due to its weaker strength. All of that no longer applied now that the Scarlet Ember came into the picture. Okay, that's enough. Let's see how well your new weapon is able to handle a more serious weapon. We have invited the perfect practice partner to see how well you can leverage its power against an expert mech. Much to Joshua's surprise, a powerful machine emerged from the Cross Clan's fleet and quickly blazed its way to the testing area. Soon enough, it arrived in front of the Everchanger. The powerful Saint Kingdom surrounding the Ace Mech had already begun to suppress Joshua's weaker force of will. That's not an expert mech. Oh, I forget. Let me rein myself in. Patriarch Reginald spoke. The Mars soon became a lot less intimidating as Reginald did his best to reduce his resonance with the Ace Mech. This was a difficult task considering that the two shared a close and permanent connection with each other. In the end, the Mars maintained a state where the next test could finally proceed. Hit me all you want. Reginald plainly told Joshua, my Mars can take it all. It is one thing if Jeremiah Gage was using that sword of yours, but now that it has ended up in your hands, I don't feel any threat anymore. Though his words were harsh, they still rang true. That didn't stop Joshua from getting a little angry. Are you sure about that, sir? Your Mars is still not in a healthy shape. The Cross Clan had performed a lot of emergency repairs on the Ace Mech, allowing it to restore a lot more battle effectiveness. However, it was clear that the Mars still needed to undergo more extensive repairs to bring it back to its peak condition. Don't worry about it, Joshua. My Mars can still rush your puny machine in its current state. Just hit me already, if you say so, sir. Don't complain if you can't take my attacks. His expert mech boldly approached the Mars while swinging the Scarlet Ember. The shrunken but much more concentrated domain field of the Mars easily resisted the attack, but the release of so much heat and light indicated that the blow could have dealt serious damage to a weaker target. Ha ha ha, that's the spirit. Patriarch Reginald reacted with a bit of excitement. Your Everchanger looks like a baby version of the Neo Amadeus right now. You hit harder than all of the other expert mechs in our fleet aside from the Amaranto. That was a genuine compliment even if it did not sound so flattering to Joshua. How would you rate the damage of the previous attack, Reginald? Vase asked. The Everchanger probably needs to attack a few more times before the resonance shield of a low-tier expert mech can't take it anymore. A mid-tier expert mech can probably resist 8 to 12 attacks of this kind before it loses its resonance shield as well. I think that it can go through their armor a lot easier. That was an excellent result. The raw power of the Ace Mech grade weapon was still formidable. Even an ordinary mech could threaten an expert mech with its hot blade as long as it was able to supply enough energy. Chapter 4361 Post-Living Mech, wow. So cool, Marvane said as he stared admiringly at the projection showing the Everchanger swinging its powerful new plasma sword at the Mars. The other kids gathered around to observe the ongoing testing session as well. They were too young to understand the destructive potential of the two amazing mechs and their weapons, but the incredible light show and release of energies intuitively allowed them to understand that ordinary mechs could not possibly handle all of this power. My mech will definitely be more powerful one day, Andraste boasted. Nah, my mech will be stronger than yours, Kyrian insisted. Their parents also became impressed at the results so far. The evaluations given by Patriarch Reginald were encouraging. As a former expert pilot, he deeply understood how much damage a typical expert mech could endure. Ordinarily, the resonance shields of expert mechs could withstand a lot more blows. This always made it tedious to overcome the initial defensive layer of a powerful machine. The Scarlet Ember was not a typical weapon for an expert mech, so it did not follow the rules of one. This was exactly why the Larkinsons were so willing to convert this foreign weapon into their own asset. This is just the start. Vase reminded everyone, Once Venerable Joshua is able to turn the Scarlet Ember into a friend, he should be able to resonate with it with much greater ease, which means its damage amplification will become a lot higher. This would probably take years. For now, the Larkinsons were more interested in the new weapon's inherent power. Not only was its power level still high despite the latest adjustments, the plasma sword also possessed transphasic properties, though not as much as the Neo-Amadeus destroyed transphasic sword. The Scarlet Ember still had enough transphasic qualities to mitigate the effects of transphasic armor systems, and that was what mattered the most. The Everchanger managed to give the Mars a powerful massage due to all of these factors, but the expert mech soon stopped. Joshua gave a warning. My expert mech has already run through half of its energy reserves. Vase frowned. That was quick. Shall we proceed with the final test, Kedis? The woman nodded. Joshua, let's skip the following tests and go right to the end. Activate the Amadeus mode of your new weapon and strike the Mars a final time. Alright, from the moment Joshua activated this new mode, the Scarlet Ember's red plasma edge began to grow hotter and brighter. Its glow even turned from red to white. Many sensors detected a substantial surge in power as the plasma sword quickly reached its original level of power. The Everchanger couldn't sustain this extreme state for long, so it quickly lunged forward and slashed towards the Mars as if it was flinging a miniature sun. A larger and more dramatic eruption of light and heat took place as the Mars finally had to put a bit more effort into resisting the attack. As the sensors managed to obtain clearer readings again, the Mars looked as unruffled as ever. The Everchanger on the other hand had already switched off the Scarlet Ember in order to avoid dwindling its remaining energy reserves entirely. The expert mech could still fight for a minute or two if necessary, but Joshua did not want to burden his living mech any further. Though Patriarch Reginald's Saint Kingdom was still as strong as ever, those with more discerning eyes could see that it had actually destabilized to a tiny extent. Of course, Reginald quickly remedied this imperfection, but it was already notable that the Everchanger was able to put the Mars under slight pressure given the amazing power disparity between the two masterwork mechs. Interesting, Vase murmured as he continued to focus on the Mars as opposed to the Everchanger and its new weapon. The power of the Scarlet Ember increased by 3 to 4 times. However, the energy it consumed was at least an order of magnitude greater. The Amadeus mode is an extremely inefficient option. Kedis nodded. The Amadeus mode is nothing more than restoring the power setting of the Scarlet Ember to its original parameters. This is how powerful the plasma sword used to be when it was wielded by the Neo-Amadeus. It's not a surprise that the late Saint Jeremiah Gage wielded this sword after he expended his first 2 ones. The plasma weapon is just too hungry for energy. It was definitely designed to function as a finisher, and that is also why I made sure to program this extra feature. The amazing damage potential of that final attack had not reached the standard of an ace mech, but definitely surpassed a serious blow from a high-tier expert mech. The price to launch the attack was incredibly high, but the results reluctantly made it worth it as long as it was used in the right conditions. It will be better in the future. Vase predicted. Joshua will experience a lot of growth in the coming decades. Our clan will also be able to gain access to better and more expensive energy cells that can vastly improve the Everchanger's energy reserves. By then, the Everchanger can fully showcase the value of the Scarlet Ember. I bet the power of its most serious attack will finally be able to reach the standard of an ace mech. Before, Vess's only hope of being able to launch an attack of this magnitude was to wait for Venerable Davia Stark and the Amaranto to grow up further. Now, the Larkinsons had another option, which significantly relieved a lot of pressure. The Mars handled itself quite well through this session. It's as if it is still in a pristine state. Vase actually paid attention to more than just the Scarlet Ember and the Everchanger today. His second goal for this testing session was to observe and assess the current state of the Mars. That was why he became so pleased when Patriarch Reginald agreed to help the Larkinsons test the performance of the reformed plasma sword. Not only would Vase be able to figure out the capabilities of the sword, but he would also be able to see how the Mars fared after a few weeks of servicing and after it had settled down as a post-living mech. Post-living mech. That was how he decided to call the current state of the Mars. The ace mech no longer possessed its own independent personality and consciousness after Reginald murdered the life and turned the powerful machine into his own incarnation through sheer willpower. The fact that the Mars retained possession of nearly all of the qualities of a living mech aside from the aspect that Vase cared about the most made it both alive and dead. He had struggled to figure out whether the Mars leaned more towards alive and dead, but never managed to make up his mind. He eventually settled for the term, post-living mech, because it signified that the Mars was still a living mech in a sense, but had also moved beyond its traditional definition. Regardless, becoming a post-living mech did not make the Mars any weaker. In fact, it was the opposite. The complete harmony and lack of resistance from the damaged but powerful Ace Mech meant that Reginald felt a lot more comfortable in his current vessel. Vase wasn't the only person who noticed how easily the Mars resisted a power attack that could have dealt much more devastating damage against another target. The Mars is still as unbeatable to us as ever. Ketties sighed. If not even the Scarlet Ember in its Amadeus mode can change that, then it will take a long time before our expert mechs can pose a serious threat against any Ace Mech. Vase sighed but nodded in agreement. The pilot is just as important as the mech and equipment. The expert mechs of our clan are already substantially more powerful than the pilots they are partnered with. The gap between the power of the expert pilot and the expert mech has only grown even wider in this case. Joshua and the Everchanger are like kids trying their best to swing around a massive greatsword like your Bloodsinger. Even if they can barely lift up the weapon, that is different from being able to wield it proficiently. The Mars was powerful not just because of its amazing tech and materials, but also because it was paired with an extremely powerful mech pilot. Reginald was able to match its strength a lot better. As long as Master Benedict continued to upgrade the Mars with newer tech and better parts in the future, he could ensure that the disparity between pilot and mech would never grow too wide. It's not cost-effective to upgrade the Everchanger any further at this stage. Vase concluded, it costs a disproportionate amount of money to give our expert mechs a boost comparable to this. It's fine if we can plunder powerful weapons from our enemies without paying any money, but if we want to improve our mechs any further, we will have to spend hundreds of thousands of MTA credits at the very least, and likely more if we want to obtain more serious improvements. Ketties agreed with his sentiment. Let's wait for Joshua and the rest to grow stronger. In any case, my husband is lucky enough to be paired with a masterwork expert mech, so his growth rate is considerably higher than average. This was the easiest way to resolve the problem facing him and his expert mech. Once his resonance strength reached the standard of a mid-tier expert mech, it might be viable to upgrade the Everchanger into a high-tier expert mech. Let's wrap this up, Ketties. In the end, both Vase and Ketties got what they wanted out of this testing session. Ketties confirmed that her husband and his expert mech gained the power to fight against a high-tier expert mech. To be honest, the young wife and mother harbored a lot of concerns about Joshua's performance and ability to survive on the battlefield. His marksmanship was quite good, but his swordsmanship was too basic in her professional eyes. If his Everchanger ever fought against a threat comparable to that of the Shockshell, the Scorpion Commando or the Star of Liberation, she did not want Joshua to suffer a worse fate than that of Janzi. The addition of a single powerful weapon did not entirely relieve her concerns, but she at least gained a lot more peace of mind. Vase was happy for the same reasons, but he also became slightly more worried about the excellent performance of the Mars. Turning it into a post-living mech did not hinder its growth and evolution at all. Vase could already foresee that the Mars in its current makeup would continue to grow at a brisk pace under the influence of its powerful pilot. In fact, Vase expected Reginald and the Mars to grow even faster than before because the fit between the two had increased by a considerable margin. The more Reginald succeeded, the more his actions repudiated Vase's design philosophy, if at least partially. If Vase wanted to defend his ideology and prove that his design philosophy still held value as mech pilots ascended up the ranks, then he needed to produce a game-changing result with the Dullahan project. He could never allow post-living mechs to gain superiority over more classical living mechs. Maybe, the answer lies in creating a fourth-order living mech. Vase speculated. Third-order living mechs were unprecedentedly aware, intelligent and alive, but they didn't actually grant that much of a performance boost to their frames. Mechs such as the Quint were still standard mechs if Vase overlooked all of its special effects. The only reason why it was stronger than a typical Bright Warrior was because he and his clan had upgraded its physical parts several times over the years. The fact that it was a third-order living mech of considerable strength hardly played a role in elevating its specs beyond their technical baselines. Vase saw hope in producing a qualitative difference when he saw that weapons such as the Scarlet Ember and mechs such as the Neo Amadeus and the Mars became stronger through the process known as willpower baptism. If the spiritual strengths of fourth-order living mechs became strong enough, would they be able to baptize their physical frames with their power as well? Chapter 4362 Unique Advantage. Nothing more exciting happened during the return trip. Testing the new Scarlet Ember for the Everchanger was the most visible gain the Larkinson clan had made from its participation in Operation Saturday Market. Of course, the Larkinsons also gained in many other ways. They just weren't as obvious and impactful. A good example would be phase water. Aside from extracting varying amounts of phase water from the broken wrecks salvaged from the battlefield, the Larkinsons also managed to plunder small quantities of pure phase water from Pima Prime V. After several weeks of sorting out the loot and carefully processing the less usable salvage with advanced machinery, the clan finally obtained a tally of how much phase water it had added to its vault. 37.2 kilograms. Gavin Newman informed Vase during a morning briefing. That is how much pure and readily usable phase water our clan has collected from the previous battle. There are still numerous broken expert mechs with transphasic parts that we can still send to the graveyard in order to recycle their materials, but don't expect too much change. It is much easier to put phase water into a component than to take it out again. I've been told that the method of extraction mastered by our clan is not the most efficient, so there is a lot of waste. Vase knew enough about phase water to understand that this was natural. Perhaps the big two and the first-rate superstates could increase the yield to 80, 90 or even 100%, but that tech was far out of his reach. It's nice to earn a large chunk of phase water from a single operation. He smiled in satisfaction. I hope we can obtain many more kilograms of this stuff once we embark on our Trailblazer expedition. The aliens should have accumulated a lot of phase water throughout their long reign in their own territories. There are also many opportunities to quickly harvest phase water from untouched reserves. Gavin noted, there are already stories about lucky pioneers finding undiscovered deposits that the local alien species haven't been able to detect due to their inferior tech. The chances of that happening should be low, and we don't have the time to stay too long in any single star system. We might as well sell the information to other pioneers in order to earn a quick reward. That is indeed a worthwhile trade. Phase water was extremely precious, and even information about any significant deposits of this rare substance was worth a fortune. Do you have any other relevant news to report concerning the plunder that we have collected, Benny? There is nothing further that requires your attention. We have already sorted out the majority of the salvage and loot and have already found buyers for most of it. We expect to earn at least million MTA credits and likely more than that soon after we return to Davut and dump our excess cargo. If you want to buy something valuable from the port system, this would be the time to conclude a deal. It will be a lot more risky and expensive to order high-value goods from Davut after this. The cost of shipping is prohibitively expensive. There were plenty of cases in the frontier where an isolated pioneering fleet needed to order specialized mining machines or urgently needed high-quality parts to repair their damaged expert mechs. Strong shipping companies had already come into being as a result. They either formed a huge fleet that encompassed thousands of mechs or employed the fastest courier vessels available that were equipped with excellent superdrives. Regardless of their setup, their services were surprisingly reliable, but their prices had reached the level of extortion. Gavin thoughtfully reminded Vase to avoid hoarding money. Aside from giving the Larkinson clan a large reserve of cash that could tide them over a crisis, it wasn't actually doing anything to strengthen the expeditionary fleet. Vase could earn money through many means, but he only had a single life, and so did the rest of his clansmen. He already started to think on how he should spend his windfall. 1 million MTA credits is an astronomical sum. Vase mused. Do you know that the mechers and fleeters only earn hundreds of MTA or CFA credits a month? Of course, they have access to countless free benefits and they also have easier ways to earn merits, but the money that we have earned already makes us superior to first-raters in a sense. Gavin shook his head. He didn't agree with this notion. There is more to status than money, boss. You could be 10 or even 100 times richer and still be inferior to those first-raters. I still envy them a lot even though I am doing well in our clan. There is no need to feel this way. The fact that we are able to earn so much money shows that we are slowly closing the gap. Our clan will become so strong in a century that it will be unrecognizable to ourselves. In fact, I could have never imagined we would have leapt so far when I initially founded our clan. Vase was becoming increasingly more hopeful that his clan would continue to grow rapidly in the coming decades. It might not even take a century for the Larkinson clan to formally transition into a first-class organization. It was with great optimism that the Golden Skull Alliance finally completed its journey back to Davut. The busy port system hardly looked any different compared to when the Larkinsons and their allies left the place. Of course, a lot of locals and visitors showed a lot more respect towards the returning victors. Though the Golden Skull Alliance didn't actually make any strong commitments to the future state centered around this region, many people considered it to be a power that was rooted in Davut. As such, the clear and overwhelming victory attained by the alliance turned into an achievement that everyone in Davut took pride in. Even foreigners who came from other regions began to take the locals more seriously. This was a rather silly phenomenon to Vase. He paid no attention to all of the incoming messages and gifts that many different people and groups had sent to the Larkinson clan since the main fleet's return. The only instances where he paid more attention was if the other parties offered material help to the clan. The Larkinson clan engaged anyone who was willing to open new trade channels or opportunities to obtain more starships with much more enthusiasm. The willingness of the Larkinsons to engage with local businesses in this manner gave the powers rooted in the port system an even greater degree of confidence that the clan was firmly in their camp. Much to the disappointment of both the Larkinsons and their enthusiastic trading partners, Vase didn't intend to stick around for too long. He not only desired to set off on his trailblazer expedition before he entertained any second thoughts, he also wanted to maximize his chances of finding Lord Pyrion Yorick Tavik. The good news was that no one publicized any indication that the missing pioneer had been found. The bad news was that the chances that the Golden Skull Alliance would find any trace of him were slim to none. Already, lots of different pioneers were combing through the border region between Krakatoa and Zelmer. A lot more greedy and ambitious pioneers have ventured to the border region than I predicted. Calabast told Vase after he requested her to update him on the situation. Though there are no solid numbers available, we can infer that over 1,000 human fleets are roaming around in the border regions. The vast majority of them come from second-class powers, but there is also a small but extremely dangerous minority of fleets dispatched by first-class powers. Vase frowned. He did not have much to fear from second-raters, but first-raters were another story. Even if the Mars was strong enough to compete against regular first-class mechs in a head-on clash, it was anything but simple to make enemies out of groups that were older, wealthier and more connected than the Larkinson clan. Will it be risky for us to proceed to this place? Vase inquired. There are always risks, Vase. The dangers we may face are greater than before, but the opportunities are also great. I'm not so sure about that, Calabast. I'm fine with paying a visit to this border region if it only attracted half as much traffic, but this is starting to turn into a spectacle. I'm sure that more and more pioneering fleets will come as time goes by, so the chances that we enter into hostilities with a third party will continue to increase. Meanwhile, our chances of earning a big reward will dwindle even further. The black-clad spymaster understood the situation just as well as Vase. In fact, she possessed an even greater comprehension of all of the chaos that had descended on the border region. Despite knowing how many pioneering fleets had already fallen or left in disgrace, Calabast still did not give up on this initiative. Her lips curled into a smirk. Before you hesitate any further, let me remind you that our chances of success are far greater than anyone else's. While it is true that the risks are great, your assessment on how likely it is that we are able to find Lord Pyrion Yorick Tavik is seriously flawed. This is because we possess an advantage that just happens to be perfect for missing person cases. Oh, what is this killer solution that you are talking about? The fact that you don't have a clue shows that you are still letting your biases override your good sense. Calabast snorted. It's the great prophet. Have you forgotten all about your favorite robed friend Ilvain? Ilvain is not my friend. He's a design spirit, I think. Even though Vase said that, he already began to think about whether he could leverage Ilvain's predictive capabilities to succeed where thousands of other pioneers have failed. He suddenly found out that this was a viable option as long as Lord Pyrion didn't possess any weird or special protection against spiritual prediction abilities. Vase paused and concentrated his mind for a moment. He directly made contact with Ilvain and silently inquired whether it was possible for the design spirit to find the individual in question. The response made him satisfied. Well, Vase, we can do it. Vase grinned as he relaxed his mind and opened his eyes again. There are too many light years between Davut and the border region, so Ilvain isn't powerful enough to lock onto our mission objective's coordinates. However, the design spirit told me that it should be possible for him to sense the vague direction of the missing lordling as long as we reach the approximate region. The closer we get to the fellow, the more precisely Ilvain can determine the direction. You see now, Vase, we can succeed where many others can only fail. The only factor that is working against us is time. The more we are delayed, the greater the chance that Lord Pyrion will suffer a mishap, or worse, is found by one of our many rivals. We need to hurry up and depart as soon as possible. You don't need to remind me. It shouldn't take more than a few days to conclude all of our outstanding trades and such. The only interesting transaction that Vase was interested in was how he planned to spend a huge portion of the windfall profits generated from selling so much loot. Though the Larkinson clan already invested a lot of money on additional spare parts for its expert mechs and such, Vase could still splurge on other powerful goodies. Vase didn't know whether he should invest the money in high-grade exotics, powerful mech equipment or high-end ship modules. He could even use his money to buy stock in several important companies that the Larkinson clan might want to develop a long-term partnership with. The benefits from these investments weren't much at first, but that would certainly change in the future. Chapter 4363 Super Devices. The Larkinson clan along with its allies earned a huge windfall of money, phase water and other resources from raiding Pima Prime. It was enough to raise its strength by a small but noticeable margin. Vase spoke with General Verl and others to discuss how they could best convert their liquid assets into real benefits that could increase their chances of surviving the new frontier. We can spread the money around and use it to buy large amounts of goods, but it will be hard for anyone to notice the difference. General Verl told him over the comm. It can also take weeks for us to purchase and ship all of the extra goods from many different vendors. Given the short time frame available to us, I suggest that we should focus on investing in a single, powerful product that can massively improve a specific capability of our expeditionary fleet. The general's argument was sound. I suppose you already have an idea on what we should buy, am I correct? Yes, sir. Let us consider our situation. We are about to embark on the Trailblazer expedition in earnest. This will take us far away from Davut and other bastions of civilization and bring us to lawless regions of space where piracy, rivalries, alien incursions and even pockets of hazardous anomalous regions can overtake our fleet. Most serious battles that may occur during these encounters will pit us against technologically or biologically advanced adversaries. What sort of measure can we take that can ease our pressure? Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. At first, I thought about giving a mech like the Amaranto a massive upgrade, but it is difficult to increase its combat effectiveness considering that its instrument of vengeance rifle is already powerful. If we want to increase our ability to defeat many different threats, we should probably go for a more universally applicable boost. Those are my thoughts as well. General Verl concurred. This is why I have instructed my staff to inquire with the local tech companies in Davut whether they have developed any tools that can help our fleet deal with the more troublesome enemies. We have obtained information on many different experimental and prototypical products that may or may not fit our needs. Each of them promise drastic effects, but what they all have in common is that they cost an astronomical amount of money and phase water to obtain. That interested Vase. After cooperating with several different development companies over the past 5 years, he had become quite familiar with their operations and their activities. Companies such as Melman Advanced Systems engaged in a dozen or more R&D projects. The smaller and more practical projects usually centered around developing mature and commercial-oriented products that were relatively cheap, efficient and reliable. Then there were the more radical and fanciful projects that were much more ambitious. The success rate of these projects rarely hovered past 20%, which meant that the companies could easily waste hundreds of thousands of MTA credits as well as multiple kilograms of phase water on failed research. Though the companies could compensate for those massive losses by using the lessons they learned on completing the few daring projects that just happened to be viable and earn a huge amount of profit as a result, there was no doubt that the barrier to entry was prohibitively high. The biggest problem these companies faced was obtaining the massive amount of phase water needed to sustain their ambitious research projects. No matter whether they succeeded or not, it was inevitable that they would use up a lot of phase water. This was why the development companies had become so welcoming to the Larkinson clan after it had returned from the Purgatory campaign. Anyone who possessed a massive amount of phase water and conveyed the willingness to trade this resource turned into their favorite customers. Vase just recalled that his clan managed to plunder at least 37.2 kilograms of phase water from Pima Prime. Since his clan did not expect to receive such a massive haul, there were no special reasons why he should hold on to this stash. Aside from reserving a sufficient quantity to support the development of the Dullahan project, he was more than willing to spend the remainder on a powerful combat asset. So what do you have for me, General? Our scientists and engineers have filtered out the more dubious and impractical inventions from the list. They have also left out the products that are too large and complicated to manufacture in a short amount of time. That leaves us with only a handful of options, but we have thoroughly vetted each of them to ensure that they will deliver on their promises. The general proceeded to present the inventions to Vase one by one. A projection of a large, cube-shaped machine appeared into view. The first tool is the SPM, which stands for Super Phase Monitor. It is a new long-range phase water detection machine developed by RISMIN, an institution that we have never conducted business with before. General Verl introduced. We already have plenty of phase water detection devices in our fleet. They're mandatory equipment to every pioneering fleet. That is true, sir. But the equipment we have are fairly standard products that do not give us a competitive advantage. Their effective ranges vary depending on environment, interference and many other factors, but even our best detectors will struggle to pick up phase water past 8 kilometers unless if there is a lot of solid matter in the way. Vase nodded in understanding. He learned enough about phase water to know that searching for it was an ordeal in itself. Basically, most prospectors had to perform carpet searches in areas suspected to contain phase water deposits. This was a tedious and extremely time-consuming activity for both aliens and humans. The only exception appeared to be the mysterious phase whales. There were rumors that their sensitivity towards phase water was so high that they could even detect a deposit on the other side of a star system. I take it this SPM breaks the mold of the phase water detectors that are generally available on the market, or else you wouldn't have bothered to bring it up to me. Vase guessed. That's correct, sir. What makes RISMIN special is that it is founded by several technical universities. Numerous professors and researchers form cross-disciplinary R&D teams, allowing the relatively new institute to engage in more advanced research that ordinary development companies cannot engage in for many reasons. It is through these efforts that the researchers of RISMIN succeeded in producing a breakthrough. The new SPM can detect phase water from up to 44 kilometers away. What is better is that this is only a first-generation product. If RISMIN continues to iterate on the design, there is hope that this range can be extended in the future. Vase widened his eyes. Compared to ordinary detectors, 44 kilometers was a massive improvement. While the SPM wasn't capable of detecting and identifying the coordinates of every phase water deposit on an entire planet, the true value of this super detector was to make it easier to detect phase water in underground deposits. The only reason why Vase didn't pounce on this fantastic new invention was because he didn't really want to turn his Trailblazer expedition into a full-time phase water harvesting operation. I'm certainly interested, but the SPM can only indirectly improve our strength by allowing us to collect more phase water. He eventually told the general. That is not entirely true, sir. The SPM can be useful in other situations as well. It can detect the passage of objects in warp travel at much longer distances depending on how extensively space is being warped. It can precisely evaluate how much phase water is contained in a mech or starship. It can help us detect cloaked mechs and vehicles as long as they are carrying phase water. It can even be used to detect and precisely identify the coordinates of the entrances of hidden phase whale enclaves or other pocket spaces, though RISMIN has warned us that this capability has never been tested. Vase looked intrigued. Ah, I see. Information is power. A detection device as advanced and versatile as the SPM can truly provide us with massive help in the deep frontier as long as RISMIN's boasts turn out to be true. I think it will definitely be necessary for us to procure a super detector such as the SPM sooner or later. I don't know whether it is necessary for us to obtain it now, though. One of the concerns he possessed was that early generation products were known to provide relatively mediocre performance at insane prices. If the Larkinson clan was willing to be patient and wait for a decade or so, the development cycle might progress to a point where RISMIN was able to release a phase water detector that was 10 times cheaper but nonetheless offered similar performance. You don't need to decide now, sir. Let me bring up the remaining options so that you have the information that you need. The projection of the SPM made way for another projection that displayed a different machine. This is the gravity net, an experimental new warp inhibitor developed by one of our more familiar partners. Morden Tech has invested big in developing devices that can disrupt or solidify the fabric of space to prevent mechs, starships and even missiles from sneaking up to their targets at speeds that make it impossible to intercept them. While many companies have already developed different warp inhibition and warp interdiction devices, the gravity net is special for several different reasons. What is the gravity net's effective range? Vase curiously asked. That depends, but Morden Tech guarantees that it can block all undesirable warp travel activity within a radius of 30 kilometers. Though 30 kilometers sounded a lot, it was far from impressive in the context of space battles. The Golden Skull Alliance already possessed similar devices that were able to do their jobs at similar ranges. I suppose there is more to it than that, Vase said while looking expectantly. Right, the gravity net may only be able to extend so far, but modern tech guarantees that the inhibition effect is extremely strong. Normally, powerful warp drives that have used up a large amount of phase water can break the blockade by relying on brute force. The gravity net incorporates tens of kilograms of phase water itself depending on the exact model, so even powerful ace mechs should struggle to activate warp travel within its range. Now that sounded a lot more interesting. The Battle of Pima Prime had fully showcased the horror of mechs such as the Mars and the Neo Amadeus. The thought that a hostile ace mech could quickly arrive within the heart of the Larkinson Navy and demolish crucial ships such as the Spirit of Bentheim in an instant was a nightmare to Vase and many Larkinsons. Though a strong inhibition field that was only effective within a 30-kilometer radius would not slow down an ace mech that much, even a minute or two of advance warning might be enough to save the expeditionary fleet. What else is special about the gravity net? Vase asked as he became more interested in this cutting-edge product. You can exert much more control over the warp inhibition effect, General Verl replied. Due to the special way it exerts its effect as a net, rather than a field, the gravity net can be used to selectively forbid warp travel for enemy mechs and ships while allowing friendly ones to take full advantage of their combat drives or warp drives. What this means is that within a 30-kilometer range of this device, our forces will enjoy an absolute mobility advantage. What? This was an astounding claim. If the Larkinson clan had access to the gravity net during the Battle of Pima Prime, then Vase was certain that the Scorpion Commando would have never been able to fell the Shield of Samar. This was because once the Scorpion Commando got close enough, it would have never been able to catch up to the Shield of Samar and the Promethea. The gravity net might not be effective against distant targets, but as long as the Larkinsons fought within their own security perimeters, they would enjoy a massive defensive edge. Chapter 4364 Astronomical Purchase. General Verl and his staff truly had an eye for excellent devices. Vase already fell in love with the features of the SPM and the gravity net. Both of them were new. Both of them were insanely costly to build. Both of them offered strong capabilities that could substantially strengthen the expeditionary fleet. If he had a choice, Vase would have wanted to obtain both of them, but that was way too extravagant. He had always insisted on showing restraint in his spending. It was okay to splurge every once in a while, but he would always make sure that he never exceeded his budget. This was no different. The latest gains afforded the Larkinson clan enough room to exchange a single super device. Though General Verl informed him that it was possible to obtain lesser versions of the SPM and the gravity net at the same time, Vase immediately rejected this compromise option. The strength and the effective ranges of the neutered versions of those products did not impress Vase that much. It was better to obtain the strongest iterations of one of them in order to produce the greatest possible impact on the battlefield. What else is available? He asked as he was ready to hear about the next super device. Melman Advanced Systems has also worked on a product that might interest you. It has done extremely well as of late, and we have contributed much to its success. Professor Nahi Almar has therefore led us in on a secret project that she has personally been working on for the last 3 years. While she wasn't able to share too many details in order to prevent premature leaks, she was generous enough to give us a couple of hints. Vase grew curious. Although Melman Advanced Systems was not as big and capable as other rivals such as Morden Tech, it was still a decent player in the tech industry. It could probably support at least one ambitious research project. So what did you learn? Well, her new invention is oriented towards defense. It offers much greater protection than ordinary products, but the demand for phase water is massive. What is the scale of this new defensive tool? Vase inquired. Is it designed for mechs or for starships? General Verl frowned for a moment. Professor Nahi didn't give us a solid answer, but I can guess from the context of the discussion that it is likely applicable to starships. It makes the most sense. A lot of developers such as Truvik Defenses have already invented strong defensive systems such as the Abbasi's armor. Melman does not have the scientists and resources to top these products. It makes more sense for the smaller company to focus on less saturated product categories. Improving the defenses of starships was just as important as enhancing the defenses of mechs, but the difference was that the latter was a lot more affordable due to the smaller scale. This was why R&D institutions did not prioritize research projects centered around the former. The idea was that they should first establish successful implementations with regards to mechs before trying to transplant the same working principles to starships. While this was a logical approach, the downside was that not a lot of companies offered effective products related to protecting starships at this early stage. How effective is this new defensive measure? Vase inquired. That is a bit uncertain since Melman has never built a prototype despite completing all of the main research and design work. The company can't muster up the huge amount of phase water needed to build a working example. However, Professor Nahi was adamant that her invention would be a game changer for us. She makes it sound as if we can take advantage of this new defensive measure to resist attacks from alien warships for an extended amount of time. Vase was willing to believe that claim. Melman never fooled around and it had always been thorough in calculating and simulating all of its experimental designs. Besides, even if the actual defensive product was rather shoddy, the huge amount of phase water put into it should still be able to generate a strong effect. Do you have any other details about this new defensive tool? I'm afraid not, sir. We can speculate a lot, but none of our guesses are reliable. Vase became a bit frustrated at the lack of information. The Larkinson clan possessed a 7.75% stake in Melman, but that still wasn't good enough for him to learn about this classified project. He waved his hand. Forget it, then. I'm sure that Melman will be able to astound the market with its new starship defensive systems in the following decade or so, but right now it is not necessary for us to jump in first. General Verl introduced a couple more experimental products developed by different research institutes, but none of them sounded as compelling as the ones mentioned earlier. It was still useful for Vase to hear about what the development companies were working on these days. He was surprised at how much progress the researchers had made. He also became impressed with the variety of phase water applications that would soon be available to the market. Vase shook his head. This was not the time for him to indulge in all of those exotic possibilities. With the Trailblazer expedition right in front of him, he needed to maintain his cool and focus on what could provide his fleet with the most useful and effective boost. It did not take too long for him to make up his mind. I'm really attracted by the SPM and the gravity net. He told the general. Detection and warp travel inhibition are both essential. However, if I have to make a choice, I would rather go for the gravity net. General Verl did not look too surprised at his decision. The gravity net is a solid choice. If it truly works as Morden Tech has promised, you can't go wrong with it. We still have to discuss how much phase water is required to make it and how much phase water we have to pay as commission. We also have to pay an astronomical amount of money to help Morden Tech pay for all of the high-grade materials needed to build this advanced tool. Leave it to the professionals. Vase said, I'm not afraid of investing 10 or 20 kilograms of phase water for a good product, but I don't want our clan to get ripped off. Our negotiators should make sure that the phase water fee is not too excessive. We are already paying a lot to turn ourselves into voluntary test subjects. There is a limit to how much these development companies should be able to exploit our clan. The Larkinson clan worked quickly after this meeting. As a regular customer, Morden Tech already began by offering plenty of sincerity with regards to its new gravity net. The main iteration of this new R&D project demanded 26.5 kilograms of phase water. This was a hefty amount of phase water and would eat away much of the gains from Pima Prime. However, Vase already expected this and did not object to it. What he did have a problem with was how much Morden Tech tried to charge for this commission. 5 kilograms of phase water is too much. Vase complained. We are testing the gravity net on behalf of Morden Tech. Not only are we working with unstable and untested technology, we have also agreed with the concession to share all of its usage data to the greedy researchers. The least they could do is thank us for trialing their new gravity net in the field. In the end, the Larkinson negotiators managed to reduce the commission fee to 3 kilograms. This was still a hefty amount, but Vase and the clan had little choice. The Larkinsons were crucially aware that Morden Tech needed enough incentives to continue to provide technical support to the clan. If the researchers at Morden Tech developed the impression that the Larkinsons were generous people, the developers of the gravity net would show a lot more enthusiasm in debugging and updating the device over time. The Larkinson clan soon transferred 29.5 kilograms of phase water as well as 650,000 MTA credits to Morden Tech. Both sums were dazzlingly high to Vase. A lot of people in the clan who found out about this matter issued a lot of complaints. The clan could have invested this money in all kinds of improvements that could strengthen the Larkinson army as a whole or substantially increase the quality of life of the civilians in the fleet. Vase paid no notice to these complaints. General Verl and many other leaders thought it made a lot of sense to purchase the gravity net. Weaker threats generally didn't employ much phase water, so they could easily be defeated through the clan's existing means. It was the bigger and stronger enemies that started to make use of a lot of phase water. Being able to inhibit their warp travel functionality as well as a couple of other effects was immensely valuable in battle. Vase partially regretted that his fleet didn't have a gravity net on hand in the last battle. The Shield of Samar probably wouldn't have suffered a massive calamity if the Scorpion Commando lost its ability to engage in warp travel. Then again, without the Shield of Samar's death, Vase would have never come up with the Dullahan project. The current situation was actually a lot better to Vase as a mech designer because he finally became inspired to work on a potentially groundbreaking project that could finally push his design philosophy forward. Losing one expert mech was already bad enough, though. His clan really couldn't afford to lose more of them in quick succession. In any case, now that the Larkinson clan had made a deal with Morden Tech, the latter promised to supply a working version of the gravity net within a week. Though this would delay the departure of the expeditionary fleet by a couple of days, this was more than an acceptable trade-off. Vase was surprised that it didn't take a month to fabricate such an amazingly complex machine. It turned out that Morden Tech had already built the main chassis as well as many other components several months ago. The only parts it needed to make and put into the machine were the most expensive ones that demanded lots of phase water or extremely expensive high-grade materials. Time quickly passed by and Vase and many others waited for the completion of their order. In the end, an armored transport escorted by hundreds of the Avatar mechs slowly lifted off from the surface of Davut 7 and approached one of the fleets in orbit. A special crew of engineers and other specialists carefully transferred the precious cargo from the transport to the hangar bay of the Spirit of Bentime. After the Larkinsons removed the protective packaging, Vase and many other Larkinson finally laid eyes on their latest super gadget. So this is the Gravity Net AXR-01. Vase spoke with a breathless voice. It looks uglier than I thought. Morden Tech clearly didn't have aesthetics in mind when they designed this iteration. Only function was important. The result was that the Gravity Net turned into a large mech-sized machine that looked as if a lot of bent tubes were wrapping around a cube. A lot of unknown and unfamiliar components were visible as well. Each of them could be tweaked, removed or replaced in order to change the performance of the Gravity Net, but the Larkinsons received strict warning from Morden Tech not to mess around. I wonder if this gravity net is strong enough to catch a phase whale. Vase idly wondered. Gloriana snorted. You're dreaming if you think this tool can trap a phase whale. The mature ones have accumulated a lot more phase water than was put into the gravity net. I think the creatures should easily be able to break the net by relying solely on their massive strength. I guess you're right, but I can always dream. Chapter 4365 Strong Net. The Golden Skull Alliance finally set off for the deep frontier. Though the border region between the Krakatoa Middle Zone and the Zelmer Upper Zone was not that deep into uncharted territory, it was still along the route to the more exciting parts of the Red Ocean. In any case, it looked as if the Golden Skull Alliance was one of the many parties that was willing to try its luck and see whether it would be lucky enough to stumble upon Lord Pyrion by luck. Practically no one imagined that the Larkinson clan possessed an incredibly effective means of homing in on the missing first-class lordling's actual coordinates. It wasn't even that difficult to figure it out. The Larkinson clan's association with Prophet Ilvain was a matter of public record. The Ilvainans that utilized the mechs that Vase had especially designed for them even demonstrated astounding feats that they could have never pulled off through ordinary technological means. Yet despite the fact that all of the clues were out in the open, no one managed to connect the dots and directed any extra attention to the Golden Skull Alliance. It's too unreal, Calabast told him when he shared his doubts about this matter. We rarely made a big show out of Ilvain's powers. The Sand War happened a long time ago and in an entirely different galaxy. Perhaps those who were directly involved in the battles against the Sandmen may be aware of the effectiveness of Ilvain's prophetic abilities, but those survivors are all third-raters and most likely stuck in the Komodo Star sector. I see. The only way to figure out the truth was to go by third-party accounts. A lot of those stories and news articles sounded so exaggerated and fantastical that it was hard for a stranger to believe it was all true. In short, the chances that others would immediately figure out that the Larkinson clan possessed the ability to home in on Lord Pyrion Yoral Tavik should be negligible. Calabast wasn't finished, though. Suppose we enter the border region and head directly to the star system where Lord Pyrion is presumably hiding. Once we take him out and return him to the custody of the Ural Tavik clan, a lot of people will begin to question how we were able to succeed where others have failed. Oh, that can be a problem. Vase frowned. It can be incredibly dangerous for us to expose our ability to find different people, assuming that our upcoming attempt succeeds. We will have to act more circumspect in order to deflect suspicion. Calabas nodded. That is what I wanted to bring up with you. We shouldn't be too obvious and direct about our actions. I suggest that our fleet should take a more meandering route that makes it seem as if we are doing what everyone else is doing. Once we finally reach the star system where Lord Pyrion resides, we should pick him up as quietly as possible and gradually make our way out of the region. It will be difficult to keep it all a secret. Vase guessed. As long as proof of Lord Pyrion's retrieval leaks to the public, we will probably get swarmed by hundreds of pioneering fleets. There is no way we can survive so much attention. The spymaster still maintained a confident demeanor. I don't think our situation is as bad as it sounds. We have several advantages that we can rely upon to maintain secrecy and bring Lord Pyrion away as soon as possible. We just need to make good plans and be observant enough to make changes on the fly depending on how the situation develops. If others find out, we can always toss him away and let the other pioneers fight over returning him to the Ural Tavik clan. I suppose you're right. The leaders of the clan were already forming a lot of plans on how they should handle this upcoming task. There was no need for Vase to provide his input, so he was free to spend his time on other matters. For example, he met up with Cormont Hempcamp and confirmed that he had succeeded in recruiting a bunch of apprentice mech designers that obtained special certificates from the MTA. The new design team formed by these apprentices would soon be ready to help with upgrading the neural interfaces of every Larkinson mech design. Vase also checked up on the installation of the new gravity net. The highly competent crew of engineers and other specialists had cleared out a highly protected compartment deep inside the interior of the Spirit of Bentime. There were high requirements to the use of the experimental device. The gravity net not only had to be protected against external damage and shocks, but it also needed access to a huge power supply. This was also one of the reasons why the Larkinson clan decided to install this powerful device in the flagship. The Spirit of Bentime possessed a lot of power generators in order to meet the demand of her powerful superfabs and other production machines. Vase and many others in the fleet paid close attention to the first live tests of the new gravity net. In order to minimize the chances of accidents, the Larkinsons made extensive preparations. The Spirit of Bentime had to separate herself from the rest of the fleet by several hundred kilometers. The factory ship's many expensive production machines and other equipment were buttoned down. A lot of non-essential crew members and civilian residents temporarily moved away from the factory ship. Though these measures introduced a lot of inconveniences, it was better to safe than sorry. Fortunately, the initial testing session was a resounding success. Researchers and developers working for Morden Tech witnessed and monitored the performance of the gravity net from remote. Their input had been crucial in solving the minor glitches and inconsistencies in the initial activation of this powerful device. When the gravity net became active and began to exert its influence in the surrounding space, the space around the Spirit of Bentime didn't look any different. Vase had to look at a simulated image in order to figure out that the factory ship had generated a large and invisible spatial net around her hull. The density of the nets was extremely high at close range, but this rapidly dropped the further away from the new device. In truth, the 30-kilometer range was just a loose estimate. The actual truth was that the net could still be effective at inhibiting warp travel at 50 kilometers or even 100 kilometers as long as the target's warp travel power wasn't too high. Numerous different mechs and starships cautiously strayed into the spatial net and began to initiate warp travel at various ranges. The results largely matched the promises of Morden Tech. The device pretty much worked as expected and any deviations between expectations and reality were well within acceptable range. When the gravity net worked at full power, the Spirit of Bentime would definitely struggle to keep it running while at the same time providing sufficient energy to her shield generators. However, the effect was astounding. None of the Larkinson expert mechs equipped with mini-drives were able to engage warp travel at all. The exact ranges where they could no longer speed up their own flight differed by the phase water and other properties of the mini-drives, but none of them were able to employ vastly superior mobility in the vicinity of the flagship. The same applied to starships equipped with warp drives and superdrives. It turned out that these vessels were even more sensitive to the restrictions produced by the gravity net. They could be inhibited hundreds of kilometers away due to the relatively modest amount of phase water integrated by their drives. Essentially, the amount of phase water put into a target is the most important variable that determines the effectiveness of the gravity net. Vase concluded, this pattern had massive implications to the Larkinson clan and the Golden Skull Alliance. The most immediate one was that poorer enemies would probably suffer immensely. Even richer opponents had to take care not to stray too close to the spirit of Bentime. This became abundantly clear when the Mars ventured closer to the factory ship under warp. The Ace Hybrid Mech's advanced Pulsar V1 transphasic flight system developed by the Godwin Institution ran smoothly until it came closer to the 30-kilometer bubble that surrounded the spirit of Bentime. As soon as it passed an invisible border, the warp bubble generated by the Pulsar V1 fizzled out and threw the Mars back into normal space. What? This is impossible. Patriarch Reginald thought that he and his Ace Mech were strong enough to partially resist the spatial net. Even if the Mars was unable to maintain its warp bubble through its own means, the support from Reginald's strong force of will should have been able to keep the powerful Mech free and unburdened. Unfortunately, the density of the web was so high at this point that not even Reginald's stubbornness could will the inhibition effect away. Amazing. So Ace Mechs can't do everything after all. How disappointing. The only reason why the Mars can't warp around anymore is because its transphasic flight system is fairly weak. It was originally designed for high-tier expert mechs and doesn't match the standard for an Ace Mech. Whether that last argument was true or not, it was conceivable that the gravity net would still remain effective to mechs with even stronger warp travel solutions. Vase already looked forward to putting this new super device to good use. Whether the next enemies were human mechs or alien monstrosities, none of them should be able to resist the effect of the gravity net. The initial test of the gravity net produced a lot of data and made the researchers of Morden Tech extremely happy. They had already promised the Larkinsons that they would analyze the data and propose various tweaks to optimize and improve the performance of the gravity net. After handling all of this excitement, the expeditionary fleet soon returned to normal, though Patriarch Reginald spent a lot more time on trying to figure out a way to break the inhibition effect. Vase on the other hand went back to his original job, which was designing mechs. He and the other journeymen of the Larkinson clan had all focused on completing the remaining batch of design projects while simultaneously preparing for the next design round. Vase had spent a fair amount of time on preparing for the design of his first expert stealth mech. I don't want to design a generic stealth mech at the expert mech level. He told Gloriana during a design session. I want it to be able to sneak up to other expert mechs and stab them in the back without giving them a chance to repel the attack. You're asking for a lot. Gloriana responded. Expert pilots are too good at detecting threats even if they aren't visible. Their intuition is so unreasonably good that most expert mechs that rely on advanced stealth technology to get close simply get found out too soon. This is also the reason why many of them tended to be equipped with powerful ranged weapons instead. It is easier for them to pull off an assassination strike when they can maintain their distance from their targets. Staying away also helps with preventing damage as mechs equipped with stealth systems are much more fragile than normal. I already know that, but I don't think we need to stick to this pattern. Venerable Zimro Belson is proficient in both ranged and melee combat, but he is particularly strong in the latter. It would be best if we can design an expert mech for him that performs similar to an expert light skirmisher in combat but is also equipped with a highly capable cloaking system. His wife did not have much confidence in this idea. The fault tolerance of such a mech is low even if we make use of phase water technology. It can take only a couple of mistakes to doom Venerable Zimro. Are you sure you want to take this route? I'll have to talk with Venerable Zimro in order to make sure, but I am confident that he will be interested in this idea. Chapter 4366 In a camp. The latest design round came to a conclusion. The design department hadn't actually published a lot of groundbreaking new design projects this time. As the Larkinson clan began to build up its mech catalog, an increasingly greater proportion of design work consisted of updating existing designs, especially the ones geared towards the mech market. Old and familiar mech lines such as the Crystal Lord, the Doom Guard and the all-popular Desolate Soldier had all proven to be profitable under different circumstances. Though there was never any certainty that adapted versions of these mech designs might still do well in the Red Ocean, the LMC at least possessed a much greater understanding of their performance, appeal and customer base. By applying the lessons the LMC learned back in the Yena Star Cluster to the Red Ocean, Vase and many other business-oriented Larkinsons hoped that their mech company could replicate their past success. So far, the results of reintroducing old designs in newer coats were generally positive. A good mech always remained a good mech no matter where it was sold. As long as the design department altered the tech, material composition and other specific design factors to better fit the regional markets, the market reception was always at least decent. Models with proven formulas therefore gained new life in an entirely different galaxy with a vastly more diverse customer base. Vase always smiled when he saw mercenary outfits, security companies and even rival pioneering organizations field familiar-looking mechs such as the Doom Guard Mark II version B and the Desolate Soldier Mark II version B. These modernized second-class adaptations of the original designs joined the ranks of the ferocious Piranha Mark III version B and the Hymenoptera as the LMC's mainstay commercial offerings. Nowadays, the Living Mech Corporation raked in a monthly income that always exceeded 50,000 MTA credits. What was even better for Vase was that his ownership in the LMC was finally about to rise from 59% to 71%. His lips curled into a satisfied grin. The successful conclusion of Operation Saturday Market meant that Master Olsen was willing to give back almost all of the shares that she had obtained through murky means. His former master never contacted him directly, likely because she was afraid that any direct communication between the two might leak out, but the Larkinson clan had already received a discreet message that Carmen Olsen would eventually find a way to pass on the shares without connecting this transfer to the recent attack on Pima Prime. Vase knew exactly why the Fredamen were so eager to please him. They did not hesitate to pass on a substantial amount of shares from a booming mech company that was only becoming more lucrative over time. "They are afraid of you," Minister Sheddarin Pernis told Vase. There was no way for Vase to enforce the informal deal that he had made with the weaker coalition partners of the Friday Coalition. However, he had leverage. As long as leaked word about his meeting with Tristan Wesseling to the Gage dynasty, the Carnegie Group, the Vermeer Group, the Vanguard Group and the Puffer clan would definitely get into a lot of trouble. Even if the Gage dynasty already guessed that its own coalition partners had stabbed it in the back, there was still a massive difference between suspicion and confirmation. This was why the people behind Tristan moved quickly to reassure and placate Vase. "It looks as if the conspirators are willing to accept a huge loss in order to buy your silence, but this transaction goes deeper than that." Minister Sheddarin continued to explain. "The Carnegies and company don't want to be your enemies anymore. Now that you have secretly fulfilled their mission, the relationship between us and them has undergone profound changes." "In what way, Sheddarin? Do you still consider the Friday Coalition as a whole to be our enemies?" Vase had to pause for a moment in order to form a proper answer. "I guess not. I mean, those weaker coalition partners aren't that bad. The Carnegies and the Vermeers have never done much to target us specifically, and it is clear that they don't want to generate any trouble. I'm willing to give them and their buddies a break as long as they leave me and my clan alone." Minister Sheddarin smiled. "The only coalition partner that we truly have a feud with is the Gage dynasty. The way the Friday Coalition is divided means that it is relatively easy for the other coalition partners to distance themselves from the Gagers. Right now, the greatest concern of the conspirators is to ensure the new status quo takes hold. Returning most of the shares of the LMC to you is not just about trying to buy our silence, but also about trying to buy our goodwill." Vase scratched his head. "Okay, I can understand that, but what about the Hex Federation? We are still allies with the Hexers. We have supplied a number of powerful living mech models to the Hex army, which its soldiers use to good effect against the Friday colonies. If the weaker coalition partners think that a bribe is enough to stop me from increasing my influence over the Hexers, then they will be sorely disappointed. I am sure the diplomats over there are aware of this dynamic. The Carnegies and so on don't expect you to bend over backwards for them. They just want you to go about your business and move on as much as possible." All of this politics sounded increasingly more abstruse to Vase. Times were much simpler when he simply regarded the entire Friday Coalition as his enemy. Vase shook his head. "They don't have to worry. I am no longer thinking about this old conflict at all anymore. The Hexers can take care of themselves, especially now that the Friday colonies has taken a major hit. I'm more interested in the Trailblazer expedition, to be honest. Do you have any special news related to our current mission? Many developments have taken place, but none of them are relevant to us." Sheddarin replied. "The usual conflicts have occurred, though it is hard for two different pioneering fleets to be able to get close to each other. Even if they do have an opportunity to start a fight with each other, they usually do not do so because there are many downsides. However, the rare fights that do take place are already starting to produce ripple effects throughout the region. Some pioneers have made a lot of gains while others have disappeared entirely. The longer this affair goes on, the more the power structure in the surrounding zones will become disarrayed. How does that affect us directly? Vase asked with a concerning frown. There are many possible ways that this increased turbulence can affect us. For example, more and more feuds between different parties will form in the following weeks and months. The demand for combat mechs will rise, which means that our LMC will likely experience a further boom in business. I take it that there are a lot of negative consequences as well. That is correct, Vase. I do not think I need to mention the risk of making new enemies when we travel through the border region. We may be able to avoid this as long as we control our movements and show enough diplomacy during our communications. However, there is no way we can reason with everyone. Vase stated. Exactly. While the presence of Patriarch Reginald and the Mars will ensure that most pioneers will not be stupid enough to seek conflict with us, there are always others that may have different ideas in mind. Currently, there are 2 human groups in the Red Ocean that have clear and solid motives to attack us if they can. The Gage dynasty is one of them, and it is unlikely that we will encounter one of their fleets in the border region considering the circumstances. It is much more likely for us to enter into a conflict with the other group. What people are you talking about? I'm talking about the pioneers who are part of the power structure of the Karlach system. Oh, those guys. The Karlach system was both a port system as well as a rising economic hub that had become the most direct rival to the Davut system. Both of them shared many similarities, and the fact that they were located in the same zone meant that it was inevitable for them to compete for trade, wealth, territory, resources, manpower and more. A lot of the pioneers who founded the colonies or became invested in their development became oddly attached to the camps associated with them. As Davut and Karlach moved closer to statehood, its current stakeholders were bound to become a part of their structures. Minister Sheddarin reminded Vase of an important factor. You might not care too much about Davut, but that is not what outsiders think. They think that our clan and the alliance that we are part of have become so intertwined with Davut that we have become one of its many representatives. This creates a motive for attacking us. Any power from Karlach who is able to stumble upon us in space will be able to earn a lot of rewards and appreciation for hitting us. If there is an opportunity to deprive Davut of a talented journeyman, a master mech designer and an ace pilot, then the Karlachers will definitely be willing to pay a heavy price to wipe out our entire fleet. Vase grimaced. There was no way to avoid this risk. After all, the Larkinsons definitely conducted a lot of business in Davut. There was no way to avoid it after settling in the port system for over 5 years. The Karlachers might not be entirely wrong to assume that the Larkinsons and Golden Scullers made Davut stronger. Even so, Vase didn't really care about the rivalry between the 2 future colonial states. He already had his fill of stupid fights after getting involved in similar conflicts. The constant warring between the Bright Republic and the Vizia Kingdom and the centuries-old hatred between the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric hegemony had all taught him a lot of lessons. The main one was that a lot of wars between human powers were driven by banal reasons such as pride, inertia and greed. They were different from wars between humans and aliens. At least those were productive and more essential to the survival of the entire race. Petty conflicts between human states mostly turned out to be vehicles that existed to benefit the rulers who issued all of the orders from the rear but never risked their lives at the front. Therefore, Vase had absolutely no interest in advancing Davuti's interests by engaging in scraps against the powers based in Karlach. It was a pity that the latter likely wouldn't listen to reason. He sighed. If anyone wants to fight, then we will fight as long as our chances are good. I don't think that there are many enemies that can take us on, though. We will need to put a lot of effort into our scouting operations in order to ensure we don't overtaken by powerful fleets from Karlach. We should also maintain contact with nearby pioneers who are based in Davut. Minister Sheddarin suggested. It doesn't hurt to say hello and the Davutans may be willing to provide assistance to us. Since most people have developed the mistaken impression that we have chosen a camp, we might as well take advantage of this situation when it suits our needs. Vase casually waved his hand. You can do what you want, but I don't want this to be a permanent situation. We should travel to a different zone after we have concluded the Trailblazer expedition and settle down in an entirely different place. Once we continue to set up additional major branches throughout the Red Ocean, it will become increasingly more clear that we are not overly attached to any single place. That is a good idea, but it will take time and energy to change people's minds. Chapter 4367 Free Scheduling. Though Vase foresaw that the chances of entering into a conflict with Karlachers may be fairly likely, that did not deter him or any other leader of the Golden Skull Alliance from proceeding with their current plans. None of the Alliance partners were afraid of a fight. Patriarch Reginald Cross even looked forward to fighting a duel against another ace mech. However, just because the Golden Skull Alliance feared no battle did not mean that Vase could ignore this latent threat. What he was most afraid of was that the Karlachers in the border region might choose to combine their forces and employ overwhelming numbers to overrun the expeditionary fleet. Just as how Lord Hemmington Cross fell after getting ambushed by two enemy ace mechs, Vase did not think that Patriarch Reginald Cross would fare any better when put into a similar corner. Would history repeat itself once again? Vase shook his head. That's impossible. The biggest mistake made by Lord Hemmington Cross and his clan was that they grew too arrogant and stopped being careful. The Larkinson clan wouldn't be making the same mistake. With the Black Cats and many other clever Larkinsons keeping careful watch over both allies and enemies, Vase was confident that his people would be able to detect most potential threats in advance. If any Karlachers attempted to form a massive armada, then it was impossible to hide such a massive movement from the eyes and ears of the Black Cats. In addition, now that Calabast reminded Vase of a certain prophet's powers, he was tempted to turn Ilvain into an early warning system if not for the fact that it took a lot of energy to make predictions. After checking to make sure that his clan had the situation well in hand, Vase felt relieved and began to commit most of his time to his core work. It was finally time to commence the next design round. This was a big event and one that involved an even greater amount of journeyman mech designers than before. As soon as his wife and all of his other peers gathered in the conference room, Vase stood up and prepared to make a big announcement. This will be the final round of mech design projects that we will embark upon. He revealed, once we complete this batch of projects, we will no longer wait until we have completed the last remaining design project before starting another round of projects. Numerous mech designers looked surprised. You're abandoning the design round model? Kedis asked. Vase nodded in confirmation. Yes, while it has worked for our design department in the past, it is becoming increasingly more restrictive as we continue to involve more people and projects. For example, the smaller projects can usually be completed in 3 months, while the larger ones can take up to 1.5 years to finish. That is not necessarily an adverse arrangement. Juliet Stamaros countered. It was usually the case that finishing one project freed up time to work on other projects. Those of us who just happen to work faster can use their free time to take a break or to work on various personal projects. None of us have wasted our time in the period between design rounds. As someone who lived through these moments himself, Vase knew that Juliet was right. Every journeyman in the design department was relatively young, ambitious, eager and professional. None of the people in the conference room were inclined to slack off and waste these precious moments. Even their holidays were strategically planned to work away their exhaustion and provide them with opportunities to gain inspiration. I don't disagree with you, Juliet, but I still hold the same opinion. The structure of planning and scheduling our design work around design rounds is not only overly clunky, but also produces a lot of delays. For example, Venerable Janzi lost her Shield of Samar almost 2 months ago, but aside from doing a lot of prep work, we haven't done any serious work. If we weren't stuck with the design round model, we could have made a lot more progress in the Dullahan project already. That said, the preparation work was not all that useless. Vase and the others had spent a lot of time on searching for and selecting new tech, materials and component designs to add to the Dullahan project. The more time they invested in their searchers, the more fitting elements they found for Venerable Janzi's future expert mech. As soon as they concluded this meeting, the mech designers involved in the Dullahan project would definitely make a lot of progress in the following weeks. The journeymen all exchanged their opinions about the current planning structure, but none of them showed any strong objection towards the proposed change. They were all flexible and capable enough to work under many different structures. Whether their design projects were grouped in organized design rounds or not made little difference to them. They just had to pay more attention to the workload of others in order to make sure that there was enough time for collaborations. What happens after we end this design round? Dulo Voikin asked. Vase shrugged. You are free to start your own projects, either by yourself or in collaboration with others. You are all free to choose how many projects you want to take on at the same time. You can also set your own deadlines. My wife and I won't interfere with your choices as long as you remain productive enough to deserve a place in our design department. Our clan has already accumulated a sizable amount of existing mech designs, so it is no longer important to maximize the quantity of our output. I care much more about quality these days. You can tackle fewer design projects if you want, but you must always make sure that the ones you do work on will deliver solid results at the end. Is that understood? Yes, sir. Now that he got that out of the way, he began to organize the major design projects in person. Vase did not spend much time on going over the upgrade projects. Older mech designs regularly needed to be updated in order to keep up with the changing times. Some upgrade projects were fairly straightforward and could easily be completed in a couple of months. Other upgrade projects required much more extensive redesign work, so they could easily stretch for a year if they were particularly complicated. Fortunately, much of that time was spent on simulation and optimization work. The mech designers didn't have to do a lot of intensive and challenging design work in order to complete these activities. What the journeymen were truly interested in was the original design projects that centered around developing completely new mechs. The mech designers introduced numerous new projects that generated interest from Vase. For example, Ketty's finally fleshed out her mech concept that she came up with after getting inspired by the plasma sword of the Neo Amadeus. She first instructed the central projector to display a draft design of her work. The projection depicted a swordsman mech that possessed a distinct oriental and exotic aesthetic. It differed substantially from her other swordsman mech designs as the proposed mech featured a lot more curving lines. Aside from its look, the new draft design also attracted attention because it wielded two swords at once. The swords that it held in its hands were not the regular straight ones that Ketty's preferred. They resembled slender sabers at first, but their vibe was substantially different from the ones that she had designed in the past. Okay, so you have chosen to proceed with designing another dual-wielding swordsman mech. Vase said as he did not look too impressed so far. What makes this mech special and what is the reason why mech pilots should opt over your work over other competing products? Ketty's remained confident so she should have a good answer. Let me explain the reasons one by one. First, my new samurai project is centered around designing a new form of assault-oriented offensive swordsman mech. It is designed to be an offensive powerhouse similar to the Red Axe but with different strengths and weaknesses. The most important element of my new proposed design is the use of special technology that I have found after spending many hours searching for the right offensive solution. She waved her hand, which caused the sketched mech to activate a function that caused the curved swords to light up with energy. These katanas are meant to be based on Stormblade technology, which is a relatively new and ingenious way to allow bladed weapons to inflict partial energy damage. How does it work? Dulo Voikin curiously asked. Does it work for spears as well? Ketty smiled at him. I will share the details of this tech to you later, Dula. For now, what all of you need to know is that Stormblade technology can enhance the damage potential of my new samurai project on an optional basis. Against weaker opponents, it is not necessary for my new mech to activate the Stormblade function. This allows the mechs to save a lot of energy. It is only when they are fighting against stronger and tougher opponents that it makes sense to energize their katanas so that they can inflict additional heat and energy damage to their targets. The swordsman mech designer projected a document that showed a summary of the technical specifications of Stormblade technology. Vase and the others looked increasingly more impressed. Stormblade technology did not add any overwhelming power boost to a swordsman mech, but it did not demand a lot of space and it was fairly energy efficient. This was mainly because an active Stormblade weapon did not have to remain at full power unless it was about to hit a target. The damage boost was also pretty nice, though it was far from reaching the level of a true plasma weapon. However, Vase believed that the biggest advantage of Stormblade technology was that it was affordable. Sure, Stormblade weapons might not present any actual bargains, but the Larkinson clan could bear the cost of mass-producing Katiz's new swordsman mech. His eyes glinted with approval. Tell me more. Stormblade technology lies at the heart of the samurai project. As you can imagine after studying these numbers, my new mech is more flexible and adaptable against the enemy. It can handle crowds of weaker opponents just as easily as smaller numbers of well-armored elites. In addition, since it is a mech that can be piloted by both Sword Maidens and Heavenswarders, its upper boundary of performance is extremely high, just as with all of my other mechs. Those who possess great skill are easily able to punch above their weight. The same can't be said for a Red Axe. That was true. Technique had always been one of the core factors of all of her mech designs. Drawing from her extensive transcendent swordsmanship skills, Kedis always designed her machines in a way that would allow her to use them to the utmost if she was able to pilot them in person. Kedis grinned and pointed towards the scabbards of her draft design. The Samurai project even has a special solution that allows it to breach armor with greater ease. If you look closer, you will be able to see that the scabbards of the katanas are thicker and integrated with tech. That is because they can infuse the blades with additional power, allowing the katanas to burst out with significantly more cutting power shortly after pulling them out. This was one of the selling points that convinced me to adopt Stormblade technology for this design project. This mechanism of accumulating power is awfully clunky. You don't know what you are talking about, Vase. Let me do my work and finish my design. I can guarantee you that you will change your mind once you see this attack method in action. Vase chuckled when he heard this boast. I would be glad if you can prove me wrong. Chapter 4368 I Project Kedis was no longer the inexperienced journeyman mech designer who barely had any completed mech designs under her belt. She had designed dozens of different swordsman mechs in the last 5 years or so. Some of them are more significant than others, but each of them provided her with a lot of experience. What impressed Vase about Kedis was that she never ran out of ways to come up with new swordsman mech concepts that were distinctly different from her prior work. Perhaps other mech designers might run out of ideas on how to design a swordsman mech that wasn't derivative of a previous work, but Kedis could come up with endless variations that all possessed different combinations of traits. The Stormblade Samurai was an even bigger departure from her previous body of work than normal. The Stormblade technology that she had licensed from a specialized development company that Vase had never heard of introduced a lot of new possibilities to a swordsman mech. The katanas that integrated this new tech were still physical, but could be energized to cut through targets with greater ease through the additional application of energy and heat. Stormblade weapons were more sophisticated than the heated blades that Vase was familiar with. The latter simply amounted to channeling a lot of thermal energy through a heat-resistant blade in the hopes that it could deal a lot more damage upon contact. Of course, Vase wasn't too knowledgeable about the specific differences. He needed to wait until Kedis completed this project before he could see a finished mech with this tech in action. Okay, what are the remaining characters of your samurai project? Vase asked. Well, my samurai project is not that impressive in other matters. His former student replied. The main reason for me to design it is to add a powerful new offensive option to our Larkinson army. To that end, I will be collaborating with Tiffy Kozlone on this project to ensure it can deliver the strongest possible strikes. What are your thoughts about this project, Tiffy? Vase asked as he turned to the other woman. The samurai project relies on both energy and physical power to maximize the damage of its strikes. She said, I don't specialize in solutions such as Stormblade technology, but what I do excel at is making the frame of this mech as strong as possible. I will do my best to ensure that this mech is able to hit hard enough even if it doesn't activate its Stormblade function. It went without saying that the Samurai project would be able to hit even harder if it did energize its weapons. Kedis quickly explained the remaining traits of the Samurai project. We have to invest a lot of capacity to enhance the offensive power of our swordsman mech, so we don't have that much room left to improve its other aspects. Sarah Voikin has agreed to design a serviceable armor system for an offensive melee mech, so I expect that our upcoming mech will be able to withstand enough damage to last on a typical battlefield. What about its mobility? Let me say that speed and acceleration will not be its strong suits. Just like its codename, the Samurai project is meant to fight and duel against opponents in head-on clashes. Speed is nice, but we already have lighter and more maneuverable alternatives in our clan. The second sword is a notable example of this. One of its more serious shortcomings is that it doesn't have enough armor to fight hard battles. The Samurai project is different. I see, that makes sense, Vase replied. In general, the Samurai project lived and died by its offensive capabilities. This project presented Kedis with plenty of new challenges and learning opportunities. Vase was curious whether Kedis could combine this special Stormblade technology with her design philosophy and other special abilities. It would be great if she was able to elevate the Samurai project where the whole was far greater than the sum of its parts. As Kedis wrapped up her presentation, Vase quickly looked around the conference room before deciding to make a request. Who do you plan to collaborate with on the Samurai project? For now, I have made an agreement with Tiffy Kozlone and Sarah Voikin. Kedis answered. No one else. Kedis shook her head. Then can you do me a favor and include Meryl O'Brien to the design team of this project? Vase requested. His former student looked surprised, though Meryl only displayed a mild reaction. I suppose. Keddy slowly replied as she thought about how she should change her plan with the inclusion of a fourth journeyman. Meryl, your design philosophy is related to mechanics, right? That is correct, Keddy's. Will your specialty conflict with that of Tiffy? Both of your design philosophies look as if they overlap. I think we can try to work that out. Just because both of us deal with mechanics doesn't mean that we will conflict with each other. Tiffy said. Vase looked hopeful. I think that there will be plenty of situations where you will all work alongside mech designers who may intrude upon your territories. It is best to find out early whether you can work together with those who possess overlapping specialties. If it turns out that a combination doesn't work, we can always reevaluate the situation and change the assignments. He just wanted to ease one of the newbies into the existing design projects. Meryl O'Brien had only advanced fairly recently and she was probably not capable enough to design a new Larkinson mech that was good enough to meet the standards of the design department. This was why it was essential to have her work alongside others at the beginning of her career as a journeyman. Now that they handled the Samurai project, it was time to introduce the next major design project. Vase decided to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel up at this time. Just like many of you, I have gained a lot of inspiration from the Sundered Phalanx from the previous battle. Some of my new ideas are rather complicated and will take more time to prepare, but I have come up with a fairly simple but ingenious mech concept that I can easily realize with my current capabilities. I have decided to design this mech so that we can add another useful and popular commercial product to the LMC's product catalog. He uploaded his own draft design to the central projector, causing it to depict a fairly simple-looking rifleman mech. At first glance, the mech did not look that differently from other ranged mechs. Those with discerning eyes could tell that the mech was designed for sniping at longer ranges rather than strafing at medium range. What was rather typical of Vase was that he chose to pursue an extreme configuration for this draft design. Vase placed a heavy emphasis on the Luminaire crystal rifle as well as all of the supporting systems that existed to maximize its performance. This left him with little room to improve its defenses or mobility. The mech didn't possess any further physical features that could amplify its technical performance. It was even more extreme in this regard than Katiza's Samurai project. This new mech of yours resembles a mass-production version of the Amaranto. Gloriana spoke up. There are a lot of familiar design elements in this new commercial project. Vase nodded in admission. That's correct. I have always wanted to design a more standardized and affordable interpretation of the Amaranto, but I never came up with any ideas on how to make stand out until recently. I have the Gaugers to thank for that. The greatest source of inspiration of my project is the Blackened Reapers mech division of the Sundered Phalanx. His wife looked thoughtful. The Blackened Reapers? You mean the elite mech division that is centered around fielding ranged mechs that excel at long-range precision fire? Yup. While they have failed to stave off a loss, the Blackened Reapers actually performed quite well. They provided a lot of help for their soldiers by using their accurate shots to strike the weak points of their targets or take out specific modules that have a lot of strategic value. Several mech designers in the conference room looked thoughtful. Some were able to see the value of these kinds of ranged mechs while others were a bit more skeptical. Isn't it better to rely on heavy artillery mechs for range suppression and fire support? Dulo Voikin asked. I mean, the firepower disparity between the two is huge. A mech company of heavy artillery mechs can destroy mechs as well as starships a lot easier and faster than a mech company of marksman mechs. That may be true, but this analysis of yours is too shallow. Vase replied. First, don't forget that this is a commercial model. While most of our customers are generally wealthier and more capable than the ones in the old galaxy, it is still rather difficult for them to remain profitable while investing in heavy artillery mechs. Mechs such as our Transcendent Punishers are much more expensive to build and buy and their maintenance and repair costs are vastly higher. Not only that, but they impose additional requirements such as requiring bunkers in order to participate in space battles. Ah, I understand. Dulo looked enlightened. Medium rifleman mechs are much cheaper and more cost-effective in comparison. They can fit in any slot in any carrier vessel and they can also deploy in space if they are designed for spaceborne combat. Heavy mechs have their place, but they are too cumbersome and restrictive to employ in every combat situation. The ease in which you can employ rifleman mechs such as my new project provides enough of a reason to choose it over the most obvious long-range combat solutions. That answer provided an economic rationale for this new mech design, but that was hardly enough to generate market demand. Gloriana grew impatient. So what is the gimmick of your new mech, Vase? Well, I can talk a bit about its powerful rifle that I intend to configure and optimize for power and long-range precision, but that is rather boring. Vase replied, you can just take me at my word that it will be armed with a heavy sniper rifle that works extremely well when it is outputting laser beams. The real gimmick does not come from any visible parts. Instead, it comes from its design spirit. His wife still looked skeptical. You mean the illustrious one? His involvement in this design will hardly increase its value proposition. It will just make the pilot feel more in tune with the Luminaire crystal rifle. That is not enough to convince buyers to purchase this product in large numbers. Vase answered her doubts by removing his hammer of brilliance from his belt and placing it on the surface of the conference table. Thud. Quote. What do you mean by that, Vase? Vase gestured towards the hammer. This is the primary design spirit of the I project. Quote. Okay, why didn't you go for Ilvain instead? Isn't he your go-to solution for long-range precision? You don't get it, Vase disappointingly said. Ilvain is an excellent option for this kind of mech, but not if I want to make it commercially viable. I need to employ a more universal design spirit that can work well with people of different backgrounds and beliefs. Vulcan is the alternative that I have chosen. Explain. It's simple. While Vulcan can't correct the aim of mech pilots like Ilvain, the former has an excellent understanding of mechs and technology in general. Since I initially brought Vulcan to life, he has been taking advantage of my work as well as the work of every craftsman and creator who has used the services of the Creation Association to learn how mechs, starships and other machinery can be made or broken. Now imagine a situation where Vulcan analyzes all of the weak points of an enemy mech and passes that information on to the mech pilot. How well do you think my I project will perform? That is actually a clever idea. The cost is probably minimal but the results can be drastic. Now I understand why you want to pair a marksman mech with Vulcan. Only someone who understands machines as well as a mech designer can point out all of the flaws of an opposing mech. The working principle behind the I project was actually similar to an event that Vase had experienced in the past. Vase had once played a role similar to Vulcan to a mech pilot known as Ivan Barley during one of his early mastery experiences. His eyes clouded over as he recalled that past event. Perhaps he could reproduce a portion of that glory by designing the I project. By designing a rifleman mech that was watched over by Vulcan, his incarnation would not only be able to experience many realistic battle situations in a front row seat, but also gain an even more important resource: spiritual feedback. Now that the mech designer system had recently evolved towards spiritual ascension, it became more important than ever for Vase to pay more attention to developing his spirituality. Helping Vulcan grow faster by tying him to a commercial mech design was an excellent way to boost his incarnation's growth. Vase actually should have done this sooner, but he had previously been reluctant to do so because he was afraid of the repercussions. Chapter 4369 Sharing Observation Data. If Vase presented a mech concept like the I project in any other place, his fellow mech designers would probably laugh at him and his ideas. It sounded incredibly crazy that a relatively ordinary marksman mech with no expensive frills and modules could outperform the competition by relying on a single metaphysical trait. However, none of his fellow journeymen in the design department doubted whether Vase could pull off this simple but profound mech concept. This was because each of them had become thoroughly familiar with his amazing inventions. Design spirits played a key role in almost every Larkinson mech. Even newcomers such as Cormont Hempkamp understood what design spirits were capable of when utilized in the right circumstances. Iconic mechs such as the Transcendent Punisher and the Valkyrie Redeemer would never have been able to rise above mediocrity and become so powerful and beloved without the help of their design spirits. Even the ones that did not really convey any powerful abilities such as the Solemn Guardian played a useful role by their presence alone. As far as design spirits went, Vulcan had yet to prove himself in this context. Vase had never seriously considered using his own incarnation in this manner before. Vase had always considered Vulcan to be a patron spirit for craftsmen, artisans and other makers. The Creation Association led by director Samindra Avakan had done well in spreading the totems of Vulcan around various workshops, factories and other places. Of course, the Creation Association also gained a rather ugly reputation for being a cult and propagating a scam. However, those who were willing and able to pay at least 1 MTA credit to receive Vulcan's blessing occasionally made a lot of progress. The Creation Association built up quite a sizable cult following by offering over the years. Vase was fine with letting Vulcan serve in this capacity until recently. The changes to the system along with his growing desire to develop a useful ranged mech model led him to this point. Aside from utilizing Vulcan as the AI project's design spirit, Vase did not intend to add anything too special to the mech design. That's odd, Gloriana said as her expression grew puzzled. You usually do your best to make your designs as unique and distinctive as possible. I don't see that here. Sure, the focus on maximizing its offensive power is an extreme approach, but it is not as if sniper mechs are a rarity on the mech market. Why is your draft design so dull? He wasn't surprised by her remark. I do admit that my proposal deviates from my usual work, but that is because this mech is designed to sell. Vase calmly replied, adding Vulcan is already enough to make it strong. The only other way I can make it stronger and more distinctive is to add powerful tech to the mech design, but that will make the product more expensive. That is not what I want to accomplish. I'm not looking to maximize the profits from selling this new mech. I'm trying to maximize its sales volume. Do you understand the difference? His wife slowly nodded. You want to make another product like the Desolate Soldier. You want to introduce a product line that is cheap, affordable and easy to fit into the mech rosters of many customers. Exactly. Vase grinned. The Desolate Soldier is a good example. While it has been a while since I have targeted the middle and lower segments of the mech market, this is where the AI project should belong. There is no need for the AI project to become the strongest ranged mechs that we put for sale because customers will not be buying it for its raw firepower. Instead, they will seek to acquire it because it can give them crucial intelligence about the weak points of their targets. No matter whether buyers only purchase a single copy or an entire batch, my AI project will always find a way to make itself useful. His goal was to turn the AI project into an irresistible temptation. Normally, the LMC tended to target the upper end of the mech market. Most of its products offered excellent value and performance, but the downside to them was that their prices were also high. What Vase sought to accomplish this time was to sell a new mech that performed well at a bargain-worthy price. Perhaps the LMC might not be able to earn a huge amount of MTA credits from positioning his AI project this way, but this was the best way for his company to put out as many copies of this mech as possible. Vase already looked forward to all of the spiritual feedback that Vulcan would be able to harvest from so many mech pilots. The only serious concern was that exposing Vulcan to all kinds of messy thoughts from so many different mech pilots might skew its growth trajectory. Vase did not forget that Vulcan's main purpose was to assist him in design and development-related activities. It would be a shame for the design spirit to cater his abilities to mech pilots as opposed to creators. He needed to pay a lot of attention to this once the AI project began to get sold in large numbers. Besides, the AI project is not entirely good because of its analytical glow. Vase gestured towards the primary weapon of the design. I plan to pair the AI project with a Luminaire crystal rifle that is optimized for long-ranged combat. I only plan to equip it with a laser beam attack phase crystal to lower the cost. There is no need to add additional crystals to the mix. If our customers want to make use of a more powerful mech equipped with Luminaire crystal weapons, then they can buy our more premium offerings. Laser beam weapons did not pack the greatest punch, but they were efficient and struck at the speed of light. It also helped that their requirements were the lowest among energy weapon solutions. Even so, the Luminaire crystal version of a laser beam weapon was both powerful and efficient, which would help a lot in making customers respect the firepower of the AI project. No matter what, the LMC had a reputation to uphold. Even the more affordable products had to be desirable in terms of performance. His only regret was that the AI project did not have the budget or capacity to include any notably powerful defensive or mobility solutions. Adding them into the mix would not necessarily make the mech stronger in its chosen role while drastically increasing the price of the product. What price are you aiming for with this new marksman mech? Gloriana asked. I want to keep the price as low as possible, but if I want to ensure that the AI project will perform according to my standards, then I probably won't go any lower than 1.1 MTA credits per copy. For comparison, the Monster Slayer designed by Kedis generally sold for 1.4 MTA credits. Gloriana furrowed her brows. You are cutting it close, Vase. It will be a struggle for you to establish enough of a margin for the LMC to break even. It will be an even greater challenge for you to ensure that our mech company will be able to earn a modest profit from this product. If anything goes wrong throughout its sales run, the profitability of your AI project can quickly crater. Why not sell it for 1.2 or 1.3 MTA credits instead? Given the value proposition of this rifleman mech, there are still plenty of customers who will not hesitate to add at least one copy to their mech roster. Vase shook his head. I already thought about it, but increasing the price by just 0.1 MTA credits will make my product a lot less attractive. There are a lot of price-sensitive customers who will carefully weigh the decision to buy a good mech that costs 1.2 MTA credits but will not hesitate to snap up the same mech if it sells for 1.1 MTA credits instead. In fact, it would have been even better if he could set the price at 1 MTA credit instead, but the configuration and quality standards that he had set for the I project did not allow for this option. Once Vase clarified his vision for the I project, he invited several mech designers to collaborate with him on this commercial project. Not many of you possess specialties that are relevant to ranged mechs, particularly a marksman mech that should always be placed in the rear of a battle lineup. However, at least one of you possess a specialty that might be relevant to this project. Cormont, I'd like you to design a custom neural interface and other possible control systems for the I project. The latest journeyman to join the Larkinson clan blinked in surprise. I would be honored to design this mech with you, sir. I'm not entirely certain what you expect from me. I have never worked on your tech before. That's no problem. You can leave that stuff to me. Vase replied, I'm not asking much from you. Your main role is to enhance the data management and control aspects of the I project. More specifically, I want you to make it so that the mech pilots can immediately act on the information provided by Vulcan during combat. I also want you to allow the I project to convert the input from Vulcan into a digital format and be able to share this data to a command center or other friendly mechs. That sounds as if you want to turn your work into a scout mech. It would be helpful if the mech pilot of the I project can easily share Vulcan's revelations to other friendly units. Vase said and nodded. That will make it so that even one copy of my mech will provide an incredible amount of value to a mech force. What Vase wanted to accomplish was to make the I project so useful and indispensable that it would become popular among customers that normally weren't interested in living mechs. There were still a lot of people who harbored a lot of fear, reluctance or skepticism towards the products sold by the LMC. Vase wanted to turn the I project into a force multiplier that could comprehensively elevate the combat effectiveness of an entire mech force through its observation capabilities. By allowing it to point out the weak points of powerful mechs or important starships, those that made use of this information would definitely achieve greater success in their missions and encounters. Other groups that did not make use of the I project would fall behind, causing them to feel pressured to buy a copy of this useful mech themselves. This would not only boost the sales of his new commercial mech even further, but also act as a gateway drug that could introduce a lot of more customers to the wonderful world of living mechs. I will do my best to increase the utility of the I project. Cormont promised. Thank you for your trust in me. I have always been curious to see how I can tailor my neural interfaces to your esoteric design solutions. I think we can come up with many new possibilities by increasing the integration between material technology and immaterial phenomena. Those are my thoughts as well. Vase said, anyway, I am done with presenting my I project. Do any of you wish to introduce any interesting new mech design projects, or shall we proceed with going over our upcoming expert mech designs? No one presented any promising ideas, but that was fine. There were already enough projects on the agenda even if most of them centered around upgrading existing mech designs or developing additional variant designs. The previous battle exposed many shortcomings of their existing Larkinson mechs, and it was crucial for them to remedy the issues as much as possible. Chapter 4370 Ghost Project. The discussion finally shifted to the most powerful and arguably the most exciting projects. The Larkinson clan adored its expert mechs. Each of them represented the best of what the Larkinson mech designers could impart in their work. This time was no different. Vase first presented the Doulahan project to his audience. The other journeymen were already aware that he and his wife were working on a new expert mech for Venerable Janzi. There was no need to go into too much detail. Vase had a lot in store for the Doulahan project, but no one else could help him all that much in his attempt to make the Shield of Samar undergo a rebirth process. This was completely uncharted territory for him and he was the only one who could make it happen. The Ghost project was a bit more interesting to the Larkinson journeyman because it was a completely new and different mech that the clan had never worked with before. Not many expert stealth mechs exist in the first place because it is rare for mech pilots who engage in shady operations to advance to the rank of expert pilot. Vase began. This has to do with the requirements of becoming a demigod. Strong willpower, Strong convictions and the absence of guilt are just a couple of the criteria that determines whether mech pilots can advance. I think that having a guilty mind is a major stumbling block that prevents many mech pilots engaged in assassinations and other clandestine operation from undergoing apotheosis. There was a large variety of conflicting theories around this controversial topic. The question of whether the subjective feeling of guilt truly held back mech pilots or not was still in contention. This was merely the most recognized answer out of all of the possibilities. High-ranking mech pilots generally tended to emerge from brave, fearless and upright warriors. It was not a coincidence that stubborn and brazen personalities such as Patriarch Reginald tended to do better in this aspect. Ignorance was no hindrance to their success. In contrast, those with clever, subversive, sneaky and vile personality traits ultimately failed to break their limits throughout their careers. While there were certainly exceptions to the rule, it was still incredibly difficult for a large and prosperous state like the Friday Coalition to produce more than a handful of expert pilots among the ranks of Black Ops units. Vase had studied Venerable Zimro Belson's case in person to determine why he was able to succeed. He obviously possessed a bit of talent, but he did not stand out too much in this regard. What truly made Zimro special among those who liked to sneak around was that he possessed a clear conscience. His life trajectory was remarkable, and even living in exile in a dark and violent place like the Nixian Gap had never corrupted his honest heart. He and the other former members of the Zona Stalkers that eventually joined the Larkinson clan had all thrived once they became a part of the Black Cats. Director Calabast showed a lot of care to this group and never assigned them any dirty missions that might taint their sensibilities. Of course, the Black Cats rarely took action against different parties. They mostly engaged in spying, monitoring and data theft. Venerable Zimro Belson is therefore an absolute treasure to us. Vase told everyone, the Ghost Project may be our only opportunity to add a powerful stealth machine to our lineup. The immediate question that comes to mind is how much we should orient our new stealth mech towards combat as opposed to solitary infiltration missions. We can try our best to make Venerable Zimro's expert mech excel at both, but eventually we need to make a choice and commit to it. A stealth mech optimized for combat is substantially different from a stealth mech that is meant to sneak inside powerful fleets or a well-defended military base. It would have been great if the Larkinson clan welcomed 2 new expert pilots that could work with stealth mechs. But that was just a fantasy. You've already made a choice. Kedis spoke up. The previous battle showed that we are still short on expert mechs that can defeat powerful enemy units. Rather than design a mech that is good at infiltrating enemy strongholds, it is a lot more useful for us to obtain a mech that can assassinate enemy expert mechs on a busy battlefield. That way, we can easily destroy or plunder an enemy stronghold after we have wiped out all of the opposition. You've pretty much read my mind, Kedis. The Swordmaster confidently smirked. It's not difficult for me to simulate your logic chain after working with you for so many years. Our clan has always relied on open combat to solve our enemies. That's right. While I do not deny how helpful it is for us to be able to deploy a powerful expert stealth mech that can assassinate a crucial commander or cripple an enemy force before we commence a proper battle, I think it is better and safer for Venerable Zimro to fight alongside his peers and other fellow soldiers. The assistance of his upcoming expert mech will definitely allow us to finish off a lot more powerful enemy units than normal. If the Larkinson army already had a machine like the Ghost Project at its disposal, then a lot less Fredaemon expert mechs would have been able to retreat intact in the previous battle. We need to add another sharp and hidden knife to the Larkinson army. Vase insisted to everyone. One of our faults in the Battle of Pima Prime was how our expert mechs were usually able to defeat their adversaries, but failed to finish the job in too many cases. The successful rescue of Saint Rebecca Andrews after felling the shockshell is the most egregious example of this. I don't want this to happen again. Our survival will always be at risk if we keep letting our enemies retreat so that they can confront us on another day. Many faces grew serious. This was indeed the case. So what are the specifics of your Ghost Project? Sarah Voikin asked. That's a good question. This is the draft design that we have come up with so far. As you can see, it is a bit unusual in that it is a melee stealth mech. We plan to arm it with daggers that will allow it to sneak up to enemy expert mechs from behind and inflict critical damage onto them whenever the opportunity arises. Several mech designers who were aware of the challenges of sneaking up to expert mechs looked doubtful. They weren't certain whether this idea would succeed. Are you certain we can design a stealth mech that can effectively assassinate enemy expert mechs? I am, Vase confidently replied. I know that stealth mechs at this level mostly rely on ranged weapons, but we have two ways to increase the success rate of the Ghost project. First, I know a lot about stealth and cloaking systems. As long as we license a powerful enough transphasic stealth system from a reputable development company, I am certain that I can successfully integrate it into the expert mech design. It was a bit difficult for Vase to explain how his competence in this area had suddenly risen to the level of a senior mech designer. He simply opted to say nothing and hoped that his previous successes gave him enough credibility to believe in his ability. It would be bad if it turned out that none of the Larkinson journeymen were able to work with advanced stealth systems. The only way for them to complete the Ghost project was to bring in an outside consultant to solve all of the complicated problems. That was unacceptable because it meant that all of the stealth-related details would end up in the hands of outsiders. In fact, the Larkinsons were already forced to involve Master Benedict Cortez in the design process in order to enable the finished expert mech to resonate with Venerable Zimro. While this was already a major security risk, Vase could at least preserve many crucial details by withholding a lot of crucial information about the stealth system and its implementation in the mech design. Whether his colleagues harbored any doubts towards him or not, none of them followed up on this matter. Several of them were more interested in hearing how Vase would help the Ghost project avoid detection from alert and perceptive expert pilots. If the stealth system of the Ghost project is effective enough, then it should likely be doable for this expert mech to assassinate low-tier expert mechs. Gloriana ascertained based on what she learned from various sources. However, the more powerful machines are not only equipped with better sensor systems, but they are also controlled by mid-tier or high-tier expert pilots who have developed extremely strong intuition. They can detect danger even if their expert mechs detect no abnormal activity at all. A single hunch may be enough to foil an assassination attempt. Vase responded with a smile. You are describing two different problems. The first is technological and can be solved by investing more money. The second is metaphysical in nature, which means it can be solved through metaphysical means. This is an area that I happen to excel in. I don't have any solid ideas on how to do it, but I am confident I can cobble together a solution that will be effective in battle. I just have to shape the spiritual foundation in the right way. You need more than that, I think. Gloriana responded. You will need the help of a design spirit as well, I think. As far as I know, none of the design spirits are good at hiding their presence from enemies except for one. The Superior Mother's dust aspect should be able to make the Ghost project less noticeable. The devious mech model that we have designed for the Hexers has already shown that it can work. Venerable Zimro is not a Hexer nor a woman. That shouldn't be a problem, Vase. I'm sure that Zimro will find a way to get along with your mother. He's a good boy. Keddies and a couple of other journeymen snorted or snickered under their breaths. No thanks, Gloriana. I will solve this problem in my own way. I don't think that the Superior Mother is my only solution. I'll just create another design spirit if there are no other alternatives. A new entity that is good at hiding stuff can be useful in many different situations. They discussed other details about the Ghost project. Vase went over topics such as explaining the requirements of the sensor systems and discussing the possibility of equipping it with transphasic grenades. Overall, the Ghost project had the potential to become a killer machine that exceeded the Dark Zephyr in terms of lethality. While the Dark Zephyr primarily had to go through a difficult struggle before it gained the opportunity to land a killing blow, the Ghost project was designed from the onset to start and finish a fight with a single strike. Vase grinned. The best part about the Ghost project is that as capable as it may be in solo actions, it is likely more effective when teaming up with our other expert mechs. Just think about it. A loud and attention-grabbing mech like the Sea-Man can distract an opposing expert mech, which means that the enemy mech pilot will have less attention to spare against surprise attacks. The Ghost project should more easily be able to sneak up on the target and land a fatal blow. This was the best way to utilize the Ghost project in his opinion. Working together with other friendly expert mechs not only made it easier to finish off a powerful enemy, but would also provide the expert stealth mech with additional safety once it got exposed. Chapter 4371 Greenaxe and Bloodripper Project's 3 new expert pilots emerged from the ranks while an existing one lost her expert mech in the previous battle. This meant that the Larkinson clan needed to design 4 new expert mechs in order to meet the needs of all of its expert pilots. Vase had opted to spend most of his available time preparing for the Dullahan project and the Ghost project, which meant that he was not entirely up to date on the other 2 expert mech projects. Fortunately, Gloriana had taken charge of them. She finally presented her plans to the Larkinson journeyman. She began by projecting the images of the two pilots in question. Not many of you must have heard of Venerable Colic Glendale and Venerable Pedro Rodrigo. Both of them joined our clan shortly after our entry into the Red Ocean. While their backgrounds are completely different, they are both talented prospects that quickly bloomed in our ranks. They managed to advance to the rank of expert candidate after they have joined their chosen mech legions and have been preparing to undergo apotheosis ever since. This explained why Vase had never really heard anything about Venerable Glendale or Venerable Rodrigo. He stopped paying attention to the expert candidates of the clan some time ago because they weren't strong or important enough to merit his time. Of course, that was no longer the case for Glendale and Rodrigo. The lucky bastards managed to break through just a few years after they had become expert candidates. The speed in which they transcended into demigods indicated that they possessed a lot of talent, perhaps more than everyone else suspected. Vase believed that this was not the only factor behind their amazing success. He quickly browsed through their records and noted that their performance before their entry into the Larkinson clan was merely good rather than great. Something about the Larkinson clan must have activated their potential. Whether it was living mechs or the close brotherhood among the Larkinsons, Vase was glad to see that his subordinates were doing well in his organization. After explaining what the two new expert pilots had in common, Gloriana put the spotlight onto the Avatar expert pilot first. Venerable Colic Glendale is a melee mech specialist that has piloted numerous different Avatar mech models over the years. He has spent time in the cockpit of the Bright Warrior, the Redax and the Lucid Rage. In the end, he has settled on the Redax as his mech of choice. He has already told me that he wishes to pilot an expert Axeman mech now that he has broken through. Gloriana projected a draft design after this. The expert mech depicted in the image shared a lot of resemblances to the Redax. It wasn't wrong to describe it as the expert mech interpretation of the Redax design. As you can see, the Green Axe project shares many elements with our existing Axeman mech design. This is by request as Venerable Glendale has already developed a preference for the Redax's mech configuration. He wants to pilot an expert mech that is able to wield a large and heavy axe that is good at breaking shields and armor. This was immediately clear due to the large and imposing weapon in the hands of the Green Axe project. The giant axe possessed a green edge in line with its codename, but Vase believed that this would probably disappear in time because it didn't look that good. Is there anything special about the Green Axe project? Vase curiously asked. I don't see any obvious features that make it special. The Green Axe project doesn't have too many gimmicks, Vase. It is a solid expert mech that features solid performance in as many aspects as possible. It features strong attack power, respectable defensive capabilities and enough mobility to keep up with most of its opponents. The axe is the most important element of this design. It goes without saying that it will be a transphasic weapon, but I am still exploring a number of ideas. The design of the axe was indeed crucial to the future success of the Green Axe project. There were lots of interesting possibilities available to the Larkinson clan. While Gloriana could opt to go for a relatively standard transphasic axe, Vase had a feeling that his wife preferred to go for a more advanced system in order to make her work special. Vase was more interested in the spiritual configuration rather than the physical configuration of the Green Axe project, though. After Gloriana answered a bunch of questions, Vase brought up the topic that he cared about the most. Did you ask Venerable Glendale what style of living mech he prefers for his future machine? I did. He initially wanted to pilot the same sort of living mech as most of our expert pilots, but I managed to change his mind. His wife smugly replied, I simply pointed out that Patriarch Reginald Cross has chosen to go for the second skin style of living mechs. Combined with the success of other expert mechs in this style such as the Seaman and the Blade Chaser Mark II, Venerable Glendale has come to embrace the opportunity to pilot an expert mech that he will be able to control to an unprecedented degree. I see. Vase was disappointed that he wouldn't be able to develop another powerful new expert mech, but he didn't linger over this issue. To be honest, he was curious to see whether Gloriana could get anywhere with her alternative to his classical living mechs. Tracking the growth and development of second skin style living mechs would provide Vase with plenty of understanding of what they were doing right. Vase already had plans to turn the Dullahan project and the Ghost project into powerful living mechs in line with his own principles. There was no urgent need for him to apply his work onto additional expert mech designs. All right, he eventually said, if Venerable Glendale truly prefers to go for your brand of living mechs, then that is his choice. I just hope he knows what he's missing out on. It is impossible to turn the Green Axe project into a classical living mech after it is completed. You don't need to worry about that, Vase. She said, let's move on to the next and last expert mech design project. The projections that depicted Venerable Glendale in the draft of the Green Axe project disappeared. Venerable Pedro Rodrigo is a flagrant vandal who hasn't tried out as many mechs as the previous expert pilot. Instead, he settled on the Stingripper as soon as he had the chance. That was fairly notable. The most popular mech model of the flagrant vandals was the Ferocious Piranha. The Mark III version of the light skirmisher model was highly refined and induced a lot of mental pressure onto enemies. It was a great machine for mech pilots who admired Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson and wanted to dominate the battlefield by relying on a combination of speed, daring and opportunism. The Stingripper packed a lot less punch in comparison. Instead of diving in to stab a pair of daggers at the weak points of an enemy target, it maintained its distance and pelted its enemies with a Luminaire crystal submachine gun. The weapon was designed to be light and easy to use at relatively closer ranges. Though the design department had updated the Stingripper mech line with a Mark II version not too long ago, the overall performance characteristics hadn't changed all that much. The submachine gun might be effective against other light mechs, but its caliber and punch were a bit inadequate against armored opponents. Vase did not believe that this would be any different with an expert mech. Interpretation of the Stingripper design. Gloriana confirmed his guess with her words. She activated a projection that displayed her draft for a new expert harasser mech. The Bloodripper project is directly based on our earlier Stingripper design. Just like the mech that Venerable Pedro Rodrigo has piloted in the past, the Bloodripper is designed to defeat its opponents by harassing them from a distance. Just as with the Stingripper, the Bloodripper project clearly relied on Kalo, the Ghost Chameleon, to manipulate enemy perception into thinking it was positioned elsewhere, thereby causing a lot of shots fired in its direction to miss. This sounded similar to the Dark Zephyr's untouchable resonating ability, but the underlying mechanisms were substantially different. Vase already looked forward to figuring out how he could best make the Bloodripper project's misdirection ability effective against hostile expert pilots. The Bloodripper project simply wouldn't be a good harasser mech if it did not possess a good solution against enemy ranged attacks. This was because enemy expert ranged mechs were generally incredibly precise and accurate. The difficulty of fooling the predictive aim of powerful expert pilots such as Venerable Davia Stark and Venerable Kasha Rezkin was far too high. The only way for a relatively fragile expert mech like the Bloodripper project to survive against these kinds of threats was to rely on another solution. Vase wondered whether it was enough to employ a design spirit or whether he needed to come up with a stronger solution. In any case, there were plenty of other interesting elements that caused the Bloodripper project to stand out compared to its parent mech. Interesting. He rubbed his smooth-shaven chin as he spotted additional details that were not derived from the original Stingripper design. I can see that you have added a few additional elements to this expert mech. It is not as simple as it looks. Gloriana smiled. That is true. It is fine for the Green Axe project to copy the template of the Redax design because the large axe and adequate armor system already makes the expert Axeman mech useful in battle. It is a different story for the Bloodripper project. Its weapon will still remain fairly weak, which is not good news when most expert mechs have powerful resonance shields and armor. In other words, it will take too long for the Bloodripper project to defeat any serious opponent because it lacks the punch to wear down defenses quickly. Vase said, This is why I have attempted to alter the mech concept and help provide it with additional power without compromising its mobility to a serious degree. Gloriana explained, it is still crucial for the Bloodripper project to be able to outrun all but the fastest light mechs. It does not fare well in melee combat at all and its armor is too light to sustain much damage. Of course, this was just a relative description. Even the lightest expert mechs could still resist a lot more damage than a standard heavy mech. The Bloodripper project had little to fear if it was being bombarded by an enemy ranged mech unit. It could rely on its light but adequate armor to resist hits while utilizing its extremely strong evasion characteristics to mitigate the remaining damage. So how have you chosen to amplify the attack power of this new Bloodripper project without slowing it down? Vase curiously asked. Don't tell me you plan to equip it with grenades. It worked for the Dark Zephyr, did it not? A grenade is the logical answer to increasing the offensive power of the Bloodripper project. I am already exploring different kinds of powerful transphasic grenades that can be a good fit with Venerable Rodrigo's future expert mech. While I don't plan to equip it with too many grenades, I want to make sure it possesses a powerful finishing option to ensure it is able to take down its targets by itself. Vase could understand this argument. It was the same one he used to equip the Dark Zephyr with grenades. There was one big issue, though. Grenades make sense for the Dark Zephyr because it generally comes close enough to toss its payloads at enemy positions. The same does not necessarily apply to this Bloodripper project. What if it is too far away? It will have to get closer in order to make effective use of the grenade, but that makes the expert harasser mech vulnerable to retaliation. That is why I intend to equip the Bloodripper project with a small grenade launcher. Gloriana replied, I haven't decided how I want to add this weapon module to this design, but it will definitely play an important role once the design is finished. Chapter 4372 The Great Filter. The 4 new expert mech design projects represented a new chapter to the Larkinson clan. Vase was proud and happy with the direction of each of these 4 crucial projects. The Doulahan project and the Ghost project that he had taken charge of were both a lot more radical and ambitious in scope. This was because he attempted to invent new solutions that would have a profound impact on the progression of his design philosophy and provide his clan with wonderful new sources of strength. From a conceptual perspective, Vase considered the Doulahan project as a highly ambitious attempt to breathe new life into a living mech that had perished in battle. On the surface, it sounded like an attempt to recycle the growth of a sentient mech. What Vase actually saw in this ambitious experimental project was the possibility to exploit death as a means to further the evolution of life. This was related to a theory that he had developed over the course of his research on mech pilot breakthroughs and the Transcendence Glow. A lot of living entities tended to accumulate a lot of garbage over the course of their lives. Though it was arguable whether undesirable elements added character and touches of humanity to humans or other living beings, Vase had already noticed that the processes of transcendence were at least indirectly related to the amount of baggage and how badly they affected people. Certain traumas and personality flaws weighed down people so much that they were unable to advance their ranks despite possessing enough talent and diligence. This was also why Lufa and his numerous variations of glows were so effective at stimulating breakthroughs. Depending on how Lufa expressed his glow, he was able to selectively dampen the influence of unhelpful baggage, allowing previously burdened people to gain much-needed relief and break through with greater ease. This was how a seemingly ordinary design spirit made from unremarkable spiritual ingredients was able to produce an impact that was greater than that of the likes of the Superior Mother and maybe even Gaia. After all, which design spirit was able to reduce the difficulty of breaking through by as much as 50, 60 or even 80%? However, Vase knew from his secret research and periodic exchanges with Master Dervidian that fulfilling the ultimate dream of universal transcendence was easier said than done. He recalled one particular discussion in the past that taught him that inducing breakthroughs without showing much restraint may not be a good idea. Almost everyone in our field agrees that mech pilots break through far less frequently than the mech community desires. Master Dervidian said over the comm. Too many brave and heroic soldiers have fought all their lives for a chance of becoming more than mortal, only for them to be denied their chances due to factors outside of their control. Vase smirked. We can change that once we can popularize our new method of fostering transcendence. You think too simply, Mr. Larkinson. The reason why we have held back from expanding our scale of testing is not just because we are trying to maintain secrecy or because we do not think human civilization is too unprepared. We have an even greater concern that has become increasingly more acute now that we have monitored batches of expert pilots that have reached their ranks through artificial means. That did not sound reassuring to Vase. What do you mean by that, Master? Let us consider the current situation regarding breakthroughs. The threshold and requirements for breaking through are high. The drawback of circumstance is that few mech pilots are able to succeed. The advantage is that those who are able to succeed against all odds are always the best, most driven, most earnest and most disciplined of their peers. They may possess personality traits that deviate from what galactic human society deems normal, but among the total population of mech pilots, the ones that have risen above the masses generally represent the best of this warrior class. Vase recalled every expert pilot that he knew in person. People like Venerable Tusa, Venerable Dice, Venerable Janzi and Commander Casella Ingvar had all turned into heroes of the Larkinson clan. The Glory Seekers had Venerable Brutus and the Handmaidens of Death, while the Cross clan practically revered Patriarch Reginald Cross as a god. Other groups also nurtured their own share of strong and exceptional personalities. A few of the names that immediately stood out in his memory were Venerable Orthox de Massey and Saint Eulamerka. None of them gave him the impression that they were cruel, lazy or corrupt. Lowlives and punks simply didn't have what it took to break through their limitations and burst out with far greater strength than what mortals ought to possess. The only ones that came close was someone like Venerable Vincent Riccolin. Vase considered the former Brighter as the most unworthy expert pilot in human space. When Vase remembered that Vincent Riccolin ultimately experienced apotheosis after the Everchanger began to channel the Transcendence glow at a large scale during the Purgatory campaign, he suddenly understood Master Dervidian's underlying message. If we make it so that mech pilots don't have to work as hard to break through, then a lot more people will turn into expert pilots. Vase concluded, not all of them represent the best and brightest of every mech pilot. When impure, corrupt and possibly even criminal expert pilots begin to emerge with the help of a solution like the Transcendence Glow, our entire society will welcome a lot more violence and suffering. Master Terminau Dervidian's projection nodded in a grave manner. That is indeed the scenario that our analysts have predicted. What your groundbreaking invention is able to accomplish amounts to lowering the threshold of breakthroughs. This is certainly a method to solve the shortage of high-ranking mech pilots, but it is not the desired solution of our Transcendence faction. Do you know what we actually prefer? It did not take long for Vase to figure out the answer after he thought about the master mech designer's words. It was similar to controlling the enrollment of a university. There were two ways to increase its study body. The first way was to lower the enrollment requirements. This was the easiest way to increase the amount of students attending the educational institution, but the disadvantage of doing so was that the average performance along with the overall culture and standards would drop as well. The second way was to increase the amount of applicants that met the original requirements of the university. This was a much more desirable option because the school got what it wanted without damaging its reputation or the overall academic results of its students. What you actually want is to raise the qualifications and worthiness of existing mech pilots so that they can meet the original requirements. Vase spoke with a lot more clarity in his voice. This way, the expert pilots that emerge from the ranks will still be pure, reliable and generally heroic in nature. What we are working on right now is a flawed solution that may very well introduce problems that will make our situation worse. Master Dervidian looked away for a moment. Your Transcendence Glow is still useful. Do not misunderstand us. Strength is more important than stability. If the primacy of mechs is under threat or if human civilization is being eroded by hostile alien races, then we will take measures to increase the rate of breakthroughs across the entire mech community as much as possible. This is the greatest value of your invention. You have given us a strong and powerful lifeline that can increase the survival chances of the human race. Though Vase didn't expect the transhumanist faction and probably the survivalist faction to view his Transcendence Glow in this light, he would take what he could get even though he felt like he deserved more appreciation for his massive contribution. Thanks, I guess. So what does that mean for us going forward? We continue our research. We continue to study the effects of the Transcendence Glow on test subjects over time. We must understand exactly what happens to different expert pilots who were originally unworthy but broke through with ease with the help of your Transcendence Glow. This will at least give us a more thorough understanding of how our society will change once we open Pandora's box. It was never a good development when an invention of his was equated to this ancient myth. Vase found it to be an apt analogy. Pandora's box contained many evils, but it also contained hope amidst the darkness. However, it would be difficult to restore order in a society where power had run amok. When the number of high-ranking mech pilots in human space multiplied by 100 in a short amount of time, a large proportion of these mighty warriors would probably come across as the opposite of heroes. Power inherently possessed a corrupting influence on people's psyches. No one was immune to its influence, but most expert pilots today were too noble and honest to violate their own principles. Yet what if expert pilots emerged that possessed weaker principles? What if they had no principles and bottom lines in the first place? If these low lives began to advance to higher ranks in larger numbers, then the damage they could do to the people around them may be even more terrible than any hostile alien race. In time, those who made it all the way to the rank of God pilot would no longer be admired as living deities in human form. The darkest among this top group would become known as tyrants. No, maybe it would be even worse. Maybe people might even come to regard them as devil pilots. Vase grew a lot more nervous after he made this realization. If it became known that he had enabled the rise of the most terrible butchers and warlords of the mech community, then it would be difficult for him to escape responsibility for their many crimes. He began to look distressed. Is there a way to solve the problem of popularizing the Transcendence Glow? That is what we must work on. Master Dervidian stoically replied, "There are no convenient solutions available. We believe that your transcendence glow must be paired with another solution that is just as revolutionary in order to limit the negative consequences. For example, an obvious remedy would be to develop a measure that can restrain or remove the negative traits of mech pilots. If these warriors can be healed, cleansed or guided to the right directions, then they will no longer pose such a great threat to society anymore. In fact, their chances of advancing without relying on your transcendence glow will rise dramatically." In other words, this was probably the solution that the transhumanist faction and other groups truly wanted to attain. Vase thought about how such a feat could be accomplished. "What you're talking about can't be done through normal means. Mech pilots must be strong-willed in order to break their limits, so they are the hardest people to change their minds. Those that become more susceptible to outside persuasion are exactly the kind of people who aren't capable of breaking through. We are aware of this dynamic, Mr. Larkinson. This is why we are seeking a more radical method of changing mech pilots. If we can alter their very personality and character on a deep and extensive level, we can purify them so that they become better versions of themselves. We have conducted more research on this topic than you can ever imagine, but I am not afraid to say that most of our experiments have yielded no usable results." A shudder ran through Ves's body. He could easily imagine a lot of taboo experiments revolving around operating directly on human brains or using external tools such as cranial implants or tampered mechs to alter their cognition in crude and damaging ways. "I see. We won't be able to make much progress, then," Vase said in a grim tone. Master Dervidian clasped his fingers. "Human society is not as strong as it looks on the surface. It is surprisingly fragile. Any major change to the status quo can lead us to a darker future. That is the opposite of what we wish to accomplish by pursuing our ideals. If human transcendence leads to decline, degeneration and bloodshed, then it is better for us to remain weak and mortal. The age of conquest has taught us that the vast majority of humans are too unworthy to bear greater power. That is why they only deserve to be treated as space peasants. Only true galactic citizens are fit for greatness." Chapter 4373 Developing New Luminaire Crystal Weapons. One of the reasons why Vase valued the Dullahan project so much was because he saw it as an opportunity to increase the potential or upper limit of the growth of living mechs. What was even more important was that a method that worked on living mechs might also work on mech pilots. After all, the two ultimately became one at the end of their progression. The implications of succeeding with the Dullahan project therefore ranged far beyond giving Venerable Janzi back a version of her old Shield of Samar. It had the potential to upend the entire mech community and introduce a brand new age where heroes emerged among mech pilots in far greater numbers. Of course, Vase did not dare to commit too much to this incredible ambition. He could only treat it as a hopeful dream that he should aspire towards. What was interesting about his past discussion with Master Dervidian was that the man left Vase with one important remark. "The reason why we pay so much attention to the qualities and the mentality of mech pilots is because they play a crucial role in determining whether ace pilots are able to survive the transition to becoming god pilots." The accomplished master mech designer revealed to Vase. At the end of this dangerous journey, an ace pilot must give up his remaining humanity and everything that holds him back. Can you imagine how much is lost in this final process? If the pilot loses too much of himself at once, he will not retain much strength to survive the transition. This is the primary reason why so few of them have survived this difficult test. Vase gained a much deeper understanding of the difficulties that mech pilots had to endure in their attempt to become the top powerhouses of humanity. They had to meet extremely high requirements at every major junction. Any serious flaw or imperfection was enough to disqualify them from moving further. More and more mech pilots fell off at every pass until only a scant few exceptional individuals succeeded at the end. This was an incomparably brutal gauntlet and one that was way too harsh for too many mech pilots. Vase developed the drive and ambition to figure out a way to help mech pilots pass these difficult tests so that more of them would be able to gain the strength that they deserved. Of course, that was easier said than done. The MTA researched this topic for centuries but never made any serious progress as far as Vase was aware of. There should have been a lot more god pilots than the 100 or so that were known today if the mechers managed to come up with a viable solution. Vase therefore did not think too much about this matter and went back to pursuing his own projects. He thought he would have to become a master first before he had an opportunity to come up with an innovation that could change the status quo in a more desirable fashion. It was a completely welcome surprise that the Dullahan project might give him an early preview of what he needed to do in order to make Transcendence accessible to many more people. Compared to the great significance of the Dullahan project, it looked as if the other 3 expert mech design projects were not that important. Vase didn't see it that way. The Dullahan project promised profound changes in a possible power-up, but it would probably take a lot of time to realize the benefits. What the Larkinson clan needed in the short and medium term was greater combat strength. Vase couldn't afford to wait decades or centuries needed to allow his grand plans to come to fruition. He needed powerful mechs that possessed clear advantages on the battlefield. Each of the 3 remaining expert mech design projects possessed special advantages that gave them an edge against enemies. For example, the Ghost project might become one of the few successful implementations of a melee stealth mech that could become a powerful champion killer in battle. The Green Axe project was another opportunity for Gloriana to incorporate the lessons she learned from the evolution of the Mars from a classical living mech to a post-living mech. The Bloodripper project allowed Vase to apply his own lessons to the creation of a new classical living mech from scratch. In short, each of these projects possessed great significance to Vase. Even the Green Axe project, where Gloriana would leave the biggest stamp on the upcoming expert mech, would provide with a lot of data related to his field of expertise. Vase smiled as he finally concluded the long but fruitful conference meeting. He expected to make massive gains by the end of this final design round. "We are in a special time," Vase spoke at the end. "Each of us have made a lot of gains from witnessing a major battle up close. Our works have all been tested under punishing conditions, while the works of our enemies have taught us many lessons. This is the point where we must apply our gains to our new design projects and advance the quality, capabilities and performance of our mechs. I will be severely disappointed in you if your mech designs in the following year are hardly better than the mechs that you have designed in the past." This was both a request and a warning to his subordinates. The reason why he was so eager to go on adventures and embark on the Trailblazer expedition was to gain more material to fuel the progression of his design philosophy. He wanted colleagues by his side who also benefit from these experiences. If there were dummies around him that could not gain any useful benefits from the Larkinson clan's activities, there was no reason for them to stay by his side. No one was immune to this rule. He was even willing to boot the people he cared about the most, like Gloriana and Kedis, if they stopped becoming a productive force within the design department. Of course, this would never happen. The 2 women were just as passionate and driven as him. They were so invested in mechs that they would never stop trying to push their design philosophies to a greater height. As the meeting finally wrapped up, Vase and the others began to start their design work in earnest. While the expeditionary fleet continued its journey to the border region between Krakatoa and Zelmer, Vase was already starting to flesh out the initial drafts of numerous mechs such as the Eye project and the Bloodripper project. Both of them stood out from the many other current design projects because they were equipped with luminaire crystal weapons. Of course, their weapons were bound to be radically different. Vase needed to design an affordable but also powerful long-range luminaire crystal rifle for the Eye project. This was difficult because Vase needed to change his mindset from that of abundance to one centered around frugality. It's not about designing the most powerful luminaire crystal rifle, but the most cost-effective one. He muttered. He needed to find a good balance between power and cost. Although Vase believed that the greatest selling point of the Eye project should be enough to turn it into an attractive product, he did not want its performance to be mediocre. The Bloodripper project was much different. It needed to be equipped with a powerful luminaire crystal submachine gun that was both light but powerful enough to threaten expert mechs. The challenges related to this weapon were different. Vase was in control of the design budget and he could practically pour as much money as he wanted in the development of this weapon. The problem was that the weapon's mass and dimensions could not be too excessive. Making the gun too big and heavy would slow down the Bloodripper and make it easier for enemies to catch up with an expert mech that was supposed to be fast and elusive. Vase scratched his head. Neither of these weapons will be easy to design. Fortunately, he already built up a notable amount of accumulation in luminaire crystal technology. He spent enough time on digesting the research conducted by the MTA and conducting numerous experiments himself to expand his repertoire and deepen his understanding of this alien tech. Though he still felt that he did not understand the essence of luminary crystal technology, the years he spent on working on it slowly allowed him to develop his own understanding of this tech. I don't know how the original luminaire race sees their own creations, but to me they are all weapons that have the potential for greatness. The weapons that I have developed until now only utilize a fraction of the power of luminaire crystals. One of the secrets behind luminaire crystal technology was that it could interact with spirituality and spiritual energy. Vase hadn't been able to make much progress on this front because there were too many unknown and convoluted aspects about luminaire crystal technology, but he managed to come up with a few shallow tricks with the help of the illustrious one. If he applied those tricks to the 2 upcoming weapon designs and put additional effort into coming up with further design solutions, he might be able to enhance their firepower even further. No matter what kind of special gimmicks these mechs are able to rely on, their technical performance must not fall behind. With that thought in mind, Vase started his work on the 2 ranged mech design projects by working on their weapons first. It was easiest for him to start with designing the standard weapon for the Eye project. He already visualized the weapon during the drafting phase. Instead of taking advantage of the ability to swap out multiple different attack phase crystals to change the damage output of this weapon, he intended to stick to laser beam output for this project and seek to maximize its performance. It should be possible to integrate the laser beam attack phase crystal to this weapon to such a degree that I can improve the performance of this combination by 10%. Designing rifles around laser beams, positron beams, light beams and all kinds of other damage types introduced a lot of additional requirements that required Vase to make a lot of compromises in the weapon design. Vase no longer had to do that as long as the new weapon design solely fired laser beams. He was quickly able to design the basic setup of a laser-oriented luminaire crystal rifle with considerable power. Since the Eye project was designed to be a marksman mech oriented towards extreme firepower like the Amaranto, it went without saying that Vase would equip the Eye project with a heavier version of the standard luminaire crystal rifle. However, according to the deal that he had made with the MTA, a heavy luminaire crystal rifle had to bear additional security measures to prevent them from being used by unauthorized users. This was a troublesome requirement that significantly reduced the convenience of commercial mechs that were equipped with this weapon. Vase had to spend many hours to implement the additional spiritual and technical security measures he developed years ago to the Eye project's primary weapon. This was a tedious chore, but he was already used to doing all of this extra work. His bigger concern was that he didn't think the weapon was powerful enough. Vase had a feeling that he could add more power to the weapon if he went out of his way to try out new ideas. How can I make it stronger while also keeping the cost under control? Vase frowned. Obvious solutions such as using phase water was out of the question for this commercial project. Vase needed to rely on a more ingenious design solution in order to squeeze more power out of the same building blocks. What can I do? Chapter 4374 Litterbox. As Vase thought about how he could push his luminaire crystal weapons to the next level, he suddenly received a notification that immediately caused him to set aside his current ideas. He left the design lab and returned to his grand stateroom where his children along with a couple of cats had already gathered. Meow, 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 are you finally ready, Lucky? Vase eagerly asked as he stepped close. Meow. His 3 children looked up at him in concern. Is Lucky okay, Papa? Aurelia asked as she held Clixie in her arms. Vase responded with a reassuring smile. You don't have to worry, my dear. His tummy ache will finally end after today. He's just about ready to use his litterbox this time. He had waited a long time for Lucky to digest the huge amount of high-quality materials that the cat had unscrupulously devoured in Pima Prime. There were many times where Vase felt tempted to feed his cat a laxative in order to stop his agonizingly long wait, but he held himself back every time. Vase couldn't guarantee whether prematurely interrupting Lucky's digestion process would negatively affect the final quality and effects of the newly produced gems. In order to maximize the value of Lucky's output as much as possible, Vase had to give his cat enough time to process as much materials as possible. Of course, there was a significant risk that Lucky would end up appropriating all of the nutrition to upgrade his own body further, but Vase already formed an understanding with the gem cat in this regard. A gem cat existed to produce gems. How could Lucky possibly continue to function without fulfilling his primary purpose at all? There should be limits to how much he could keep everything he ate to himself. He needed to purge his waste products from his body eventually before they began to harm his body too much. It was already amazing that the gluttonous beast managed to postpone his bathroom visit for a long time. Meow, meow. This time, it became clear that Lucky really couldn't hold it any longer. The cat didn't even think about absorbing any further nutrition. He just wanted to remove the source of the pressure inside his body as soon as possible so that he could finally gain relief from his lengthy pain. Vase sat down on the deck and began to wait for Lucky to get ready. In the meantime, he distracted himself by playing and cuddling with his children. Their giggling delighted his ears and their happiness warmed his heart. Mew mew, ma, mero mero mero, nya, meow meow. The cats also started to play around with each other. Little Mana, Yika and Denny climbed up the bodies of the likes of Goldie and Blinky or started to wrestle for dominance against each other. At one point, Vase happily explained what he loved about mech design. He lifted his hand and activated a projection that showed his iconic works. From the Bright Warrior to the Everchanger, each of them possessed characteristics that no other mech designer could imitate. Do you see this mechs? His brown-haired kid eagerly nodded. Those are yours. Yup, they are mine. Each of them are attempts to bring my vision and my ideals to life. I have become so good at this that millions and millions of people are relying on my work every day. Whether it is enforcing the peace or beating up enemies, my mech designs are changing many people's lives for the better. That is what every mech designer aspires to do with their work. We either make a difference in society or we quit the profession and do something else in our lives. His youngest kid looked with wonder at the projections of his mechs. Marvane did not pay too much attention to the strength or mech type of the machines. To him, a humble mech like the Desolate Soldier was just as impressive as an expert mech like the Everchanger. This was because they were all designed by his impressive father. Is it hard to design a mech? Marvane curiously asked. It is difficult, Vase answered. While it is relatively easy to design a basic mech if you have studied the right courses, it is incredibly difficult to design one that people want to pilot. Huh, Marvane looked confused. Vase grinned and picked up a toy mech that the children had recently played with. The soft plushy version of an orange dinosaur looked cute but was lacking in details. It's like designing a toy that kids like you enjoy playing with. He said, for example, what sort of toy do I want to design? How large do I need to make it? What should be its colors? How should I design its shape? These are only a handful of the many questions that I need to answer in order to design a new mech. Many of the problems that I need to deal with on a daily basis are a lot more technical than what you just heard. I need to use a lot of math and science in order to come up with answers that will allow mechs that weigh multiple tons and consist of millions of different parts to work. Though Vase used a lot of complicated words that would have caused a normal child of Marvane's age to feel utterly lost, the boy only grew more enthused at what he heard. Perhaps he didn't understand all of the words, but he enjoyed the love and passion expressed by his father. Marvane reached out and grabbed the orange dinosaur for himself. I want to design a mech too. Can you teach me, Papa? Vase chuckled in delight. Let's wait until you are 10 years older before you decide what you want to do in your life. I don't want you to choose too soon and regret your choice. Besides, learning how to design mechs requires a lot of learning. The classes that you have taken so far are nothing compared to the advanced sciences and theories that you need to cramp into your little brain. Will you still teach me when I am old enough? Of course I will, Vase happily replied. You're my son. I will help you find your own way or allow you to inherit my entire life's work depending on what you want. Don't tell your mother, but I will teach you tricks that I would never pass on to her. This is because she has different ideas about what makes a good mech. Marvane looked confused. What makes Mama's mechs different from yours? That is a bit too complicated to explain, but I will keep it simple. My mechs may be flawed, but they are great at working together. Your mother's mechs on the other hand try to be as perfect as possible, but in my eyes they are always a bit empty on the inside. Marvane looked back and forth between the projections of mechs that were primarily designed by Gloriana and the ones designed by himself. I don't understand, the little kid said. Vase smiled and ruffled his baby boy's hair. You don't need to understand. You should be playing with your toys instead of worrying too much about mechs. Wait until you are older and completed a few science classes before you think about this. If you have decided that you want to design mechs in the future, you will need to make a choice who you want to learn from. You can either learn from me or your mother. I don't want to choose. I want Papa and Mama to teach me everything. That's not possible, Marvane. Vase gently answered. We can both teach general subjects to you, but once we start to impart our specialties to you, our lessons will conflict with each other. It is best if you learn from just one of us from beginning to end so that you will learn exactly what you need to know to inherit one of our design philosophies. Of course, if you insist on developing your own specialization, you can do that as well. You can design any sort of mech in the future depending on what you learn. I suggest you think about this early. The sooner you figure out what sort of mech you really want to design, the better we can tailor your studies to your dreams. Vase actually wanted his son to learn from him but also pursue his own ideas. He knew that it would be a lot harder for Marvane to engage in his own original research and develop his own innovations if he became too accustomed to relying on other people's work. On the other hand, Vase really wanted his son to inherit his design philosophy and help him explore living mechs from another angle. The more people working on living mechs, the stronger and more varied they would become over time. As Vase continued to regale Marvane about the process of designing mechs in simple terms, Lucky endured a particularly strong spike of pain. "Mew-oh, make way, Lucky urgently needs to go to the bathroom." Vase gently set his son aside and stood up while picking up his first cat. The gem cat felt hot to the touch. It was as if Lucky had turned himself into a furnace in order to process all of the materials he had eaten into other forms. "Let's give you a bit of privacy, shall we? Meow." Vase brought his pet to the nearest bathroom of his grand stateroom and closed the hatch to allow the mechanical cat to do his business. Several minutes went by as Vase waited next to the hatch. He could feel spikes of energy and other activity from the other side of the closed entrance. Almost 5 minutes passed until Lucky slowly phased through the hatch. Meow-wow. The cat looked tired to his bones. His stomach no longer bulged and his activity levels had dropped to the lowest point in many years. Lucky floated to a nearby couch and fell asleep as soon as he landed on a cushion. Vase no longer paid any attention to his gem cat. He unlocked the hatch as fast as possible before he entered the large and roomy bathroom. He had already set aside a special metal litter box that was exclusively reserved for Lucky. 3 large and shining gems glinted in the light. Though Vase did not detect any power from them, he already inferred that each of them were presumably a lot more powerful than the gems that Lucky had produced in the past. "Please don't be weak." Vase quickly approached the litter box and picked up the 3 gems in an instant. He eagerly inspected them with his system sight in order to ascertain their effects. King's authority, the authority of a fallen sovereign, is locked within this gem. Increases the control of all transphasic parts of a mech by 100%. Jeremiah's inheritance, the discipline and pursuit of swordsmanship, is captured within this gem. Increases the speed of learning swordsmanship and related skills up to a limit by 200%. Shield of sacrifice, the dying wish of a powerful soul, is contained within this gem. Increases the damage resistance of a mech up to 100% in proportion to the damage it has incurred. What? His initial reaction to the gems was not delight, but rather uncertainty. Though the percentage boosts were impressively high this time, their effects were not as straightforward as Lucky's previous gems. Vase even had the feeling that Lucky had scammed him once again. It wasn't until he read the descriptions a second time that he realized that the strength imparted by these gems could be used to produce incredible results as long as he used them in strategic ways. However, that was not his only gain from today. The names and descriptions of the gems confirmed a theory that Vase had come up with after studying and making use of Lucky gems for a long time. So it's true. The power of these gems are truly derived from the strength of the remnants of powerful spirits. Chapter 4375 Useful Gems. After waiting for multiple years, Vase finally obtained a new batch of gems. Was the delay worth it? That was questionable. The quantity of gems left a lot to be desired. The more gems he obtained, the greater his options. In addition, a larger reserve of gems allowed him to transform more high-quality mechs into masterwork mechs. However, it was clear that Lucky's latest 3 gems were different from the ones he made before. The most immediate factor that stood out was not their power but rather their suspected origins. It did not escape his notice that their descriptions and effects were clearly related to a number of powerful individuals that he had recently encountered. King's authority, the authority of a fallen sovereign, is locked within this gem. Increases the control of all transphasic parts of a mech by 100%. This gem no doubt derived its power from the Phase King. He found that to be odd because when the Golden Skull Alliance fought against this powerful Fish Whale King and his lackeys, Venerable Vincent beat up the ancient exo-beast so hard that Vase was able to harvest the Phase King's spirituality in a fairly whole state. These days, the Phase King was doing pretty well for himself after Vase had converted his defeated opponent into a design spirit. How was Lucky able to produce this gem, then? Did the cat quietly sucked up the loose bits of spiritual energy that the Phase King had shed upon his death? Vase scratched his head in confusion. Whatever. It's not that important for me to understand what has happened. What I should actually be doing is figuring out how to best leverage this gem. The system site only provided him with a single sentence that explained how the gem would affect a mech under its influence. This was barely enough for Vase to figure out what it actually did to a machine. The Phase King was one of several powerful fish whales that the creator of the Purgatory Pocket Space had brought to life inside a biolab. Vase recalled after a bit of time. What is impressive about this batch of fish whale kings was that they lived on long after the disappearance of the phase whale that created them. The Phase King and his brothers must have lived over 1,000,000 years. Eons had passed by while the Phase King, the Cerebral King, the Hive King and Fusion King divided Purgatory among themselves and fought intermittent wars against each other. While each of these four kings likely didn't improve that much over time, they had each accumulated a scary amount of knowledge, experience and skill after experiencing the passage of so many years. The King's Authority gem only captured a fraction of the Phase King's incredibly wisdom and understanding of phase water manipulation, but that already encapsulated an immense degree of mastery. Even 1% of the Phase King's understanding of phase water manipulation was enough to revolutionize the performance of a transphasic mech. Vase fully understood that the value of this gem was especially great in the early days of the introduction of phase water technology. At this time, humanity's understanding and depth of phase water technology was still shallow. Though many researchers were able to gain a head start by taking advantage of stolen alien knowledge and technology, they were still far from matching the ability of the likes of the phase whales. Even if the Phase King was not a genuine phase whale, his incredibly long life allowed the once powerful creature to develop an extremely impressive intuitive understanding of phase water and how to bend it to his will. Perhaps the Phase King's long-term isolation and lack of exposure to how phase water was being utilized in the Red Ocean meant that the Fish Whale King did not develop any advanced techniques, but Vase had no doubt that the Sovereign mastered the more basic applications to an extremely powerful extent. That was what made the gem so valuable to Vase. Humanity's familiarity and exploitation of phase water technology was still at the level of a child in the eyes of the most powerful native aliens of the Red Ocean. With this gem, I can effectively turn a human mech pilot into a fish whale when it comes to understanding and utilizing phase water technology. The more transphasic systems the mech possesses, the more value this gem will generate. As such, the best mech that this gem should be used on was a machine that was infused with as much phase water as possible. The Mars was the most obvious candidate for this gem. It was the most powerful mech in the Golden Skull Alliance, and with cutting-edge transphasic products such as the Abassis armor and the Arceus system, it was loaded with enough phase water to fund the acquisition of an entire fleet. However, Vase already gave the Mars a gem, which didn't appear to be playing a major role these days now that Patriarch Reginald's overbearing willpower baptism had overridden its effects. Since Lucky's gems appeared to work in an identical fashion to willpower baptism, Vase had learned that it was largely a waste to employ them in Ace. Mechs are more powerful machines. I should put my gems to use in weaker mechs that will remain useful for a long time. Vase concluded. The best way to utilize the King's Authority gem was to employ it into a fairly powerful mech that integrated a lot of phase water. It would be best if it was a high-tier expert mech of the same caliber as the initial version of the Mars. However, the Larkinson clan had yet to obtain any high-tier expert pilots. Those that were on track to reach this height in the coming decade are two already piloted powerful expert mechs that already benefited from their own gems. None of our new expert mechs are suitable either. Vase shook his head. He already had plans for the Doulahan project, while the Ghost project, the Green Axe project and the Bloodripper project were all starter machines prepared for recently advanced expert pilots. He sighed. I guess this gem will be collecting a lot of dust. Vase carefully put the large and glowing blue gem away in his secret pouch. Meow. At this time, the innocent-looking tiger-striped gem cat responsible for producing the gems had dozed off on a pillow. Meow tilde, nya. Clixie and the golden cat both moved over and licked Lucky's cheeks before settling down next to his body. Though Lucky looked and acted like a cat most of the time, Vase started to comprehend how remarkable he was. From the mechanical creature's dimensional stomach to how he was able to capture remnants from powerful spirits, Vase couldn't imagine how much conventional engineering and spiritual engineering it took to create such an amazing sentient tool. He began to wonder more and more about the creator of this gem cat. Who created him? What purpose did Lucky serve? Why make him alive? Whatever the case, Vase was happy that Lucky ended up as his pet. The gem cat provided him with a lot of convenience and crucial assistance, whether it was on the battlefield or in the bathroom. He wouldn't have gotten here if not for Lucky. The gem cat's existence was also the reason that Vase imparted his children with their own little companion spirits. Though Mana, Yaika and Denny did not possess material bodies and did not come close to matching the capabilities of Lucky, their potential was just as great if not greater. Vase bestowed these lovely little feline companion spirits to his kids in the hopes that their own versions of Lucky would provide them with just as much help and protection. Of course, the companion spirits still needed to grow up. Right now, even the oldest of them could do little more than act cute and perform a few minor spiritual tricks. He turned his attention back to the remaining 2 gems that his cat had just produced. The latest batch of gems were larger and more lustrous than the ones he obtained before. They even glowed in the light, which was an indication that whatever they contained was powerful enough to generate energy. Jeremiah's inheritance, the discipline and pursuit of swordsmanship, is captured within this gem. Increases the speed of learning swordsmanship and related skills up to a limit by 200%. The providence and the effect of this glowing silver gem left no ambiguity who it was derived from. Somehow, Lucky managed to catch enough of a fragment of Saint Jeremiah gauge to turn it into a source of power for this gem. A part of Vase was angry at Lucky's gem production system because it chose to express the power of an ace pilot in a different fashion from before. Unlike the gems that straightforwardly increased the defense or offensive power of a mech by 20 to 40%, Jeremiah's inheritance provided no direct performance boost whatsoever. Vase would rather obtain a weaker gem that increased the cutting power of a bladed weapon held by a mech by 100% or less. This way, a mech like the Blade Chaser Mark II or the upcoming Green Axe project would immediately become a lot more effective in battle. However, when Vase thought about how he could best exploit this gem, he realized that the value it could generate for the clan may be greater than his other gems. This is the most ideal gem for a training mech. The more he looked at it, the more his eyes lit up. If he was able to cooperate with Kedis to develop the ultimate training mech oriented towards swordsmanship, then they would be able to give birth to the ultimate swordsmanship tutor. Each mech pilot that interfaced with this new training mech would essentially improve in a way that made it seem as if they were being tutored by Saint Jeremiah Gage himself. This is an excellent way to train a lot of swordsman mech pilots. Vase realized, the Heavenswarders would especially go mad for this kind of mech. No matter what sword style the aspirants practiced, the wisdom and mastery of an ace pilot was so great that a mech that incorporated Jeremiah's inheritance would always be able to help. Perhaps Vase could make another mech in the style and function of the Quint but solely dedicated to swordsmanship and swordsman mech pilots. His eyes shone as he quickly came up with several ambitious plans for this gem. The only question was whether he could persuade Kedis to play along. He wasn't sure whether Kedis would be willing to make use of Jeremiah's inheritance. The woman possessed strong principles with regards to swordsmanship and swordsman mechs. Who knew how she would think about exploiting a fragment of an honorable opponent? Still, even if Kedis refused to lend her services, Vase would never allow this precious gem to remain unused. I've already designed training mechs like the Chiron and the War Squire. I can definitely develop a third one oriented towards swordsman mechs if necessary. Perhaps that might be an even better idea because it would allow Vase to implement unusual ideas that might produce dramatically different results. There was nothing wrong with traditional swordsmanship, but it was hardly the only kind of swordsmanship in human space. The mech community mostly utilized a more modern and data-driven approach towards swordsmanship that was rooted in the sciences. I'll see what Kedis has to say. Vase decided, a gem like Jeremiah's inheritance needed to be used as soon as possible. If Vase hadn't started up the latest design round a short time ago, he would have added a relevant project to the schedule. Well, I can wait until I've completed one of my active design projects before adding a new one that is tailored to this gem. Training mechs were one of his favorite mech types because of how deeply they were intertwined with the concept of growth. A gem that specifically accelerated learning was like a dream come true to a mech designer like Vase. Chapter 4376 Warm and Cold Mechs. There were a lot of effective ways to make use of the previous 2 gems. Though their properties limited the range of mechs that they could be utilized to an effective degree, Vase still had a lot of freedom and choice in the specific mechs he could choose to impart with additional effects. Vase did not have the impression that he possessed the same freedom of choice with the 3rd gem. Shield of Sacrifice. The dying wish of a powerful soul is contained within this gem. Increases the damage resistance of a mech up to 100% in proportion to the damage it has incurred. It was already obvious from the start that there was only one possible mech that was destined to bear the Shield of Sacrifice gem. I can't justify the decision to put it in any other mech than the Dullahan project. He sighed. The Dullahan project was not only Venerable Janzi's next, machine, but was also a living mech that would either become a descendant or a continuation of the late Shield of Samar. No matter what, much of the spiritual foundation of the upcoming expert Space Knight would be based on the Shield of Samar. If Vase added a gem that was undoubtedly related to the same living gem to the new Dullahan project, then an unexpected event might take place. The uncertainty of what would happen if he combined these two elements did not make him feel apprehensive. Instead, he became excited at the idea. Every gem that he utilized before were derived from existences that Vase had never encountered in person. He suspected that many of them were powerful alien personalities that had died long before he was even born. This was different. It was a lovely coincidence that he had just started a design project that was centered around designing a direct successor of the Shield of Samar while also obtaining a gem that shared the same origin. It would be unreasonable if the completed Dullahan project did not produce a special reaction once it integrated this gem. Vase happily put away the last gem. If nothing went wrong, he would probably be able to witness this event in a year or so. Even if it did not produce any dramatic results, the effect of the gem alone was quite powerful under the right circumstances. If I am interpreting its description correctly, then the more the mech incurs damage, the harder it is to destroy the remainder. This was a rather troublesome effect because mechs like the old Shield of Samar performed at their best when they were in their most complete and undamaged state. Once an enemy pressed them to the point of breaching their armor, the damaged machines risked getting crippled or destroyed after every subsequent attack because their internals got exposed. What is the use of amplifying the defense of a mech by 30, 50 or even 80% if the Dullahan project is already full of holes? Vase wondered. Even if the Dullahan project received a lot of internal strengthening, there was only so much that these measures could stop a serious attack from affecting crucial mech parts that were essential to the functioning of a machine. Still, it is better than nothing, I suppose. If the Dullahan project is able to redirect incoming attacks from its exposed internals to its remaining armor plating, then that would vastly increase its longevity in battle. Vase suddenly thought back on the recent Maiden of Adversity that had become a popular mech model among the Hexers. Its iconic battle skirt system was an amazingly effective modular external armor system. It allowed the new hero mech model to always have access to additional armor plating that it could position where they were needed the most. There's no reason to leave this option off the table. Adapting a higher-end version of the battle skirt system to the Dullahan project added a lot of complexity and additional cost, but Vase thought it was worth the price. He already intended to make the Dullahan project lighter, slimmer and more offense-oriented than the last iteration of the Shield of Samar. Adding the battle skirt system to the upcoming expert Space Knight was a way to maximize the value of the new gem. This was because if the Dullahan project ended up in a difficult battle against a powerful enemy, it would constantly be able to take hits without succumbing entirely with the help of the battle skirt system. Even if the condition of the Dullahan project deteriorated to an awful level, as long as enough of the modular armor plating of the battle skirt system remained intact, then the improved defense power of these movable plates would become increasingly more effective at blocking attacks. Of course, it was extremely unlikely that the Dullahan project would be able to remain operational when it was 70, 80 or 90% damaged. That was usually the point where a mech turned into a powerless and lifeless wreck. This was why Vase felt a bit ambivalent towards the effect of the Shield of Sacrifice gem. That part about increasing the damage resistance of a mech up to 100% was a bit of a bait because there was no way the Dullahan project would ever come close to reaching the upper limit of this effect. If Vase had a choice, he would rather obtain another gem like the Lament of Exod that increased the defenses of a mech against physical damage by 50%. In fact, Vase originally reserved the Lament of Exod gem for the Dullahan project shortly after he came up with the design project, but that was no longer the case now that he obtained the Shield of Sacrifice gem. Oh well, at least I can save up the Lament of Exod gem for another defensive mech. It was about time for the Larkinson clan to add another powerful defensive mech to its lineup. Venerable Janzi shouldn't be shouldering the burden of defending against powerful attacks alone. Maybe Vase should pay more attention to the training and guidance of defense-oriented expert candidates. Now that the expeditionary fleet was heading into dangerous regions, the demand for additional defensive assets would only grow higher. I'll think about this later. After he was done with analyzing the properties and possible uses for his new gems, he went back to working on his mech design projects as there were no ways to make use of his new gains right away. Lucky soon recovered from his weeks-long ordeal and became healthy again. The cat seemed to have gained a new appreciation towards life and began to play and wander around a lot more in the following days. He had especially taken a liking to playing with Andraste. The energetic little girl regularly accompanied Lucky to one of the open parks aboard the Spirit of Bentheim in order to play various games. "Fetch, Lucky," Andraste called as she threw a small frisbee in the air. The device did not follow a simple trajectory but began to make various loops and turns as its integrated antigrav module controlled its flight. Despite the frisbee's crazy maneuvering, Lucky accurately predicted its trajectory and flew at just the right spot to catch and bite the object between its teeth. Meow. Lucky arrogantly flipped his tail when he returned his prize back to Andraste, this time with a couple of extra tooth marks onto the composite surface. Andraste merely giggled at the sight before she threw the frisbee out once again. Meanwhile, Marvane began to spend more time with Vase in the design lab. Though Vase needed to devote a lot of time to his design work, he was willing to spend half an hour on shaping his boy's views towards Mech. It was never too soon to indoctrinate his own child. "Aren't mechs like these fun?" Vase grinned as he placed a few mech figurines of his models on a table. "Pick one of them up if you want." Marvane lifted one of them up with a bit of difficulty. The metal figurine was a bit large and heavy for a boy of his age. "Oh," he said as he took a closer look at a reasonably accurate scale model of the Bright Warrior Mark II. "So warm. Feels like Goldie." "That's right," Vase smiled. "Now take this other mech. Is this one just as good?" He picked up a mech figurine that he had bought in Davut a few years ago. Its design and appearance was exquisite, but Marvane did not pay much attention to these elements. He frowned and began to hug the mech figurine of the Bright Warrior Mark II in his arms. "Not good, it's too cold." "That's because this mech isn't alive," Vase explained as he shook the third-party mech figurine. "This is what makes my work different from everyone else's. My mechs are warm while the mechs designed by others are cold. You like the mechs that feel warm and fuzzy to you, right?" Marvane eagerly nodded. "Warm mechs feel so nice to me. I don't want to play with colder mechs." Vase reached out and rubbed Marvane's head. "I don't want you to play with cold mechs either. They're no fun to me and you. The reason why my mechs feel warm to you is because they are alive." "Do you know what that means?" "It means, I can talk to them, right?" Marvane tentatively replied. "You can do much more with them, my son." Vase replied and held another living mech figurine in his hands. Mechs like these are similar to pets like Lucky and Clixie. They're alive even if they don't look like it at first. However, each of them have the potential to become your friends and companions in the future. Doesn't that sound nice, Marvane? As long as you inherit my design philosophy in the future, you can make as many friends as you want. It will be a lot more fun than if you learn from your mother instead. Marvane's eyes lit up at the mention of friends, but they quickly became confused when Vase mentioned his wife. Why not learn from Mama? Vase lifted up the third-party mech figurine again. Because her mechs are almost as cold and lifeless as this machine. Her works are still strong, but what is the point of making them when they are just as cold and unresponsive as simple dolls? The best toys are always the ones that are able to interact with you. The same goes for mechs. Let me show you one of the projects that I am working on and tell you how I plan to make it alive. It is a lot easier than it looks. Maybe you can do this as well one day. He lifted his son onto his lap and began to work on a couple of ongoing projects. Marvane curiously watched and listened as his father explained a few simple actions. Though it was impossible for a child of his age to understand anything about actual mech design, the boy enjoyed all of the personal attention that he was receiving. Vase tried his best to plant a seed into Marvane's mind that tied living mechs to all kinds of positive associations. Living mechs were warm. Living mechs were fun. Non-living mechs were cold. Non-living mechs were boring. Perhaps he was going too far in his effort to encourage his son to inherit his design philosophy, but Vase genuinely believed that he was doing Marvane a huge favor. It would be an awful waste if Marvane opted to become a mech designer but ended up pursuing a relatively ordinary design philosophy in the future. So far, Marvane absorbed everything like a sponge. The kid's frighteningly effective designer baby genes had massively improved his learning abilities, which meant that he was even more susceptible to indoctrination than the average human child. Ordinary children forgot most of what they heard in less than a minute. Marvane could recall at least half of his father's words in the same amount of time. Chapter 4377 Viable Combinations. Though Vase allocated a bit of time on putting Marvane on the path of becoming his successor, he did not turn his attention away from his ongoing projects for long. After handing Marvane over to his nanny or his mother, Vase was able to work on his design projects without any unnecessary distractions. The Luminaire crystal weapons of the Eye project and the Bloodripper project continued to occupy most of his attention. Even as he fleshed out their designs by forming their shapes and finding the right material composition for specific crystals, he still felt that the guns lacked a crucial element. Vase became increasingly more annoyed as this thought continued to take root in his mind. It was as if he was designing a mech without making it alive. The Luminaire crystal weapons that he would develop at the end would never feel complete to him because of missing a mysterious factor. Vase eventually became so unbalanced during the middle of a design session that he forcibly pushed himself away from his desk terminal so that he could pull himself away from the moment. I can't keep working like this. I need to resolve this issue now instead of later. If not, my work efficiency will continue to be impacted by my unease. The worst part about it was that he didn't even know why he was feeling this way. He never thought that his Luminaire crystal weapons were weak or inadequate. Sure, he hadn't been able to draw out more potential from this amazing tech, but Vase had never been in a hurry to advance his utilization of Luminaire crystals. His core specialty had always centered around living mechs. His work on Luminaire crystals was merely a sideshow to him. It wasn't particularly important for Vase to further his progress on understanding how they worked because it had no direct impact on his design philosophy. This doesn't make any sense. He frowned. It was as if the unconscious part of his mind was trying to tell him that he was all wrong and that advancing his understanding of Luminaire crystals would be extremely helpful to his progression. Am I wrong about Luminaire crystal technology? Is it more related to my design philosophy than I thought? Vase normally placed a lot of importance on what his heart was telling him. As a passionate mech designer, he often made decisions that didn't always make sense but somehow worked out because he listened to his intuition. He suspected that this was yet another one of those moments. The problem is that this is too open-ended. Even if I accept the premise that I can do more with Luminaire crystals, what should I do next? It was a lot harder to identify a problem than fixing it. There were many different aspects about Luminaire crystal technology that Vase could try to improve, but his knowledge base was not deep or broad enough for him to push it any further. He had already spent a lot of time and effort into expanding what he could do with this tech in prior years. Now that he had plucked all of the low-hanging fruit, it became a lot more difficult to attain further progress. Maybe that was the case in the past, but I am in a different situation now. What if the key to achieving a breakthrough in this tech lies with the insights and lessons that I've learned from the recent battle? Vase thought back on the Battle of Pima Prime, but did not notice any obvious connections. While Luminaire crystal weapons played a major role in helping the Larkinson clan defeat the mechs of the Sundered Phalanx, they did not do anything outside of his expectation. The only instance where a Luminaire crystal weapon achieved a shocking effect was when the Amaranto unleashed a super-powered beam attack onto the shockshell just as Rebecca Andrews broke through to Ace Pilot. Vase waved his hand and activated a projection that played back this memorable moment. How powerful! The Amarantosh instrument of Vengeance rifle was already powerful enough to rival a high-tier expert mech in damage output. Vase was able to amplify the damage of one of its shots by exploiting a strange connection between himself and his masterwork mechs. While only he and Kedis possessed the power to directly amplify the combat power of one of their masterworks through this method, it was a powerful trump card that could turn the tide in a battle, just as it had accomplished in the last battle. Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin in thought. Is this what I should be looking into? He wondered. His intuition did not provide him with an answer, so he had no idea whether he was on the right track. He thought about it for a while and came up with a possible answer why this phenomenon might be of interest to him. It had to do with one of the meanings of a masterwork. A masterwork product is an extension of its creator. Vase reminded himself. In other words, it is already alive even if I'm not involved in its development. Could he use this connection to come up with a new theory and design solution that could make his Luminaire crystal weapons more alive? Perhaps doing so might allow Vase to unlock the greater potential of Luminaire crystals, but he wasn't sure whether this was true. He might end up wasting months of his time on fruitless research. He eventually shook his head. I'm sure I can gain something from studying this phenomenon, but I don't think I am ready to look into it yet. I need to gain a better grip of masterworks before I can figure out this stuff. Vase decided to look in a different direction and rewatch the footage of the battle from the beginning. It wasn't until the Minerva and the Blade Chaser Mark II appeared into view that Vase suddenly remembered that he had recently made another notable Luminaire crystal weapon. How could I forget about the Grey Lotus? So many mechs and people were involved in the previous battle that it was easy for Vase to overlook anything that wasn't as flashy. The Grey Lotus was definitely powerful, but it didn't play as big of a role as Vase initially hoped. Its effectiveness against other mechs was relatively good but nothing worth drooling about. The weapon displayed a lot more effectiveness when fired against other targets. No matter whether it was mechs, space stations or starships, when gray beams of death struck their exteriors, the people inside might already be dead even if there weren't any breaches. The reason why a strange and abnormal luminaire crystal weapon like the Grey Lotus could exist was due to two reasons. The first reason was that it derived its death energy from the Black Lotus and by extension Helena. Without a source of attributed spiritual energy that possessed a lot of lethality against certain targets, the Grey Lotus would have functioned like a normal high-quality luminaire crystal weapon. The second reason was that Vase was able to make the Grey Lotus output death energy by incorporating a rare material called Black Demon Steel to a unique luminaire attack phase crystal. The fact that he had only obtained this material by coincidence from the system had discouraged him from trying to make more weapons like the Grey Lotus. This was because Vase saw no viable way to create another powerful attack phase crystal that could directly channel the lethal power of a design spirit. At least, not to the degree that would make a substantial difference in combat. However, what if this assumption was wrong? What if Vase could make use of this approach to make another amplified luminaire crystal weapon? Though his intuition did not give Vase any clues, he became more and more certain that this may be the solution he was looking for in order to develop the next generation of luminaire crystal weapons. Vase waved his hand and called up his design schematic for the Grey Lotus. He was quite proud of his work. He had made it for Helena as well as for his clan and tried his best to make sure that it would be able to remain relevant for decades if not centuries. The weapon wasn't actually all that complicated, though. It looked like any luminaire crystal pistol if Vase disregarded the abnormal attack phase crystal. It was this single element that set the gun apart from his other works and granted it an undeniable connection to Helena. Vase pressed his finger onto this special crystal to center the projected view around it. He let his imagination run wild as he tried to explore different possibilities. I don't see any way to make another death-aspected luminaire crystal weapon without a suitable material like Black Demon Steel, but who says I need to stick with Helena? Shouldn't I be able to apply the same approach to other combinations of materials and design spirits? The problem with that was that it was difficult for Vase to come up with any materials that were compatible or aligned with different spiritual entities. The reason why Helena's power played well with Black Demon Steel was because the latter already possessed a high compatibility with attributes related to death and darkness. If Vase wanted to push this idea forward, then he needed to spend time on discovering other viable combinations. Should I take a trip down to the vault and see if there are any useful combinations? That would take a lot of time. The clan recently expanded its strategic materials reserve by adding rare materials that the Larkinsons had plundered from Pima Prime. Vase would probably have to spend days or weeks on finding more matches. This didn't sound like a productive use of his time. Vase tried his best to figure out a good combination through logic and theory. After several minutes of aimless puzzling, he suddenly straightened his back as he happened to figure out a fantastic relationship. The Phase King. The design spirit's affinity to phase water was undeniably great. The former fish whale king's life was literally tied to this substance when he was alive, and now that he had become a spiritual entity, his connection phase water had not diminished in the slightest. Instances such as the moment where the Everchanger channeled the Phase King in order to exert more control over the meat suit's transphasic abilities served as solid proof of this assertion. I should have thought about this upon the moment that I first came in touch with transphasic luminaire crystal weapons. An MTA research team had managed to develop the first true transphasic luminaire crystal weapons a few years ago. Vase only provided a minor amount of assistance to this research effort. This was why he accepted this new development without thinking too deeply on how it worked. Vase didn't understand phase water technology to the extent where he could develop this solution by himself. In hindsight, he should have spent more time on this technological development. The MTA researchers were extremely proficient in materials science. The breakthrough in their research solely focused on the material aspect of transphasic luminaire crystal weapons and never really delved into more esoteric variables. Vase was different. His background in spiritual engineering and his collection of design spirits gave him the potential to do more with this existing tech. I need to test this theory right away. It was not enough for Vase to come up with all of these ideas. He needed to prove that he was on the right track by creating a real transphasic weapon that possessed greater potential than the ones he developed in the past. He quickly designed a simple handheld luminaire crystal pistol. He then gathered the necessary materials and used the lab equipment to fabricate the new weapon. What was notable was that Vase did not hesitate to use up a small drop of phase water to synthesize a valuable transphasic attack phase crystal for this new experiment. Now let's see how much the Phase King can do with this gun. Chapter 4378 Children's Art. While Vase engaged in his research related to developing an enhanced version of luminaire crystal weapons, his wife took on the burden of watching over their children. Gloriana smiled with satisfaction as her 3 children all sat down and sloppily used the projected interface to draw different images in the air with their fingers. Each of them have seen their parents designing mechs in a similar fashion for years now, so they developed a particular liking for expressing their creativity in this way. Of course, compared to the complicated professional design suites utilized by full-time mech designers, the 3 munchkins had to make do with a simplistic children's drawing program. This was more than enough for them to draw crude figures. The art, style and aesthetics did not matter much to them as their imagination was already doing most of the work. Though Gloriana objectively found the drawings of her children to be ugly and a stain on her eyes, her overflowing love for her son and daughters allowed her to overcome her inherent disgust. None of her children had taken any formal art classes, so how could they know anything better? Even their designer baby genes offered little help in making them more proficient in drawing. They would have to be conceived with designer genes especially formulated to raise artists or artisans. Gloriana walked up behind Aurelia and kissed her proudest girl on her cheek. "What are you drawing, my dear? Can't you see, Mama? They're cats. Look, here is Clixie, and here is Lucky. Don't they look cute?" "They certainly look cute," Gloriana lied as she tried her best to maintain a pleasant demeanor. Aside from the blotches of color, there was nothing in the drawing that looked anything close to a feline. Gloriana would have to be drunk if she could recognize a single cat from this mess of lines and colors. Meow Tilda, Clixie didn't seem to mind at all. The Rubarthan sentinel cat happily laid beside Aurelia as more and more cats began to fill up the projected drawing interface. Gloriana couldn't stand her perfect daughter continuing to make a mockery out of art, so she gently tutored her girl so that she would at least be able to make passable drawings next time. "Remember what I told you, okay? Start by getting good at outlining a single cat before you go any further. Clixie is by your side all the time, so you always have a readily available model by your side. If you are able to make a decent line drawing of her, I'll give you a present." "Really, Mama never lies, sweetie." The young mother showered her eldest daughter with kisses before she moved over to her other daughter. Meow Tilda, Lucky happened to keep the younger girl company. The mechanical cat had draped his body over her lap, which made for a comical sight. Fortunately, Lucky didn't weigh much more than an organic cat despite all of the advanced hardware in his body, and he possessed the ability to manipulate his own gravity, so Andraste hardly bore any pressure. Unlike Aurelia, who had opted to use all kinds of colors in an attempt to depict different cats, Andraste kept it simple and stuck to making sketches with simple black lines. Of course, Andraste was also younger and might not be proficient in manipulating the drawing interface, but Gloriana could already tell that her second daughter simply preferred it this way. Andraste showed greater talent in art than Aurelia. The mech she drew looked surprisingly good even if its proportions weren't accurate at all. The angle of view and the pose of what appeared to be a Valkyrie Redeemer looked like it was taken straight out of a snapshot of the mech in battle. "Do you like mechs, honey?" Gloriana asked. "Yup," the little girl chirped. "I want to pilot a mech just like this when I grow up. I will beat lots of bad guys with Auntie Helena when I am strong." Gloriana smiled with both pride and concern. She came closer and hugged her doll-like daughter from behind. "I'm so happy for you, but don't be in such a hurry, okay? Let us wait until you are 10 years old before we plan out your future. No matter if you become a mech pilot or not, you will always be able to work with mechs. This drawing of yours tells me that you might be able to follow in my footsteps. Doesn't that sound great, sweetheart?" Andraste clearly didn't think so because she immediately shook her head. "Designing mechs is boring, Mama. I want to fight with them. I don't want to sit around all day." The two chatted a bit further before Gloriana kissed her second child on the cheek and approached her only son. Marvain's ability to draw sketches should have been the worst considering his young age. However, his specialized designer genes granted him a considerable advantage in this area. Even if he was still too young for his designer genes to exert their full potential, Marvane instinctively mastered crucial skills that would allow him to visualize mechs to an impressive degree when he matured. Gloriana curiously studied what Marvane was working on at the moment. At first glance, her son had chosen the same subject as Andraste, making it look as if he was copying his sister. However, the image looked substantially different. Andraste had opted to make a line drawing of a mech she loved. Her feelings for the mech prompted her to make the mech look as cool as possible. Accuracy and realism weren't big concerns to the energetic young lady. Marvane adopted a different approach towards his sketch. He already began to imitate the demeanor of his two parents and did his best to pretend as if he was a mech designer. His sketch showed an attempt to depict a draft design with as much accuracy and fidelity towards realism as he could manage. Even if Marvane was far too young to master any real knowledge or skills, he appeared to be quite good at learning from his parents. How impressive! Gloriana genuinely spoke as Marvane did a surprisingly good job at reproducing a draft design for a boy of his age. Is this the Doulahan project that your father is working on, Marvane? Her son nodded but pouted at the same time. Yes, Mama, but I hate it. My mech is not as good as that of Papa. Oh, dearie, you are still too young to be thinking about drafting a mech at our level. Your sketch is completely fine. You already show a much better sense of proportions and angles than your sisters. Her son did not accept her praise at all. Instead, he sulked even deeper. It's all wrong. The mother grew concerned. What is wrong, Marvane? It's not warm. Huh, what do you mean by that? Gloriana looked puzzled. Marvane waved his hand at the projection, causing a lot of messy lines to appear due to his uncontrolled gesture. My mech is cold. Papa said that cold mechs are bad. Only the mechs that can make me feel warm are good. Gloriana began to sense that something was horribly wrong. She lifted up her little boy in her lap and began to stroke his head. What has your father been teaching you lately? Can you tell me what a warm mech is supposed to be? Why do you want to sketch one so much? It didn't take long for Gloriana to obtain the answer from Marvane's enthused and partially incoherent babbling. Her expression soured more and more as Marvane professed his complete liking for supposedly warm mechs. Though Gloriana had long been aware that her husband wanted to groom Marvane into his successor, that didn't necessarily mean she was willing to let one of her own children develop a warped perspective on what constituted a good mech. Whatever nonsense that Vase had drilled in Marvane's mind was completely wrong. You shouldn't listen to your father all the time, she told him. He can be a dum-dum sometimes. Just because he likes to design living mechs doesn't necessarily mean they are good. Marvane shook his head. You're wrong, Mama. Papa's mechs are warm while everyone else's mechs are cold. Whether a mech is warm or cold doesn't determine how good it is. Gloriana sternly retorted. Let me give you an example. She waved her hand to set aside her son's drawing and summoned up projections that showed two different mechs. One of them displayed a Desolate Soldier Mark II version B, which was a rather basic but popular budget model in the LMC's product catalog. Though the mech was one of the cheapest products sold by the Larkinsons, it still stood out for its useful and desirable duty-based glow. This made it especially popular among second-line troops and garrison forces. The mech pilots employed by these forces weren't the most elite or well-trained of the bunch, so the glow of the Solemn Guardian was able to make these soldiers a lot more diligent in doing their jobs. Floating next to the image of the Desolate Soldier was a snapshot of the Mars in battle. Compared to a commercial standard mech design, the unique and domineering Ace mech exuded a lot of more majesty and power. The Desolate Soldier looked like an inconspicuous blade of grass next to a blooming red rose. Not only did the Ace mech radiate an immense amount of masculine power, the Ace hybrid mech also looked a lot more impressive when it was in the process of firing all of the integrated energy weapon modules of its Arceus system. Which of these two mechs is better, Marvane? Gloriana gently asked. That one. Marvane immediately pointed towards the Mars. Which of these two mechs is a warm mech? This one. The boy pointed at the same mech again. Wrong. That's not a warm mech according to the definition of your father. It's a cold mech, don't you see? Her words threw her son in utter confusion. I don't understand. I know. Gloriana responded. That's because your father has been lying to you. Warm mechs or living mechs can be useful, but they are not always the best mechs. Do you see these two mechs? The Desolate Soldier is a living mech designed by your father while the Mars is a perfect vessel that is largely designed by myself. Did you know that the Mars started out as a warm mech upon the insistence of your father, but that it changed into a cold mech because its pilot liked it that way. Huh, isn't it nice to have a friend? Gloriana shook her head. Not everyone wants their mech to be a friend, my dear. You can't control a mech if it has ideas of its own. Warm mechs aren't always good, Marvane. A cold mech like the Mars is actually the strongest mech in our fleet, and there are good reasons why that is so. It used to be weaker back when it was a living mech, but now that it has gotten closer to perfection, it has become much stronger. Can you see these smooth lines? Can you feel the power in the metal? Can you pick up how well its proportions are set? Your mother is largely responsible for designing such a powerful mech. Though her son was obviously impressed by the sight of the Mars, he didn't understand anything that her mother was trying to press into his mind. I'm confused, Mama. That's okay, Marvane. I will tell you as much as you need to understand that perfect mechs are stronger than the sloppy mechs of your father. There is no reason to admire his work when they are completely uncontrollable once they become alive. While it may be nice to turn a mech into your friend, it is not necessary for you to build a relationship with a machine. There are already many family, friends and pets around you. They are more than enough for you to play with for the rest of your life. Rather than make new friends with the mechs you want to design in the future, you should rather strive for developing stronger and more perfect mechs so that you can protect all of your pals. Oh, Chapter 4379 Blessed Weapons. As Gloriana was giving her son a much-needed corrective lesson, Vase just completed his initial test of a brand new weapon concept. The plain-looking luminaire crystal pistol that he had made in a hurry still glowed with energy as Vase had just discharged a series of laser beams at a practice target. The power of the laser beams was hardly impressive, but that wasn't important. What Vase actually paid attention to was whether the transphasic properties of the gun displayed higher than average performance due to the active intervention of the Phase King. The reason why he did not look happy was because the results did not appear to be any better than usual. Is my theory wrong? Vase began to doubt his work. No, it's too soon to make any conclusions. I need to generate and gather more data. He went back to the lab machines and began to fabricate an identical transphasic luminaire crystal pistol. The difference was that Vase made sure not to make his living gun alive. The lifeless weapon did not possess any coherent spiritual foundation nor displayed any connections to the Phase King. When Vase took this mundane pistol to the small firing range and opened fire on another practice target, he carefully studied the data collected by the advanced sensor systems. There are no meaningful differences. Vase furrowed his brows. Though the initial gun that he had made according to his latest theory showed slightly better power and penetration characteristics, the differences were so small that they could be attributed to other factors. Vase did not get the impression that making the first pistol alive made any difference to its hard performance. Trying to forge a more extensive connection between its attack phase crystal and the Phase King seemed like a wasted effort. No, I'm still overlooking a couple of details. He picked up the first pistol and fired it a few times while observing it carefully. There was nothing technically wrong with the weapon, but when Vase tried to observe its spiritual activity, he did not sense any special spiritual activity. It remained almost completely dormant when Vase pulled the trigger. He frowned at this sight. This was not what he envisioned. I understand now. It's not enough to form a passive connection to the Phase King and call it a day. The design spirit needs to put in actual effort to enhance the firepower of this gun. Vase called up the footage of the Blade Chaser Mark II making use of the Grey Lotus in battle. Though rewatching old footage was not as good as watching a battle as it happened, Vase tried his best to observe and infer the performance and workings of the relic mech pistol during the previous battle. It became quite clear to him that Venerable Imon Ingvar and his expert mech weren't the only ones who were powering the Grey Lotus. The weapon was able to output substantially powerful shots with the help of the energy supplied by the Blade Chaser Mark II and the true resonance generated by Venerable Imon, but that was far from everything. The true reason why the Grey Lotus was able to output powerful death beams was because Helena played an active role in this engagement. Though Vase didn't know for certain how much help she provided during this battle, he could always call her up and request clarification for her in person. Helena, you called, little brother. Vase tried his best to hide his displeasure. He didn't like it when Helena browbeat him into accepting her status as the eldest sister in their family, when she was only around half a decade old. He had lived at least 3 decades longer than Helena. He should be the big brother in this relationship. It was a pity that whenever Vase raised this issue in front of his spiritual sister, she immediately showed a part of the power and ferocity that came with being the daughter of death that harvested many souls in the Nixian Gap. Helena was so much stronger than Vase in terms of absolute power and combat ability that she could rewrite any history by force. Ahem, I need your help this time. Vase spoke and waved at the projection. Do you remember this battle? Helena smiled. I do. There were a lot of deaths back then. I remember that the wielder of that pistol managed to harvest a fair amount of soul with my power at the time. Can you explain to me what you did to facilitate the functioning of the Grey Lotus? Sure. It turned out that the Grey Lotus was so tied to Helena that it only operated at full power at the behest of Helena. If she did not do anything special, then the gun wouldn't have been able to fire any potent death beams no matter whether it contained any black demon steel or not. This was because the material served as a channel rather than a source of strength. The Grey Lotus was not so much a self-contained weapon but rather a conduit with a strong connection to Helena and the Death Lotus. In other words, whenever Venerable Aimon pulled the trigger, the Grey Lotus did not solely generate all of the destructive energies that it was able to spit out from its own structure. Instead, it siphoned a substantial amount of death energy from Helena through an invisible connection and mixed it up with other energies to generate a powerful energy beam. What was special was that this powerful attack ultimately imitated Helena's power to a large degree. This was what Vase was trying to accomplish. With his eldest sister answering every question he asked without any omissions, he fully understood why his initial experiment did not make much of a difference. I need to have a good talk with the Phase King and tell him to help in this matter. Vase concluded. Helena shook her head. You can do that once or twice, but it will start to become a problem if you do it many times. Explain. What do you mean by that, sister? Do you think that fueling the Grey Lotus is easy for me? That gun doesn't require that much energy from me, but it takes a lot of effort to complete the transfer. It's a troublesome process and I don't like to do it too often. The main reason why I helped as much as I could in the last battle is because I want to do my part in protecting you and helping you win against your opponents. If the Grey Lotus is being used for target practice or to shoot down weak and worthless aliens, I would be much less inclined to provide any help. That caused Vase to frown. This was disappointing news. It meant that weapons as powerful as the Grey Lotus weren't as reliable as more conventional Luminaire crystal rifles. The weapons equipped by the likes of the Rifle Warriors and Transcendent Punishers derived their power almost entirely from their designs and materials. These were all physical elements that could clearly be manipulated in order to determine the damage output of a Luminaire crystal rifle. What Vase had accomplished with the Grey Lotus was to break past these limits by inserting an additional source of power that was not as tangible. The advantage of connecting a design spirit to the attack phase crystal of a Luminaire crystal weapon was that its wielder was able to inflict more damage than normal. The disadvantage of doing this was that the Luminaire crystal weapon was only powerful when the design spirit played along. There was also another factor that Vase had to take into account. How many weapons like the Grey Lotus can you support at the same time? Vase asked. It depends. Helena furrowed her brows. I really can't say. I have built up a lot of reserves, so I can easily support hundreds of weapons like the Grey Lotus. However, it's impossible for me to sustain their consumption for long if they just keep squandering their energy. I will have to cut off my supply to the weapons that carry my blessing in order to preserve my strength. I understand. That is a bit of a disappointment. This meant that it was not viable to borrow spiritual energy from design spirits such as Helena on a massive scale. It appeared that Vase wouldn't be able to apply this new design solution to the Eye project. His new technique, which he decided to refer to as design spirit channeling, could only be applied to individual mechs that could most use an additional boost in firepower. Mechs armed with existing Luminaire crystal rifles such as the Amaranto, the Everchanger, the Minerva, the Promethea and so on could all be upgraded on an individual basis with the help of his latest innovation. However, it was out of the question for Vase to spread this boon to the mass production mechs such as the Bright Warriors, the Valkyrie Redeemers, the Transcendent Punishers or even the new nullifiers employed by the Battle Criers. Making too many blessed weapons would drain his design spirits and encourage them to stop cooperating with Vase and his clan. It was better for Vase to reserve this new design solution for a small number of exceptional mechs. The stronger the design spirits, the more blessings they could support. Can you give me advice on how to gain the cooperation of the other design spirits? I can do that, little brother. I can also speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to them on your behalf if you want to make any special arrangements with them. I think it is better if you let me manage your network of design spirits, seeing as I am one of them. Helena said. Vase wasn't so sure whether that was a good idea. Helena may be strong, but a few of his design spirits were difficult to work with. Gaia was a good example of a spiritual entity that had slipped out of his control. He was willing to give her a shot. Can you talk to the Phase King and tell the fish whale to extend his power to this test weapon? I need him to cooperate more actively with this experiment for me to prove the concept of design spirit channeling. His help is crucial to my effort to develop and introduce more weapons like the Grey Lotus in my clan. I will see what I can do, brother. Helena's manifestation winked out. Several minutes passed by before she returned. Her expression looked odd, which gave Vase the idea that not everything had gone right. Well, what did the Fish Whale King say? My talk with him did not entirely go according to plan. Helena reluctantly said, the Phase King is shrewd and human enough to know that he has leverage. He isn't willing to lend out his power for free when he knows he can demand concessions from you. He even drafted up an entire contract. Vase blinked and paused for a second. It soon dawned on him that he had been looking down on the Phase King way too much. Not only did the design spirit learn from humans for over 5 years, but his astounding age and accumulation meant that he was incomparably wise. He was hardly a mindless beast that knew how to do little else but fight and meet its basic needs. Vase sighed. Give me the contract. Let's see what the Phase King wants. Helena transferred over a spiritual document that contained the ancient Fish Whale King's demands. Surprisingly enough, they weren't as harsh or troublesome as he feared. The Phase King was mostly concerned with earning a higher share of spiritual feedback and serving as the design spirit for a greater quantity of mechs. The design spirit also wanted to enjoy a higher rank and status within the hierarchy of design spirits. More specifically, the Phase King wanted to rebuild a semblance of his old life by ruling over a bunch of weaker fish whale spirits. Crazy. Chapter 4380 Human Design Spirit Negotiations. Vase looked ugly as he processed the list of demands from the Phase King. A few of the requests weren't that troublesome. Vase already planned to design more transphasic mechs in the future, though most of them would probably be high-end machines, so the Phase King would not be able to connect to too many mech pilots. However, the quantity and quality of spiritual feedback from expert pilots was much better than millions of ordinary mech pilots, so the Phase King should have nothing to complain about. It was the other demands that unsettled Vase. It appeared that the Phase King not only understood contemporary human society, but also comprehended the status and positioning of the Larkinson clan. The Phase King was not a stupid alien beast that was kept in the dark for over 1,000,000 years. Though the Phase King had died during the Purgatory campaign, Vase had successfully preserved the powerful creature in spirit and finally brought him out to the wider cosmos. Perhaps the Phase King initially couldn't adjust to the drastically larger and more complicated reality around him, but enough time had passed for him to acclimate to modern times as well as his new state of life. In one sense, that was good because the Phase King appeared to be willing to become a productive member of society. Vase did not raise his design spirits just so that they could laze around and freeload off the spiritual feedback they received from the mechs under their supervision. However, changes also made the Phase King shrewder and more willing to leverage his power over Vase and the Larkinson clan. This made Vase feel as if he needed to be a lot more careful about how he handled this situation. Any deal he struck with the Phase King would not only affect his relationship with a single design spirit, but would also serve as a template of how he handled other powerful design spirits in the future. Aware of how much of a precedent that this round of negotiations might set, Vase did not immediately speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel out, but instead forced himself to pause and think over the situation. The Phase King introduced a lot of headaches to Vase by making a number of weird and unusual demands. Vase did not want to indulge the Phase King or any of his design spirits too much. He wanted to make it clear that as their progenitor and the person responsible for providing new channels for spiritual feedback, he should always remain in charge. After figuring out how he should handle this issue, he turned back to Helena. I can agree to a number of these demands, but the Phase King should not go too far. It is difficult for me to bring a bunch of little brothers to life just so that he can boss them around and pretend that he is a king again. The life that he has lived in the past is gone. He's not even a fish whale anymore since he has detached himself from his biological roots. Hey, I don't necessarily disagree with you, but the Phase King doesn't think this way. Helena replied, I've talked with him for a while and I have noticed that this demand is a lot more important to him than you think. What do you mean by that, sister? Helena crossed her arms. You really don't know enough about us. Do you think that gods like us are content with sitting around in the dark while doing nothing else? We all have our own wants and needs. There's an entire plane where your so-called design spirits have started their own lives. No matter whether they are human like my mother or beasts like Kilangso, they have all tried to find meaning in their lives. What are you trying to say, Helena? You can't treat us like employees who are willing to slave for you every hour of the day. We want to relax, have fun, and find fulfillment in our lives. We are a lot more human than you think we are. While most of us are able to find our own ways to occupy ourselves, the Phase King is different. He is too used to the idea that he is meant to rule over his lesser subjects. He has spent so much time at the top that he feels lost now that he is alone. I see. I didn't know that. I neglected to inquire about the status of my design spirits. Vase belatedly said, I'll go talk to him directly to figure out what he truly wants. He closed his eyes and made contact with the Phase King. He conducted a silent discussion which confirmed what Helena had said. There was no way to lie when communicating directly from spirit to spirit. Vase could feel the desire of the Phase King in a clear and unambiguous fashion. The design spirit truly felt as if he was out of his element without any fish whales to rule over. As Vase negotiated with the Phase King about lending his power to blessed weapons, it became impossible to sway the design spirit from this crucial demand. A king without a kingdom did not have any meaning. Though Vase managed to negotiate away all of the other troublesome or excessive demands, the Phase King was adamant about becoming a king in truth again. It's impossible for me to give you hundreds of fish whales to boss around in your own private kingdom. Vase told the design spirit. It is a lot of trouble for me to create even one of them. Even if I agree to your demand, I don't have any fish whale spiritual remnants on hand, which means I can't bring any genuine fish whales back to life. I'll have to make new ones based on ingredients taken from your own spirituality. The need to rebuild a semblance of his own kingdom was so strong that the Phase King did not mind all of these complications. It didn't matter too much if the new fish whales weren't identical to the phaser fish whales that he reigned over in the past. This informed Vase that the Phase King wasn't necessarily asking to bring back the individual fish whales that accompanied him for most of his life. Instead, the Phase King just wanted to satisfy his own ego and feel as if he was in charge again. The remaining negotiations progressed a lot faster than before. In the end, the two signed a symbolic contract that allowed both sides to get what they wanted from each other more or less. Vase agreed to create a dozen brand new spiritual fish whales. There were no excessive requirements for these spiritual entities. None of them had to be as smart, talented or powerful as actual design spirits. It also wasn't necessary to impart them with as much growth potential as the Phase King himself. With Helena serving as a witness to this groundbreaking agreement between a human and a design spirit, Vase had a sense that he had just made history. I think you have done the right thing, Vase. Helena impishly smiled as she fiddled with her black lotus. You're finally treating little old design spirits like us as equal partners rather than your subordinates. We are not like one of the many Larkinsons in your clan. We are all powerful and capable of helping you defeat powerful opponents with our strength. It is only fair to reward us for our contributions. Though Vase preferred to maintain greater authority over his design spirits, he knew that it wasn't wise to keep exploiting them over the long term. This was why he relented a bit and took a step back. By making the Phase King happy, he not only obtained the design spirit's gratitude and friendship, but would also be able to count on the powerful creature during times where his help was needed the most. It was the same as with other close design spirits like Kilangso and the Superior Mother. Vase knew he could always count on their help because they were so intertwined with him and other Larkinsons. Well, let's get this over with so that I can resume my experiment. Though it was a bit tedious for Vase to create new spiritual products, the Phase King did not ask for much at the start. Vase first sent out Blinky to collect a dozen small spiritual fragments from the Phase King. He then processed the fragments before beginning to make brand new spiritual fish whales in quick succession. Naturally, he did not spend that much time and effort on fleshing them out or imbuing them with lots of abilities and such, but the process still took place without any issue. After all, the spiritual fragments taken from the Phase King already provided enough of a template to create new spiritual life forms that behaved almost identical to the fish whales that the Phase King reigned over in the past. Though there were still many differences and inadequacies, by the time Vase ended his exhausting run, a dozen new baby-like spiritual fish whales aimlessly floated around without a care for themselves or their environment. Here you go, Phase King. Take your damn subject so that you can set up your own spiritual kingdom or something. The powerful design spirit happily arrived to take his new subjects back to his own private territory in the imaginary realm. Vase took a brief rest before he finally resumed his original experiment. He held the experimental luminaire crystal pistol that he originally hoped to create a new and stronger class of weapons. Phase King, help me out here. Do whatever you can to amplify the power of this gun as much as possible. The design spirit answered by expanding his presence over the weapon and increasing his control over the phase water-infused attack phase crystal. The Phase King did not possess any understanding on how luminaire crystal weapons worked, but he was familiar with its most basic principles. The creature was only able to exert effective control over the attack phase crystal because that was the only part that Vase had augmented with phase water. This crystal began to glow and accumulate more energy as the Phase King tried to find out how he could affect this specific part. The attack phase crystal responded well to his manipulations. As Vase sensed more and more power building up inside the experimental weapon, he suddenly realized that it might not be a good idea for him to hold such a dangerous object in his hand. He quickly summoned a bot that could hold the gun in his stead before backing away until he reached a safe distance. Show me what you've got. Just before the bot pulled the trigger, the silhouette of the Phase King briefly appeared over the gun. An animalistic ferocity radiated from the weapon as it finally fired a laser beam that not only drilled straight through the initial practice target, but also passed through two more identical dummies before striking the solid metal wall behind. The pistol wound down while Vase quickly observed the results. The target dummies each displayed damage that corresponded with getting hit by a laser beam, but it was not as bad as it could have been. The transphasic laser beam had bypassed most of the obstacles in its way so that it was able to preserve much of its energies before reaching the final target. The metal wall placed behind the dummies was meant to protect the rest of the workplace from incurring any damage. It was several meters thick and made of thick and dense alloy. As Vase employed a scanner to study how deep the laser beam had extended, it turned out that this simple weapon that wasn't particularly powerful managed to penetrate the wall by over 2 meters. That is more than enough to damage the internals of a typical mech. Vase gasped. If the experimental weapon was able to penetrate so deep within infantry-grade pistol, how much more would a mech-grade luminaire crystal weapon be able to penetrate? Now this is a true blessed weapon. Chapter 4381 Sympathetic Materials. It was hard to imagine that Vase was conducting serious research at this time. For the last few days, he became so engrossed in his latest pet project that he behaved a little different from a little boy who had just received a brand new toy. The truth was not that far from the truth. Though Vase had created his fair share of innovations over the past few years, none of them were as powerful or impactful as the discovery of design spirit channeling. By anchoring a design spirit to an object in a specific way, Vase could create a condition where the entity in question was able to interfere with the operation of the item in a material way. This went beyond the traditional operation of design spirits in mechs and totems that had been implemented in the past. Mechs such as the ferocious piranha or totems such as the 4 aspects of Lufa mostly derived their special value from their glows. However, Vase always felt disappointed with his implementation of design spirits because entities such as Lufa could not really do anything aside from playing the role of a distant supervisor. The only concrete actions that these spirits could take to influence the humans making use of living mechs or totems was to radiate their auras. If they were feeling generous towards specific individuals, the design spirits could also reach deeper and communicate directly with people. The only products made by Vase that were able to channel more than a symbolic amount of might from their design spirits were his living expert mechs. The Riot, the first sword and the shield of Samar prominently demonstrated this capability in the last battle. Vase could have made the connection earlier if he studied these cases more thoroughly. It did not surprise him that these 3 expert mechs happened to demonstrate power similar to what he was able to reproduce in his lab under different conditions. 3 aforementioned expert mechs were all living mechs as well as prime mechs. Not only that, but they all happened to be watched over by Kilangso, a fairly old creature that had spent centuries growing up in an anomalous environment that was enriched with higher dimensional energies. The unique environment along with the wars and rivalries against other spiritually active exo-beasts allowed Kilangso to develop a rich mastery of spiritual manipulation. Vase recalled that Kilangso had also made a permanent pact with Venerable Orphan, Venerable Dice and Venerable Janzi through a mysterious spiritual technique. When Vase looked down at the weapon in his hands, understanding began to dawn in his eyes. It turns out that I have inadvertently reproduced this phenomenon in a simplified manner. The relationship between Kilangso and her so-called chosen was deep, profound and mysterious. The relationship between the Phase King and the blessed weapons that Vase had made were not as complex. However, these two phenomena shared a lot of similarities, which convinced Vase that their underlying principles were the same. It makes a lot of sense. The key principle was that Vase more deeply anchored the design spirit into a living product through the use of a crucial material. Keelangso was somehow able to substitute this material by paying another price, but Vase wasn't able to do so through his current means. So far, the only way for him to anchor a design spirit into his living products was to use a material that possessed a high compatibility for a specific attribute of spiritual energy. He identified two viable materials up to this point. Black Demon Steel played well with Helena, but Vase had no way to obtain more of this metal. He had discreetly scoured the galactic net and the resource markets of Davut for any trace of it, but Vase had not even found a single record that matched its properties. It was extremely unlikely for Vase to be able to gain more of this mysterious metal unless the system threw him another bone. In comparison to the complete lack of availability of Black Demon Steel, Phase water could be found in every corner of the Red Ocean Dwarf Galaxy. Sure, the demand of this liquid exotic was so extreme that ordinary people had no chance of obtaining a single drop, but the Larkinson clan was different. The deal he recently made with the Hexadric hegemony ensured that the clan would receive 5 kilograms of phase water a year. While this was far from enough phase water to meet all of the Larkinson clan's growing needs, it was more than enough for Vase to build up a modest collection of powerful weapons and equipment that was blessed by the Phase King. The central importance of materials that could anchor design spirits inside a living product was so great that Vase coined a new term to describe their role in this context. Let's call them sympathetic materials. He used the word sympathetic for multiple reasons. It was not only a word that described how a material might relate to a powerful living being, but also emphasized the conditional nature of this relationship. If the design spirit refused to cooperate, as was the case at the start of his first testing session, then the use of a sympathetic material made no difference. The reality of blessed weapons was that they derived a substantial portion of their power from the source of blessing. Fortunately, Vase had just forged a new accord with the Phase King. The agreement essentially obliged the Phase King to lend his power to the blessed weapons that were tied to him without holding back. In exchange, Vase would periodically bring more spiritual fish whales to life. This way, the Phase King would have more little brothers to boss around. Although Vase felt annoyed for adding another long-term commitment to his plate, in truth the price he paid was far less than what he got in return. Blessed weapons performed so much better than their regular counterparts that they could truly make a difference in a battle. Expert mech duels that would have ended in a draw or a defeat could end in victory by leveraging the strength of the Phase King. Of all of the design spirits that Vase had at his disposal, none of them were more suitable for this situation than the Phase King. The entire frontier and this entire time period revolved around phase water. Groups that were able to draw out the huge potential of this exotic to a greater degree would inevitably get ahead of the competition. Right now, Vase was pretty certain that no human rival had developed anything comparable to his blessed weapons. Even if a couple of cults or fringe groups managed to create a comparable product, Vase seriously doubted that they had a handy design spirit like the Phase King at their disposal. Only I can utilize phase water to this degree. Every state or organization that managed to develop powerful new phase water applications were on track to becoming the leading players in the new frontier. This was because they could effectively gain more value out of the same quantity of phase water than others. For example, if the Larkinson clan and a rival pioneering group both gained 100 kilograms of phase water each, Vase was confident that his own forces would be able to wipe the floor with the opposing forces. This was because the Larkinson clan could apply the phase water they received in ways that made it seem as if they had received 150 or 200 kilograms of phase water. This hypothetical scenario highlighted one of the main forms of competition in the Red Ocean. Only the stupid pioneers sought to defeat the competition by trying to obtain as much phase water as possible. The smarter and more far-sighted pioneers invested more of their time, effort and resources into supporting R&D institutions. By inventing new means to gain more power out of smaller quantities of phase water, the most successful groups were bound to become the rulers of the new frontier. This was because they steadily became more efficient at utilizing their existing reserves. Vase had a feeling that he and his clan had just set foot in this exclusive club. What he had just invented was different from the powerful transphasic products developed by institutions such as Melman Advanced Systems or Morden Tech. Though the Larkinson clan made extensive use of their mini-drives and other products, none of the Larkinsons mastered the underlying technology. It would take decades before the Larkinson clan could come close enough to building up a research and development institution that possessed comparable capabilities. That was far too long for his liking. Vase needed an advantage in the short term, and the emergence of his new design spirit channeling technique neatly solved an urgent problem. I need to discover more sympathetic materials. I can't pin all of my hopes on the Phase King. The downside of blessed weapons was that the design spirit connected to them had to expend a considerable amount of spiritual energy to support their full usage. There's a limit to how many blessed weapons that the Phase King is able to support at any single time. This meant that Vase had to be careful about increasing the quantity of weapons or objects blessed by the Phase King. If Vase wanted to maximize the use of this new class of weapons, then he needed to diversify his products and involve other design spirits. That was his biggest problem at the moment. Vase was glad that it was easy to find a connection between the Phase King and a sympathetic material that he could easily obtain in the Red Ocean, but what about other ones? He tried his best to figure out whether the materials he worked with in the past possessed similar ties to other design spirits, but his mind did not supply him with any answers. Perhaps there might be a connection between Rorich's bone and Gaia, but it was not as if he had samples of this regenerating material in his vault. Aside from performing a long and exhausting manual search, there was no way for Vase to identify other sympathetic materials. Vase had a feeling that it might not even be necessary for him to do this in the first place. If I can make my own sympathetic materials from scratch, then I don't need to bother with so much work. Unfortunately, he had no clue how to make one himself, so he put this matter aside for the time being. The most important task right now was to figure out how he could successfully apply his latest invention to his existing mech designs. It goes without saying that our existing and upcoming expert mechs could all use blessed weapons. He decided, even if the Phase King can't support the use of so many items at once, there are still ways our expert pilots can ration the design spirit's power. The Phase King essentially offered a common pool of resources that every Larkinson expert pilot could draw upon to gain an extra boost in combat. Those that had it difficult could borrow the Phase King's blessing to overcome a crisis, while those that were doing well had no need to draw upon the resource pool. As Vase continued to flesh out the usage and the rules surrounding his new blessed weapons, he became increasingly more enthusiastic about introducing this new tech to his clan. His only regret was that his new innovation had nothing to do with the AI project. He still wanted to find a way to enhance the combat effectiveness of his upcoming commercial mech design project, but he would have to develop a completely different solution that wouldn't strain the limited resources of his design spirits. He momentarily fell into thought. Is there a way for me to apply a part of the principles of design spirit channeling in a way that is viable for mass production mechs? This was a difficult question for Vase to answer. He tried his best to come up with new ideas, but it appeared that he had exhausted his creativity for the time being. He shrugged. Oh well, one powerful new innovation is already enough. Chapter 4382 Accessible Extraordinary Power. The development of design spirit channeling and the emergence of blessed weapons had the potential to power up all of the high-end expert mechs of the Larkinson clan. The massive changes would alter a lot of plans and force numerous people to adjust to the new developments. After a bit of thought, Vase decided to take it step by step and invite Gloriana and Kedis to his lab to share his latest results and obtain their feedback. Both women had already been working on their own design projects when Vase called them over, so they both wore pristine white lab coats as they entered his workplace. So what new toy have you made that warrants our attention? His wife asked as she came close and stared down at the work table where Vase had placed a few objects. Is this what you wanted to show to us? They aren't different from any other transphasic products aside from the fact that they are alive. Kedis stepped forward and briefly swept her gaze over all of the gear before settling her attention on the basic sword that Vase had made. Her face scrunched in disapproval as she picked up the weapon and swung it around a few times. The edge produced sharp slicing sounds. You should have called me over sooner if you wanted to make a sword. This sword is too crude and its balance is off. I don't even know why you still bother to design and make it yourself when my services are available. Vase twitched his mouth. This isn't a serious end product, Kedis. It's just a test object that I have cobbled together in order to demonstrate my latest advancement. Before I explain any further, can you tell what is special about this sword and the other gadgets that I have made? Both his wife and his former student accepted his challenge and began to examine the test objects with utmost attention. Kedis continued to observe and probe the sword that she had picked up while Gloriana opted to study the luminaire crystal pistol that Vase initially made. It was difficult for them to ascertain any obvious changes at first. Neither of them possessed a strong affinity towards life, and their spiritual perception wasn't as good as his. Combined with the fact that they didn't really know what they should be looking for, it did not surprise Vase that they failed to come up with an answer. That soon began to change when Kedis gave up relying on her own senses and called up her companion spirit. Sharpie, come here and familiarize yourself with this sword. A miniature version of Kedis flew out of the floating greatsword that followed the swordmaster around. Sharpie's tiny form floated around the mystery sword for a moment before diving forward so that she could take residence inside the weapon. The blessed sword began to glow with power as Sharpie spread out her energy and explored every nook and cranny. It did not take long for Kedis to notice the differences. Her expression became more inquisitive as she gathered a few clues that showed how this sword differed from other comparable weapons. Interesting, she finally spoke. This sword has too many shortcomings in my opinion, but it bears an undeniable charm that is typical of your style. This is exactly what a mech designer like you would have come up with. You just can't let go of your dependence on relying on external sources of power to improve the performance of your works. As Kedis shared her opinion, Gloriana used the same trick and called up Alexandria to study the luminaire crystal pistol on a deeper level. The red companion spirit soon fed her with the necessary information. Oh, I understand now as well. You found a way to increase the connection between one of your design spirits and the products that you have made, isn't that right, Vase? Vase nodded in confirmation. That's right. Would the two of you like to give them a try? I can guarantee you that you will be astounded by their performance. Neither of the two women adopted a skeptical attitude towards his claims. Vase may be a little crazy and ridiculous at times, but he had a long history of making real gains. Let me go first, Kedis impatiently said. Do you have a practice target for me to test this blade? Vase already anticipated her request. Sure, I've already called up 10 of them that you can destroy at your leisure. Good. She moved over to the testing area where a number of humanoid bots were ready to do their jobs. The bots all wielded swords themselves. Together with the extensive combat programming that Vase had downloaded into their memory banks, they could give any soldier a considerable challenge. Of course, Vase did not expect that any of them would be able to last more than a second in front of Kedis. Aware of this discrepancy in power, Kedis pulled Sharpie from the experimental sword and began to show a lot of restraint when sparring against the practice bots. So far, nothing special happened. This isn't enough, Vase told Kedis. You need to reach out and communicate with the weapon in order to draw out the power of its design spirit. Try your best to request the Phase King to enhance your attacks. I will try. Half a minute passed by before Kedis finally succeeded in activating her blessed weapon. Her arm swung the one-handed sword to perform another casual slash that the practice bot should easily be able to block, but this time the move produced a different result. Ah! A bright flash of light exploded from the sword as the Phase King's powerful presence seemed to descend upon it for a moment. Though Kedis managed to uncover the true ability of the sword, she did not expect the explosion of might that this simple-looking weapon had unleashed. Much to the surprise of the two women, the sword's slash whipped out an exaggeratingly large and imposing spatial blade that not only cut cleanly through the practice bot, but also continued to slice forward and cut up the next 3 practice bots that Vase deliberately placed behind. The bottom part of the spatial blade even struck the deck below and cut up to half a meter through the reinforced alloy before running out of steam. Neither Kedis nor Gloriana had anything to say at the moment. They were too astonished with the might the sword just unleashed. Kedis. Yes, Gloriana. Did you employ a special sword style or technique that released that energy manifestation? No. The youngest mech designer in the compartment shook her head as she carefully brought the sword blade closer to her face. I did not. I only swung the weapon in the same way as an ordinary person. It doesn't matter whether I'm a swordmaster or not. If my theories are correct, then even a child can unleash that attack. Vase grinned as Kedis correctly deduced the characteristics of his latest invention. What she had just described was the greatest advantage of blessed weapons. Unlike ordinary swords that needed to be wielded by a swordmaster in order to display extraordinary power, a blessed weapon could produce exceptionally powerful attacks without imposing any cumbersome requirements on the wielder. This was a revolution in a society where expert pilots and other spiritually activated individuals possessed a monopoly on extraordinary combat power. If his hunch was correct, then this might be the first time that ordinary mech pilots might be able to exert power comparable to that of expert pilots with the help of his new invention. In order to hammer home this point, Vase stepped forward and stretched out his hand. "Please give me the sword." Kedis promptly passed over the weapon. Though Vase was not a trained swordsman, he still knew a thing or two on how to wield them. His prior mastery experiences along with all of the time he spent with Kedis and the Sword Maidens at least prevented him from embarrassing himself. He adopted a standard sword stance and performed a simple slash. At the same time, he reached out and communicated with the blessed weapon. The Phase King's silhouette briefly became visible shortly before the sword produced a sharp spatial blade that was just as large and lethal as the last one that appeared. Though Vase hadn't aimed the spatial blade at anything, neither Kedis nor Gloriana could deny the power of this powerful energy manifestation. Kedis became especially impacted by this dramatic display. If even a non-combatant like you can produce an attack of this magnitude, then is there still a place for swordmasters? She asked in a heavy tone. The implications of this new creation were so severe that Kedis already began to worry about the future of traditional swordsmanship. While Kedis fell into turmoil, Gloriana eagerly wanted to give this a try as well. The only problem was that she didn't trust the weapon in her hand. Who knew whether the small and flimsy luminaire crystal pistol would explode because it was unable to contain the massive power it was able to produce? If the magnitude was anything comparable to the spatial blades that appeared a moment ago, then an accident would most certainly mutilate Gloriana at the very least and tear her body to shreds at worst. She looked around and gestured at one of the intact practice bots. Can a bot or any other inanimate source unleash an attack of this power? No. Vase shook his head. These are weapons that I have expressly designed to work with humans. The wielders need to communicate with the living weapons and respectfully pled for the Phase King to extend his power. He is the source of the powerful attacks that you have just witnessed. There is no way to tell him when and how he should apply his strength if you can't effectively communicate with him. This is why these weapons can't do anything when held by unthinking bots. In truth, the matter was a lot more complicated than he described. If he truly wanted to, Vase might be able to develop a version of a blessed weapon that could be fired without the direct involvement of a human. This may be useful in cases where he might want to enhance the power of a warship weapon, for example. The main cannon of a battleship was already stupendously powerful. How much more damage could it do if it was blessed by the Phase King? Of course, Vase would never voice such a possibility to anyone. "Give me the gun if you don't trust my work," Vase said and extended his other hand. "I will show you what it can do in the hands of a mech designer." Gloriana instantly passed on the luminaire crystal pistol as if it was a plague rat. Vase inspected the weapon for a moment before he lifted it up and pulled the trigger. Just like before, the weapon radiated a lot of power before unleashing a bitingly sharp laser beam that struck the solid metal barrier on the other side. "How deep did it go?" Gloriana carefully asked. "Over 3 meters, I think. The exact power varies a bit because of differences in the way that Phase King applies his power and techniques. He is still not used to all of this, so you should expect the damage output of these weapons to be a bit inconsistent." This was hardly important compared to the results of this little demonstration session. It was already impressive for a sword to be able to imitate the attack of a powerful swordmaster by itself. If Vase was able to implement the same tech on a ranged weapon, then that showed that he had the potential to revolutionize the offensive power of all of their mechs. However, Vase wasn't finished yet. He put away the sword and the pistol and picked up a simple round shield. The Phase King can do more than empower attacks. He is also good at leveraging his spatial manipulation abilities to enhance the defense of a transphasic object. Your innovation can boost defense as well. Vase grinned. There is nothing that prevents me from assuming that my new design application can be used to amplify the speed of a mech. Anything the Phase King can do, our mechs can do as well. That is the true goal that I am striving for. Our design spirits are no longer mascots anymore. They can provide serious help to us in the battles to come. Chapter 4383 Conflicting Values. Vase patiently demonstrated a bunch of equipment that he had created for the express purpose of demonstrating the power and versatility of blessed gear. One of the strong points of Phase Water was that there were many possible ways to leverage its powerful properties. Most exotics only possessed narrow applications. There were materials that could enhance the firepower of a weapon, and there were other materials that could make a solid metal plate more resistant to damage. Facewater escaped these narrow use cases because it could be utilized to enhance almost every technological product. It could be used to enhance the penetration power of weapons. It could be used to strengthen the defenses of protective systems, particularly against transphasic attacks. It could be used to make mechs and starships move faster by enabling warp travel. It could even be used to enable scanning systems to peer deeper through solid obstacles. Humanity had only scratched the surface of how phase water could be utilized to amplify the performance of different pieces of tech that had little in common with each other. This special quality of phase water easily allowed Vase to create a lot of different gear on short notice that all gained a boost in performance through design spirit channeling. Of course, much of the reason why all of these tools were able to outperform their regular counterparts was because the Phase King had mastered the art of phase water manipulation to an incredible degree. Even if his death and subsequent conversion into a design spirit caused him to lose chunks of himself, what he had left was more than enough to fill up an entire library with spatial manipulation techniques. With the help of this enormous accumulation and legacy, the Phase King was practically the perfect complement to high-quality transphasic gear. Vase even harbored doubts whether a typical phase whale possessed as much depth and understanding of phase water as the fish whale king. In any case, by the time that Vase was done with showing off his toys, the two mech designers he invited in his lab became thoroughly shocked and numb at the wonders that he had introduced. It took a bit of time for the two women to come to their senses and hold a serious discussion with Vase about his dramatic innovation. Their question focused on both the strengths and limitations of his new tech. They soon found out that the greatest limitation to the spread of blessed weapons was that the Phase King only had a finite pool of resources to support their active usage. That makes sense, Gloriana said. I was wondering where all of the power came from. It is impossible to produce such dramatic results by relying on electrical energy alone. Just the sword alone would never be able to release spatial blades unless it integrated advanced phase water technology that is beyond our current means. Kedis grew concerned as well. All of this gear is powerful, and they are remarkably easy to use to good effect. I won't deny these advantages. However, I don't like it that the power doesn't come from a source that we have mastered. A typical mech or expert mech derives their power from factors that we can touch and manipulate, such as technology, materials, and mech pilots. This is no longer the case for these blessed equipment, because their strongest source of power is an inscrutable existence to us that hides in a part of reality that we can't even access, let alone observe. This was a massive weakness that could bite the users of blessed equipment in the rear one day. Even Vase couldn't deny the danger of developing a reliance on borrowed power. I don't disagree with you, Kedis, he said. This is why I want your help and that of others to formulate a thorough framework and set of rules on how we should design, make and use blessed weapons and equipment. We need to show moderation in how many of them we make and end up getting used, but we shouldn't cut off our access to a tool that can allow our mech pilots to burst with incredible power in the battles that matter the most. We shall help you, Vase. Gloriana responded. Who knows what you will end up making if you are left to your own devices. We will have to formulate a thorough and detailed set of rules and guidelines that applies to both mech designers and mech pilots. The three mech designers proceeded to do just that for the rest of the day. Vase, Gloriana and Kedis all possessed substantially different perspectives that allowed them to come up with different solutions to problems. While that also meant that they frequently argued against each other, they were already accustomed to finding compromises. Once they were finally done, they not only set a framework that would dictate how the Larkinson clan would utilize blessed equipment in the far future, but also told them how they should explore this tech in the short term. I am incredibly impressed at what you have managed to do with all of those weapons and equipment, but that doesn't mean your new design application is ready to be utilized on a wider scale. Gloriana explained to Vase. I am sure you are in a hurry to equip all of our expert mechs with impressive gear, but we do not have enough reliable data and results to conclude that we are better off with adopting your new tech. What do you propose, then? My suggestion is that we should cautiously test out this new tech by developing new weapons for our existing expert mechs one by one. Start by giving a mech like the Amaranto an upgraded version of its existing rifle. Let's see what Venerable Stark can do with the new blessed mech weapon. As long as the new transphasic luminaire crystal rifle doesn't explode or malfunction, we can proceed with testing a different blessed weapon such as a sword. Kedis, are you up for developing a new weapon for the first sword? The swordmaster paused for a moment. The first sword and the decapitator are made for each other. Venerable Dice is able to exert her strength through the latter so well that giving her expert mech another sword is not entirely necessary. The decapitator was designed to be extremely sharp. It already possessed a lot of inherent penetration power. Venerable Dice also developed a form of swordsmanship that maximized this quality, enabling her expert mech to cut through stronger materials. However, that did not mean that the decapitator was good in every situation. Don't forget what kind of opposition we are facing as of late. Vase tried to remind his former student. We have fought against fish whales that managed to pull off lots of tricks with phase water. We also fought against a powerful human military organization that has already implemented transphasic parts and systems onto expert mechs on a wide scale. This means that defenses boosted by phase water have already become common enough to give us a lot of trouble. Transphasic weapons make it a lot easier for our mechs to deal effective damage to powerful opponents. He was right, times had chances and everyone needed to keep up with the latest developments. The problem was that while the rational side of Kedis agreed with this argument, her emotional side remained stubbornly attached to her original vision. It had always been her belief that the human factor trumped the power of technology. It was the basis of her ability as a swordmaster, and it also defined her views regarding the use of swordsman mechs. Ordinary mech pilots might not be skilled or powerful enough to do anything special, so their mechs still had to rely heavily on powerful technology to gain advantages on the battlefield. Expert pilots such as Venerable Dice were different because they could produce powerful results with relatively ordinary tools. The decapitator was not an ordinary tool, though. It was a masterwork mech sword that primarily consisted of unending alloy. These factors gave it qualities that allowed Venerable Dice to channel her powerful sword style to an even greater degree than with any other weapon. Kedis could already foresee that a transphasic sword, and one that derived a part of its power from an external source, would change the way that Venerable Dice practiced her swordsmanship. Just do it, Kedis. Vase spoke up. I think Venerable Dice would welcome the option. She can still use the decapitator against most enemies, but it is always handy to have an appropriate alternative at her disposal in case she needs to fight against an opponent comparable to the shockshell. There is no harm in using the right tools for the job. I think it is stupid to stick to a mech and configuration that no longer fits the circumstances of a battle when we clearly have access to better options. I agree with you, but it is not so easy for me to accept your words. In the end, the reason why Kedis hesitated so much was because her values as a mech designer conflicted with her values as a swordmaster. Mech designers were accustomed to keeping up with the latest trends in the mech industry. As soon as a new technological development such as phase water technology came out, then people like Vase and Gloriana eagerly wanted to gain access to it so that they could apply it to all of their upcoming mech designs. Swordsmen, and especially those that adhered to its traditional customs, despised the habit of developing an over-reliance on technology. The strength of a sword wielder must always be based on the person rather than the blade. Traditional swordsmen weren't opposed to employing modern technology to forge stronger and more optimized weapons, but as long as they started to carry the fights by themselves, then that was a direct contradiction of the beliefs of every authentic sword practitioner. Right now, Kedis behaved as if her mind had gotten stuck in an infinite loop error. No matter how much she tried to twist her thinking, she could not come up with a way out unless she violated one of the principles she held dear to her heart. Both Vase and Gloriana shared a glance with each other. They understood that Kedis might not be able to cooperate as much as they hoped. Don't worry too much about this issue, Kedis. Vase eventually told her as he gently placed his hand on her shoulder. I suggest you have a good talk with Venerable Dice and find out what she thinks. Maybe the problem isn't as big as you think. If it turns out that Dice doesn't want to make use of a blessed sword, then we'll just focus on upgrading the weapons of another expert mech. The swordmaster slowly nodded. I suppose that is for the best. I'm sorry, Vase. It wasn't my intention to stand in your way. You don't have to apologize for your beliefs. You are your own person and there is no reason why you must support my vision. If you think your design solutions will make Venerable Dice and her first sword better off, then you need to prove that with your actions. Just know that phase water technology in human society is continuing to improve at a rapid rate. If your own technological applications fall too far behind, then there is a point where you need to put your ego aside in order to properly serve your mech pilots. He hoped that Kedis would be able to find a satisfactory solution to her dilemma. This was the downside to becoming both a mech designer and a swordmaster. The former required a person to be flexible and versatile in their thinking, but the latter made a person far more rigid and intractable in their thought processes. Even though it was technically Sharpie that possessed the power of a swordmaster, the companion spirit was still a part of Kedis, so the woman wasn't able to turn her back on her values and principles so easily. Chapter 4384 Dependency. Though Ketis expressed great reluctance to provide the first sword with a new blessed weapon that derived much of its power from the Phase King, everything else proceeded smoothly. Vase gathered a sufficient amount of empirical data to gain confidence in his ability to scale up this tech to a state where it was applicable to mechs. The Grey Lotus already proved that this tech was viable at this level. Vase just had to make sure that he figured out the right quantities of phase water needed to plant a strong enough anchor. The larger the object, the more sympathetic material needed to allow the design spirit to exert power through a medium. Vase also suspected that certain sympathetic materials were more effective at this job than others. Black Demon Steel was probably highly effective in this role due to its special spiritual qualities, but because Helena's death attribute did not completely align with it, the overall efficiency dropped to an extent. In contrast, the fit between Phase Water and the Phase King was practically perfect. The more Vase experimented with creating different pieces of blessed equipment, the more he became astounded by how fortunate it was that he had the perfect design spirit at his disposal. Perhaps it was not an exaggeration to say that the spirituality of the Phase King was his most valuable prize from the Purgatory campaign. As Vase made more use of this ascended exo-beast, his estimation of the Fish Whale King's value rose by the day. In fact, with the awareness that he possessed at this time, he would have been willing to give up on gaining more than 100 kilograms of phase water to secure the Phase King. Vase would have also been willing to trade away all of the expert pilot breakthroughs if that was what it took to get back the Phase King. It didn't matter that he possessed the ability to create his own design spirits from scratch. The only way to create a spiritual product with the relevant domain was to harvest a spiritual fragment from a phase whale, and that was a suicidal act. Even if he managed to obtain the right spiritual ingredients through certain means, the resulting design spirit would start off young, inexperienced and completely devoid of any mastery in phase water manipulation. There was no way that such a juvenile form of life would be able to equal the understanding and accumulation of an entity as ancient as the Phase King. Vase also found it fortunate that it had been rather easy to gain the cooperation of the Phase King. Despite his immense age and wisdom, the Phase King's personality and desires were rather simple. His background was exceptionally poor considering he spent the vast majority of his years locked in a barren pocket space that only featured a rudimentary form of civilization. With only a bunch of lesser fish whales to keep him company, it was not surprising that the Phase King lacked sophistication. Another favorable circumstance was that Vase was confident in his ability to keep the Phase King loyal and under his control. The Phase King wanted to recreate his former kingdom in the imaginary realm, but the only way to do that was to gather a large following of subordinate spiritual entities. Vase was the only individual who was capable of providing the Phase King with new spiritual fish whales. If the Phase King didn't want to cut off the supply of additional spiritual fish whales, then he would have to make sure to abide by his end of the deal. Naturally, Vase wasn't stupid enough to include the ability to procreate to the spiritual fish whales he provided to the Phase King. The original fish whales did not exhibit sexual reproduction, so the spiritual variants derived from the spiritual fragments of the Phase King were no different. This was the biggest shortcoming of the artificial origin of the fish whale race. In the past, it was Organoas, the flesh conqueror and the creator of the purgatory pocket space, that controlled the fate of the fish whale. Nowadays, control over this group of fish whales passed over to Vase. His leverage over the Phase King allowed him to exploit the design spirit's powers to an extensive degree. The very idea gave Vase an enormous rush of power. It was hard for him to rein in his hubris and develop an over-reliance on the Phase King's services. Life always finds a way. This applies to both organic and intangible life forms. Vase reminded himself, just because the Phase King and the spiritual fish whales lacked the ability to procreate and expand their numbers by themselves did not mean this would always remain the case. Given how much the powerful design spirit cared about this issue, it was practically a guarantee that the Fish Whale King was cooking up a way to solve the procreation issue. The spiritual fish whale race would never be able to obtain autonomy if it wasn't capable of replenishing its numbers by itself. Once the Phase King solved this difficult problem, his relationship with Vase and the Larkinson clan would undergo an instant change. If Vase no longer possessed as much leverage of the Fish Whale King than before, then the blessed equipment tied to a more assertive design spirit might lose the power that made them so effective. This would set Vase back to an enormous degree, but he did not consider it a nightmare scenario. Just as the Phase King was likely preparing for a way out, Vase also came up with a plan to deal with this potential outcome. I'll just create a replacement. Since the Phase King regularly needed to donate his spiritual energy so that Vase could create new spiritual fish whales, it was not difficult to embezzle a few spiritual fragments every once in a while. As long as Vase collected enough spiritual fragments, he could quickly bring life to a new phase water-oriented design spirit. If Vase happened to collect a lot of spiritual fragments, then it might even be possible for the new spiritual product to replicate a fraction of the Phase King's impressive skills and abilities. Vase actually made similar preparations for most of his other design spirits. The abrupt removal of Nixie in his design spirit collection created a momentary crisis for the living Mech Corporation. Vase hastily had to alter the design spirit makeup of the Doom Guard line in order to preserve its value. This event taught him a lesson about the impermanence of design spirits. Each of them are alive, and that means that each of them can change over time. None of them are static existences that will remain exactly the same. It is foolish to assume that I can keep using them in the exact same manner a decade or a century later. This was why Vase gradually harvested a few spiritual fragments here and there without using them up in his projects. Instead, he piled them all up in a hidden stash that he prepared in case one of his design spirits became unavailable for whatever reason. I can never be too careful, Vase quietly affirmed. His preparations along with his constant growth and progression gave him the confidence to be able to deal with any crisis related to design spirits. Perhaps his dependence on the Phase King may be high in the early stages of the product life cycle of blessed weapons, but Vase was certain his dependence on this single entity would drop as he continued to develop this new tech further. No design spirit should be indispensable to my work. Vase was well aware that his core design philosophy did not revolve around design spirits. The invention of blessed weapons may have excited him, but it did not stimulate his design philosophy. This told him that working on the Dullahan project was much more important to the progression of his design philosophy. He wasn't in a hurry to develop Venerable Janzi's new expert mech, though. Vase still needed to generate more ideas on how to tackle the many new problems associated with this experimental project. In the meantime, working on the new blessed weapon concept not only allowed him to exercise his creativity, but also allowed him to give his clan a power boost in the immediate future. According to Calabast's intelligence reports, the border region between Krakatoa and Zelmer has seen a massive increase in conflicts. Most of them amount to scuffles between different pioneering fleets. I need to strengthen my clan's ability to fight against hostile mech forces as much as possible. The presence of an ace pilot in the form of Patriarch Reginald Cross should be enough to deter many potential enemies from taking action, but those that decided to proceed anyway would most definitely have the ability to fight back. If this was the case, then the Larkinson clan urgently needed to bolster its combat power to guard against these situations. As the expeditionary fleet was just about to enter the chaotic border region, it became more urgent than ever for Vase to upgrade the weapon loadouts of his expert mechs. I should normally start small and work my way up to bigger and more important weapon projects, but that's too slow for me. I need to make the biggest impact in a short amount of time. Vase settled for developing a new weapon for the Amaranto. In order to make sure that Venerable Stark was on board his plans, he needed to meet with her to discuss her wishes. As soon as the expeditionary fleet transitioned out of FTL, Vase boarded a shuttle that brought him over to the Wild Torch. Vase had not visited the fleet carrier often enough for his liking, and that was a shame because it was the most modern capital ship in his fleet. Originally built for the Wild Fighter Association, the Wild Torch inherited the rambunctious organization's flair. The aggressive lines, the bold colors and the tribal vibe went a long way into turning her into a vessel that constantly kept up the fighting spirit of her crew. Most of the mech pilots assigned to the Wild Torch hailed from the Flagrant Vandals, the Sword Maidens and the Penitent Sisters. This led to strange sights that Vase never encountered when he walked the halls of his flagship, such as fistfights taking place in random compartments. It wasn't just the personnel that exhibited less restrained behavior. Even the pets that were present aboard every Larkinson vessel engaged in playful wrestling and sparring. Meow, meow meow, hiss, woof woof woof, what a madhouse. Vase quietly shook his head in mild disapproval. Vase walked past all of this rowdy behavior without pause and continued to head towards the upper decks until he reached a large and expansive park. Even the roughest warriors possessed a need to immerse themselves in a peaceful environment at times. The general noise levels in the park were much lower, and those that met each other tended to keep their voices down. The animals that roamed around the massive compartment also abided by the rules. Vase eventually found the middle-aged expert pilot sitting on a bench that was placed in front of an artificial lake. Venerable Stark looked a lot tamer as she had opted to change her sharp and dashing uniform for a more casual outfit. Much to his surprise, Stark was currently holding an old-fashioned fishing pole. Given the empty bucket beside her feet, it didn't look like the fish were biting today. "Hey, Davia," the woman nodded beside her. "Take a seat if you want." He approached and sat down on the bench and stared out at the calm and peaceful lake. The zen-like view strangely calmed him down, causing him to remain silent so that he could enjoy a rare moment of peace in his life. Sometimes, he wondered what he would have been like if he lived in a peaceful and idyllic environment. He probably wouldn't have been able to build up so many impressive accomplishments as he did in his current life, but that didn't sound like a bad thing. Vase only stepped up by necessity. He would have been more than content with living out a mediocre life if his life and the lives of his family weren't under threat. He imagined that the same applied to Venerable Stark. If not for the great tragedy that had befallen many states of the Komodo Star sector, she would have continued to live on her life as an obscure mech pilot from an unremarkable third-rate state. It was unfortunate that the outbreak of the Sandman changed her life forever. Venerable Stark became forever scarred by the Sand War, and even now she continued to carry a heavy burden in her mind, as evidenced by the heavy weight of her presence. Chapter 4385 One rifle or two rifles? It's nice out here, isn't it, Vase? It is. Vase gradually smiled. I have enjoyed too few moments like this. Is this what you seek in your life? Venerable Stark let out a soft snort. I wish I could embrace peace, but there is only war in my heart. Vase frowned at her words. We talked about this, Davia. Years have passed since the Sandmen have been wiped out by the Big Two. You need to move on. Everyone else has already done a good job at that. The Red Ocean offers a new start to everyone including you. There is no need to hang on to old and forgotten grudges anymore. I will never forget the dead. Venerable Stark burst out as her force of will briefly pressed upon the lake environment. Vase almost recoiled from her and quickly raised his palm. Calm down, please. You don't need to raise your voice. My apologies. She spoke as she quickly reined in her fury. From the moment my people died en masse, I have given up on living a normal life. Not a day goes by where I wish death and suffering on those that have callously allowed my former friends and many other innocents to get slaughtered by the Sandmen without lifting a finger. Her words still remained acrid despite lowering her voice. The pure resentment in her words remained just as intense as in the past. This told Vase that Venerable Stark had not really experienced any change of heart on this matter. The Larkinsons never forget the dead. Isn't that supposed to be the case? Venerable Stark referenced one of General Verl's previous funeral addresses with her words, which made it impossible for Vase to refute the statement. Yes, he said. Those words express a determination to never forget the contributions our fallen have made to further the survival and growing prosperity of our clan. The meaning they convey is that we, the surviving Larkinsons, should not shy away from doing our duty when our fellow clansmen are backed into a corner. General Verl encourages our mech pilots to focus on protecting those who are still alive. It is not our intention to encourage the mindless pursuit of vengeance. We prefer to spend our lives productively rather than pursue a road that only goes downhill. If Venerable Stark understood his underlying meaning, she showed no indication of agreeing with him. She instead opted to adjust her fishing pole as if that would help with catching a fish. Vase quietly sighed. Of all of the expert pilots in the Larkinson clan, Venerable Stark was certainly the one that was most out of place. This was an undesirable situation because the Larkinsons had to rely on a guest pilot to supply a large chunk of firepower at the expert mech level. Vase always held out hope that the Larkinson clan would eventually succeed in assimilating Venerable Stark in its ranks. Unfortunately, the guest pilot remained as unmoved as ever. She remained as dead as a rock towards any friendly entreaties from the clan. The Larkinsons that had been tasked with warming Venerable Stark's heart all returned in failure. The clan eventually figured out that active persuasion was useless at best and counterproductive at worst. In order to avoid annoying Venerable Stark too much, the clan stopped disturbing her and left her to her own devices. Whether this was the right decision or not, Vase found it difficult to accept that such a powerful expert pilot with excellent growth potential would slip out of his grasp almost a century later. Vase had taken the time to study Venerable Stark's record and documentation during the shuttle ride to the Wild Torch. Her strong conviction, her constant dedication and her excellent cooperation with her masterwork expert mech enabled her to grow just as fast as Venerable Janzi. After she consolidated her gains from the Battle of Pima Prime, her resonance strength measured at 38 lavares on average according to the logs of her most recent live practice session. The best Larkinson expert pilots still struggled to reach half this number, which meant that Venerable Stark was still on track to become the first high-tier expert pilot among her peers. There was also an excellent chance that she would take another step and become the first ace pilot that was at the Larkinson clan's disposal. This turned her into an indispensable asset to the Larkinsons. Even if she promised to stay in the clan for a single century, it was better to enjoy the protection of an ace pilot for a couple of decades than to have nothing at all. Vase could not afford to compromise the safety of his clan by adopting a harder attitude towards her obstinacy. It all came down to leverage. Vase needed Venerable Stark's combat power more than she needed his mechs. She was perfectly capable of leaving the clan and hiring herself out to another employer if it came down to it. The main reason why she continued to stay was because she still believed that sticking with the Larkinsons offered her the fastest way to grow stronger. She was right about that. Vase could at least count on her to abide by her promise. He only needed her to watch over the clan long enough to eventually replace her with its own cohort of saints. "So why did you visit me this time?" Venerable Stark asked as she finally broke the silence. "If you wanted to talk to me, you could have contacted me over the comm." Vase nodded. "I wanted to talk to you about a new technological development that I want to apply to your expert mech. Let me share the details." He spent a bit of time on giving her a simplified explanation on blessed equipment and what it might mean for her Amaranto. He also gave her a few samples of handheld blessed weapons and gear that his bodyguards had brought for this trip. "I see," Davia Stark said as she understood how much this new type of equipment could help her during combat. "You're saying that this is essentially a way to borrow a greater amount of power from a design spirit, is that right?" "That is correct. I have already struck a deal with the Phase King that ensures that he will do his part to empower our mech equipment." The female expert pilot frowned. "I am not familiar with the Phase King. The only design spirit that I have worked extensively with is the Illustrious One. Can't you make a blessed weapon that is tied to him instead?" "It's not that simple." Vase regretfully shook his head. "I already thought about it before, but the empowerment he is able to provide is too insignificant. It has to do with his traits and his abilities. The reason why the Phase King works especially well with blessed gear is because he can take transphasic products and manipulate their power in much more efficient and effective ways. The Illustrious One doesn't have that much room for manipulation because he does not have many ways to draw more power out of luminaire crystal weapons." The full story was too technical and complicated for Venerable Stark to understand, but Vase told her enough to understand that the Phase King was their best option going forward. "So we will all be relying a lot more on Phase Water," she remarked. "That's correct. Maybe you don't entirely approve of this measure, but blessed gear are still strong even if the supporting design spirits have withheld their assistance. The extra power boost should only be employed in situations where they are truly needed." "I can understand that. It is still undeniable that the power of these blessed equipment will change the way we fight. I will also have to adjust my approach and take this new complication into account." "I wouldn't call it a complication, Davia. It's a boon. Think about the difficulties you've experienced in the last battle. The Star of Liberation wouldn't have been able to suppress your Amaranto that much if you had the ability to bite back harder. Blessed weapons exist to solve these kinds of problems, and right now the Phase King offers the greatest and most accessible form of empowerment. This would definitely change in the future when he found more sympathetic materials that worked well with different design spirits, but for now their options were limited." Venerable Stark eventually relented. "Very well, let us go with the Phase King then. What is your plan?" "It depends on your wishes. You can choose from two general solutions. The first one is that I will develop a brand new transphasic rifle from scratch that incorporates all of my latest advancements in luminaire crystal technology. It will be larger, heavier, more powerful and more capable of penetrating existing targets than with your current instrument of vengeance rifle." That definitely sounded good to Venerable Stark. "What about the other plan? If you are highly attached to your existing weapon, then I can work on upgrading it instead. Much will change and become unrecognizable to you, but the weapon will ultimately come close to matching the performance of the new rifle that I intend to build if you choose the first plan." Venerable Stark understood why Vase presented these two plans for her. No matter which one she chose, she would inevitably have to make a trade-off. "What do you advise, Vase?" "Both options are good," he replied. "If you go for the first plan, then your Amaranto will have two different weapons at its disposal, which ensures that you will not be rendered useless if the enemy happens to disable one of them. Preserving the instrument of vengeance rifle will also ensure that all of the effort you have put into learning how to utilize it in its current configuration will not be wasted. However, do take into account that your existing weapon will be the only one that has integrated opticonium, the resonating alloy that is responsible for allowing you to bend your energy beams. I understand. What if I go for the second plan? Then you will not have as much choice as before. Vase replied. The upside is that your instrument of vengeance rifle not only keeps its old advantages, but will also gain new ones as I convert it into a weapon blessed by the Phase King. Venerable Stark grew concerned about a potential consequence to embracing this plan. My current rifle is already heavily associated with the illustrious one. Will that relationship worsen if you bring in the Phase King? That is difficult for me to give a precise answer. I estimate that there will certainly be problems considering that the illustrious one has to give up space to accommodate the Phase King. In essence, it is up to you to decide whether you want your Amaranto's first weapon to keep its focus on energy manipulation or put more emphasis on spatial manipulation. This would have massive implications in the future when Venerable Stark came a lot closer to becoming a god pilot. She closed her eyes and kept her silence for a couple of minutes. Venerable Stark ultimately made her choice. I don't particularly like phase water technology, to be honest. She told Vase. Maybe I'm being old-fashioned, but the way that transphasic weapons and armor is changing the mech landscape and making it harder for grassroots forces to defeat stronger armies is disgusting. Vase slowly nodded. You're right about that, but feeling this way won't change anything. Times are changing and everyone else around us is adapting to this new era. If we want to ensure that we retain our agency, we can't fall behind this technological development. So what will you choose, Davia? I would like you to make a second rifle for my Amaranto. Venerable Stark announced. I can definitely do that. I'll work on it right away since our clan urgently needs this boost of power. I expect I will have a blessed weapon ready for you within a month. Can you tell me why you went for this option? I'm not giving up on the illustrious one. Venerable Stark lips curled into a smile. You explained to me earlier that you will continue to find ways to allow you to make blessed weapons that are tied to other design spirits, correct? I will be waiting for you to succeed with the one that I am most familiar with. Once you do, I hope you will upgrade the instrument of vengeance as soon as possible. Vase grinned back. No problem, Davia. I can promise you that your original weapon will be among the first to benefit from this development. Chapter 4386. Losing sight of the bottom now that he handled the most urgent issue, Vase tried to converse with Venerable Stark about other topics. So, he trailed as he sat next to the expert pilot on the bench. Have you thought about starting up a relationship with someone? Many of our clansmen, including our expert pilots who were previously single, have married and gotten kids by now. Each of them have become happier and gained more fulfillment in their lives as a consequence. Venerable Stark shifted her gaze from her fishing line to pin Vase with her sharp eyes. That is their business, not mine. Don't try to persuade me to move on from the past and join your clan by marrying one of your Larkinsons. I have forsaken all of my thoughts about starting a new family. There is no void inside me that needs to be filled by this redundant distraction. Only my hatred drives me forward. I have little room for love or affection in my heart, and that little space is already occupied by my Amaranto. Vase wanted to palm his face. He still believed that her insane crusade against the Big Two was doomed from the start. There was no way she could ever threaten the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance when both organizations were at their heyday. At least Venerable Stark was sane enough to remain discreet while she was traveling with the Larkinson clan. Many people in human space did not hold back in criticizing the Big Two, but that did not necessarily mean the Mechers and the Fleeters were so tolerant. The idle chatter from space peasants was harmless and did not threaten the hegemony of the Big Two. As soon as someone of greater weight and power started to speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel against the current order. Vase was almost certain that the MTA and CFA would be keeping score. This was also why Vase was partially relieved that Venerable Stark maintained a certain degree of separation from the Larkinson clan. She was officially just a guest pilot, which meant that her misdeeds would not reflect on the Larkinsons. Are you happy in the clan? Vase simply asked as he gave up on persuading her to move on from her current obsession. I wouldn't say that I am happy. She told him. I am content. I have access to a strong expert mech and I am growing quickly. Sooner or later, I will grasp the strength I need to fight for the people that the vast majority of leaders ignore or disregard. By that I mean the people you have increasingly acquainted yourself with. You have moved up so quickly that you are increasingly becoming one of them. I cannot blame you for that, but it is disappointing to me that you have forgotten your roots. Vase grew defensive after he heard her accusation. I have not forgotten my roots, Davia. There is nothing wrong with climbing my way up from the bottom. Everyone has ambitions, and just because I am more successful than most doesn't mean I have turned my back on my roots. The look she gave him showed how little she believed in his statement. Sure, Vase, you and your clan don't seem to care at all about the third-raters you originally came from. Your latest mech designs are all second-class machines that exclusively serve your kind. Your mech company's activities back in the old galaxy have gone on life support, and you have done absolutely nothing to give back to the third-rate states of your old star sector. He sighed. Okay, I admit that my mech company has not been releasing a lot of mechs back in the old galaxy, but it isn't as if the market over there needs our machines. Many people are doing fine without ever knowing that living mechs exist. And that is your excuse for abandoning the people you once professed to serve. Too few mech designers in our clan have acquired PPs that allow us to radiate our influence across the Yena star cluster. Also, many of our mechs designed for the Red Ocean are built to different standards and materials than what is common back in the Milky Way. It is much better and more convenient for everyone if our clan focuses on servicing our customers in the new frontier while the local mech designers over at the old galaxy attend to the needs of their own markets. Though his argument was sound, it didn't make him look good. He could have put a greater effort into maintaining a more active business network in the Yena star cluster. Vase simply decided not to bother with this anymore. It took too much of his precious time to design or update mechs that were specifically oriented to his previous home region. The money situation had also changed. The revenue the LMC earned in the old galaxy was only a fraction to what his mech company earned in the Red Ocean. The paltry amount of profit generated by the LMC's business activities in the Yena star cluster simply wasn't enough to fund all of the expenses of the Larkinson clan anymore. Vase could earn much more money starting new ventures in the Red Ocean these days. I don't owe anything to the people back home, Vase argued. The Bright Republic and the Ilvain Kingdom stabbed me in the back. The moment they deprived me of my rights is the moment when I am no longer obliged to contribute to their societies. Besides, all of these third-rate states that I have an association with have fallen under the sphere of influence of the Friday Coalition. The Fredamen have become the rightful custodians of the entire star sector after winning the Komodo War. Those words did not placate Venerable Stark at all. Instead, her willpower and emotions roiled even more when she thought about how much the Fredamen had contributed to the Sand War at the time. Be that as it may, you have become unrecognizable compared to how you were back when you still resided in the Bright Republic. She told him, you only care about your ambitions and occasionally your clansmen. I am confident that once you climb even higher and begin to design first-class mechs, you will quickly abandon your activities in the second-class mech market even if a vastly greater amount of people have come to love and depend on your products. That's not true. Vase responded even though he inwardly admitted that this was exactly how he would proceed if this situation came to pass. I am not going to abandon the customers who are responsible for my success and have given their support to my company for many decades. I will arrange the necessary solutions to ensure that the second-class mech market will not lose access to the products that they have come to love. I can bring up second-class mech designers who have inherited a part of my design philosophy. It is also possible for the competition to have caught up to me. In that case, there will be a lot of rival mech companies to fill the void that I have left behind. Though Vase only thought up these solutions on the spot, he was genuinely sincere about making sure the transition would proceed in an orderly manner. As an entrepreneur, Vase understood that it was always essential to treat both his current and former customers with sincerity. The relationships that he had built with them in the past were still valuable in many ways even if his focus had shifted away from them. The reputation and legacy he gained from his older customers would still benefit him long after the last transaction. It was just good business. I hope you maintain that attitude in more ways than one, Venerable Stark said as she shifted her attention back to her fishing pole. No matter how far you are able to go in the future, I hope that there will still be a part of you that remembers that you originally started off as a space peasant. I hope that recognition will guide your decisions and encourage you to do more for the underserved communities in human space. I will take that into account. To be honest, Vase wanted to do his best to forget his humble roots. He did not hate his low birth, but he definitely did not harbor any nostalgia towards those simple times. Vase had long learned the truth that remaining at the bottom had no agency in their lives. It was horrible to go through life knowing that his circumstances could change at any time due to whimsical decisions made by the people who were sitting above his head. After getting screwed over too many times by the mistakes and intrigues of different leaders, he had made up his mind to become one himself. At the very least he would be able to control his own life rather than allow others to dictate his trajectory. If that meant losing touch of his former compatriots that still remained stuck at the bottom layer of society, then so be it. Vase was not a philanthropist nor an idealist. He was just a mech designer. After Vess ended his trip to the Wild Torch, he returned to the Spirit of Bentheim and immediately started to design a powerful new Luminaire crystal rifle for the Amaranto. Since Vase was able to start this side project from scratch, he had the freedom to make fundamental design choices that would ensure the Amaranto's second rifle would be effective in situations where the expert mech's original weapon was inadequate. In order to determine the configuration of his new Luminaire crystal weapon, he first needed to figure out the scenarios in which Venerable Stark might prefer to use it instead. The Instrument of Vengeance has decent penetration characteristics, but it does not excel in this area. Vase recalled as he brought up the design schematics of the latest version of this precision rifle. The weapon's damage output is not as high as it could have been. I needed to make plenty of compromises to ensure that its firing rate and energy efficiency are reasonable enough to make the gun practical enough in a serious battle. The Instrument of Vengeance certainly possessed high damage potential per individual shot, but Vase could have made it even more extreme. There were good reasons why he refrained from going overboard, but a part of him still wondered what it would be like if he stuck to his original vision. Maybe I can explore this notion anew with this side project. The more he thought about it, the more the idea appealed to him. The Amaranto already possessed a fairly versatile and practical weapon in the form of the Instrument of Vengeance rifle. One of the biggest situations where it might fail was when Venerable Stark needed to strike a highly protected warship or high-ranking mech. The firepower required to penetrate their shields and armor could reach extreme levels if the Larkinson clan bumped into much more powerful enemies. Increasing the fire rate or lowering the energy consumption of a weapon didn't mean anything if all of the shots failed to harm the target in the end. Vase understood what kind of weapon he needed to design. I need to equip the Amaranto with a weapon that gives up everything in exchange for maximum firepower and maximum penetration. His eyes lit up as he became flooded with ideas. It doesn't matter if it can only fire once every minute or if a third of the Amaranto's energy reserves are drained after a single pull of the trigger. As long as firing the shot will produce a positive result, it will be worth all of the inconveniences. He immediately proceeded to draft a weapon that was much larger and more exaggerated than the original Instrument of Vengeance rifle. Whereas the older weapon still looked fairly streamlined even if it was a bit oversized relative to the mech frame, the new concept that Vase came up with could not even be called a rifle anymore. He turned it into a Luminaire crystal cannon. Chapter 4387 Siege Weapon. One of the greatest advantages of humanoid mechs was that they could change their external equipment with minimal fuss. It was not an advantage that the Larkinson clan utilized often. Vase designed most of his mechs with a singular purpose in mind where they only had to do great in their own intended roles. There was nothing wrong with this approach, but the emergence of mechs such as the latest generation of Bright Warriors showed that there was still a huge amount of value in providing more choice of loadouts. From a mech designer's perspective, the ability for humanoid mechs to utilize their limbs to grab any pieces of equipment they could was the oldest modular mech system in existence. The modular connection system was virtually universal, allowing for any mech to pick up any weapon or gear no matter whether their purposes matched. A rifleman mech could theoretically hold a tower shield while a swordsman mech could wield a cannon. The mechs might even be able to achieve acceptable results under the right circumstances. However, there was a big difference in being able to hold a weapon and being able to utilize it well. If Kedis wielded a sword, then she could probably slaughter an entire infantry battalion by herself. However, if she was armed with an assault rifle instead, then it was questionable whether she could defeat an infantry squad. The same dynamic applied to mechs. Mechs designed for melee combat usually featured great mechanical strength but did not possess enough stability and fine control to facilitate accurate shooting. Mechs designed for ranged combat were the opposite in this regard. What was relevant in this case was that rifleman mechs and cannoneer mechs were not identical to each other. Perhaps laymen assumed that they were almost exactly the same and only truly differed by the size of their primary armaments, but there were many deep and fundamental differences in their designs. Rifleman mechs occupied the middle ground among ranged mechs. They were decently fast, accurate, agile and possessed good staying power. Cannoneer mechs leaned towards the more hard-hitting and cumbersome side of ranged mechs. Their mobility was usually low to average, but their armor was a bit better to compensate for their lower evasion ability. Mechs such as the Eternal Redemption line designed for the Penitent Sisters also featured large to monstrously sized cannons. While heavy artillery mechs generally relied on multiple cannons to sustain a high consistent output of damage, Cannoneer mechs expressly relied on one immensely powerful gun to deliver piercing shots. While big and heavy cannons most certainly had their uses, they were not as accurate or as efficient as smaller and more controllable rifles. It was difficult to maintain perfect accuracy at long range unless the target was a fortress or a huge and lumbering starship. Therefore, different ranged mechs equipped with different weapons generally excelled in diverging modes of combat. Rifleman mechs just happened to be the most popular in both spaceborne and landbound combat due to their excellent combination of traits. Cannoneer mechs were less common, but there were certain mech forces that succeeded in maximizing their value. When Vase studied this topic on the Galactic Net, he found that Cannoneer mechs worked best in large, set-piece battles like the previous engagement. That was because there were a lot of rigid formations and large, static targets such as orbital space fortresses where the Cannoneer mechs could unleash their firepower without worrying too much about missing their shots. Their huge but relatively inefficient cannons would not waste their firepower in such a target-rich environment. However, Cannoneer mechs performed progressively worse when the scale of an engagement grew smaller. Their lack of flexibility and other faults increasingly weighed them down. All of this was interesting information and helped him put the Amaranto's second weapon into context. Vase gained a much clearer idea on how he wanted to expand the Masterwork Expert mech's weapon options. The Instrument of Vengeance rifle is a good general-purpose sniper rifle for a marksman mech. It is already sufficient against most targets, but it still has trouble with taking down the biggest or the most well-protected targets. The Amaranto's current weapon was not a sieging weapon and it didn't have to function like one. Vase originally envisioned it as a powerful precision weapon that could take down its targets by focusing on their weak points. This was why the weapon integrated the resonating exotic known as opticonium. The express purpose of this exotic was to enable the Amaranto to bend its energy beams, which would enable Venerable Stark to avoid the strongest frontal protection of her targets and strike their weaker sides instead. However, there were situations in battle where precision and flexibility couldn't cut it anymore. Replacing a sniper rifle with a cannon provided Venerable Stark with a different set of advantages that worked especially great against large astral beasts such as the Titania or alien warships like the ones that regularly roamed the deep frontier. In fact, granting the Amaranto the ability to effectively deal with non-human enemies was the primary reason why Vase decided to embrace the cannon as the basis of its second weapon. This way, the Amaranto can still stick to the Instrument of Vengeance rifle when fighting against human mech forces but switch over to its new cannon when fighting against alien forces. The indigenous alien races still fought their battles in a similar fashion to humanity before the age of mechs. Warships and large guns were ubiquitous among their warfleets. Though it was not unheard of for certain alien races to employ small craft such as starfighters, their roles were often supportive in nature. In short, it is better to carry a bigger gun in battle that can more effectively overcome the thick hull plating of the most threatening warships. Vase concluded, transphasic cannons happened to be even more effective against these targets. Their amazing penetration capabilities might come at a cost, but it didn't matter if the Amaranto only needed to fire a handful of shots to cripple a threatening alien vessel. As Vase continued to flesh out the design for the Luminaire crystal cannon, he completely embraced the idea of turning it into a siege weapon. The design choices he made during this time constantly increased the cannon's damage output at the cost of accuracy, control and energy efficiency. One of the more difficult choices that Vase had to make was to add an external battery module to the weapon frame. There was no other way for the Amaranto to keep its hungry cannon active for over 5 minutes. While the new addition made it easier for the Amaranto to swap spent battery modules for fresh ones, their considerable size and mass added even more bulk to a weapon that was already overburdening the Amaranto. When Vase took a step back, he could see that the proportions of the cannon and the mech did not match at all. The Amaranto literally looked like a skinny man that was attempting to hold a tree trunk. The cannon looked so out of place that it completely ruined the majesty of the Masterwork mech. Vase didn't care for that, though. I would rather use a crude shovel than an exquisite spoon if I need to dig a hole in the ground. This encapsulated his thought process towards the cannon. Whether it harmonized with the Amaranto or whether Vase was able to turn it into a masterwork weapon did not fall under his consideration at all. He just wanted to equip his expert mech with the right tool for the right job. Vase showed little restraint and went almost completely wild as he became more engrossed in the design process. His passion became more and more stoked as he developed various small but novel design solutions that made the cannon more savage. However, his progress slowed to a crawl after reaching a certain junction in the design process. Though he was able to complete the weapon all by himself, it would miss out on numerous advantages that couldn't have been added to the cannon if he brought in contributions from other mech designers. This was why he invited Gloriana and Master Benedict to a virtual meeting. He first presented his half-complete weapon design to them before inviting them to help design the rest. "What are you asking from us, Vase?" Master Benedict asked. "My new cannon can't become a qualified expert mech weapon if it can't effectively resonate with Venerable Stark." Vase replied, "The instrument of vengeance is embedded with opticonium, and I think my new weapon ought to be matched with another powerful resonating exotic. I have a decent collection of materials in our strategic materials reserve that can potentially play a useful role here, so I would like you to help me maximize the firepower of the Amaranto's upcoming sieging tool." The master mech designer of the Cross clan thoughtfully studied the incomplete design schematics. "I can do that, but I cannot stand the internal architecture of this weapon. It may not be representative of the final version, but there are fundamentals here that are unnecessary wasteful in my eyes." Luminaire crystal weapons worked differently from conventional human energy weapons, but science and engineering was still universal. Master Benedict could still implement many tweaks to make the weapon more efficient in its use of energy. Vase nodded in agreement. "I was just about to ask you that. My Luminaire crystal cannon could sorely use your help." "What about me, Vase?" Gloriana asked. "What is my role in this project?" He turned to his wife. "I would like you to apply your god body tech to this Luminaire crystal cannon. If you have studied its design closely, you will see that I have already taken this factor into account, so it should be relatively straightforward for you to enable this weapon to evolve its quality by absorbing external energy." Gloriana did not immediately agree. "I can understand why you would want to do that, but it would make this weapon even more out of tune with the Amaranto." "That will only be a temporary condition, Gloriana. We already formed a plan to upgrade all of our existing expert mechs into god bodies, remember? While it isn't time yet for us to revise the overall design of the Amaranto, we can start with a preview by applying your design solution to the Luminaire crystal cannon first. Besides, this will be an excellent test case for you to study its characteristics from a different mech from the Mars." You are right. I agree, then. However, I want to add a number of touches of my own to your weapon design. It is too barbaric in its current state. That's the entire point of this weapon, Gloriana. Bringing in other mech designers brought a lot of trouble, but Vase had little choice. He could not replicate the strengths of Gloriana and Master Benedict, so he accepted the need for compromise in order to elevate the power and capabilities of his upcoming weapon. Fortunately, the three already had a lot of experience with collaborating with each other, so they resolved their disagreements fairly. Quickly, progress accelerated as two more mech designers shared the workload that Vase originally bore by himself. Both his wife and Master Benedict developed an increasing amount of interest in the outcome of this project. How powerful would a new blessed weapon become after incorporating several powerful design solutions in a single package? Was Vase right in claiming that this powerful Luminaire crystal cannon would enable the Amaranto to efficiently take down alien warships from afar? The only way this could come true was if his new blessed weapon concept successfully amplified the penetration capabilities of the cannon by an enormous margin. The Phase King had already shown that it could do so for smaller infantry-sized guns, but could the design spirit still accomplish the same task for a large and imposing cannon? This was the mystery that all three mech designers wanted to solve. Chapter 4388 Existing Technology. As the design of the Amaranto's new weapon became functionally complete in a surprisingly short amount of time, Vase and his fellow collaborators only had to optimize it before they could complete the project. One of the difficulties of doing so was that the new Luminaire crystal cannon made use of extremely expensive materials. Vase did not limit the budget of this weapon design project too much. He made liberal use of expensive high-grade exotics and tried to maximize the amount of phase water he could stuff into the cannon without making it too unstable. This made it unviable for him to build a prototype and forced him to make do with testing the performance of the new weapon in simulations. The MSTS provided him with a surprisingly effective simulation environment. It was capable of testing the basic performance characteristics of the new energy cannon with a high degree of accuracy. This was mostly because the MSTS already possessed countless pieces of data on the performance of many different luminaire crystal weapons. The only issues that the MSTS had trouble with was reproducing the effects of newer and less familiar phenomena. The MSTS could not accurately produce results on blessed weapons because no such items existed in the past. Vase did not possess a database that could be used to accurately model and extrapolate the performance of different blessed weapons. This was not a new occurrence to Vase or any other mech designer that worked on high-ranking mechs. So much about these powerful machines defied established natural laws, so the only way to verify a lot of features was to build an actual copy. Vase could only rely on his confidence in his latest innovation to carry this weapon design project forward. Still, both Gloriana and Master Benedict believed that the final product would be able to present revolutionary results once it was made. The estimated firepower and penetration characteristics of this new energy cannon are so exaggerated that it may cause alarm once it is put into use. Master Benedict told him one day. "What do you mean by that?" The projection of the master mech designer gestured at the latest iteration of the energy cannon design. "According to our latest estimates, our upcoming weapon has the potential to become so effective at its job that it can almost match the firepower of an ace mech. In other words, it can threaten weaker ace mechs by piercing through their Saint Kingdoms in high-quality armor." Vase briefly smirked. "That doesn't sound like a bad outcome to me. It is unlikely that the Amaranto can strike an actual ace mech, though. If the target is anything like the Neo Amadeus and the Mars, then the enemy machine moves way too fast to guarantee a successful hit. We need to impair the mobility of the hostile ace mech before the Amaranto can come into play." Be that as it may, the MTA has always paid close attention to the destructive potential of any weapon. The mechers may be willing to tolerate weapons that bend or break the limits in the case of high-ranking mechs, but they are only willing to extend so much leeway a second-class expert mech. If this new energy cannon allows a mid-tier expert pilot such as Venerable Davia Stark to come close to matching the offensive power of an ace pilot, then that will spark alarm within the halls of the association. Vase relaxed his posture. "Oh, that, don't worry, Master. I already thought about this problem beforehand. I already shared my plans to Master Dervidian of the transhumanist faction. I have a decent relationship with him, so he gave me his blessing without too much fuss." That surprised Benedict. "He let you off too easily. I would have expected the MTA to exert more scrutiny towards this weapon design project." Vase smirked in response. "You may not have paid attention to this, but the MTA officially recognizes me as a senior contributor of restricted technology, specifically with regards to luminaire crystal technology. That means I have much greater leeway to try out different stuff related to this tech. I just have to make sure to abide by the conditions that the mechers have specifically imposed on my work." Master Benedict didn't buy this excuse. "The key innovation of your upcoming weapon isn't limited to luminaire crystals. It can be applied to more than luminaire crystal weapons." "Ha ha ha." Vase laughed. "That may be true in the future, but for now my blessed equipment concept should be treated as an extension of luminaire crystal technology." "That is not an intellectually honest statement, and you know it, Vase. Didn't you advise me to cozy up with the MTA so I can get away with more stuff? I am still working on it. I need to buy more time right now so I can seek out a new patron that can offer stronger support to my research. I can make a better case for myself if I can present dramatic examples like our upcoming energy cannon. Nothing excites mechers more than introducing them to powerful new tech." Seeing that Vase already took this potential problem into account, Master Benedict did not pursue this matter any further. As the lead designer of this project, Vase bore all of the responsibility for its success and failure. It would be him who would attract all of the heat if anything went horribly wrong. Just as the weapon design project neared the point where Vase was about to finalize it, the expeditionary fleet had reached an important waypoint. "We've arrived in the border region, sir." General Verl spoke to Vase over the comm. "Not only that, we have entered the Norbit system, which is an important and highly frequented stopping point for many pioneering fleets that come from the same direction as us. It is highly advisable for us to travel to the inner system and visit the temporary trading post that a coalition of highly entrepreneurial pioneers have established." "Oh," Vase raised his eyebrow. "What is this trading post that you're talking about?" General Verl transmitted an image that depicted a large and well-defended commercial space station. What was special about this space station was that it was not a single enormous space construct. Instead, Vase could clearly see that the overall structure of this floating space station was made up of 5 different capital ships that had been merged together. This is Pentahel Station, a temporary hub that is engaged in commerce and entertainment. Verl introduced. It is owned and managed by the Pentahel Coalition. I think you can already guess how it works. The coalition regularly searches for regions that have become hotspots and moves its entire fleet to a traffic node before setting up its semi-modular space station. Vase was impressed by the guts of the Pentahel Coalition. This clever business model was anything but cheap. Not only that, but operating a huge space station in dangerous territory exposed a lot of expensive assets to potential bad actors. It took a huge amount of military might to protect such a valuable asset from sabotage and destruction. When Vase looked up the star system, he did not exhibit any surprise when he saw that the Pentahel Coalition had a lot of mech forces at its disposal. The most powerful member of this coalition even had an ace pilot on retainer. The presence of a saint was enough to make every visitor honest, including the Golden Skull Alliance. Vase could already see from the plot that over 30 separate fleets had approached Pentahel Station. Of course, the fleets weren't allowed to park close enough to pose a threat to the temporary space station, but there was no doubt that their owners were already taking advantage of the available services. Is it necessary for us to visit this space station as well? Vase asked. It is not strictly necessary, but it would be helpful for us if we do, sir. Director Calabast and her black cats have issued a strong request to approach the space station. They can gather a large amount of intelligence from this site, much of it will be relevant for our subsequent actions in the border region. Vase considered the situation for a moment. While that sounds helpful, we already formed our own strategy to handle the search for the missing lordling. Is it worth it to delay our journey to allow our agents to collect more gossip on the ground? It's not just about that, sir. Our fleet could also use this opportunity to obtain rare materials that are unique to this region. We can also give our clansmen the chance of enjoying shore leave. It is fairly safe for them to visit the space station. The same goes for you and your family. If you want to expand the perspectives of your children, then I think it would be a good idea to bring them along, provided we can convince the Pentahel Coalition to make more security guarantees. He did not expect General Verl to make this kind of a suggestion. Vase immediately uneasy at the thought of visiting an environment that was under the control of others. It was fairly fine for Vase to reside on a planet as well developed and orderly as Davut, but Pentahel Station did not exactly give him the same impression. The place looked rather sketchy in his opinion. I'll think about it, Vase replied. If the Glory Seekers and the Cross Clan are okay with it, then go ahead and approach the space station. I suppose if Lord Pirian Yoral Tavik hasn't been found yet, there is little harm in taking a small detour. The Golden Skull Alliance soon decided that it was worthwhile to visit this temporary trading hub. One of the main reasons for visiting Pentahel Station was because it was a popular place to get in touch with other pioneering groups. Weaker parties could band together and form a larger fleet before heading into dangerous waters. Even if the Golden Skull Alliance had no intentions of joining forces with unreliable pioneers, it would still help with reducing suspicion if Vase and the others succeeded in their mission. Though Vase mostly spent his time on finalizing his ambitious new weapon design project, the expeditionary fleet swiftly moved to the inner system before arriving at a location that was isolated from the space station and other visiting fleets. The Larkinsons, Glory Seekers and Crossers quickly sent out their first batch and transports to Pentahel Station. No major problems took place. The Pentahel Coalition maintained a proper and robust security force that made sure that everyone, including the members of the coalition, abided by the house rules of the space station. This gave the visitors a lot more confidence that no one would mess around in this place. Seeing that Pentahel Station was both safe and welcoming to its visitors, Vase seriously considered the suggestion to take his little family on an excursion to the curious space station. No matter how much effort the Pentahel Coalition put into maintaining order, it was still undeniable that its greatest asset was a product that fit with the rougher parts of the new frontier. The vibe, atmosphere and culture of Pentahel Station was substantially different from that of Davut or Karlach. Vase did not want his children to grow up in insular environments where they might develop the mistaken assumption that the rest of the cosmos was just as prim and proper as the Davut or the expeditionary fleet. He decided to share his idea with his wife. Her response was predictably explosive. Are you crazy? Pentahel Station is a haven for scoundrels and desperados. It is already bad enough that you want to gamble with your life again, but I will never allow you to drag our children into your escapades. Vase let out a sigh. You're being unfair to Pentahal Station and its visitors. No second-class pioneering group is made up of low lives and bottom feeders. They wouldn't have been able to earn enough MTA merits to enter the Red Ocean if that was the case. I'm sure it will be fine to pay a brief visit as long as our forces are closer at hand. Liar. Chapter 4389 Pentahal Station. Vase already predicted that his wife would be less than amused at the idea of bringing their children on a field trip to a frontier space station. This was why he did not put much effort into trying to sway her to his side. He just informed her in order to show that he was willing to hear her input and to prevent her from feeling betrayed if he sprung this trip as a surprise. Now that she knew what he wanted to do and expressed her objections, Vase quickly separated himself from his wife and made other arrangements with the help of other Larkinsons. Minister Sheddarin Purnis opened up a dialogue with the Pentahal Coalition in order to discuss additional allowances for the Golden Skull Alliance. Normally, the Pentahal Coalition did not make exceptions to its rules because any compromise weakened its own security position. The Pentahalers only needed to slip up a single time to expose their precious space station to potentially catastrophic damage. Vase reacted with surprise when Minister Sheddarin came back in less than half a day. The Pentahal Coalition has agreed to practically all of our conditions. What? They just rolled over for us? Why, there is nothing suspicious about the Coalition's response. Minister Sheddarin smiled. We are still benefiting from the halo that we have obtained after winning the Battle of Pima Prime. You may have moved on from that already, but it is not so easy for other parties to forget how much ferocity and combat power we demonstrated in battle. Comprehension dawned on Ves's face. Oh, are you saying that we intimidated the Pentahal Coalition into agreeing with our terms? You can say that, sir. I would prefer to see it as a situation where the Pentahal Coalition has a vested interest in avoiding conflict with us. At the same time, the members of this coalition also admire and maybe even worship our strength. Some of them are interested in developing closer relationships with us. It doesn't hurt to make friends with a stronger power. That put Vase in an odd mood. It sounds strange to be considered a big shot. I'm too accustomed to treating ourselves as the little guys. The truth is that we fall somewhere in between at the moment. Minister Sheddarin voiced his own opinion. We have amply proven our ability to survive and do well in the Red Ocean, but we are far from challenging the leading powers. You must take care not to develop too much hubris from this event. Just because the Pentahal Coalition is eager to acquiesce to our demands does not mean that other comparable groups are willing to roll out the red carpet for us. Sometimes, a reputation for being strong can produce adverse responses from other parties. You're right, I'll be sure to take that into account. With the security situation dealt with, Vase only needed to persuade one more group of stakeholders in order to proceed with his plan. He returned to his grand stateroom and met with his children while Gloriana was elsewhere. Aurelia, Andraste, Marvane. Come over here for a moment. His three adorable kids scampered up to their father in the company of Lucky and Clixie. Papa, I want a hug, meow, ha ha ha. Vase joyfully laughed as he greeted his kids. I have exciting news for you all. Did you see that cool space station that our fleet has approached? Well, what do you think about going on a field trip to Pentahal Station? The children were caught off guard by this question, but they soon understood what this meant for them. None of them had ever visited such a faraway place. I want to go, I want to go. Andraste gleefully cheered while hopping onto her feet like an energetic bunny. I would like to visit the space station as well. Aurelia replied in a more cultured manner as taught by her mother. I always wanted to visit more places and meet new people. Marvane's response was a simple nod. He was too young to understand the full implications of this visit, but seeing as everyone else in his family wanted to go, there was no way he wanted to stay behind. Vase grinned as he obtained the response that he wanted. Great, my people are already preparing for this trip. We'll be leaving in 2 hours. Get ready and make sure you wear the outfits that I have prepared for you all. I know they can be a bit clumsy, but we still need to take the necessary safety precautions. Okay, Papa Tilda. By the time the three children donned their thin but highly protective suits, Gloriana finally learned what Vase had done when she returned to the grand stateroom. I can't believe you, Ves. You went behind my back. Calm down and keep your voice down. Vase made a calming motion with his palm. Please don't yell when our kids are nearby. Don't ruin this moment for them. This will be the first time that each of them will be able to enjoy a real excursion to an exotic location that is well outside the region around Davut. We can't lock them up inside our starships all the time, honey. Don't call me honey, you idiot. What are you thinking? You are throwing our future to the wolves with this reckless ACT. Hey, you are mischaracterizing this trip once again. Nothing will go wrong during our trip, my clan and I made sure of that. I will be taking my kids to Pentahall Station whether you agree with this or not. You can stay behind if you don't want to come along. Though Gloriana wanted to explode yet again in front of Vase, she had not lost her reasoning. She already recognized that this was a losing battle. Since Vase and everyone else had already set all of this up, there was nothing she could do to prevent her children from going. Fine, Gloriana spoke through gritted teeth. If this is what you want, then I will come along for this excursion. I am not about to leave you alone with our impressionable kids on a completely unfamiliar space station. The concerned mother quickly changed her outfit into a stylish, multi-layered protective outfit and made sure to inform her own people of the trip. This was how Vase and his little family boarded an armored shuttle in the company of a large contingent of honor guards. Vase himself did not opt to wear a suit as imposing and aggressive as the unending regalia because the safety factor at Pentahall Station was still good. Most people visiting the Frontier Space Station either wore their regular uniforms or clothing on top of skin-tight vac-suits. The rules set by the Pentahall Coalition prohibited guests from bringing in heavier weapons and armor, but it extended certain privileges to pioneers and other VIPs. What was not common was that the fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance was allowed to move closer to the space station. This enabled the fleet to respond faster to any possible crisis that might erupt at Pentahall Station, but it also put the Golden Skull Alliance in a better position to launch an attack. This was why both sides maintained a vigilant posture towards each other. Though it was not good to generate so much tension, nothing would happen as long as they abided by their terms of the agreement. Vase didn't worry too much about these complications. His subordinates had the situation well in hand. He was more interested in planning out his upcoming field trip. There was a lot of ground to cover. The dutiful father began to introduce the basic situation to his children while their mother was sulking. What is interesting about Pentahall Station is that it is made up of 5 capital ships. He explained as he projected a simplified image of the space station. Each of these sizable vessels have opened up a substantial proportion of their internal volume to the public. You can think of them as 5 large city districts that can move around in space. Ooh, Aurelia looked impressed. Is this station like our Vivacious Wall? That's a good comparison, my dear. The Vivacious Wall is more oriented towards meeting the needs of our own clansmen nowadays, but it is still possible for us to employ her as a mobile tourist destination if we want. Pentahall Station is the same, but it is more than 5 times bigger and a lot less mobile. The children were already familiar with the Vivacious Wall and her 2 iconic cities, so it was not hard for them to understand what Pentahall Station was all about. It's essentially a much bigger city and playground. Vase claimed, although many areas are not designed to accommodate kids like you, I still want to take you to some of them just so you know what goes on in those places. This will help you a lot once you grow older. Gloriana couldn't help but interject at this point. I will not allow you to bring them to any sketchy locations. Hey, they're my kids as well. I don't want to bring them to those places either. I know what I am doing here. I have a few interesting sights in mind for the first day. It took a bit of time for the shuttle along with the escorting mechs of the Larkinson clan to pass by the heightened security measures of Pentahall Station. The established security forces exhibited a lot of caution towards the First Sword, which was the only expert mech that was part of the escort force. Of course, the Pentahallers considered the Mars to be a far greater threat. It just wasn't necessary for Patriarch Reginald Cross to deploy his ace mech into space at this time. Soon enough, the shuttle landed in a private hangar bay that was reserved for distinguished guests. A bunch of Larkinson mechs touched down while others parked themselves outside of the space station's hall. A lot of honor guards wearing lighter and less imposing suits of combat armor marched out first. Vase and his family stepped out moments later. Gloriana held Marvane in her arms while Vase held the hands of his 2 daughters. Their 2 cats followed suit but generally didn't attract much attention from the officials who had been sent to receive the new arrivals. A distinguished-looking middle-aged man wearing an odd business suit in a style that was characteristic to a specific star cluster of the old galaxy stepped forward. Patriarch Larkinson, welcome to Pentahall Station. We are honored to host you and your family for the duration of your visit. I am Raynard Clark, the relations manager of the Clark clan. If you would have me, I would love to accompany you and offer my services as a guide to our fine space station. Vase smiled and briefly shook the man's hand. Thank you for receiving me here. We could definitely use your guidance to navigate this impressive station. So you are a part of the Clark clan? I am, the man answered as the entire group proceeded to the exit of the private hangar bay. I am not afraid to say that many Clarks are fans of you and the Crossers. Our mech pilots have especially fallen in love with your eclectic mech models. They also respect the combativeness of your alliance's ace pilot. It is not common for ace pilots to take the initiative to participate in a battle and duel against another ace pilot. Our own clan's ace pilot has rarely taken action, so we understand how difficult it is for pilots at this level to commit to a fight. The Clark clan was not the largest member of the Pentahall Coalition, but supposedly earned the highest share of the profits from this venture. The reason for that was because the Clark clan was protected by an ace pilot. It was therefore especially significant that a representative of this formidable clan met with Vase upon his arrival. Chapter 4390 Clark Clan. Just as the name suggested, Pentahall Station was made up of 5 different capital ships that had tightly integrated with each other to form one large space construct. On the one hand, Pentahall Station technically functioned as a single whole. The hulls were designed in a way that allowed them to reduce the barriers between them as much as possible in order to present the illusion that it was one big happy place. The Pentahall Coalition maintained a common set of rules that applied to the entire station, so most people did not have to worry about watching their behavior after crossing over to a different hull. On the other hand, there were definitely a lot of distinctions between the different station sections. Every capital ship that made up Pentahall Station featured vastly different cultures, aesthetics, venues and layouts. They were like cities that had been plucked from random star systems before being mashed together without too much regard for whether they matched each other. The people manning the shops and keeping the peace in a particular hull predominantly came from the coalition partner that owned and operated the capital ship in question. This led to moderate differences in how the locals interacted with the guests and how they interpreted the rules. Relations Manager Raynard Clark of the Clark clan decided to start off the tour with a flyover. He led Vase and his little family to a sightseeing shuttle reserved for the purpose. The vehicle gently took off and soared into the open skies of the enormous internal space of Pentahall Station. Of course, a small escort of Larkinson mechs accompanied the vehicle. The first soared along with an Avatar mech flanked the tourist shuttle, which was a highly unusual sight in Pentahall Station as the only mechs allowed to patrol inside belonged to the Pentahall Coalition. The Larkinson clan was one of the few groups of visitors to have ever received such a rare exemption. The sight from up high was incredible. Though a lot of structures, monuments and other sites were situated in the distance, Vase already gained a quick preview of the rich variety of culture and architecture available for visitors to enjoy. Oh, look, the floor is see-through, Andraste exclaimed as she lowered herself to her knees and pressed her covered hands on the surface. The other 2 children gathered around and dropped and began to make exciting sounds as they admired the changing views. Raynard Clark smiled as he began to narrate the origin of the Frontier Space Station. Pentahall Station is an initiative formed by 5 different groups from different parts of the old galaxy, our Clark clan included. Prior to forming our coalition, we were strangers to each other. We all resided in our own star sectors without having any ideas to team up with groups that are too far away to effectively work together. I suppose the opening of the Red Ocean changed all of that. Vase astutely commented. That is correct, Patriarch. Raynard affirmed. To be more precise, it is the establishments of Beyonder Gates that have introduced an epochal change to our society. Even if the Big Two ended up keeping the Red Ocean to themselves, human civilization was already becoming more connected as distant parties could suddenly meet each other in reality in a matter of months rather than decades. He was right. Vase did not really think too much about this because he and his clan emigrated from the old galaxy to the new frontier as quickly as possible. This caused him to become separated from the Milky Way, which was continuing to change at a rapid tempo due to many different civilization-wide events such as the Crown Uprising and the construction of the Milky Way Galactic Gate Network. The latter was definitely the most shocking development in the old galaxy. While the Crown Uprising petered out after a few years, the ripple effects created by the placement of many different lesser Beyonder Gates across human-occupied space continued to snowball with each passing day. Whereas the pioneers of the new frontier had become obsessed with utilizing phase water to upgrade their war-making potential, the established powers from the old galaxy were mostly preoccupied with taking advantage of the brand new transportation channels opened up by all of the new Beyonder Gates. Raynard turned and gazed down at the structures that were part of the hull owned by his clan. We always had the galactic net to connect with people from all across human space, but that has never brought us much closer to people from the other side of the old galaxy due to how much time it takes to cross these distances. The recent changes at the start of the current Mech generation changed all of that. Our Clark clan recognized some of the new opportunities earlier than our peers. We decided to take action as soon as possible, but quickly concluded that we did not have the numbers or resources to start an ambitious enterprise in the Red Ocean by ourselves. Well, it makes sense for you to team up with other groups. Vase remarked. How come you decided to band together with 4 other pioneers that are located far away from you? Isn't it easier for you to team up with friends who are closer at hand? The relations manager gave the Larkinson patriarch a wry smile. Our Clark clan doesn't have that many friends back in our old home. The same goes for our coalition partners. Each of us were not in the best of situations. Instead of opening ourselves up to our neighbors that may have conflicts of interest with us, we instead sought out like-minded strangers on the galactic net that have no reason to be hostile to us. Through our shared values and goals, we decided to form the Pentahull Coalition and use our own means to commission 5 new capital ships in our own home star sectors. That has all led to what you see around you. Doesn't it sound amazing? Vase understood more than most people how impressive it was to forge a close cooperation between those who were complete strangers to each other just a decade ago. The Clark clan and the 4 other coalition partners involved in this venture had to show a great amount of trust that everyone else would stick to the plan and cooperate with each other over the long term. Though the coalition partners undoubtedly formalized their cooperation by signing contracts that were enforced by the MTA, that still couldn't prevent every potential disaster. It still remained to be seen whether the Pentahull Coalition would be able to stay in one piece after a decade, but Vase wished the Clarks and their new pals the best of luck. Raynard Clark continued to explain what happened after that. Unlike the Golden Skull Alliance, the Pentahull Coalition did not fool around as much and only spent a short amount of time upgrading their most essential assets to Red Ocean standards before starting their business operations in the Krakatoa Middle Zone. Given the lack of colonies, trade hubs and other forms of civilizations in human-occupied space, Pentahull Station soon found success in fulfilling an urgent need. Many pioneers eagerly took advantage of the safe harbor provided by the Frontier Space Station that just happened to be in the right place at the right time. Pentahull Station mainly earned a profit by charging higher fees and setting higher prices for its goods and services. The fact that the coalition partners owned almost all of the businesses operating on their respective hulls allowed them to capture most of the profits generated by their activities. Though Vase wasn't overly impressed with the earning power of this venture, it was remarkably stable and allowed the coalition partners to get in touch with all kinds of pioneers. There was an air of adventure around Pentahull Station as it most often roamed the more remote and less secure regions of the new frontier. A part of Vase wished that his clan had been a part of the Pentahull Coalition. He imagined that he would come across a lot more excitement than holing up in Davut all the time. Still, it was not as if the Golden Skull Alliance was any worse. Vase built up excellent bonds of trust with his 2 allies and they were almost just as willing to explore the deep frontier as him. The lack of a large and lumbering semi-modular space station meant that their expeditionary fleet was a lot more nimble and mobile. In the end, while Vase admired what the Clark clan had accomplished, he believed that his Larkinson clan did not follow the wrong trajectory. Everyone had their own paths. There was no need for Vase to grow envious at another group's success when he was doing more than fine himself. Raynard Clark began to explain the structure of Pentahull Station. As you can see all around you, our station is formed out of 5 different hulls. They are the Armadia of the Clark clan, the Revez II of the Bonsai Company, the Silverbore of the Travis Group, the Otis Reconstructor of SCQ Incorporated and the Samir Ohansa of the Vunan Royce family. The layout and the architecture of our hulls generally correspond to the cultures where we originally came from. Our coalition considers that to be an advantage because Pentahull Station has something to offer to almost every human. Vase nodded in understanding. The strength of the Pentahull Coalition was that it was a mashup between partners that all differed a lot from each other. They were all good at marketing themselves to the kind of customers that were similar to the ones they dealt back in their native star sectors in the old galaxy. Tell me about your Clark clan, please. Vase requested. What do you excel at compared to the other 4 partners of your coalition? The representative gestured down below. Our Armadia offers a friendly and highly regulated location for people who have accumulated a great amount of stress to recuperate in a safe environment. We come from a fairly plain and unexciting part of the old galaxy, and our hull environment reflects that. We have the most family-friendly sections and our soldiers strongly abide by their honor. We also have strong taboos and we do not engage in more unseemly business activities. Fans of Bloodsport and red light districts will have better luck at the other hulls. What's a red light district, Mama? Andraste curiously asked as she looked up at her mother. You don't need to know that, Gloriana quickly replied as she bent down to lift her second daughter. Do you want to go shopping, my dear? There are many stores down here. I found out that some of them even sell exclusive handcrafted toys. Doesn't that sound fun? Papa and Mama already make the best toys, hee. You're so right, Gloriana grinned with pride. We'll still go shopping though. You might not need any new toys, but Mama also has needs. While Gloriana took care of the kids, Vase continued to learn more about the Clark clan from one of their own. Raynard Clark certainly went out of his way to portray his side in the best possible light. Our Clark clan actually shares much in common with your Larkinson clan. The man claimed. Oh, our histories are vastly different and our original homes are separated far away from each other, but our values and our heritage have much in common with each other. Do you know why that is so, Patriarch Larkinson? Now that sounded interesting. Vase wasn't sure where Raynard was going with this argument. No, I haven't read too much about your clan. Well, let me give you the answer. The reason why we hold similar values is because we share a common root. You see, our Clark clan originated from the New Rubarth Empire, just like the Larkinson family which your clan is derived from. Isn't it a nice coincidence that our respective clans are closer to each other than what is apparent on the surface? Chapter 4391 Proud Customers. Vase initially reacted to Raynard's revelation with pleasant surprise. It was a coincidence that the Larkinsons share a common root with the Clarks, however distant and aged it may be. It explained why Vase did not feel as alienated among his hosts than he expected. Though the shuttle ride did not give him a chance to be surrounded by the Clarks, Vase did get a glimpse of what the Clarks were like shortly after stepping foot onto the space station. His impression of the local security officers and other personnel was that they held themselves in a manner that was not too different from the Larkinsons. Though there were certainly differences between the two groups, Vase could still buy the theory that they were both offshoots from the same parent organization. However, it did not take long for Vase to sober up and realize that whatever the Larkinson clan and the Clark clan had in common was too superficial to claim any kinship. The New Rubarth Empire was a vast and enormous first-rate superstate that was home to more citizens than Vase could count. It was well known that Rubarth was not an easy state to live in. Competition was pervasive and many Rubarthans had to do their best to keep up with their peers in order to keep their heads above water. Even the upper echelon of society could not relax for too long. Newer groups and factions constantly tried to chip away at the foundation of the more established organizations. The general rule in this powerful state was that the strong should always supplant the weak. While the New Rubarth Empire did offer enough unity and commission to keep everything together, it was unavoidable that a lot of losers among its citizens. These people no longer found it viable to remain in their state for one reason or another and had little choice but to go into exile by moving to another state. Terrans and Rubarthans almost never fled to the smaller first-rate states. This was because the latter actively rejected the exiles for fear of getting assimilated from within. This left the Terrans and Rubarthans with little choice but to move to the lesser and much poorer states. In general, the greater the trouble, the further they moved away. Vase didn't know too much about the mythical Larkinson ancestor who relied on his own strength to found the Larkinson family, but it was not difficult to figure out that this historical figure had incurred a lot of heat. There was no other compelling reason for the Larkinson ancestor to run all the way to the border of human space. The Clark clan had it much easier in comparison. As Vase used his implant to get himself up to speed of its history, it turned out that whatever setbacks drove the Clarks out of Rubarth over 3 centuries ago wasn't as serious. The Clark clan eventually settled down in the galactic heartland that was still close enough to humanity's core region. This also meant that the Clark clan hadn't degenerated as badly as the Larkinsons and the other founders of the Bright Republic. Exiles flowed out of the Greater Terran United Confederation and the New Rubarth Empire all the time. The outflow was just as enormous and the inflow if the sources were accurate. The general rule upheld by both first-rate superstates was that any of their citizens that turned into a fugitive or exile no longer had the right to call themselves Terran or Rubarthan. Neither the Larkinsons nor the Clarks retained any official ties to the New Rubarth Empire. The powerful state already severed those ties as soon as the original exiles crossed the border. Nothing was absolute, though. Vase had once heard that the Rubarthans still maintained secret networks of exiled groups in order to collect resources, gather intelligence and generally keep an eye on the other parts of human space. The Larkinsons had nothing to do with that, so Vase never spared much thought towards the new Rubarth Empire. It's a coincidence that we are both connected to Rubarth, however distant our ties may be. Vase eventually replied, I suppose it will certainly make it easier for us to understand each other, but that is all. A large number of groups based in second-rate states can all claim ancestry from the first-rate superstates. That is true, I suppose. Reynard admitted. The tour from above continued for another 20 minutes before the tourist shuttle descended in the center of the public area of the Armadia. Vase and his family stepped out in a vast indoor urban environment that shared a passing resemblance to Dawn's city of the Vivacious Wall. The overall premise of Armadia was the same as the brightest city of the Larkinson clan. As Vase gazed at the pristine avenues beyond the landing zone, he observed many groups of well-dressed visitors. A significant proportion of them had brought their children along, and that was for good reason because the Armadia offered a lot of kid-friendly destinations. There were zoos, aquariums, mech museums, gaming centers and of course shopping malls that catered to all kinds of people. There were frequent patrols of lightly armed security officers who all bore the gray and sky blue colors of the Clark clan. The amount of patrols were rather high, but their modest outfits and equipment easily allowed them to remain unobtrusive. However, what truly attracted Ves's attention was not the venues nor the uniformed Clarks on foot. It was the small number of mechs that quietly patrolled the public spaces of Armadia. Vase recognized their models. They all happened to be peacekeeper mechs from a highly familiar mech ecosystem. It turns out that your clan is my customer. Reynard Clark chuckled. That is true. We have come to depend greatly on the models of the Lavoy mech ecosystem and especially the pacifier model to minimize disturbances within our common spaces. It is not just our Clark clan that have embraced your work. Our other coalition partners have sold their previous law enforcement mechs and switched over to the Lavoy mech ecosystem as soon as they became acquainted with the more superior line of mechs. Though Vase was aware that the Larkinson clan's collaboration with the Voikin family resulted in a huge amount of sales, the Red Ocean was still a big market. He did not expect to encounter his commercial products in use outside of the Davut region so soon, but on second thought it was not too strange to see pacifiers in the wild. The pacifier was one of his breakout successes. Its capabilities were unmatched by any competitor, which meant that not a single competitor could match its impressive value proposition. The result of having a product that was clearly more valuable than anything else in the market meant that demand for it was unlikely to fade unless the competition finally stepped up and presented a viable alternative. Until then, the amount of pacifier mechs in circulation would continue to grow until they showed up in pretty much every second-class population center. As the group stepped onto an avenue and moved in the direction of a shopping mall, Vase curiously asked questions about the Clark clan's experiences with his products. How satisfied are you with the pacifiers? We are very satisfied with your work. Reynard did not hesitate to respond. It is particularly handy that there are many variants available for sale. Policing a space station is different from policing a city on a planet, so we have particular demands for our internal units. Honestly speaking though, we would have bought your pacifiers even if they only came in a single version. The glow that each of them bears is just too useful in our line of work. Have you employed the glow of the pacifier model many times? We did at the start. You have to know that we usually open ourselves up in locations that are frequented by a wide variety of people, many of which have built up a large amount of stress, frustration and more. These individuals are not always capable of demonstrating self-control. Outbursts are unavoidable in our line of work. Vase nodded in understanding. It is brave of you to welcome so many visitors to your space station. I can understand that the need for effective peacekeeping and pacification solutions is great. The pacifier model was not as famous or common as today, so not many of our guests were aware of what it was capable of. What we fear the most is riots and unbridled violence within our own hall, but we are cognizant that if we are too heavy-handed in our attempts to enforce our rules, we will drive too many visitors away from our hall. This is where the pacifier comes in, right? Correct. Reynard smiled. Your mech possesses the unique ability to cool people's tempers and reduce the impulses that could lead them to commit violence. The glow of your pacifier model hasn't always worked as well as we hoped, but we successfully used your mechs to prevent the majority of conflicts from escalating any further. That alone has saved us many MTA credits in physical damage and reputational damage. That is what my mechs are for. They exist to solve the problems of our customers. I am happy to hear that your adoption of our pacifier mech line has contributed to your clan's prosperity. Since you are so happy with our pacifiers, have you opted to purchase our other products as well? We have yet to do so, Patriarch. Raynard Clark shook his head. I can tell you that this matter is frequently brought up in our high-level meetings, but we are not in a hurry to adopt more of your work. We are already more than satisfied with our existing mechs, many of which are designed by our own team of mech designers. We don't want to put our own people out of business, and it is essential for them to receive the practice they need to further their skills. I can understand the need to prioritize your own mech designers. Only they know your circumstances and your needs the most. They are also essential to designing your own expert mechs and other specific machines. However, you should also have a sense of proportion. The mech industry outside of your small coalition is constantly pushing technology to greater heights. Many of your peers and rivals will not hesitate to embrace the latest trends so that they can get more work done with fewer mechs. If you are not careful enough, then your clan and coalition might find out that you have fallen behind in the most brutal fashion. The relations manager of the Clark clan briefly shrugged. Our elders and leaders all keep track of what is happening in the mech community. The battle that your alliance has recently fought in the Megare Middle Zone is just one of many cases that have shown us where mechs are heading towards. I am certain that our clan will make the necessary adjustments in time, though I cannot promise that we will be purchasing your other products. As the two continued to talk, Vase gained a good understanding of the Clark clan as a customer. The Clarks definitely loved the pacifier mechs for how extensively they made Pentahall Station safer, but they did not have any other urgent needs that necessitated the acquisition of other living mech models. Since the Clarks were also active in the mech industry, they would rather support the inferior works of their own mech designers than embrace superior mechs sold by competing mech companies. The Clark clan therefore prioritized control over performance. This strategy worked as long as the gap between their own mech designers and external competitors wasn't too exaggerated. Unfortunately for the Clarks, Vase believed that it was inevitable for this gap to widen in the future. He was constantly progressing his career and he felt it would not take much longer for him to grasp his next breakthrough opportunity. Chapter 4392 Consumerism. Lukewarm customers or not, Vase still owed the Clark clan and the rest of the Pentahall coalition a lot of gratitude for embracing the pacifier mech line. He was more than happy to see his existing products serving their intended purposes. It always brought a smile to his face to see his own work getting used in the ways that he envisioned during the design process. He did not come here for a meet and greet with his customers, though. He satisfied his curiosity concerning the Clark clan's use of the pacifier mech line and proceeded to direct his attention back to what mattered the most to his family at the moment. Shopping. Everyone except Vase quickly turned into shopaholics as soon as they stepped inside an upscale mall that catered to the more moneyed clientele of Pentahall Station. The entire place exuded both class and energy. Much of the architecture blended modern aesthetics, including the use of bare metal panels with classical features such as columns and pediments. It gave the impression that the mall was an exclusive bastion for the new aristocrats that rose to success after establishing themselves in the Red Ocean. The amount of traffic in the mall was much lower than elsewhere on the Armadia. Because of one important reason. The prices were too damn high. Papa, Papa, Papa. Aurelia tugged at her father's pants. I want to buy a present for Clixie. Will you buy this cat bed for me? It's so cute. Let's not be too hasty, my dear. That cat bed costs 279 MTA credits. Do you know how much money that is? Our clan can produce nearly the same amount of pacifier mechs for that money. If you compare the value of a small mech battalion and this fluffy pink bed for pets, which one do you think is worth more? The pink cat bed. Vase wanted to palm his face. Wow, Mama, look at this. Andraste excitedly ran in front of a toy store that featured a display where autonomous mech figures battled it out against each other on a miniature battlefield. That's Christine Oxton's Dark Witch mech from the latest episode. Can I buy it, please? Gloriana bent down and stared at the mech figurine that was clearly set up to be the protagonist of the mock battle taking place in the display area. The mech figurines were all based on fictional mechs that featured prominently in a popular mech action franchise that was called the Hopewell Cinematic Universe. The HCU was over 2,000 years old and was created by an ancient clan of the Greater Terran United Confederation, which meant that it actually came into existence before mechs even existed on a wide scale. While humanity had created many popular and successful media franchises over its long and storied history, few of them had the ability to maintain a degree of popularity and profitability that was as consistent as the HCU. The owners of the HCU had always managed to keep their franchise alive by sticking to a tried-and-true formula of bringing out new shows, games and merchandise that revolved around the same kind of stories. The tone of its main shows were always positive, humorous, optimistic and generally exciting without displaying an excessive amount of violence. Of course, the HCU also received a lot of criticism due to its frequent habit of recycling plots, its heavy use of cliches and its unwillingness to enact any major permanent changes to its setting. However, that commitment to stability was also the main reason why the HCU managed to remain one of the successful media franchises for 2,000 straight years. Children especially loved the HCU due to its focus on presenting plenty of cool and heroic characters. Gloriana had also spent a lot of time admiring the most perfect characters and mechs of HCU when she was younger. She fell off after she started to study mech design and work with mechs in reality, but she always retained a soft spot for the HCU. It was not a coincidence that Andraste became a fan of Christine Oxton, the protagonist of an actively running kids show called The Terra Guardians. Christine in the show came across as a sassy and wisecracking mech champion who had a heart of gold. She was a typical example of a female lead of the HCU, and many critics faulted her for being too perfect. That was just the way that Gloriana liked it. Even the protagonist mechs were just a bit too powerful and beautiful compared to the mechs piloted by the other characters of the same show. "Okay, Pumpkin," the young mother said as she barely threw a glance at the projected price tag hovering above the active toy. "I will only allow you to buy a single toy from this store. Are you sure you want to buy this Dark Witch figurine? This is enough. Alright, then, let us head inside so we can secure your little treat." Gloriana soon paid 9,999 MTA credits to secure the overpriced Dark Witch Prestige Edition mech figurine. Vase grew more and more exasperated with the exaggerated spending of his family. His wife and children wanted to buy luxury products that did not do anything to boost their capabilities or enhance the strength of the Larkinson clan. It was one thing if they spent thousands of MTA credits on a powerful new implant or secured an exclusive masterclass with one of the foremost experts in human space. Yet instead of spending the clan's hard-earned money on productive goods and services, they instead splurged on unnecessary luxuries that only mildly enriched their lives. Vase felt sick at the huge amount of money flowing out of his bank account. The Larkinson clan's earning power might be a lot greater than in the past, but he still couldn't stomach how much the shops charged for all of these so-called exclusive and limited edition products. They weren't even masterworks, but that didn't seem to matter to his spendthrift wife. The few times Vase mustered up the courage to approach Gloriana and encourage her to rein in her impulses, she threw him a sour look. "Do not interrupt my fun," she quietly hissed at him. "You were the one who insisted on dragging our family to Pentahal Station. The least you can do is compensate me for the enormous risks you have taken with your willful decisions." Gloriana, shut up. Okay. Their children took no notice of the tension between their parents and happily ran from one colorful store to another while getting immersed in all kinds of toys and gadgets. The family proceeded to buy an increasing amount of expensive goods. An increasing amount of floating bags began to accompany them. Each of them contained carefully packaged toys, clothes, accessories and other knickknacks. "Vase, doesn't this smell great to you?" Gloriana grinned as she stood before a rack of women's perfumes. "I usually stick to the tried-and-true Hexer brands, but the scents from Selber have always received amazing reviews. I never knew how good they were because Selber is too small and exclusive of a company to expand in the regions where I have resided. I am not letting go of this opportunity to expand my perfume reserves. Now tell me which one attracts you the most." Vase looked reluctant. "I already love the way you smell, honey. I don't see the need for you to buy more scents. You don't understand." Gloriana shook her head. "Let me do this, then." She turned around and requested a number of samples from the smart display case. Soon enough, she picked up a stick and waved it in front of her husband's face. Vase immediately became entranced. His head couldn't help but chase after the cool and breezy scent. His wife did not look too impressed, though. Not good enough. Let me try this other formula." This time, she waved a stick that exuded a stronger scent that reminded Vase of a blooming flower bed that was frequented by insects looking for nectar. "Now that is better. What do you think about this, Vase?" The third stick almost excited him as the scent drifting to his nose stimulated his passion and desire. He imagined that he had turned into a barbarian that had just broken open the gates of a city that was already starting to burn. Gloriana looked satisfied with the reaction induced by one of Selber's scents. This is it, then. Selber definitely deserves its reputation. That was another 3,499 MTA credits down the drain. It did not surprise Vase at all that his wife chose to end their shopping trip at her favorite type of store. It was the store where renowned luxury brands sold their handbags among other products. While the children made admiring noises as they browsed the luxury goods placed in the kids section, Gloriana headed straight towards the place where all women like to be. The exclusive stands and displays showing off a small but highly exclusive collection of bags instantly captured her attention. Gloriana soon began to chat with the saleswoman while also inspecting the numerous bags available at this store branch. Vase, who stood forgotten at the side, felt increasingly more queasy at the escalating price tags of the bags that his wife was considering. "Honey," he said as he gently tapped her arm, "there's a Honbach store next door that offers bags that look just as good as these ones. Why don't we go there instead so that I can treat you with a new addition to your collection?" Both Gloriana and the saleswoman looked scandalized at him after they heard his request. His wife quickly snorted in disgust. "I am already over Honbach. Don't mention this mediocre brand to me again. Honbach is too cheap for me these days. Now that our clan has grown wealthier, I need to step up my game and show that I am an even stronger woman of means. Pop Cult is my latest home now. Look at how cute this mini handbag looks. It only costs 14,999 MTA credits, so it's a bargain." Vase almost passed out after he heard how much the store charged for a bag that was smaller than his hand. How could these blood-sucking companies have the courage to charge so much for a product that was not even practical enough to serve as an adequate container for items? He briefly recalled all of the handbags that Gloriana had bought over the past 5 years. She started out her collection of high-end bags by purchasing the Honbach hand-stitched two-toned lavender and white Puelmer leather Jarna handbag for just 120 MTA credits. She came back to the mall in Davut the next year and treated herself to the Honbach seamless quilted-off black Carmenet leather Soudal briefcase that sold for 999 MTA credits. Vase had succeeded in restraining her for a couple of years, but last year he failed and allowed Gloriana to buy an exclusive first issue of the Isolde Zu Adagio oiled Puelmer leather Versailles handbag for 4,999 MTA credits. Anyone who possessed a modicum of logic could clearly deduce the pattern of this brief history of purchases. His wife kept spending more and more money to feed her bag addiction. "Look, Vase, I've decided, this soft and velvety tote bag must be mine. I will not miss the opportunity to purchase the founder edition of this adorable bag. This is the only one this store has received. There are only 3 of them in the entire Krakatoa Middle Zone." Vase practically blanked out by the time that Gloriana confirmed the purchase of the Pop Cult 10-star Radiance Nunzer suede tote bag. His wallet shrunk by as much as 29,999 MTA credits at this time. As the beast finally sated her desires, Vase was too afraid to look at his bank account. Though his clan had enormous sums of money at its disposal, much of it was reserved for upkeep and infrastructural investments. Vase did not have that much of a personal allowance that he could spend freely on whatever he wished. "I hope it hasn't gone in the red." Chapter 4393 Good Parenting, It's Sleepy Time. Meow. Clixie yawned as her slender body curled up on the new pink cat bed that Aurelia bought for the feline. Though the bed looked a little whimsical, its quality and performance were the real deal. Clixie not only felt as if she was resting on a cloud, but the bed also pulsed in a rhythmic manner, making her feel as if she was resting in a pile of siblings. However, the pink cat bed that the Larkinsons bought for 279 MTA credits did not completely satisfy all of her needs. The designers of the product had taken a lot into account, but they did not know everything about cats, particularly ones as remarkable and special as Clixie. Meow meow, the cat grew increasingly less satisfied. After a few minutes, she rose from her bed and jumped onto the bedroom floor before making her way over to the much larger hotel bed. 2 little girls wearing adorable pajamas had already fallen into slumber. Clixie jumped onto the bed. She lovingly nuzzled Andraste's cheeks yet eventually settled her body next to Aurelia's sleeping form. Even asleep, Aurelia unconsciously reached out and embraced Clixie against her chest. Love radiated from both of them, causing the girl and the cat to enjoy a much better rest than any bed could provide. Inside another bedroom, Vase knelt down next to a smaller bed where Marvane blissfully slept. The father tenderly stroked his son's hair and recalled all of the fun they had throughout the day. The tour through the Armadia would never have been as enjoyable and fulfilling to him if he visited alone. Vase viewed Pentahel Station from a different perspective after getting infected by the curiosity and innocence of his children. Their giggles and laughter caused him to take a closer look at subjects that he would have previously passed over. Their frequent questions also forced him to think deeper so that he could properly formulate his thoughts to his little munchkins. Vase rarely felt more alive than he did today. He felt almost just as good as getting involved in battle or putting his life at risk. I guess parenting is also a struggle in a sense. The responsibility to shape and guide his children's various views and opinions was a heavy one. Vase knew that each of the lessons that he taught to Aurelia, Andraste and Marvane would have a profound influence on how they behaved in the future. Though it was impossible for Vase to completely control the growth of his children, he hoped that they would still hold on to the principles and values that he attempted to plant in their psyches. "I love you, my son," he whispered as he leaned in to kiss his youngest child's forehead. His brown-haired kid seemed to smile even as he was immersed in his dreams. Vase quietly left the bedroom and entered the living room of his hotel suite. He moved over to the reinforced windows which provided him with an impressive view of a portion of the public space of the Armadia and beyond. The bright and colorful lights of the expansive internal city conveyed a sense of vitality even when many activities had stopped. The nightlife of the Hull under the control of the Clark clan was not as wild and exuberant as in the other sections of Pentahel Station, but Vase enjoyed the peace and comfort. He knew that many other Larkinsons on shore leave were undoubtedly having a good time at the moment. His wife appeared a few minutes later and moved to his side. A hint of the expensive new scent wafted from her body and tickled his nose, causing him to feel warm and in need of companionship. He reached out and embraced her, causing them to stand shoulder to shoulder as they both looked out into the peaceful city at rest. Pentahel Station was truly a marvel of engineering, Vase remarked. Not only that, but the members of the Pentahel Coalition have done a great job at bringing everything to life. There were many times where I hardly noticed any differences between the public spaces of the Armadia and the city districts of Kotor City. Gloriana leaned her head onto Vase, allowing him to enjoy a scent priced at C3499 MTA credits a bottle to a greater degree. "You sound envious." "I guess I am," Vase said. "Don't get me wrong. Our vivacious wall is also great and we have more than enough Larkinsons to fill her up, but the problem is that it has rarely opened her cities to the public. When I was walking through the streets down below earlier in the day, I became fascinated by how so many different people from so many different cultures and regions found ways to get along with each other. I won't claim that everything on this space station is done well, but I feel like our Larkinson clan is not diverse enough to my taste." Gloriana softly let out a snort. "You're just saying that because you enjoy novelty. Our clan hasn't added a new subculture since the Heavenswarders came on board, so a part of you must be feeling that nothing much has changed. The reality is much different. The Larkinsons have grown so much over the past 5 years that we are all better than we have ever been in the past. We consolidated our gains and we settled into our new stations of life. Each of us are already incredibly content in our lives. Just because we haven't made any gains in this area doesn't mean that there is a problem. We are all doing well for ourselves." He sighed. "I suppose you're right. I'm happy that we have provided a great growing environment for our children. They don't lack for much. I would have loved to grow up under the same circumstances. If you think that is the case, why are you trying to move away from that?" His wife began to frown. "We had a great life in Davut. Instead of extending that, you put a stop to it by dragging us all into your Trailblazer expedition. We will soon be knee-deep into lawless territory where hostile pioneers and awful aliens will seek to threaten the lives of our children at every step of the way. That does not sound like good parenting." Vase let go of his wife and sighed. "I have already explained myself plenty of times. I would have loved nothing more than to allow our children to grow up in a pampered environment where they would not lack for anything, but the outcome of that would be to raise a bunch of spoiled and pampered brats who don't know anything about how to survive in this harsh and unforgiving cosmos." "I don't agree with that, Vase. You grew up in a peaceful rural planet for the most part, but you have taken to the new frontier like a fish to water. Our children will be put in an even better position as long as you teach them what you know about navigating the cosmos as you see it. We can also hire other tutors to supplement their learning. It's not enough, Gloriana. Being told how the cosmos works is not as good as experiencing it yourself." I have always believed that the environment we grow up in shapes the way we behave in the future. Children who have grown up in peaceful and orderly societies are best suited to operate in those kinds of environments. I am not confident that our kids will be in the best position to attain success in human space, particularly in a wild and turbulent place as the Red Ocean. Is that your justification to expose our children to dangerous situations? Vase slightly shook his head. You only see the risks but not the rewards. A decade ago, I shed my naivety in the most brutal fashion after getting thrown headlong into the ugly side of humanity by getting drafted into the military. Though I still resent how I had no choice in the matter, I learned a huge amount of lessons during those turbulent years that were vital to my subsequent success. Even if I possessed other advantages at the time, I would have never been able to lead my clan to the point where we could threaten colonies like Pima Prime in so little time. Gloriana furrowed her brows. I cannot believe that I am saying this, but you are being too hard on our babies. They are too young and vulnerable to handle the pressures that you are about to incur with your new expedition. Instead of letting them enjoy their childhoods to the fullest, you are planning to accelerate their maturation process and have them learn hard and brutal lessons that you only became exposed to when you were already an adult. Doesn't that sound unfair? Vase didn't see it that way. No. What I consider unfair is that I only got in touch with the truth of how our society and the rest of our cosmos worked far too late in my life. I could have avoided so many detours if I had the wisdom of today back then. I don't want our children to repeat my mistakes. Although it sounds cruel, I think it is better to introduce our children to the harsher realities of our society firsthand. That way, I can be assured that they will always be able to do well once they have grown up and are ready to make their own way in life. Had he made the right choice? That remained to be seen. He had looked at the society he lived in and did not see much hope of peace. In fact, the future trend looked bleak. More and more tensions and wars were on the horizon. He wanted his children to be ready to operate in an environment where the rules of the jungle prevailed. Vase and his family continued on his tour the next day. They visited several different hulls this time. Though there was nothing wrong with the Armadia, it was only a slice of what Pentahull Station had to offer to its visitors. Gloriana carried her new tote bag in her arm despite not needing to do so in the first place. She drew plenty of admiring stares from knowledgeable women along the streets. Some of the bolder ones even attempted to approach and chat with the owner of the Radiance tote bag, only for one of the honor guards to step in the way and move the random fan aside. Vase became surprised by how much reaction the remarkable-looking bag evoked among women. Personally, he knew nothing about the brand. It appeared that Pop Cult was an especially famous and prestigious brand among the fashion-conscious individuals. Pop Cult is trendy at the moment, Gloriana explained to him. Many fashion brands have entered the Red Ocean market, but not all of them are able to succeed. One of the main criteria that determines their popularity is how well they can get their hands on exotic leather hides. The most exclusive ones come from the major alien races that are exceedingly difficult to defeat in battle. The Big Two doesn't care about preserving their bodies at all, so it is mostly up to the private sector to hunt them down. That is difficult because the Puelmer race and the Nunzer race are both powerful enough to challenge first-raters when they are at their best. This is why my current bag is so expensive. Vase felt conflicted by this news. He didn't think there was anything wrong with fighting against two different sentient alien races. Whether humanity was in the right or in the wrong, the war between their civilizations centered around territory, resources and dominance. Both humans and aliens waged war against each other for those reasons since the beginning of time. However, to hear that people purposely sought to hunt these powerful aliens down just so that they could skin their prey and sell the hides to well-paying fashion houses was absurd. Chapter 4394 Discreet. Each of the hulls that made up Pentahull Station possessed their own charm. The Silverboar operated by the Travis Group was a commercial and entertainment paradise. The shops and storefronts were much louder while the abundance of casinos provided guests with plenty of ways to indulge themselves. Of course, Vase and Gloriana did not stick too long on this hull because Silverboar was also infamous for its more grown-up entertainment offerings. The Otis Reconstructor managed by TCQ Incorporated matched their tastes a lot better. The hull hosted a lot of companies engaged in tech and industry. There were so many more business-to-business activities taking place in this part of Pentahull Station that Vase decided to stick around a bit longer. Vase contacted TCQ Incorporated and managed to start a process where the LMC would be negotiating with the coalition partner to open up a large mech store. Aside from that, Vase also visited numerous different material stores and bazaars in order to look for spiritually reactive materials and interesting resources. Though he did not encounter any of the former, he did pick up a lot of different samples of exotics that might play a useful role in his future projects. In contrast to the commercial atmospheres of the Silverbore and the Otis Reconstructor, the Samir Ohansa presented a completely different environment. The architecture was a lot more archaic and traditional. The dress of the people of the Vunen Royce family was a lot more elaborate and ceremonial, almost to the point of drowning out their bodies. Their extravagant dress code reflects the family's royal roots. There was profligacy and excess in every direction, but it was all dressed up in an aristocratic shell that gave visitors the illusion that they had entered a kingdom that was still stuck in the past. The prices of most goods and services were ridiculous, but that did not stop people from paying a visit just so they could enjoy a day where they got to pretend to be royalty. Personally, Vase found the Samir Ohansa to be a completely pretentious place. The Vunen Royce family made little attempts to preserve its dignity. Instead, it commercialized its once noble background and cheapened its heritage by turning it into a theme park. Aurelia adored the activities, though. She had so much fun when she got to dress up as a princess and sit on an oversized throne while being flanked by Clixie and Lucky. I decree that every family should have a cat. Meow, meow. Vase and Gloriana let their kids have their moments of fun, but they left before the representatives of the Vunen Royce family could lobby them any further. The final hull they visited was the most different of them all. The Revez 2 owned by the Bonsai Company was the only one where biotechnology was prevalent. A part of Vase felt as if he had traveled back to the time where he visited the Life Research Association. Though the organic architecture, the biomechs and all of the other organic products were substantially different in style, the overall sentiment of the Bonsai Company was still familiar. Just like the LRA, the Bonsai Company endeavored to popularize biotechnology and present it as a viable alternative to conventional technology. The Revez 2 therefore served as a massive showcase to the value and wonders of bioproducts. Though Vase had already witnessed similar sights before, the children were completely blown away by the novelty and weirdness of all of the organic tech. What is that, Papa? That's a beetle that is responsible for manicuring the lawn, Aurelia. It looks so funny. Why doesn't the beetle do anything else? It's not an animal, Aurelia. It's a bioproduct. It is bioengineered to do a specific job, so the beetle doesn't have much thoughts aside from executing the instructions that have been bioprogrammed into its genes. The creature is essentially a bot that is made out of organic matter instead of metal. You shouldn't strictly treat it as if it is alive. His daughter found it difficult to process those words. I thought life should be respected. Isn't that what you told me, Papa? I did, and I still mean it. What I am telling you is that creatures like this that are born and made to serve a specific purpose are already content with their lives. You don't need to show any more regard to them because you will be taking away the reason for their existence. His girl wasn't as ignorant as the other girls of her age. Her brain started to churn as she deciphered her father's underlying message. So I should treat living mechs the same way? Not exactly. Vase slightly shook his head. There is a difference between these lawn beetles and the living mechs of our clan. The former may be organic, but they have been altered to reduce their autonomy and self-thinking processes as much as possible. It makes little sense to treat them with compassion as they are incapable of appreciating such conduct. Living mechs are different in that they are made for a purpose, but possess enough reasoning and self-awareness to become more than that. They are life forms with just as much potential as humans, so you must treat them with more respect. Oh, perhaps his daughter might not fully understand his meaning right now, but it was enough for him to get her to think. Aurelia needed to be able to form her own opinions on different issues. It didn't matter to Vase whether her daughter agreed or disagreed with him so long as her attitude reflected her own thinking. Vase and his family encountered a lot of interesting sights, but he did not take the initiative to approach the Bonsai Company in order to conclude any deals. Director Rania Woden and the Larkinson Biotech Institute were already on the job. It was best to leave this matter to the professionals. Vase heard that many other Larkinsons also had a fruitful time on Pentahal Station. Keddies and the Sword Maidens spent most of their time challenging foreign warriors in the many arenas of the Silverbore. Director Samindra Avakan took the initiative to set up a new branch office of the Creation Association among the workshops and factories of the Otis Reconstructor. Director Calabast and the Black Cats had spread her agents all over Pentahal Station and were no doubt spreading their tentacles in every direction. Raynard Clark, who continued to lead the tour, also presented opportunities to cooperate with the Clark clan. The only problem was that Vase wasn't sure about its angle. The Larkinson clan and the Golden Skull Alliance did not have any compelling reasons to cooperate. They didn't have any obvious conflicts of interests either. Though Raynard Clark brought up the Rubarthan roots of both of their clans, Vase found it ridiculous to rely on this tenuous connection to form the basis of a bond of trust. It wasn't until the time for departure drew close that Raynard finally spoke more directly to the leader of the Larkinson clan. "We have sources that tell us that you and your clan enjoy a close relationship with the MTA. The relations manager spoke in a casual tone. Vase and his family had returned to the Armadia at this time. The Clark clan invited them over to a theater to attend a play centered around the darker days of the Age of Conquest. There are more planets in the galaxy than we could ever settle upon. What is the harm in destroying 1,000 of them? I will not have our soldiers fight and die on the streets when we can solve our enemy in a much more expedient manner. We are locked in a war of annihilation. Surrender is not an option anymore. From the moment they nuked one of our planets, we can no longer live alongside our enemies in peace. From the moment our first city died, we have entered a race that will not end until the Rubarthans have become relics of the past. Why must you perpetuate this slaughter? Haven't you killed enough people? You have slain more humans than any hostile alien race. It turns out that the 7 apex races have never been our true opponents. The only enemy that can drive humanity to extinction is humanity itself." The show was indeed worth seeing. The actors did an excellent job at portraying the irrational outbursts of emotions that drove many infamous fleet admirals to wipe out billions if not trillions of innocent civilians during the darkest days of the Age of Conquest. Though Vase and Gloriana were already familiar with the history of this time, their children possessed a much more limited perspective on the Age of Conquest. The only ways they could learn about the glories and the atrocities of this period was by watching the numerous children's shows that took place in this age. Of course, there weren't that many shows about the Age of Conquest because starships served as the main combat platform for humanity at the time. The prevailing leaders of human civilization did not wish to glorify warships and tempt more people into obtaining them. It was best to keep them out of sight and put the spotlight on mechs so that the vast majority of humans shifted their obsession to a much smaller and more limited combat platform instead. This was also why the children found the current theater show so novel. The fantastic actors brought this distant period of human history to life in a much more tangible fashion than what any documentary or book could accomplish. Aurelia became especially fascinated with the diverse, colorful and extreme personalities of the various leaders depicted in the play. Vase found it rather odd that Raynard Clark chose this particular time and place to engage in a more direct conversation. As the fleet admirals continued to slide into madness with each planet they bombarded into ruin, Vase turned towards the relations manager. "Our clan does have connections with the MTA. The Living Mech Corporation is our primary source of income. Since our company is deeply involved with mechs, it is only prudent for us to develop friendly ties with our supervisor. It is not that remarkable for you to be able to develop closer ties with survivalist faction given the mechers that you have met over the years," Raynard said. "However, it is rather puzzling to us that the transhumanist faction also decided to turn you into its associate." "That's not strictly true. I am officially in bed with the survivalists. The transhumanists merely see me as an honorary associate," Vase corrected. "Be that as it may, it is apparent that your R&D activities have aroused their interest." Vase narrowed his eyes in suspicion. His regard for Raynard and the Clark clan subtly dropped. "We don't make a habit of publicizing all of our research, development and design activities. I don't know what you have heard from your sources, but you should be careful about what sort of information you are dealing with. If your clan isn't careful enough, the transhumanists might pay a visit in order to rectify your situation." Raynard remained calm despite the warning. "You do not need to worry about us, Patriarch. We know how to be discreet. Our Clark clan wouldn't have been able to survive up to this day if that wasn't the case." Vase didn't know what information the Clark clan obtained, but it had to be fairly serious for Raynard to talk this way. Did the Clark clan learn about the Transcendence Glow? That would be an indication that something had gone horribly wrong. The transhumanist faction was supposed to keep it as secret as possible. Leaking it out was not only bad for Vase, but also the transhumanists who thought that humanity simply wasn't ready to make use of this enormous invention. He urgently needed to figure out what the Clark clan knew about the Larkinson clan's many secret projects. Vase hoped that the situation wasn't as bad as he feared, but if it turned out that a secret as big as the Transcendence Glow had quietly leaked out to the wider community, then that would cause the biggest upheaval of his life. Everything would change. Chapter 4395 Distant Relations. What Reynard said put Vase on guard. He quickly recalled what he knew about the Clark clan in order to determine how powerful it was and how much of a threat it posed to the Larkinson clan. Vase wasn't too impressed by the Clark clan. Though it was earning a lot of income by being a part of the Pentahull coalition, operating in enormous space station also incurred a huge amount of expenses. The Clark clan's mech forces were all strong and well equipped, but their quantity and quality did not quite match up to the Larkinson army. Vase also estimated that the entire Pentahull coalition wouldn't be able to match up against the Golden Skull Alliance. This was because their economic strength was too far apart. Though the Pentahull coalition boasted more partners, none of them were particularly big or wealthy. The income they received from exploiting Pentahull Station could only support so much military expansion. In contrast, the Golden Skull Alliance had managed to earn a huge windfall shortly after entering the Red Ocean. The Larkinsons, Glory Seekers and Crossers subsequently spent much of their enormous gains on many structural investments that vastly strengthened their economic foundations. In other words, the Golden Skull Alliance was able to acquire more carrier vessels, field more combat mechs and increase the performance of their hardware. What was also important to note was that the soldiers of the Golden Skull Alliance also gained crucial combat experience. The Purgatory campaign along with Operation Saturday Market massively boosted the combat readiness of the Larkinsons, Glory Seekers and Crossers. As far as Vase knew, the Pentahull coalition had never fought a major battle from the moment of its founding. Its mech pilots mostly fought scuffled against unruly visitors and gangs that sought to extort the coalition, but they had never fought a pitched battle outside of simulations. The only variable that Vase wasn't sure of was whether Patriarch Reginald Cross could defeat the ace pilot of the Clark clan in a duel. If the latter gained the upper hand, then none of the aforementioned strengths would be of any use anymore. This was why Vase did not blindly look down at the Clark clan even if it was probably weaker on every other front. Vase would have liked to have Calabast at his side at this time so that he could properly communicate with Reynard Clark, but he was pretty much on his own at the moment. He threw a brief glance towards his wife, but she seemed to be completely taken in by the tragedy playing out on the theater stage. Well, he would just have to rely on himself, just like old times. As he scrambled to formulate a strategy for this conversation, Vase tried his best to revive his paranoid and devil-tongue tendencies. He had admittedly grown rather rusty over the years. He rarely handled these matters in person as he became more and more successful. Hardly anyone had any reason to call him the devil-tongue during the time he spent on Davut. Though Vase initially felt a bit overtaken by the Clark clan's abrupt approach, he soon found his cool as he utilized his formidable spirituality to construct a mask that would allow him to control his expressions. Reynard most certainly noticed the shift in demeanor. He wouldn't be a good relations manager if he was ignorant of this dynamic. Right now, Vase and the Clark clan were both in a position where they suffered from information asymmetry. Vase was unsure how many secrets the Clark clan had learned. The Clark clan in turn may have only obtained scraps of information that didn't reveal too much. However, even if the Clarks only received hints of greater news, they could still use their logic to make a lot of guesses and inferences. It was rather clear that the transhumanists did not cozy up to a young and relatively weak associate of the survivalist faction without a reason. Vase and Reynard exchanged a few inconsequential words to each other before the latter spoke more seriously again. Our relationship with the MTA is not as close as yours, but we are acquainted with a small but powerful subset of mechers. Reynard eventually revealed. Vase raised his eyebrow. Would you care to share that with me? I have been trying to guess which MTA faction is close to your Clark clan. We are acquainted with the Rubarthan faction of the MTA. Reynard finally revealed. Do not misunderstand me. Our Clark clan no longer has the right to call itself Rubarthan, but that does not mean we are willing to forget our roots. Getting demoted to second-raters is a great shame to the Clarks and we are not reconciled with living out the rest of our lives in mediocrity. His voice became more emotional and passionate as he expressed the regret of his clan. Vase could easily believe that Reynard truly believed in what he said, but it was also likely that the man was deliberately overemphasizing this aspect. Still, the revelation that the Clark clan maintained at least some ties to at least one group of Rubarthans was already shocking enough. Vase didn't think that the Clarks were particularly important to the Rubarthans, but even a shallow relationship was enough for him to reevaluate his judgment of the Clark clan. Your goals are your business. Vase eventually spoke. I wish you the best of luck in your attempts to allow your clan to make an honorable return to the new Rubarth Empire, but if you think the Larkinsons are the same, then I am afraid that I have to disappoint you. My clan and I have different goals in mind. None of them have anything to do aligning myself to the Rubarthans. If I wanted to get closer to them, our Larkinson clan would have been a part of the Rubarthan Pact as opposed to the Red Ocean Union. In fact, why is your Clark clan not a part of this pact yourself? Isn't it better for you to operate in their zones? Reynard ruefully smiled. The Rubarthans only value ability and results. Joining the Rubarthan Pact is counterproductive if we cannot be of use to Rubarth. There are multiple ways to get back into its good graces, and our Clark clan can do more outside of the territories occupied by the Rubarthan Pact. That is why we are here. Besides, the rest of the Pentahal coalition is not particularly interested in our goals. They lack a connection to the new Rubarth Empire, so we do not blame their decisions. Vase was surprised that Reynard was willing to reveal this much about the Clark clan. He then figured out that this was likely not a big secret. From what Vase had learned during his tour through the space station, the Clarks were obvious admirers of the Rubarthans. They mentioned their heritage a lot of times and they did not really hide their desire to rejoin the powerful empire. Vase just dismissed all of that talk as fantasy in the past, but now he understood that the Clarks were a lot more serious than he thought. All of that is interesting for me to hear, but as I have said earlier, this is your business, not ours. Vase insisted. Are you certain about that, Patriarch? Let me make this clear, Reynard. I am a mech designer, and I am completely engaged in my own work. It is completely logical for me to maintain closer ties with the Mech Trade Association. I recall that the MTA isn't exactly on good terms with the first-rate superstates, so I am afraid that I have no room to befriend the Rubarthans. Reynard looked down at the stage where the play was beginning to reach its climax. That is not entirely true, Patriarch Larkinson. He said, I have stated earlier that the Rubarthans only value ability and results. Everyone in human space who hasn't lived under a rock recognizes this truth. If you happen to have engaged in research that has produced results that are shocking enough to win over the transhumanist faction, then I can assure you that you will definitely win the appreciation of the Rubarthans. Vase finally understood what this conversation was all about. This was a solicitation. Reynard might be trying to lure the Larkinson clan over to Rubarth in order to earn a referral fee. It could also be that the Clark clan had received an instruction from the Rubarthans to make a recruitment attempt. Vase crossed his arms. I have already formed agreements with both the survivalist faction and the transhumanist faction. Turning to the Rubarthans would not only constitute a betrayal, but also doesn't allow me to gain anything. The big two are the hegemons of human civilization these days. The new Rubarth Empire may still be powerful to an extent, but it has already degenerated, just like our ancestors. That may not always be the case. Reynard Clark spoke. Besides, even if the MTA is larger and more powerful, it is impossible for an outsider such as you to earn its complete trust. You will always be treated as an outsider by the Mechers no matter how much you contribute to the association. Many mech designers such as you have slaved their entire lives to earn the recognition of the MTA, only for them to pass away while realizing far too late that they could have accumulated much more wealth, power and influence if they did not give so much away. Ouch. Reynard's words definitely hit a sore spot. Vase was well aware of how much the MTA exploited indigenous mech designers and engaged in unequal transactions. He only played along because there were no viable alternatives. That didn't mean he was happy about the MTA coming in to steal his work and impose demands on him. The Mechers simply got more while he gained relatively little in return. I have no complaints about my relationship with the MTA. Vase lied. I do not see why turning to Rubarth would be any better. Then you are not taking my words seriously enough, Patriarch. Do you remember what I said? The Rubarthans only value ability and results. If you have invented any new tech that can produce a noticeable difference in combat effectiveness of first-class multi-purpose mechs, then the Rubarth will welcome you back with open arms. Vase blinked. He didn't expect to hear this answer, but it made a lot of sense now that he thought about it. He never thought that this custom would apply to him in particular until Reynard explicitly mentioned this possibility. The new Rubarth Empire was explicitly founded as a meritocracy. It existed as a rejection of the nepotism and other deplorable excesses of the Terrans. This meant that capable and successful individuals would always earn the recognition that they deserved. Our Larkinson lineage hasn't been Rubarthan for over 4 centuries. Vase pointed out. It is fine even if your line has no clear relations with the new Rubarth Empire, but it is even better if you have an existing relationship however faint it may be. Reynard reassured him, "You will make your ancestors proud by returning to the empire that they used to be a part of and restore the honor of their name. There may even be an established group in the empire that has distant ties to your ancestors. If such a connection exists, then you will easily be able to win over a strong patron with the ability and the results that you have shown." This argument would have great appeal to Vase if actually cared about his ancestors. Unfortunately for the Clark clan, Vase did not have any affection towards his distant ancestors. They lived so long ago that he dismissed them as ancient history. Vase cared much more about his grandparents and parents. Those were the people he knew in person and grew up with. None of them expressed any love or nostalgia for the new Rubarth Empire, though, so that was no reason for him to cozy up to the Rubarthans. He eventually shook his head. "I am sorry, Reynard, but my clan and I have no interest in earning Rubarth's approval. I believe in what you have said, but my interests are simply too far apart. I do not have a desire to become a Mecher, a Rubarthan or a member of any other state or organization. I am a Larkinson. I have only ever wanted to become a Larkinson. To me, the Larkinson clan is a much better home than the Mech Trade Association or the new Rubarth Empire. I am already exactly where I belong. I am glad to hear that you are comfortable in your own clan. Autonomy must be important to you," Reynard said as he showed signs of retreating. "However, let me give you a warning as one descendant of Rubarth to another. Change is coming. It does not take a genius to tell that many conflicts will break out. Once the fighting starts, smaller clans such as ours can easily be trampled under the feet of larger powers. The only way to escape the fate of getting crushed is to take shelter under one of those larger powers that is willing to treat you as its own. Our Clark clan has already picked a side. What about your clan, Patriarch Larkinson?" Chapter 4396 The Merits of First-Rate Superstates. Vase waited until he and his family boarded the shuttle that would bring them out of Pentahel Station that he addressed what happened with his wife. "Thanks for the backup," he said in a partially resentful tone. Gloriana didn't even look at him as she held Marvane in her lap and treated him like a baby. "You are the patriarch of our clan, my dear. Haven't you insisted time and time again that you should be the man in charge? I have done nothing else but abide by your wish. I did not wish to counteract your strategy as you seem to have the situation well in hand. From the moment that Reynard Clark made his offer, I already predicted your response." Well, at least she got that right. The last thing that Vase needed was to have his own wife mess up his response. "What is your viewpoint on this issue?" he asked. "Do you think it is worthwhile to join the Rubarth if we have the opportunity?" His wife paused for a moment before a disapproving expression appeared on her face. "No, I do not think that is the wisest decision that we can make. The new Rubarth Empire is strong, but it is led by a tyrannical emperor who has utterly debased the concept of family and love. He treats women like single-use toys and he has spawned so many children that no one has an accurate count of them. The values that he holds and the example that he sets for his subjects are so deplorable that I would never want our offspring to grow in such a culture. Although I do not approve of everything you do in your clan, you at least value the concept of family." As Vase listened to his wife, he briefly glanced over at his daughters who were in the process of playing with the new toys and mech figures that they had bought during the shopping trip. He tried to imagine how his children would become affected if they suddenly turned into Rubarthan citizens. Their lives wouldn't be as pleasant, but they would probably succeed. Vase has invested a lot of money and resources into setting them up for success. From starting their lives as designer babies to imparting them with remarkable companion spirits that supercharged their mental development, they would doubtlessly be able to stand out in a society that rewarded brilliance and talent. However, there were always better people in this vast and mighty empire. Vase had heard of vast groups aligned with powerful Rubarthan princes that invested enormous sums into researching human augmentation. After centuries of accumulation, each of these groups mastered unique and proprietary forms of augmentation that gave their descendants unparalleled strength in specific occupations. This was the basis on which powerful lineages retained their dominance in Rubarthan society in the long term. Newer entrants either had to join these established influences or get crushed by the ruthless competition. This was one of the reasons why Rubarth produced so many exiles. The cake had already been divided a long time ago, so the only way for new powers to rise was to defeat an established rival. Sometimes, these challenges succeeded, but more often than not the gambles ended in failure. Vase did not think that he and his children would do any better. Their heritage and accumulation was simply no match against that of a powerful Rubarthan principality. Of course, the Larkinsons could easily avoid these problems by formally surrendering themselves to one of those very same Rubarthan principalities, but that was unacceptable. After getting let down by one superior after another, I vowed that I would never pledge my loyalty to another higher authority again. Vase spoke with determination in my voice. It doesn't matter whether the Rubarthan Emperor steps away from his throne in the heart of his empire and travels all the way to the Red Ocean in order to vassalize me in person. I will never put my life in the hands of another leader again. Our clan may be an ant in front of a mighty first-rate superstate, but at least it is mine. His wife grinned in approval. Well said, Vase. The clan is completely ours. That ended any further thought on Reynard Clark's offer. Vase was already happy with his current situation. The MTA appreciated his work and potential but always maintained a certain degree of distance due to its policies. This might not sound great to many people, but it was exactly what he wanted. He had too many secrets and entanglements and did not want the Mechers to figure them all out. Only trouble would arise once they stumbled upon a secret as shocking as the Mech designer system. Besides, the MTA was much more powerful and influential to a legacy state that had been forced to bow down in front of the Big Two. There was no compelling reason why Vase should trade away all of the goodwill and relationships he built up with the Mechers just so he could mingle with the weaker Rubarthans. Vase already knew how the MTA worked and understood what he must do in order to increase his importance in their eyes. The two factions he was associated with possessed clear ideologies and ambitions that he could satisfy by continuing to progress in his current trajectory. He would have to throw all of that away if he decided to become a Rubarthan. To be honest, I would have felt a lot more tempted if we had the opportunity to join the Greater Terran United Confederation instead. Gloriana unexpectedly revealed. Vase threw a questioning glance at her. The Terrans are worse than the Rubarthans. At least the latter rewards actual ability. I'm not so certain that the former will do the same. The Terrans prize family much more than the Rubarthans. It is the heart of their power structure. The ancient clans that reign over the Confederation prize bloodline, lineage and inheritance above everything else. As long as our clan can join their ranks, we will also be able to ensure that our children and our grandchildren will receive the greatest of privileges. Vase looked contemptuous when he heard that. The ancient clans were responsible for much of what was wrong with the decadent first-rate superstate. The only reason the Terran Confederation still managed to keep up with Rubarth was because the former could still rely on the immense amount of accumulation and heritage of its enormous history. Still, even that didn't help the Terrans fend off the powerful upstarts known as the Big Two. If I was forced to choose between the two first-rate superstates, I would definitely cast my lot with the Rubarthans. Vase stated. You wouldn't say that if you understand the advantages of being a Terran. It is true that their society is weighed down by the sheer depth and breadth of their legacy, but the sheer amount of ancient clans that have carved their own territories in the superstate means that none of them are ever able to rise on top of the others. And that matters because, let me finish, Vase. The state is a confederation in the truest sense of the word in that it is run as a union of many different groups. Every ancient clan under its umbrella enjoys a great amount of autonomy and control over its own citizens and certain laws. The Terran clans only cooperate in areas where collective power is essential, such as external defense and foreign relations. This is the main reason why the Terran Confederation has remained stagnant all this time. Vase retorted as he crossed his arms. The lack of a single clear authority figure makes it hard to implement changes that are necessary to revitalize the state. With all of these fractured power bases opposing each other, the organizational inertia is so great that the Terrans can barely get anything done. Gloriana didn't see anything wrong with that. What you are describing is a state that is governed by consensus. This means that the outcome that you have always feared should never happen to us as long as we are a part of the decision makers. Don't you see, Vase? There is no overpowering emperor or sovereign who can dictate what the clans should do. If our Larkinson clan can earn the status of a Terran ancient clan, we will be able to have it both ways. You can retain your control over your own fief but also enjoy all of the protection and benefits that a first-rate superstate has to offer. Vase had to admit that Gloriana did not speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel as much nonsense as usual this time. Her descriptions of the virtues of the Terran Confederation were accurate as far as he knew. It was too bad that all of it was just as absurd as putting lipstick on a pig. The few good points of the first-rate superstate did not outweigh its many ailments. It doesn't matter, Gloriana. The Terran Confederation's power base is completely solidified. Every existing ancient clan has already carved out all its available territories. There is no way to defeat these entrenched insiders given that they have so much history and accumulation on their side. That may be true in the past, but have you forgotten about the Red Ocean Promise already? Gloriana reminded her husband. The Terran Confederation has made a commitment to promote the top 5 pioneers of the Terran Alliance into ancient clans. Previously, you never took this offer seriously because you did not have faith that our Larkinson clan would have a realistic chance of making it that far. Now that over 5 years have passed, do you still think that is the case? Vase fell into thought. The speed in which his clan had grown and the enormous implications of his recent innovations were astounding. This made him feel that he and his clan may have a realistic shot to become one of the winners of the Red Ocean Promise. He quickly shook his head. So what if this was the case? He and his clan would still have to enter a shark tank and try to fend off countless ruthless predators in order to make it to the top. There was no way a second-class organization like the Larkinson clan would be able to hold its ground against the many first-class organizations that sought to grasp this exceedingly rare but rewarding chance to become a Terran ancient clan. He looked disapprovingly at his wife. Don't be stupid, honey. Entertaining these fantasies will only get you killed. There is no shortcut to power. Those that promise to protect us are only interested in exploiting us. They will discard us as soon as we have outlived our usefulness. It has happened in the past and it will definitely happen in the future. The only way we can make it through is if we rely and build up our own strength. Neither the Terrans nor the Rubarthans were any good in his opinion. Vase recognized that they were still powerful in a sense, but there were good reasons why they had been relegated to the background after the beginning of the Age of Mechs. Even if the Big Two might possibly decline in the future, Vase believed that the next leading powers of human civilization would have no relations with the existing powers. The trend of human history always favors upstarts for various reasons. Losers that had been deposed in the past never regained their former glory because they never went far enough in confronting the root causes of their failure. Heritage, legacy and history were all handicaps that prevented the former rulers from rising again. The human race always progressed forward. It never regressed backwards. Vase believed it was the height of folly to throw his lot in with a relic of the past when it was so obviously outdated. I don't know what the future holds, but there is one thing I know for certain. And what is that, Vase? It is the power of adaptation rather than strength that will determine the winners. Chapter 4397 Backup Friends. When Vase and his family finally returned to the Spirit of Bentime, the Golden Skull Alliance's visit to Pentahal Station had come to an end. The Larkinson clan and its allies made productive use of their time in the Norbit system. Vase received many reports on what his Larkinsons managed to get done during the days they spent on the space station, but he mainly directed his attention towards intelligence. Information was more valuable than anything else at the moment, especially in light of Raynard Clark's unexpected solicitation. This was why he called over Calabast to his office in person so that he could discuss the latest developments in complete confidence. Hello again, Lucky. Meow tilde. Lucky jumped from the desk and floated over to Calabast so that he could snuggle in her arms. The cat comfortably purred from the moment that the spymaster began to rub and massage his metal head. Vase was still in the process of putting the finishing touches on the experimental project that he had put on pause. His recent visit to Pentahal Station had given him plenty of time for him to reconsider his existing ideas. He also gained a bit more inspiration as he witnessed different mechs, cultures and circumstances. This was why he pushed back the completion of the new Luminaire crystal cannon for the Amaranto in order to update and tweak its design. Though the result wouldn't be much different, Vase still believed it was worthwhile to ensure the weapon was fully equipped to handle the challenges in the future. Calabast wasn't patient enough to let Vase finish his current design task. Ahem, you called, kid. Vase frowned as Calabast pulled him out of the zone. He let out a deep breath before he waved his hand to shut off the design interface. We need to talk. First off, tell me about the Clark clan. Have you sniffed out any information that can tell me more about how much the Rubarthans are backing the Clarks? Calabast did not look worried as she continued to snuggle Lucky in her arms. You don't need to be too concerned. The intelligence community is already aware that the new Rubarth Empire has a habit of taking advantage of outside groups that have shallow ties to the state. The Clark clan is merely one of many convenient cat's paws. What do you mean by that, exactly? The Rubarthans don't value the Clarks at all, the woman bluntly said. I am confident in this assessment. Our black cats have collected an extensive amount of data inside Pentahal Station. They have infiltrated both the public and not-so-public spaces of the various hulls. Nothing we have gathered indicates that there is a solid connection between the Clark clan and the new Rubarth Empire. What if you are wrong? What if the Clarks and the Rubarthans are much more competent in hiding their connections than you think? Calabast frowned. You have no evidence for that, Vase. It is dangerous to speculate too much in my line of work. You will lose your mind in conspiracy theories before you know it. There is nothing wrong with applying Occam's razor. The Clark clan is too small, weak and incapable to earn the appreciation of the Rubarthans. It does not have any powerful connections, nor does it have any talented people in its ranks. Use your logic, Vase. The Clarks don't even register in the minds of the first raiders. Vase scratched his head. If that is the case, then why did Raynard Clark try to solicit me into defecting to the Rubarthans? The spymaster gently dropped Lucky onto the desk, much to the cat's complaint, so that she could cross her arms. The situation is quite clear to me. It is not the Clarks that have taken the initiative, but the Rubarthans. Raynard Clark is merely the spokesperson that at least one Rubarthan power has tapped to convey a request on its behalf. That sounded a lot more serious than Vase initially thought. He straightened his back as his expression grew ugly. Are you saying that the Rubarthans have taken notice of me? He asked. This is almost certainly the case based on the claims that Mr. Raynard Clark has voiced during your talk. The transhumanists are to blame for this. No matter how careful they are in keeping their secrets, it is impossible to maintain complete confidentiality in a large and divided super-organization. Those damn Mechers. Vase quietly cursed under his breath. They were too unreliable. Master Dervidian had explicitly promised to him that he and his fellow transhumanists would prevent Vase from getting noticed by other powerful groups. You can't control what has happened, Vase. The only way to handle this situation is to think about our options going forward. Right now, it is a fact that the Rubarthans, or at least a group of them, have noticed that the transhumanist faction are interested in your work. It is not certain yet whether the Rubarthans know about what you have been doing, but I think it is safe to assume that they do not know the details. The Mechers should at least be able to protect you to this extent. However, a hint is already enough to arouse the interest of the Rubarthans. Vase pressed his fingers against his forehead. All of this stuff was starting to drive him crazy. Damn it, can we expect a visit from the Rubarthans soon? You don't need to worry about that just yet. Calabast confidently replied. There are rules in the Red Ocean that the Rubarthans need to abide by. We are currently operating in the territory of the Red Ocean Union. Not only that, we are still located within the borders of a middle zone. Rubarth has no excuse to send out one of its ships to this neighborhood. This is where the Clark clan comes into play. Since the Rubarthans can't contact us directly, they have decided to make use of this exiled clan to act as their proxy. Do you understand the full picture now, Vase? I do. Much of the situation became clear to Vase now that Calabast gave her analysis. Though she did not have solid proof for most of her assertions, the chain of logic along with the evidence gathered by the black cats all supported her interpretation. Calabast tapped her fingernail against the desktop. There is a massive difference between receiving a referral from a bunch of nobodies and receiving an indirect invitation from Rubarth itself. Has my analysis changed your stance in any way? Nope, not at all. My own logic hasn't fundamentally changed. I told my wife that I would still stick to my guns even if the Star Emperor himself deigned to visit me in person. I don't like to surrender control to anyone. There is no way I will ever change my mind. He expected his spymaster to agree with him, but she instead opted to slam her palm against the desk. Meow. Stupid. Calabast growled. You are being just as obstinate as the expert pilots that you frequently malign for their inflexibility. The future is always in flux, Vase. No one can predict with total certainty what will happen in the future. Sure, you have managed to earn the favor of the survivalists and the transhumanists, but what if an event takes place that causes your relationship with the MTA to crumble? You will be all alone with no powerful patron to protect you. The Mechers that you have previously depended upon may even turn against you. Have you ever thought about this possibility? Vase looked troubled. I did, but maybe I didn't think it through. It is difficult for me to imagine a way forward if the MTA itself turns against me. There is no way to beat one of the big two. That may be true, but you can still fend off the Mechers if you take shelter in one of the first-rate superstates. This is what I have been trying to steer you towards, Vase. You need to get rid of your irrational disgust and contempt towards Terra and Rubarth and start treating them as potential escape routes. Neither of them are perfect and neither will satisfy all of your desires, but that is not the point. Their greatest value to you is that they will be willing to shelter you as long as you exchange enough benefits. She made a good point. Vase truly believed that neither of the first-rate superstates were any good. Their flaws were too many to count, and it would be incredibly difficult for a newcomer like the Larkinson clan to be able to gain their footing in their incredibly messy and tangled societies. However, Vase would rather deal with all of these problems than lose his life or freedom. Every other alternative was better than those awful outcomes. His mindset shifted after Calabast had wizened him up. The reality of life was that no one always got what they wanted. Not even the most powerful humans such as the Star Emperor or God pilots could satisfy all of their desires and fulfill all of their ambitions. Since that was the case, how could Vase be any better? Now that his mentality had become a little more open towards the Terrans and the Rubarthans, he struggled to figure out which camp he should lean towards if he was ever in need of shelter. If the MTA can no longer give us the protection that we need, I would prefer to knock on the doors of a group that is willing to respect our autonomy as much as possible. Vase spoke. As much as I appreciate the Rubarthans for giving me an invitation, I would probably side with the Terrans if they promised to leave my clan alone. They shouldn't be interested in meddling in our affairs. Calabast snorted. Turning to the Terran Confederation is a serious mistake. I wouldn't join it unless we have exhausted every other option. The power of the ancient clans, the majority of which have a history that goes back millennia, are too deeply rooted in the fabric of Terran society. You would think that a society that is led by highly augmented humans would have its own house in order, but that is not the case. The incompetence, decadence and hedonism that has plagued the Terrans since the Age of Conquest are still as prevalent as ever. Vase directed a deep glance towards his spymaster. It sounds as if you are in favor of defecting to the Rubarthans first. I make no secret of my preference for the Rubarthans. She replied. The culture of our clan already shares a resemblance to Rubarthan culture. The politics and intrigue of Rubarth should not be underestimated, but I can assure you that it is a lot more straightforward than the snake pit that is Terra. The best way to get accepted in Rubarthan society is to be successful in something. You just happen to excel at this. That means that you will not have any problems with integrating into the Rubarthan power structure. Though Vase agreed with her assessment, he took her earlier words under account and did not immediately dismiss the merits of the Greater Terran United Confederation. He eventually waved his arm. There is no need to discuss this contingency in such exhausting detail. The two first-rate superstates are so goddamn huge that we can talk all day about which one suits us better. If that is what you wish. This was only a remote consideration in the end. Vase was still as thick as thieves with the MTA, and there was no reason for the Mechers to turn him into an abandoned son. There is one more thing that you should take note of, Calabast said before she left. The Rubarthans have approached us first. The question I have is whether the Terrans will follow suit. Their actions or lack thereof will tell us how extensively the secret has spread. You're right. Please pay attention to this matter and contact me the instant the Terrans or anyone tied to them has passed on a message. Chapter 4398 Learning from his parents. Though Vase held a lot of concerns about attracting the attention of the mighty Rubarthans, there wasn't much he could do about this situation. Once he entered their radar, it was difficult to fool these incredibly powerful and clever first-raters. It would be even worse if the Terrans took note of him as well. He sighed. From the moment he came up with a variation of Lufa's glow that could help people overcome their bottlenecks, he already thought that something like this would happen. His miscalculation was that he thought he would only be confronted with this situation a century or later in the future. This was because he originally intended to keep this massive invention under wraps until he gained sufficient strength. He thought that he would have to deal with this kind of issue when he became a master mech designer or star designer. There was no way he would be able to negotiate with the Terrans or the Rubarthans on a fair basis when he was still a journeyman mech designer. I need to close the gap as much as possible, Vase concluded. His urgency to become a senior mech designer had never been greater. Becoming a senior certainly wouldn't solve his problem, but it would help a lot with encouraging others to take him more seriously. Mech designers that had advanced to this rank already produced enough results. Each senior was a visionary that was competent enough to lead design teams and handle expert mech design projects. Naturally, seniors weren't as impressive as masters, but there were a lot more of the former. There was a huge reserve of seniors who had been in the business for over a century and built up a lot of accomplishments during that time. These were the mech designers that forcibly raised the reputation of seniors and ensured that most people treated them as adults. This was why Vase badly wanted to advance to senior himself. His work and accomplishments already exceeded that of a typical journeyman to a massive extent, but the fact that his design seed had yet to evolve still allowed many people to talk down on him. They all treated him as if he had enormous potential but did not come close to realizing his true value. Even if his wife treated him like a kid sometimes. I need to finish this project as soon as possible so I can get back to working on the Dullahan project. Vase sped up his design work and finalized the weapon design project. Once he had reached the point where he did not see the point of iterating any further on the design, he moved to begin the fabrication run as soon as possible. His wife had already arrived at the private workshop by the time that he arrived. She had opted to leave Aurelia and Andraste in the care of Shannon Maris and only brought Marvane this time. The little boy looked both curious and eager to see his parents at work. He ran around the workshop like an imp that had gotten loose and poked every large production machine that caught his interest. While Vase allowed his son to touch the surface of the AP Vex Superfab and other devices, he made sure to lock them down so that they wouldn't activate out of the blue. Mama, Papa, it's so big, what does this button do? Can I make a mech with this thing? Both Vase and Gloriana indulged in their son for a while even though it ate into their schedule. They only went back to business once Marvane had exhausted most of his energy. The child laid on a couch where he could play and fiddle with all of the new toys that his parents had bought for him back in Pentahal Station. Gloriana studied the projection of the completed design schematic. She took note of the expensive materials needed to realize this powerful mech cannon. It will be difficult to integrate 650 grams of phase water in this weapon. She said, the volume of the cannon is generous enough, but much of the phase water is intended for the crucial attack phase crystals. Even if you spread out of the phase water over 3 of these crystals, it will still be dangerous to synthesize them with the hardware that we have available. Vase did not look too concerned. I know, but I have worked with phase water enough times to know what I am doing. Even if I screw up, I can throw away the junk and start anew. We have enough surplus materials on hand. The two proceeded to go over other production processes that might pose a challenge to them. Since the Luminaire crystal cannon pushed the limits of what was possible with the technology that they had mastered, they needed work extra carefully at certain points. This was also why Vase and Gloriana decided to take their time and avoid rushing the fabrication run. Fortunately, it wouldn't take days for them to finish their work. They were only fabricating a single mech cannon as opposed to an entire mech. Luminaire crystal technology was also known for requiring fewer components than usual because many of its existing ones were usually capable of serving multiple purposes. The only problem was that the weapon design made so much use of Luminaire crystals that Vase would have to do most of the work himself. Though Gloriana had learned enough about Luminaire crystal technology that she was able to synthesize the crystals themselves, her affinity and familiarity with them was not as good as that of her husband. Vase also insisted on synthesizing the crystals himself because he believed that there was an important spiritual component to the crystals. This left Gloriana with a lighter workload, but this also granted her with much more time to inspect the components and start the assembly process in advance. One of her more interesting responsibilities was the need to process the resonating materials for the Luminaire crystal cannon. She needed to pay close attention to them in order to avoid wasting these rare and valuable substances. Before they started the fabrication run, Gloriana first went through her little ritual. Not this again, Vase muttered and rolled his eyes. He was too used to the antics of his wife to argue any further with her. He quickly turned around and approached the AP Vex Superfab in order to check its settings for the umpteenth time. Marvane interrupted his playtime with his toys when he saw that his mother was kneeling in front of a strange, six-sided altar. He hopped out of the couch and curiously came closer. What are you doing, Mama? Gloriana did not display any annoyance for the interruption. She effortlessly paused her ongoing prayer and embraced her little boy. I am praying to the Superior Mother for her blessing in my endeavor. Do you remember what I told you about her, Marvane? I do. The Superior Mother is my granny. She is the mother of your father, which means she is undeniably family to you. Know that the Superior Mother always watches over her children and grandchildren. If you are ever in trouble or in need of help, you can pray to her for protection. Let me show you how to do that. Just follow my instructions. The obedient little boy did what his mother asked and collapsed his hands together before he began to say a prayer to the altar of the superior mother. Power soon began to exude from the object. Gloriana opened her eyes with delight as an enormous hand that was larger than her body materialized in the air. "Look, Marvane, your grandmother has answered your prayers." Woo! The boy forgot about anything else and jumped to his feet. His eyes grew wide as he stared at the giant feminine hand that was hovering above his head. Marvane subsequently jumped and attempted to reach out to the spiritual limb with his arm. Though he did not come close to touching his grandmother, the giant hand reached down and extended a finger so that Marvane could finally make contact with his relative. Hee, you're so powerful, Granny. The superior mother gently touched her grandson and daughter-in-law a few more times before her giant hand faded away. Gloriana led her son back to the couch before she was finally ready to begin the fabrication run. She brought out Alexandria, which deftly extended a spiritual bond to Vase. "Let us begin." All right. Husband and wife connected their minds together in a design network. Both of them had done this so many times that they immediately got used to thinking alongside someone else in their minds. They soon split up and began to perform their respective tasks. Both of them possessed an abundant amount of workshop experience, so even if they hadn't practiced the full run in a simulated workshop in advance, they still knew how to handle themselves. Marvane occasionally paid attention to his parents and looked admiringly at them. Both Vase and Gloriana looked like they were completely in their element as they focused on their main tasks. The boy practically had stars in his eyes as his father and mother looked more impressive than they had ever appeared in his life. "I want to make a mech too." It was too bad that he was far too young to follow in the footsteps of his parents. He hadn't even formally started school as of yet, so how could he possibly contribute to a design project? The only way he could do anything comparable to this work was by playing with the toy sets that his father and mother had prepared for him. He had an entire collection in his bedroom. Though simplified, younger children could already experience what it was like to be a mech designer by fitting together different toy mech parts in different combinations. It wasn't real, though. The small and childproof toys were nowhere near as cool as the huge mechs and mech components that his parents handled on a frequent basis. As Vase and Gloriana continued to fabricate one part after another, it was as if their son was completely left out of the party. Marvane was anything but bored, though. A large part of him felt as if he had entered paradise as his parents made more and more progress in their project. The increasing amount of large and shiny crystals along with the cool metal parts stimulated his imagination and caused his little mind to conjure up all kinds of fantastical mechs. It didn't matter that he knew little to nothing about the science and mechanics of mechs. The machines generated by the limitless imagination of a child were all as viable as the products of the LMC to the little boy. As his parents continued to impress him, Marvane underwent a subtle change. Denny, his companion spirit, eventually emerged from his head. Mo. The blonde Maine Coon glowed with excitement due to Marvane's excitement. Though the majority of the glow initially came from Denny's heart, the total and utter adoration from Marvane caused the spiritual cat to activate another part of his body. For a brief moment of time, a giant finger materialized above Marvane's body again and briefly poked Denny's energetic body. A burst of energy concentrated into his front paws, causing the companion spirit to deepen its concentration of life energy. Marvane let out a strong gasp before he slumped back onto the couch. Denny also returned to where he belonged. The boy fell into slumber as his spirituality continued to evolve at a relatively impressive rate. The residual energies radiated by his father and mother as they put their total focus onto their work also affected their son in various ways. In the end, Marvane smoothly completed a transition that he wasn't even aware of. He became completely engrossed in a dream where he was surrounded by mechs of every kind. Chapter 4399. A new instrument. The new Luminaire crystal cannon was complete. As a slightly tired-looking Alexandria retracted her design network and dove back into Gloriana's head, the entire workshop fell into silence. The two mech designers already shut off all of the production machines and the assembly system had also returned to its dormant state. The work that they had created over the course of a day rested majestically on a reinforced horizontal weapon rack that they had especially designed to accommodate the new creation. The new Luminaire crystal cannon certainly needed it because it was both big and heavy. "Wow," Gloriana uttered. "It is not a masterwork weapon, but it possesses its own brilliance despite its imperfections. It is certainly the most beautiful weapon that I have ever helped to develop." It was rather odd for her to forego her complaints about falling short of making another masterwork Mech product, but she wasn't too concerned about that. Her god body application should ensure that the weapon should slowly be able to absorb enough worship to upgrade its physical qualities over time. This way, time and energy would complete the work that she had failed to do during this design run. It was an approach that Gloriana stole from, that is, gained inspiration from her husband. In any case, if she wanted her new weapon to evolve into a masterwork over time, then it needed to acquire fame and earn the admiration of many different people. This would require the Larkinson clan to put conscious effort into making exciting recordings of the Amaranto in battle. The Larkinsons then needed to edit and propagate the footage in a way that put plenty of emphasis on the Amaranto's new ship-killing cannon. Gloriana smirked. She knew that it wouldn't be as difficult to accomplish this goal as it sounded. This was because she and her husband had already taken this need into account and designed the weapon accordingly. Not only was the weapon meant to output powerful piercing energy beams, it had to look fantastic while fulfilling its primary purpose. Vase had especially let his creative juices flow when he worked the luminaire crystal exterior to make it as imposing and symbolic as possible. First, its size and dimensions already conveyed a lot of threat and power by itself. Every human and alien could instinctively sense the danger posed by weapons, and it was undoubtedly a certainty that a weapon that looked as if a small warship cannon had gotten loose was capable of generating plenty of vigilance. Second, he added in a lot of light sources that would allow the crystal weapon to shine in different colors along different points. Though they weren't doing anything when the cannon wasn't being used, Vase knew that they would generate quite the light show once the Amaranto made use of the new weapon. Third, Vase had added a lot of decorative elements to the weapon, causing it to look as if he had recreated a part of the Phase King in a crystalline form. The torpedo-shaped muzzle of the giant cannon especially evoked the impression of a powerful phase water-manipulating beast. This was because Vase had worked hard to shape it into an exquisite reproduction of the head of the Phase King. To be more precise, the crystal muzzle looked as if the powerful fish whale king had opened its maw in order to release a powerful energy blast. Though only the cerebral king demonstrated this particular ability, Vase didn't quibble too much over it. The visual design he came up with was the only way to make the luminaire crystal cannon look incredibly cool while also increasing its compatibility with the Phase King. It's a work of art. Vase praised his own work. Blessed weapons such as the Grey Lotus and now this new luminaire crystal cannon should always have a clear association with the source of their special power. If nothing goes wrong, this design approach will probably be the new standard for high-quality weapons in our clan. Gloriana turned towards her husband. That reminds me, you have yet to bestow a name on our latest work. Are you waiting for Venerable Stark to come and name her new weapon herself, or will you provide it with your own label? He smirked at her. We connected our minds to each other during the entire fabrication run. You should already know my decision. You have a shortlist of names in mind, though you haven't been able to make the final decision. You intended to wait until you completed the run and utilize the emotions that you are feeling at the moment to drive your final choice. What does your heart tell you, Vase? My heart is urging me to kiss you right now. Wait, what? Vase dove in and surprised his wife by capturing her lips with his own. As the pair briefly exchanged their affection, Vase finally pulled back with a smile. Okay, that's enough. You have had your fun now. What is the name that you have settled upon? The mischievous husband grinned as he turned back towards his imposing whale-themed energy cannon. The Amaranto's first weapon is called the Instrument of Vengeance. He spoke. It makes sense if Venerable Stark's second option follows an established pattern. Aside from that, the name should also reflect the cannon's relation to the Phase King. Given these requirements, I have settled on calling it the Instrument of Doom. His wife contemplated the name and found that the luminaire crystal cannon certainly looked the part. Just a single full-powered shot from this massive weapon ought to be enough to convey the meaning of doom. Why did you choose to use the word doom in the name? Gloriana asked. When I peeked into your mind, I saw that you thought about using other words instead, such as freedom, liberation, dissociation, separation and so on. Why did you settle for a grimmer choice instead? Vase waved his arm at the dormant but eager cannon. Because this weapon is meant to herald doom. It is meant to inspire fear in enemies and deter rivals from trying anything against us. Our luminaire crystal cannon is designed for the express purpose to fell the largest enemies that we may face. Warships, astral beasts and phase whales are usually accustomed to dominating the battlefield due to their immense size and power, but the instrument of doom will make them experience the threat of destruction by striking their literal or metaphorical hearts. The new weapon was meant to strike and cripple a large enemy target with a single overpowering attack. Vase truly believed that the instrument of doom would be able to bypass a lot of hull plating and damage vital components buried deep inside the interior of a warship. He had performed a lot of data analysis on the test results of smaller blessed weapons and gained a preliminary understanding how the Phase King amplified the spatial effects of phase water technology. He extrapolated the data and roughly estimated to what extent an energy beam attack could penetrate through solid alloy when launched by a weapon as large as the instrument of doom. The results he received firmly indicated that he should be able to witness a weapon that would break the mech industry if it showed off its prowess to the public. The next testing session will be crucial for us, Vase reminded his wife. While our new instrument of doom must definitely accumulate a lot of fame in order to fuel its physical transformation, for now we should keep its specifications as secret as possible. We need to retain it as a trump card in order to take a potential enemy by surprise. His wife didn't like this decision. God bodies aren't meant to remain obscure. They deserve to be known and worshipped by all who admire excessive firepower. Don't forget that it is a living weapon that has just come into existence. How will it grow if you starve it from the energy it needs to properly support its god body? She made a good point. Vase hadn't thought about this when he should have. Every living product was alive in a sense, which meant that they deserved to be treated with the respect of a living entity. Vase recalled how the growth of a number of his living products had become warped due to the lack of care they received during their earlier and more formative years of their life. Just as how children could easily grow up into awful delinquents, mechs and other living products could also end up growing up the wrong way if they were treated badly. However, Vase wasn't too concerned about this issue. I will allow our clan and our allies to witness the upcoming testing session, he told her. There are around 500,000 of Larkinson spread throughout our ships. All of them will provide enough spiritual feedback and other energies to give the instrument of doom a starter course. I am not certain whether that is enough, Vase. I developed the god body with the intention that each of them enjoy the worship of trillions of people at the very least. What we have falls far short of that. It will take forever for the instrument of doom to climb up to the second rung of the craftsmanship ladder at this rate. Vase shook his head. Don't forget what our expeditionary fleet is doing right now. We have just entered a turbulent border region where hundreds if not thousands of pioneering fleets are bumping into each other. There are also alien warships and planets occupied by indigenous alien races. Each of them will present us with a possible opportunity to debut the instrument of doom in battle for the first time. It won't take long before we can introduce our powerful new whale-themed weapon to the public for the first time. That was enough to resolve Gloriana's concerns. Though she hadn't contributed too much to this product, it still incorporated her greatest design solution up until this date. She wanted the instrument of doom to do well so that she could gather a lot of specific data about the weapon's gradual changes. She needed this data to speed up her attempts to advance to the rank of senior mech designer. I cannot believe that I am saying this, but I hope that you will be able to find and provoke an enemy as soon as possible, Gloriana said in a bewildered tone. The instrument of doom doesn't deserve to be buried in our fleet. It must capture the imagination of the public. Her urgency on this matter reflected the downside of the god body solution. Much of the additional work and effort in a design would go to waste if nobody took advantage of its possibilities. Not every mech or piece of equipment was worthy enough to become a god body. In fact, it might even be detrimental if too many god bodies were concentrated in a single mech force. Humans ultimately possessed a limited amount of strength. Each potential worshipper could only transfer a small quantity of energy to god bodies. The more god bodies that vied for the admiration of the public, the more the energies from that group would be divided among many different recipients. Ultimately, everything would slow down. This was why Gloriana started to think on how she should be more selective about applying this design solution to different projects. It was out of the question for her to turn mass production mechs into god bodies. The machines and their pilots frankly didn't earn the power of a god body. When will I be able to commence this test? Vase referenced the time. We should drop out of FTL travel in 14 hours. Let us retire and conduct the test the next day. Very well. Both of them held high hopes for the next day. This would be the time where Vase could prove that his latest invention had the power to break the established rules concerning the limitations on the firepower of mechs. Chapter 4400 High Base Power. The day had arrived faster than Vase expected. Time flew by as Vase and his wife returned to their grand stateroom and took care of their children. Neither of them spent any time thinking about their latest work or the preparations they needed to make for the upcoming testing session. Their work might be their passion, but their children were their legacy. "I missed you, Mama. Look at what I learned in school, Papa." A quiet evening passed. As Vase and Gloriana readied themselves for the next day, they inspected the new instrument of doom while supervising the preparation work for the upcoming testing session. The two did not plan to conduct an exhaustive demonstration this time because the Phase King needed to lend his strength to amplify every full-powered attack. It was fine if the Amaranto only fired its new weapon a couple of times, but the Phase King would definitely have to dip into its reserves if the instrument of doom kept spitting one energy beam after another. The Phase King needed to save up his resources for future battles where every shot counted. Once the expeditionary fleet dropped out of FTL travel and ended up in a quiet and empty star system, the Golden Skull Alliance performed its usual routine. Their current objective was to find Lord Pyrion Yoral Tavik or any clues related to him, so the Golden Scullers needed to make a serious effort into their search. Numerous speedy combat carriers split away from the combined fleet and headed to the inner system in order to scan the local planets and moons for any crash sites or other artificial traces. The chance of encountering anything of note was slim to none, but Vase didn't really care about that. He could have told everyone that there was no need to perform such an exhaustive and time-consuming search when good old Ilvain could act as their compass. Vase had yet to ask Ilvain for the precise coordinates of the missing first-class lordling. The distance between the expeditionary fleet and the man that everyone was searching for was still a bit too large at this time. The only solid piece of news that Ilvain provided was that the man was still alive. That was enough for the Golden Skull Alliance to stick to its current plan. If nothing went wrong, the expeditionary fleet would gradually meander closer and closer to Lord Pyrion Yoral Tavik's location. Once Vase thought that his clan had stuck around long enough, he intended to obtain a definite answer from Ilvain and retrieve the mission objective as soon as possible. Waiting until the expeditionary fleet came a lot closer to the scion of the Yoral Tavik would make it a lot less costly for Ilvain to obtain the man's precise coordinates. In fact, Ilvain was already capable of helping the expeditionary fleet approach the man's location without expending a lot of energy. Knowing how much energy and effort it took to divine Lord Pyrion's whereabouts made it possible to utilize a hot and cold approach to triangulate his position. Vase had already tasked the Black Cats to keep track of this data in the hopes that they could infer the direction and distance between the expeditionary fleet and their target. Hopefully, Lord Pyrion had ended up on the Krakatoa side of the border. If the man crashed on the Zelmer side of the border instead, then the risks of retrieving him were vastly greater. This was because the chance of encountering a first-class pioneering fleet was too great. "I hope we won't end up wasting our time." Right now, he was more interested in testing his new weapon. As soon as it became clear that it was unlikely that there were other human forces in the star system, the expeditionary fleet approached an asteroid belt that provided plenty of cheap targets for the Amaranto. Larkinson set up the testing session by completing various tasks. They deployed sensor arrays that could record the power and effects of the upcoming attacks. They deployed jamming devices around the testing site that could prevent any third-party listening devices from capturing any useful data. They also performed deep scans on all of the asteroids marked for destruction in order to understand their density and material composition. Figuring this out was crucial to gaining a more thorough understanding of how extensively the Instrument of Doom was able to threaten large targets. "All right, Venerable Stark, we have set everything up. It's time for your mech to get into place. Please launch the Amaranto and move to the supplied coordinates." "Understood." Venerable Stark closed her eyes and felt out her expert mech. The powerful third-order living mech might not be as talkative as the others of its kind, but it had a deep and trusting relationship with its pilot. Both Davia and the Amaranto were eager to learn how extensively the new weapon could change the equation. Their performance during the Battle of Pima Prime had disappointed them both. They should have suppressed the sundered phalanx with their firepower, but instead ended up in a mutual suppression battle against a powerful high-tier expert mech. Though the pilot and mech had played their part in preventing the Star of Liberation from threatening their comrades, they weren't exactly happy with being relegated to the background. Venerable Davia clenched her hand into a fist. "If I want to enact retribution, then I need to do more. I only have less than a century left to acquire the strength I need to fulfill my remaining life's purpose." Her burning motivation and conviction drove her to perform the best she could for this initial testing session. The Instrument of Doom cannon was a gift and an investment from the Larkinson clan. If Venerable Davia couldn't harness the power of this powerful new blessed weapon, then she would not be able to receive as many upgrades and other goodies from the Patriarch. She knew quite well that she maintained a transactional relationship with the Larkinson clan. Everything would remain fine as long as she was stronger and more effective in battle than any Larkinson expert pilot. Not even the emergence of more and more Larkinson expert pilots could change this, as the importance of high-tier expert pilots and ace pilots was far greater than a bunch of low-tier expert pilots. The fear and apprehension of getting overtaken drove Venerable Stark into doing her best to grow and adapt to difficult circumstances. Venerable Stark had already spent a lot of time familiarizing herself with many different energy cannon models within the MSTS. She also read numerous textbooks on this weapon type to quickly allow her to catch up to the pilots who specialized in the use of energy cannons for multiple decades. From the moment the Amaranto deployed with a hefty and oversized luminaire crystal cannon in its grasp, Davia already felt rewarded for her efforts. Though the Amaranto clearly had to put a lot more effort into overcoming inertia due to the significantly greater mass of the Instrument of Doom, the expert mech did not lose its balance or deviate from its flight trajectory. Venerable Stark didn't even have to think about keeping her expert mech stable in space while performing complicated maneuvers with her Amaranto. This wasn't the case anymore. The cannon that looked as if it was at least a third as large as the machine that wielded it significantly. All of the crystals, the energy cells, the buffer materials and so on added so much encumbrance that the Amaranto would have never been able to handle the weapon with so much relative ease if it didn't enjoy all of the advantages of an expert mech. It took a bit of time for the slower Amaranto to reach its destination. The disappointing mobility demonstrated by the expert mech made it clear that it should never be sent away from the fleet or a defensive stronghold during an engagement. Vase did not mind this too much. He already took this shortcoming into account. In fact, the more the Amaranto suffered, the more he held out hope that the Instrument of Doom would pay off in the end. The Amaranto is in place. Gloriana reported. Shall we begin? Let's go, then. Venerable Stark, please rouse the Instrument of Doom to life. I was waiting for that order. For now, the weapon already looked impressive in its current state. Its mostly transparent crystal construction made it seem as if the Amaranto had just raided an art museum. Though the newly built weapon clearly possessed elements that identified it as a weapon, most laymen thought it was far too pretty and ornamental to serve as a weapon. What happened next only reinforced this impression, because the weapon soon began to shine and shimmer in blue. Many different components began to channel energy and perform all kinds of essential tasks. Once the Instrument of Doom was ready to fire, the whale head-shaped muzzle began to glow a bit brighter and more ominously than the rest of the weapon. Vase and Gloriana double-checked the telemetry to ensure that everything was within tolerance. The weapon was so powerful that any catastrophic malfunction could damage the Amaranto and harm Venerable Stark. This was why the two mech designers did not allow the Amaranto to proceed until they were absolutely certain that the luminaire crystal cannon was in order. Vase exchanged a brief glance with Gloriana before he transmitted the next order. You may proceed with the first test shot, Venerable Stark. Don't try to resonate with the weapon or request the Phase King to amplify the attack. Before we do anything fancy, we need to establish a baseline of its performance. Understood. I will try my best not to resonate with the weapon, but this is difficult since it was made for this purpose. When the Amaranto fired its new weapon for the first time, many onlookers who had access to a live feed looked considerably impressed at the result. The Instrument of Doom's whale head had flashed with power as it unleashed the powerful laser beam. A third of the body of a mech-like target dummy became engulfed by the overpowering laser beam. Whatever materials it was made of only resisted the powerful attack for a brief moment before succumbing entirely. The powerful laser beam continued on with hardly any reduction in power before it dug into an asteroid located behind the vaporized target dummy. The beam drilled a deep hole into the fairly weak asteroid. By the time the Instrument of Doom stopped firing the laser beam, everyone tried to understand how much power the Amaranto could exert with its new weapon. Wow, it went so deep. None of our other ranged expert mechs can drill so deep with a single attack. Hey, this is child's play for the Amaranto. After firing a couple of identical shots against different targets, Venerable Davia received the order to resonate with the weapon. The attack that followed after this change was drastically different. Not only did the Amaranto and its Instrument of Doom begin to glow brighter and more energetically than before, but the beam that spat out of the beautiful muzzle was stronger, thicker and brighter than any typical attack launched by the Instrument of Vengeance. The resonance-empowered laser beam attack not only punched through multiple target dummies, but it also managed to drill from one side of an asteroid to the other side. That's too powerful. The Amaranto hasn't even activated the transphasic function of the new weapon. No mid-tier expert mech will be able to block too many of these attacks. The absolute firepower of the Instrument of Doom will be a nightmare to our future opponents. Vase smirked as he imagined the reactions from other onlookers. This isn't even close to its maximum power. Venerable Stark still had 3 more options to amplify the firepower of the Instrument of Doom even further. One of them was to tap into the resonating exotics that were specifically selected to amplify the energy cannon's damage potential. Another was to activate the transphasic function so that the energy beam would penetrate much deeper into its target. The last one was to activate the Phase King's blessing and borrow its formidable abilities to enhance the attack even further. Chapter 4401 Damage Landex. One of the more interesting design traits of the new Instrument of Doom cannon was that Vase focused on increasing its inherent firepower as much as possible. By making sure that the Luminaire Crystal cannon already started off with unreasonably high single-shot attack power from the beginning, Vase could help it attain ridiculous damage results by applying multiple forms of amplification. For example, if a weapon like the Instrument of Vengeance rifle possessed a base damage index of 100, Venerable Stark might be able to increase that figure to 400 or something after resonating with the weapon. This was the limit that she could achieve with her resonance strength and other factors. One of the design choices that Vase sometimes regretted was that the Instrument of Vengeance did not come with any further amplification mechanisms. Many ranged expert mechs were usually capable of boosting the firepower of their weapons by making use of the right resonating exotics. Instead of trying to increase the damage potential of the Instrument of Vengeance further, the Larkinsons had instead opted to emphasize its ability to target weak points by integrating it with opticonium. This was the resonating alloy that enabled the Amaranto to bend and curve its energy beams. While Venerable Stark had definitely managed to play a crucial role with the help of this unusual ability, it was still regrettable that the Amaranto had no further means to overcome tougher resistance. The only exception was to take the advantage of the fact that the Instrument of Vengeance was a masterwork where Vase was able to connect to it and amplify its next shot with the power of Warclaw energy. Considering that Vase and Blinky had to rely on their own efforts to generate more Warclaw energy and replenish what they had lost, this was a trump card that could only be used once every few months. In any case, the Amaranto mostly had to make do with topping its damage index to 400 or maybe higher at times if Venerable Stark exceeded her limits. This might already sound impressive, but these were fairly typical results for expert mechs at this level. What Vase sought to accomplish with the new Instrument of Doom was to use this second chance to implement a different design direction. As the Amaranto fired several more shots after tapping some of the potential of the Instrument of Doom, Vase already formed an estimate of its damage indexes. The base damage index relative to the Instrument of Vengeance was easy to calculate in advance due to the lack of any metaphysical shenanigans. A full-powered laser beam attack from the Instrument of Doom should already have a damage index of around 300. This might not sound like much given the enormous differences between the Luminaire Crystal Rifle and the Luminaire Crystal Cannon, but Vase had already done his best to cope with the law of diminishing returns. Venerable Stark is not yet familiar with the Instrument of Doom, so her ability to resonate with it in the beginning is not as good. The weapon also has a lot more volume, which further reduces the effectiveness of true resonance. It is already fairly good that resonating with the cannon can allow it to reach a damage index of around 800 to 900. This might not sound as extreme as Vase was hoping for, but he was sure that Venerable Stark would be able to increase the damage potential of the Instrument of Doom over time. Once she became intimately familiar with her new weapon, Vase wouldn't be surprised if the Amaranto could reach a damage index of 1200. This was already at least 3 times as powerful as the damage that the Amaranto was previously able to inflict. It will get even better over time as Venerable Stark's resonance strength is constantly getting better. Resonance strength was a measure of an expert pilot's extraordinary capacity to distort reality. The higher the number, the more ridiculous the expert pilot could impose his or her own rules in the material realm. Once Venerable Stark became a high-tier expert pilot, Vase wouldn't be surprised if she could reach a damage index of 1500 or higher. Compared to the repeatable damage output that she was able to produce in the past, the difference was enormous. This example clearly illustrated why high-tier expert pilots could crush their weaker counterparts in battle. Their exceptionally strong willpower not only allowed them to amplify the performance of their weapons to an absurd degree, but also enabled them to do the same for their resonance shields, their armor systems, their flight systems and more. Of course, Vase had to remind himself that blindly chasing after multipliers was not the only way to increase the performance of a mech. A more convenient way to increase the indexes was to increase the base performance of a weapon or mech. This was why Larkinson expert mechs such as the Riot and the First Sword were barely capable of competing against the Shockshell. Their unending alloy and other expensive parts and tech significantly strengthened their technical performance. This allowed them to get away with lower amplification factors, though only to an extent. In any case, the testing session was far from done. After collecting enough data on how much stronger the new cannon had become after Venerable Stark resonated with it in a more general manner, she finally got to try out a feature that was absent from her old Luminaire crystal rifle. The next tests will be a lot more exciting for us all. I don't want you to resonate with the cannon on a normal basis this time. Instead, I need to resonate specifically with the resonating exotic contained within the weapon. Can you sense it, Davia? I can, the expert pilot replied. It is already calling out to me. It is impossible to ignore its presence. Vase smiled. That is an indication that you possess a remarkably high compatibility with Earth and Silver. Have you read the briefing on this resonating exotic? I do. It is a naturally occurring resonating material that is fairly common in both the Milky Way and the Red Ocean. It is not particularly rare or valuable, and its effect isn't the strongest. Many expert pilots can easily get along with Earth and Silver. The sole job of this resonating exotic in an expert mech is to amplify the damage inflicted by an energy attack by 80 to 200% depending on the resonance strength of the expert pilot. This was actually a fairly mediocre effect. There were other resonating exotics that could achieve better results. The primary reasons why the Larkinson settled for Earth and Silver was because it was easily available and because it was highly compatible with Venerable Stark. Compatibility was extremely important. Expert pilots were rarely capable of drawing out the full potential of most resonating materials. However, if they were capable of doing so, then even average resonating materials would be able to produce fantastic results on the battlefield. As the instrument of doom began to light up even brighter than before, Vase could sense the horrible power accumulating within the weapon by observing the live feed. His intuition warned him that the regular firepower of the instrument of doom had greatly exceeded the regular firepower of the instrument of vengeance. Fire. When the Amaranto unleashed a blast, over a dozen target dummies that had been placed online did not even last a fraction of a second before the massive resonance-empowered laser beam disintegrated them before striking clean through the body of another asteroid. Not only that, but an asteroid that was lined up behind the last one also received significant damage. Damn, the power of that attack can equal the Star of Liberation's best efforts. No high-tier expert mech can come away unscathed after getting struck by this ridiculous laser beam. The Larkinson clan already had plenty of reasons to celebrate if the testing session ended at this point. None of their expert mechs had ever managed to inflict so much damage with a single repeatable attack. Outside of trump cards such as battle formations and the remote energy channeling of masterwork mechs, the Amaranto wielding the instrument of doom would henceforth serve as the top damage source of the Larkinson clan. Vase eagerly studied the data and performed a quick analysis to loosely estimate the damage index of the latest shot. If my calculations are correct, then the damage index of that latest attack has definitely exceeded 2000. That was already an astounding result even if Venerable Stark did not come close to maximizing the potential of Earth and Silver. This was the first time that the expert pilot worked with this kind of resonating material, so Vase already expected Amaranto to perform a bit rough at first. As the Amaranto carefully accumulated more energy before unleashing another stupendously powerful attack, Vase clearly noticed that the raw numbers had jumped a bit. This was already a sign that Venerable Stark was already mastering the art of resonating with Earth and Silver. The Amaranto continually showed that it was capable of inflicting enormously powerful blows with its new weapon. How are you doing, Venerable Stark? My mech and I are doing fine so far, but we cannot keep up this intensity for long. She honestly replied. It is a lot more exhausting for us to use the instrument of doom. Vase nodded in understanding. That is the price of using such a large and powerful weapon. Let us hurry up with the final two tests. The expert mechs of today relied extensively on phase water to give them an extra edge, and the Amaranto had just joined this expanding club. While Venerable Stark still resonated with the Earth and Silver like before, this time she also activated the transphasic function, thereby causing the luminaire crystal cannon to glow brighter and radiate more power than before. Faint spatial distortions surrounded the Amaranto before Venerable Stark finally pulled the trigger. The subsequent massive energy beam did not look that much different from the last couple of ones, but the difference was that it managed to pierce through one asteroid before spearing another one that was floating in the distance. Not only that, but the remaining energy of the laser beam ultimately dug into a third asteroid before stopping. Damn, this is awesome. Even though the hardness and density of an asteroid was nowhere comparable to a purpose-built warship, Vase could already imagine how many meters of solid hull plating the Instrument of Doom could bypass and overcome. Though the damage of the latest energy beam had actually spread out over the 3 asteroids due to the effects of phase water, what was important to Vase was that the transphasic laser beam had affected a third asteroid this time. The damage index of this attack should still be around 2000 or so, but the penetration factor should be multiple times greater. Phasewater caused attacks to inflict less damage to the exterior but more damage to the interior. This meant that it was no longer easy for Vase to compare the damage potential of the Amaranto's expanded attack methods. Let us proceed with the final and most important test, Davia. Vase transmitted to the Amaranto. Follow my instructions but listen to your instincts. If there is any point where you feel that the Instrument of Doom is exceeding its limits, don't hesitate to abort the test. I will keep that in mind. Venerable Stark answered. She concentrated her mind and will and began to perform all of the necessary steps to properly make use of the new blessed weapon. She not only resonated with the earth and silver and activated the transphasic function, but also reached out to the design spirit of the mighty weapon and requested his intervention for the following attack. He's coming. The Phase King had already been standing by as this historic testing session unfolded. As soon as Venerable Stark opened a channel, the powerful design spirit readily made use of it by sending down his presence as well as his spiritual energy. Soon enough, the entire Amaranto lit up as if it had turned as bright as a star. The silhouette of the Phase King briefly overlapped with that of the expert Rifleman Mech before shrinking down towards the luminaire crystal cannon that was made in his image. During this time, the presence of the Phase King temporarily suppressed that of the illustrious one, causing the Amaranto to look and feel as if it had become the living embodiment of phase water. As the whale-head muzzle of the Instrument of Doom became so bright and lifelike that its decorated red eyes conveyed vitality, Venerable Stark eventually gathered the strength to pull the trigger. Destroy. A flash of energy so bright that it seemed to cut through space itself instantly struck the edge of the asteroid belt. Numerous floating rocks irrevocably changed as the bright and piercing laser beam successfully drilled and phased through an enormous amount of matter. A huge number of witnesses within the fleet had become speechless. They could no longer process the latest result as it was so far beyond their expectations that their minds still needed to catch up to reality. Vase finally broke the silence in the observation compartment. How many asteroids? 16, his wife replied.